Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support, subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see fourth part. What if Harry's future was hunted by a child with a monster soul? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support, subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Reborn as a child, Bellatrix Lestrange is sent back to end Harry Potter before the prophecy can unfold. But as the lines blur between mission and emotion, can a monster's soul resist a second chance? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. After Harry, Bella and Daphne got their books and some other things, they went over to the Lakey Cauldron to meet up with the others. It was there that they would see Minerva and the others. To their surprise, however, there were no others. Only David was there to greet them. Daphne, with a little fear in her heart, walked over to David. You could never know what happened, and the fear she had now was that her little sister had failed her exams. David, who saw her face, smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Daphne. Astoria did fine. She was almost the best they had ever seen. Only Lily and Hermione were better than her. Because of that, it will take a little longer than we planned. So to not keep you all waiting too long, we want you to go over to the restaurant and just wait over there for us. Order yourselves a drink and we will be there as soon as possible. Okay, David said as he patted her shoulder and smiled at Bella and Harry. The three friends looked at each other and nodded. As David walked away, Harry asked if they wanted to get an ice cream first before they walk over to the restaurant. Which both girls answered with a nod. As they all got an ice cream at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. They made their way over to end of Diagon Alley because that was where the restaurant was. For Bella and Harry, it was something new. It was not every day they had to go somewhere on their own. For Daphne, it was not. No, she often had to go to a restaurant alone with her little sister. Most of the time, it was because her father and mother had some unfinished business in Diagon Alley, so they had to wait for a bit. The restaurant that David had picked out was not big but very cozy. It had a homey feeling to it, which instantly made you feel at ease. As they walked further into the restaurant, they could see that there were almost no customers. There was only one family, and they were sitting in a booth, just behind a wooden screen that was standing between the booths. Just as they entered, a waitress came to them and guided them to the back of the restaurant to a table that David Greengrass had reserved for them all. Bella and Daphne sat down and just looked around. Harry, on the other hand, didn't know where he had to look because this was his first time ever that he would be eating in a restaurant. Something that wasn't the first time, but well, something that was extremely annoying was the fact that everyone in the magical world knew who he was. Is it really you? Yes, it is you. You are Harry Potter. One of the waitresses called out as she looked at Harry with big eyes. Harry let his head hang down and looked at the ground. This was one of those things he didn't like. Throughout the magical community in England, he was known for something he could not remember because he was just a baby. Yes, they all knew he had defeated Voldemort, but no one knew how it was for him. Well, that wasn't really true. Bella and Daphne knew. Every time when someone asked how the great Harry Potter was doing, he felt a stab of pain that went through his heart. It was always a reminder of the night when everything had changed for him. That had been the night he lost his parents and was condemned to the place he now called hell on earth. But then again, besides of his family, there was no one who knew about that, so he just nodded and smiled. The waitress didn't wait for an answer and called out loudly to her boss. Anthony, come over here and look who it is that came to dine in our little restaurant tonight. She not even spoken the words, or there was a big snort of loathing coming from the corner from the only other family in the restaurant. As one, they all looked at the family that was sitting in the corner. The man of the family stood up, and it was now that they recognized him. It had been none other than the Malfoy family that was dining there this evening. Lucius stood and started to clap. Well, well, well. If it isn't the great Harry Potter. The loathing and sarcasm were dripping from the tone of his voice. Draco, who had been sitting next to his father, was now laughing hysterically at what his father was doing. Yes, Dad, tell him, he said as he struggled to get a breath. Narcissa looked over to her son and gave him a dirty look. It was a look that went unseen by Lucius and Draco. It was now that she turned her eyes back to the friends and saw Bella sitting there. Her eyes went big as she realized that she was looking at her little sister in a smaller form. It had only been a couple of days when she heard that Bella was Bellatrix, but still it gave her a shock when she saw her. As Narcissa heard the words her husband was using, she could not help it but looked over at Harry with worry in her eyes. She had promised to do whatever she could to help him, but at this point she couldn't do anything else than watch. Her husband Lucius hated Harry with every fiber in his body, so whatever it was he was planning, you could be sure of it that it was nothing good. Harry had seen her look and gave Narcissa the tiniest of nods just to let her know he knew. Narcissa saw it, kept her lips in a thin line and nodded back with the smallest nod she could master. What are three kids doing all alone at a restaurant when they are not allowed to use any magic outside of school? Was the sneered question Lucius asked them. Harry looked calculated at him and wanted to say something. The anger he felt towards Lucius was slowly going towards his boiling point. Daphne grabbed the hand from Harry next to her as she felt his magic increasing. She knew she had to do something, so she gave the answer for him. Mr. Malfoy, as much as we love to talk to you, we are not here for your entertainment. So with that being said, would you mind going back to your table and leave us alone? Lucius looked ready to murder somebody as he looked at Daphne. Maybe we could better sit down, Lucius, Narcissa tried. Lucius just kept looking at Daphne and didn't say a word. He was in a battle with himself for what he could do. Daphne was the daughter of one of the most upstanding figures of the Wizengamot. And David could be a well-respected and wealthy comrade. Sure, in the public eye he had connected his house to that of Potter. But those connections were never written down in blood like he would do. Now he glanced over to Draco. Draco, is this the young lady you want to have a marriage contract with? Lucius asked as he kept an eye on Daphne. Draco was nodding so fast that Narcissa was afraid his head would fall off any moment. Daphne grabbed the hand of Bella and squeezed it a little. She had already told them once that Draco Malfoy wanted her for himself. Now here in the magical world it would only take the signature from her father or the head of her house to arrange that. Both understood immediately because they only had to look at the way Bella and Harry were brought together. That was only an example for something good. But it could also be the other way around, and for her it would mean something bad, really bad. No, she wanted to belong to Harry, and not to Draco, no matter the progress her father would make. Sure, she knew that her father would never do a thing like that. He hated those contracts, just like her mother did. But then again, you would never know what Lucius would do if it came to that point. Daphne will never be yours, Draco. She belongs to Bella and me, Harry shouted at them. Lucius looked at Bella and pointed a finger at her. Draco, is that the mudblood you were talking about, the one who is always hanging around Potter? Don't call me a mudblood, you disgusting Death Eater, Bella shouted back. Lucius got a predatory sneer on his face and started to twist his walking cane. As he slowly twisted his handle a little more, he pulled his wand from the cane. Bella and Daphne immediately pulled their wand from the pocket and were ready to defend themselves. Harry, get your wand, we need you, Daphne hissed into his ear. I can't, Astoria has my wand. But you two have to put yours away too, he hissed back. Bella and Daphne both looked at Harry as if he lost his head. Then they looked at each other with the same question in their mind. Is he really telling us to put our wands away? He can't be serious, can he? But they knew that he was serious when he pushed their arms down. As he kept his eyes on Lucius, he whispered in a hush but sharp tone. We are not allowed to use magic outside of the school. Sure, I'm a lord, but my grandmother is still my guardian. But Lucius is also the best friend of one Cornelius Fudge. Harry didn't have to say anything else. Both of the girls knew exactly what he meant. Whatever they would do, they would always get the short end of the stick. Astoria had just finished the last of her practical exams and was now waiting for the moment she could go to Harry. The wand that she had borrowed had done better than she could have ever hoped it would. Now that was the one thing she really wanted to tell him immediately. It was then that David came walking through the door. Daphne has already gone ahead to the restaurant. It is there that they will wait for us. I did already tell them to go ahead and order themselves some drinks. David turned to Astoria and asked. And how did it go with you this time, sweetheart? Astoria looked at her father and smiled a dazzling smile. If my grades are as good as I hope, then I will start in my second year at Hogwarts. Really, Dad, the wand from Harry was better than the others I used to practice with. When do I get my own one? I want one just like that of Harry's. David laughs loudly and took her by the hand as he made his way back to Minerva and Isabella, who had already walked on with the results in their hands. It was something his wife wanted to tell Astoria when everyone was there. Just as they were all about to leave the ministry, Minerva stopped and grabbed her shoulder with a face of intense pain. What is it, Minerva? Isabella screamed. Minerva stopped, rubbed a little bit more, and then smiled at Isabella. I think it's nothing important, but I guess that Harry bumped his shoulder. But it was only a second after that she grabbed her leg and screamed again in pain. We have to go to the restaurant. There is something wrong with Harry and the others, I think. Isabella saw Minerva grabbing her leg and how her face went from joy to intense pain. As she heard the words Minerva said, she did what she had to do. David, go. You go to them now and go see what is happening. David nodded and started to go. With big strides he starts walking to the flow network to go over to the leaky cauldron. From there he almost started to run over to the restaurant, but it was made very difficult because it was one of the busiest days of the year. Astoria, who David hadn't seen following behind him, saw a way to sneak after her father and was now also on her way to the restaurant. Finally, after almost an hour, he was at the front door and came to the conclusion that the restaurant was locked. And that all the windows were closed up with curtains that were drawn shut. Just as he was about to go away, he heard a shout of pain coming from the inside. So now it became all or nothing. With his wand in his hand, he went to the front door and tried to get inside. Just a little over an hour earlier, the owner of the restaurant saw how it would all come down from the point Lucius had drawn his wand. With a bravery he didn't know he had, he went over and stood between Harry and Lucius. Lucius just smiled as he saw the owner step between him and Harry. With a flick of his wand he threw a silent spell that sent the owner flying to the wall on the other side. Before the owner could get up, the two waitresses that were also in the restaurant came crashing down on him as Lucius sent them after the owner. Daphne took a deep breath and shuffled a little closer and behind to Harry. Harry didn't flinch or nothing, he kept his eyes on Lucius, waiting for what he would do next. Well, look at how the two little whores hide themselves behind the oh so great Harry Potter, Lucius sneered. It was not what Lucius said but more the way he said it that gave Daphne and Bella the shivers. Just sad if you ask me, for them I mean, because if it is up to me, you won't be here much longer. The hateful gaze Lucius gave Harry was all the warning he gave them. With another flick of his wand he sent Bella and Daphne to the wall where they were stuck a meter from the floor. Even though Lucius didn't say a word, Harry knew he had stuck Bella and Daphne to the wall with an overpowered sticking charm. Both girls felt the charm hitting them and did everything they could to get off of the wall, but the only thing they could move was their fingers. So a meter above the ground they looked at Harry and Lucius with a lot of fear in their eyes. The tears were slowly forming and the hope they had was slowly ebbing away. Harry was still standing in front of Lucius in the middle of the restaurant. He wished he still had his wand so he could do something to protect Bella and Daphne. But because he didn't, he had to do everything to stall. Just so the others could get there and help them. Harry planted his feet into a defensive stand and held up his fists to protect himself, just like Tonks had learned them all. Without his wand he knew he had to do something to make it an even playing field for as much he could make it even. With balled fists he looked at Draco as if daring him to come over for a fight. There was one thing that he learned at school, and that was that Draco was as stupid as they could get. Lucius and Draco saw him standing up and bolding his fists. Look, Draco just like a filthy muggle, always wanting to fight like a muggle. Draco sneered and bolted his own fists. Harry gave another glance into the direction of Draco and knew he would take the bait. Draco lifted his fists and stepped over to Harry. He as a pureblood was superior than a half-blood, so he would win and conquer him easily. He lifted his right hand, swung it at Harry. Harry smiled as Draco stepped up and struck with his right hand. Always keep you faith in Draco for doing the right thing at the wrong time. Harry pulled his head back and saw the fist of Draco going past his face. He ducked, struck with his own right into the stomach of Draco and followed up with a left to the jaw, just like Tonks had said. Draco went down like a falling brick and held himself as he howled in pain. Harry thanked Tonks for the lessons as he saw Draco lying in front of him and knew that he would not get up for another 10 minutes or so. Narcissa was standing behind her husband and son. It did take a lot of willpower from her not to laugh. Her husband and son were being played by a boy of 12 years old. At the moment that Harry lifted his fist, she knew that Draco would go for it. With all the wisdom her husband had taught him, he would surely think that he was better than Harry, just and only because he was a pureblood. Just as predicted, Draco went for it and went down not a second later. For her, it was obvious how arrogant her son really was. The little feeling she had inside of her to save him went down with everything he did. Lucius had raised him like a Death Eater, and she was sure that it would be his downfall if he would keep it up, but like every mother, she still had hope his eyes would be opened and he would start to learn. Just as Draco went down, Lucius fired off another sticking charm and sent Harry to the wall just between the two girls. Harry twisted and turned, but there was no movement in any part of his body. He was stuck and knew that he could not break free. Only his head and fingers were able to do something, but not much. As he looked to his right, he could just see Daphne hanging there, and the same was when he turned to the left. Only there he saw Bella. Both of the girls were looking at him with fear written all over their eyes. Narcissa, who looked as her son went down, was startled when her husband threw another curse at Harry. Inwardly she cursed as she saw Harry stuck to the wall. As her eyes went to Bella, she was thinking about what she could do to help them. She had sworn to her sister that she would protect Harry and Bella and help them where she could. Lucius, the first, think that it's enough now. You have made your point, let them down and let's go away. We will just say that it was all in self-defense because Harry struck Draco down with no reason whatsoever. As she said the words, she almost knew that Lucius would not listen to a word she was saying, but it was the only thing she could think of to do. After a moment, Lucius nodded and pointed at the wall with the 3 hanging children. If you think so, but you get them down, I don't want any part of it. Narcissa gave Lucius a distrustful look and made her way over to Harry. If she had to free one person, it had to be Harry because of what her sister had told her. Slowly she took out her wand and looked over her shoulder at Lucius. He gave her a nod and she turned back. Bombarda Maximum. Narcissa was blasted to the corner on the far side of the restaurant, her right side slamming into the sidewall and her head on the far wall. The sound of cracking ribs and other bones were heard by the 3 kids hanging on the wall. As she tried to look up, she saw the concern in the eyes of Harry and had to close her eyes again from the pain she felt. You bastard, shouted Harry. That is no way to treat your wife. You have to respect her and care for her. Lucius just sniffed in disgust at the words Harry shouted. He let his eyes go to Narcissa and smiled a sadistic smile. You boy, have a lot to learn about the wife of a pureblood. That there is only my wife on paper. The only thing she had to do was give me a son. For the rest of the part, she is only good at playing the perfect wife and keeping me happy. She has to be the perfect plaything for me and some of my friends. Someone I can get my use or hit, just so I can get rid of my frustration. For the rest of the part, she has no worth at all. The words from Lucius were kill and insensible. It was clear that he had no feelings at all for his wife. Harry heard those words and looked over to Narcissa. He could see small tears starting to develop into her eyes and how they started to roll over and down her cheeks. Even though her eyes were closed, he knew she had heard every word and knew that it would be extremely hard for her to learn that her husband had no feeling at all for her. For Narcissa, it was only a confirmation of what she already knew. Lucius had never loved her and he would never do. For him to telling that to the kids was just another stab of the so many stabs she had before. However, him telling them what she had to do for his friends was something she didn't like. No, his words only made her more determined to help her little sister in any way she could. Just that alone made her smile a little bit more. If only she didn't hurt so much, she could be a little bit more help than she was now. That was also the reason for her tears, not the words but the pain. Lucius stepped a little bit closer to Harry as he looked around the restaurant. Every other person was knocked out and only he, Draco, and the kids were awake. It was now that he was standing nose to nose with Harry. Well, let's have a look at this. The great Harry Potter hanging on the wall like a dead fly. Just like a little present for me to do whatever it is what I like to do. My oh my, whatever will I do first? He said in mock surprise. Lucius turned around and closed off the restaurant. He was shutting the curtains together and made sure that no one could look inside. The sign with closed on it was turned around so everyone would think the restaurant was just that, closed. He again walked back over to Harry and pulled a chair with him. He sat down a meter or three away from Harry and pointed his wand at Harry. With a fast flick he let his wand go from left to right. Harry shouted out in pain. Bella turned her head and could just see a cut over his left shoulder. She could see that it wasn't deep but deep enough to draw blood. The laugh Lucius let escape his throat was harsh and full of malicious pleasure. It was also now that the laugh of Draco sounded through the restaurant. The pain he felt had gone away and he was looking at what his father was doing with the boy who lived. Draco laughed harder because he could see how his father was the boss of Harry, he was his better and he was the pureblood like it was supposed to be. With another flick of his wand he made another cut on the leg of Harry. Daphne saw it happening and looked on as blood started to drip from his leg. Stop it! Stop it! She shouted. Lucius smiled a little wider and gave his wand another flick. I'm so sorry, Miss Greengrass, but I was not planning on stopping this for a long time. You see, that piece of hippogriff dung has ruined everything for me and my friends, and now it's my turn to pay him back for all the misery he cost me. Daphne looked at Lucius with big eyes. Whatever did Harry do to you, that you not started yourself, you hypocritical son of a bi.ch? Be quiet, you slut. Harry has done everything to me. And he pointed his finger at Harry. From the day he became the boy who lived, he ruined my world. Lucius sighed and looked over at Daphne. I know a slut like you. Don't call her that, Bella shouted. Lucius just sneered as he kept looking at Daphne. Let me tell you, Greengrass, what exactly it was that boy has done, before I kill him. And again Lucius flicked his wand and made another cut on both of his legs. With a joyful look on his face, Lucius watched the face of Harry, as he was fighting against the pain. Again he flicked his wand and made a cut on his chest. Well, you can handle your pain. I have to give you that, Lucius said as he flicked his wand again. It was almost 11 long years ago that he, the boy who lived, killed my master, the Lord of Darkness, Lord Voldemort. Another cut appeared on the arm of Harry. He had to bite his lower lip to prevent himself from screaming out loud. Slowly his lower lip started to bleed from the force he used to keep the pain inside. If that wasn't bad enough, and again Lucius pointed his finger at Harry. He in his first year made it so that my Draco wasn't put into Slytherin. It had cost me 1,000 galleons to get him there with Christmas. Harry looked at him with half a smile. He knew that it had been the Sorting Hat that had put Draco into Slytherin. But he would never tell that to Lucius. That son of yours deserved to be kicked out of the school. But even the most foulest creatures do have a little luck sometime. Too bad his luck is always bought. So in the end you had your wish, little Draco was put into Slytherin. Tell me, Lucius, did it only cost you 1,000 galleons, or did you have to beg and beep up to an old piece of? Harry was cut of his rant when he was again struck by another cutting curse. Narcissa had crawled a little higher against the wall and bit back her pain as she stifled a small laugh when she heard Harry say some things to Lucius. She knew that Lucius would get angrier and angrier as he was brought to the boiling point. She also knew that it was then that he would make his mistakes. He was, however, a Malfoy and not a Black, so she expected nothing less of him. Again Lucius flicked his wand from left to right. The scream of pain came this time from Daphne and not from Harry. The scream that Daphne gave went straight to the soul of Harry. Lucius had flicked his wand to the left and didn't know what he was pointing to. It was then that in a moment of not being aware he cut Daphne on the arm. Lucius, I'm telling you this one time and one time only. Whatever it is you want to do, you do it to me. But if you hit one of them one more time, I will kill you, Harry shouted with more than just hate in his voice. Narcissa, who had sat up a little straighter, looked at the eyes of Harry when he said it. If it really was what she was seeing, she would not know. But at the moment that Harry talked to Lucius, she believed his eyes were glowing a bit. As she thought back, she knew that that would only happen in really strong wizards and witches. Lucius didn't see anything and wasn't aware of the mistakes he was making, or the things Harry had said to him. He just couldn't believe a boy of only 12 could be any threat to him, so he just went on with his story. And again Lucius pointed his wand at Harry. He went on that first year and killed my master when he was within Professor Quirrell. Yes, I know all of that, because Draco told me at the end of the year. Well, last year that little shit even survived that little beating we gave him with Christmas. Again Lucius waved his wand. You did that to a child like Harry, you beat up a kid like it was a walk in the park, Narcissa screamed from her spot on the floor. Lucius was startled when Narcissa screamed and didn't look at his wand. Bella screamed out in pain. Harry turned his head to Bella and got even angrier than he had ever been. You have beaten up Harry at Christmas. So that's where you had been that day. Narcissa said again. Lucius focused his eyes on Narcissa and didn't look at the spot where he was waving his wand. Harry felt the pain from the cutting curses go over his whole body. But he also heard how Bella and Daphne were screaming for every time they were hit with one of the curses. Maybe it was mean from Narcissa to do this and say this, but she also had a reason for doing it. She herself could do nothing else because the impact she had against the wall had broken more bones than she could count. So the only thing she could think of was to get Harry angrier than he had ever been. She also knew that he would do everything he could to help and save Bella. So by taking the focus away from the kids, she knew he would be hitting Bella, and that would only fuel the anger of Harry more and more. The thing her sister Andy had told her she had taken too hard. As each of the girls screamed, Harry looked from one to the other. As Harry turned his head from one side to the other, the girls could see his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Slowly the magic within Harry started to flow around his body. His movement became more and more jerky. From out of nowhere Harry broke through the curse and dropped to the floor. Without looking up he waved his hands upwards and both Bella and Daphne also dropped to the floor. All three of them were covered in blood and hurting. But Harry didn't feel a thing. He was mad and was out for blood. Slowly he helped Bella and Daphne back to their feet and onto a chair and turned back to Lucius. Lucius, who was still looking at Narcissa, was only waving his wand around into a pattern where the kids were hanging, never noticing that he was now cutting pieces out of the wall. Narcissa, who had seen them fall, did a little bit more. She kept on talking to Lucius to keep his focus on her. In the corner of her eye she could see Harry helping Bella and Daphne to a chair. As she saw him getting back to his feet and turning to Lucius, she looked him in the eye. The next thing she did was to shut her mouth with an audible snap and crawl into a ball from fear. Inwardly she knew that her little sister Bella would always go for the most powerful wizard, but with Harry she would have the grand prize of them all. Even Dumbledore was nothing compared with Harry. Only too bad that he was only so powerful when he was mad. And she knew Harry was beyond mad, and he was showing it by the magic that was radiating from his eyes and body. The sudden silence and the look of intense fear on the face of Narcissa made Lucius stop with what he was doing. Slowly he turned his face around to Draco and could see that his son was almost at the point of crying out in terror. A little shiver went down his spine as he felt his body being engulfed in a lot of raw magic. The last time he had felt power that was this intense was when his master was still around. His master was still stronger, he knew, but he himself was nothing with this new power behind him. With more fear than he had ever felt before, he turned around. He tried to swallow a lump in his throat when he looked directly into the eyes of Harry. You dare to attack Daphne and Bella and hurt them. Harry could not help himself to keep his tone level. He was just so mad at Lucius that he didn't care anymore. With little steps of only 2 or 3 inches he walked closer to Lucius and narrowed his gaze more every step he took. Lucius, who was already scared, threw curse after curse at Harry. Bombard, Stupefy, Imperius, Crucio. Narcissa, who had lifted her head again, watched with open mouth as Harry flicked curse after curse away as if they were cotton balls that were thrown at him. Suddenly her eyes became even bigger than they ever were. Harry wasn't only throwing the curses away from himself as if they were just tickle jinxes, he was doing it wandlessly too. Lucius, in his final desperation, lifted his wand again and shouted, Avada. Bombard! Shouted Harry, and Lucius was thrown to the front door, making the windows rattle. Lucius smashed into some tables that broke under his weight and landed next to Draco. Harry looked over at Daphne and Bella and saw that both girls had huddled together looking for support. Both of them had blood dripping from their arms and legs. That look alone made Harry's blood boil even more than it already did. Again he turned around to Lucius. Where Harry was getting all the magical power from he would not know, but Lucius and Draco started to float up into the air. Lucius looked over at Draco and grabbed his hand. Before Harry could do another thing, Lucius and Draco disappeared into nothingness. His eyes closed and he slumped down to the ground. Narcissa saw her husband and son disappear and it didn't surprise her at all. It was not the first time he left her behind wounded and alone. What did surprise her was that it sounded like Harry was crying. She herself started to crawl over to him but saw that Daphne and Bella were already there. "Are you okay, Bella?" Narcissa asked as she got closer to the three of them. Bella nodded and looked into the eyes of her sister. "Daphne, are you okay?" Narcissa asked again. Daphne also nodded but didn't remove her eyes or arms from Harry. "Harry, are you okay?" Narcissa asked and waited for an answer as she looked at his trembling form of Harry Potter in the arms of the two girls. It became obvious to her that his body was releasing all of the tension it had built up for the fight with her husband. She also thought that that was the reason he was crying. Harry slowly lifted his head and looked into the eyes of Bella, Daphne and let his head slump down again. "I'm sorry," he mumbled. "What, Harry?" Daphne asked as Bella pulled him closer. "I'm sorry that I wasn't fast enough to protect you too, and I'm sorry that I could not protect you from that bombard Lucius had thrown at you, Narcissa." Harry sniffed again and a couple of tears escaped his eyes. "I'm sorry that I wasn't good enough. I know I'm not a good friend and it's okay if you would leave me now. I understand." And Harry broke down in tears again. Narcissa was looking at Harry with disbelief written all over her face. This boy, no, this young man had just done wandless magic, a form of magic that only the most powerful could ever hope to master completely, and he already had. And still this boy thought that he wasn't good enough, he still thought he didn't deserve them. She could not help herself but huffed loudly in disgust. Harry looked up, saw the face of Narcissa and knew he was right. With some pushing of his hands he tried to get away from the girls. "I know I don't deserve this support, I will go now," he said as his eyes were looking down in guilt. Why he felt that way was something Narcissa didn't understand. But that he was feeling guilty was noticeable with everything he did. Bella, who took him gently by the hand, just looked at him. "Harry," she said gently. "You saved us all today. There is nothing more or differently about it. You have stopped him and you did it with everything you could do. But you and Daphne had been hurt and Narcissa is also hurt. That was something I had to stop before it happened. I had to be the one to protect you and I didn't do that." Harry turned his eyes to Narcissa and again to the floor. A man is supposed to protect his wife and not hit her. I have been hit all my life and that is not how it has to be. Nobody has to be hit just because the other person can do it, because they are bigger or stronger. Narcissa looked from Harry to the two girls. Both of them had a sad look on their faces, as they were looking at Harry when he said what he was saying. They both seemed to understand what he meant. Narcissa didn't understand him, and with a little pain she brought her hand to his cheek and lifted his head so he was looking at her. "Harry, what you have done today was magnificent. You have defeated him and made sure he could do nothing more than he had done." Harry wanted to look down again. Narcissa didn't let him and lifted his head back up. "Harry, you have done more than any other 12-year-old had done. I'm very proud of you. The way you have protected your girls and me was very good. I'm really proud of you and you are more man than Lucius ever was, or will ever be." "Really?" Harry mumbled and gave her a small smile. Narcissa didn't believe him. She could see from the smile that he didn't believe it himself, and gave a little sigh. Bella stood and took the wand of the owner from the floor. With a little wave she woke the owner and waitresses up and handed the wand back to the owner. With a grateful look the owner looked at the state his restaurant was in. By the devastation he knew that there had been an enormous battle and that he and his staff were lucky that they could walk away from it. From the words of Narcissa he knew that Harry was the one who had done it, and it would be another story that would only make him greater in the eyes of the masses. As the owner walked over to the front door and opened it, he was almost immediately pushed aside by a rocket that buried herself into the arms of Daphne. David had been pounding at the door of the restaurant trying to get in. First he tried it the Muggle way by just shouting and slamming his shoulder into the door. However, the door didn't move not even an inch. After that didn't work, he threw every spell he could remember at the door and was just hoping that one of those spells would work. After a good 10 minutes he heard Daphne screaming from the inside of the restaurant again and knew that he had to get in somehow. But again every spell or curse he threw at the door just didn't open it. In desperation he sent a Patronus to Isabella and Minerva telling them that he needed help and that it was very urgent. Astoria, who had been standing next to him, was pounding with her little fists against the glass. She even took some rocks from the ground, but they didn't help at all. It wasn't because she didn't throw or tried hard enough. No, that wasn't it at all, but like all the buildings in Diagon Alley, this restaurant was spell and burglar proof. Minerva, who had been lying on the floor in the atrium of the ministry, was slowly getting back to her feet. Everything on her body was hurting and she knew that Harry had been in real trouble. She took her wand out and made a Patronus. First she let it go to Amelia and told her to get over to the restaurant. The next Patronus she made was sent over to Poppy and told her to be ready for anything. "Come Minerva, we have to go to the restaurant. I really want to know what happened over there," Isabella told her. Minerva nodded and started to make her way over to the Flow network. The door had just opened and a little rocket named Astoria ran into the restaurant and buried herself into the arms of her sister. Daphne winced in pain as her little sister wrapped her arms around her body. Astoria heard her sister hiss in pain and immediately wanted to let go of her. "Where is Harry?" she asked as she struggled to get out of the arms of her sister. Daphne saw from the corner of her eye how Harry jumped behind a table that was lying on its side. She knew that Harry didn't mind Astoria seeing him all covered in blood. No, the thing he did mind was her little sister seeing his scars. Now that was also something that she did understand. It was one thing he was really ashamed of, yet she couldn't understand why. It was one of the things she and Bella had to get out of his head. Bella, who had been sitting next to Daphne, wrapped her arms around her and Astoria. It gave herself a good feeling, but it also held Astoria in the lap of Daphne so that Harry could hide himself for a while longer. As Minerva walked through the door, her eyes immediately went over to Narcissa, who was sitting by herself at a table in the back of the restaurant. Before she could ask where Harry was, she saw Narcissa pointing at the fallen table. So Minerva walked over to the table and looked behind it. When she saw Harry sitting there, she realized why he was hiding. So without a second thought, she had Snot the house elf pop over to Hogwarts to get Poppy to the restaurant. It turned out to be a good thing because Harry was looking like he had just walked through hell and back. Poppy started to click her tongue when she saw Harry sitting there. "Why do I always have to put you back together? Auntie, you know you love it when you can grumble about me," Harry said with a cheeky smile. Poppy just raised her eyebrow and waved her wand over the body of Harry. She, however, couldn't keep the little smirk that was tugging on the corner of her lips away. It only took Poppy 2 minutes to put Harry back together and asked Snot for some new clothes so he could get dressed. When Harry had gotten his clothes on, he got from behind the table and was immediately hugged by Astoria. As he hugged her back, he looked up and saw how Poppy had healed the others. Slowly Narcissa started to get up and made her way over to Bella. I hear that you are my little sister and that you belong to Harry. I can also see what you see in him, Narcissa said with a little smile. You can't get a better man even if you would go to the other side of the world. Slowly she started to lift her arms and stretched them out for a hug. The one thing she didn't know was if Bella wanted to hug her back, but she could only wait and see what would happen. The fear she felt was for nothing because the moment she lifted her arms, Bella had rushed into them. Bella, who had just given Narcissa a hug back, was now taking her along to meet her new mother. Arabella, who had just arrived at the restaurant, had been oblivious about the things that were happening there. She also started to introduce Narcissa to the other adults that were walking into the restaurant. To the amazement of Harry, he saw David walking into the restaurant together with Amelia. When he saw the blood on Daphne and Bella, he knew enough. It was another incident where they needed Amelia, or especially the head of the DMLE. 15 minutes later, Narcissa had told the story about all that went down at the restaurant. But most of all, she told how great Harry had been, and even how great of a coward her husband was. That Narcissa had been proud of Harry was noticeable in the way she was talking about him. David sighed and started to get back to his feet with his wand in his hand. I'm going to kill that. No, you are not, Amelia screamed. David looked startled at Amelia but remained quiet when he saw Isabella looking at him like he had grown another head. Okay, I'll shut up for now, but why can't I go and kill that? Don't even finish that sentence, Isabella snapped at him. Amelia smiled at Isabella and said, I understand why you want to go after him, but you can't. Harry had been right when he said they couldn't fight back. Lucius may be a son of a, well, you know what. Amelia looked at Narcissa. Sorry, Narcissa. Don't be, I know you are right about him and I knew it just after my wedding night, she said with a sigh. Amelia shook her head and went on. Well, Harry was right. Lucius is the best friend of Cornelius Fudge. He is also very good friends with that toad named Umby.ch. Everyone just looked at Amelia and the kids were snickering when they heard her calling her that name. Amelia blushed a bit when she realized what she had said but again went on. Well, if the kids would have started to fight or even defend themselves before Lucius had done something, they would have been out of Hogwarts before they could say they were innocent. Now the only thing saving them is that he ran with his tail between his legs, and Amelia smiled. David sighed. Well, there is nothing else that we can do about it now, so let's have dinner. Amelia, go get Susan here while I get the others. When Amelia had sent her house elf away to get Susan, she went back to Narcissa to get a little more from her part of the story. Just as Narcissa was about to leave, Minerva stepped in and kept her from going. If I'm correct in inviting you to stay with us for now, we'll get you the upper hand with Lucius. I'm not sure how, but I do remember that you are the one who knows everything about the pureblood ways. So you think about it for when you get home. For now, join us. Narcissa was a little hesitant but nodded and sat down between Daphne and Bella. She wasn't really afraid of Lucius. He would not say a word to her because he had just been humiliated by a 12, almost 13-year-old boy, and it was something his ego just couldn't handle. It was also now that she knew what Minerva had meant and she was going with it. The evening was slowly getting along. Everyone was enjoying the food and were talking happily with the others. You would not believe it, but even the Grangers were having fun. They were at Longbottom Manor when David asked them to join them for a family dinner. Narcissa was having a real fun time when she was sitting next to her sister. She was hating herself a little, but she just had to know when she asked it. Harry was so good and strong, why in Merlin's name was he crying and blaming himself? Both Bella and Daphne glanced over at Harry, who was talking to Astoria about his wand, but he didn't hear a word they were saying. Bella nodded to Daphne and looked back at Harry. Daphne nodded back and turned to Narcissa. Well, you know how Harry's life has been like. Narcissa nodded. Well, with everything that he went through, he only learned one thing from his so-called aunt and uncle. It doesn't matter what it is, it was always his fault. If his so-called uncle had a problem at his work, 20 miles away from Harry, then it would still be Harry's fault, and when he got home, Harry would get beaten up for it. Well, 10 years of that will leave a mental mark. So we are doing the best we can with Harry to let him know that it is and that it was never his fault. But at moments like this, when he is physically and mentally exhausted, he would fall back in that role and always blame himself for everything. He just doesn't see the other side of it. Daphne looked over at Bella and saw a little tear rolling from her eye. But it does not matter. Me and Bella will be getting him straightened out, and he will be mean, and then he will wipe the floor with Lucius and Voldemort. Narcissa looked over at Harry and laid a hand on the shoulder of Bella. Are you too sure? Hell yeah. We will be making a real bad ass out of him, or my name isn't Bella Fig. Narcissa smiled and pulled Bella into a hug. At the end of the evening, Narcissa asked Amelia to take her to St. Mungo's. There she would fake an admission form which would help her, and especially them with Lucius. After that, she whispered something into the ear of Harry, who just nodded. She then said goodbye to Bella and the others and left. The rest went to Potter Castle to spend the night, except for the Longbottoms and the Grangers. The next morning, Harry found Daphne sitting in front of the portrait of his parents with her nose into the book they got from the vault of the Potter family. His mother was sitting on her knees in the painting and was looking over her shoulder. As Harry sat down in a chair opposite of Daphne, he saw her writing things down and knew she had found what they had been looking for. Suddenly she looked up at Harry. This book is amazing. The things we can do with all of this is really special. I now understand why your mother didn't want it to fall into the hands of dumb ass, and she went back to looking at her book. Harry sat up and gave a good look at Daphne. It was the first time he really saw her in another light and he liked it a lot. With a lot of pride he looked up at his mother. His mother, who had seen him looking at Daphne, just kept looking at him with that little knowing smile on her face she often had. His father, on the other hand, was sitting in his painted chair sleeping the day away. It was on that moment that Bella came walking into the room. She went over to Harry and hung on the back of his chair with her head over his shoulder as she kissed him on the cheek. She looked at Daphne, who hadn't looked up and was reading away. So tell me, what are you thinking about, Harry? With a look to his side, Harry looked at Bella. His look told Bella that he was thinking, and he was thinking hard. I'm thinking about a lot of things, Bella. First, we have to do something about the houses at Hogwarts. We also have to find a real body for Lady Hogwarts and also get her so far that she is going to teach history at Hogwarts. And the final thing I have to do is arrange a marriage contract with David for Daphne. Bella grabbed the shoulders of Harry and turned his chair around. What did you just say? We have to find a body for Lady Hogwarts. No, Harry, the other thing. Ooh, the thing about the houses at Hogwarts, well, that's a real problem. Harry knew what Bella wanted to hear, but he just could not let the chance go by, for teasing her a little. Bella threw her arms in the air out of frustration. Og, Harry, you know what in Merlin's name I meant. What was the last thing you said? Harry could not keep the smile from his face and burst out laughing when he looked at her. Bella smiled when she saw him laughing like that. He didn't do it often, but when he did it like this, she just had to smile. Come on, Harry, what was the last thing you said? Harry chuckled a little more and pulled Bella onto his lap. I have to make a marriage contract with David. It has to have a way out for the chance that it does not work between us and Daphne. But we don't want anyone taking Daphne away from us now, do we? And this is the legal way to make sure of that. Daphne, who was still sitting with her back against the wall, looked up when she heard Harry say something about a marriage contract. Do you mean that, Harry? You really want to make me a part of you and Bella? The only thing Harry did was to give a little nod. But that was more than enough for Daphne to jump up from the floor and straight at Harry and wrapping her arms around him. The key she gave him would be one he would remember for a very long time. Daphne, you know you have to share, right? Bella said with a smile on her face. Okay, Daphne said and pulled Bella to her. Before Bella knew what Daphne was doing, she felt Daphne's lips on hers and melted in her arms. 5 minutes later she looked at Daphne and blushed and blushed even more. Her only words were, "Wow, I want more of that," and she blushed harder than she had ever done. From out of her painting, Lily saw how the three kids were wrapped up in and around each other in one big hug. Her little boy had two women who would do everything to make him happy. It was something that almost melted her painted heart. When Isabella came walking into the room, she was immediately torpedoed by a bouncing Daphne. Harry wants to make a contract with me, so can you go and get Daddy over here? Isabella looked at her daughter and then to Harry. Harry nodded that it was true and gave her a little smile. Isabella saw it and smiled back at him and to her daughter. I will tell him, honey, but you have to wait for him to get back. Your father left this morning for a business meeting in France. So as soon as he is back, we will make that contract, okay? Daphne was a little put out by that answer. She didn't like to wait for her father to get back. But she knew it was what it was and there was nothing she could do about it. So she did the next best thing. She ran over to Harry and planted herself back in his lap. Bella looked at it and sat down next to Isabella. Bella, are you okay with all of this? Isabella asked. You do know you have to share Harry with Daphne from now on. Maybe it was a little mean of Isabella, but she wanted to be really sure that her daughter would be in good hands. She knew that both Harry and Bella would give her all the love they could, but she wanted to be sure Bella was okay with the situation at hand. Bella, who wasn't really surprised by the question, didn't immediately answer her, but kept looking at Daphne and Harry. With her eyes on her two friends, no lovers, she saw how happy Harry was, and that alone made her heart skip a beat. As she looked, she realized that she herself became even more happy when Harry was happy. She also knew that with Daphne in the mix she had to share. Her eyes went over to Daphne. Daphne was another story. She had seen how Daphne had fallen in love with Harry from the first look she gave him. She was also the girl that came to help her when she was attacked in the Forbidden Forest. She was also the girl that was with her when she was in the infirmary, Daphne who would do everything for her Harry, no, their Harry. In her mind she pictured all the other girls Harry had danced with at the party. But all those girls had nothing on Daphne. No, Daphne was the girl and Daphne had to be the girl. In her mind she knew that Harry could not find another girl that was better than her Daphne. Wait, how did Daphne become her girl? No, Daphne had to be the one. There was no other choice for a second wife. Her eyes met the eyes of Daphne and her heart skipped another beat. It was now that she herself knew that she was also in love with Daphne. She also knew that she would love Daphne just as much as she loved Harry. It had been the key that woke up the fire inside of her. Bella looked at Isabella and wanted to give her her answer. Isabella held up her hand. You don't have to say anything, Bella. I felt the way you felt when you looked at Harry and at Daphne. I could feel the love you feel for Harry, but also the love you feel for Daphne. So I only have one thing to ask you, Bella. Bella looked up at Isabella and nodded. Bella, will you take good care of the son of Lily but also a little of my son? Will you do that together with my daughter? Bella was nodding very fast. Yes, mother-in-law, I will, Bella said cheekily. Isabella laughed and pulled Bella into a motherly hug. As Bella let go of Isabella, she walked over to Daphne and was again pulled into a hug. She melted in her arms and felt soft lips on her cheek. I love you too, Bella, Daphne whispered in her ear. She together with Harry had heard every word her mother had said. They smiled and as one they looked over at Harry with a determination in their eyes they didn't have before. Ooh shit, I wonder if there is still a way to get out of this, Harry said in a fake whisper. Harry James Potter, Bella and Daphne shouted in unison as they started to go over to Harry. Harry jumped and ran behind Isabella. Help me, Mom. Those girls are mean to me, Harry screamed with a smile and a laugh in his voice, as he wrapped his arms around Isabella from behind in a hug. Now girls, please wait until I leave. A mother can only see so much of the abuse her son will get from his girlfriends, she smiled, and you don't want me to pick sides, do you? Isabella winked at Harry and smiled again. Harry saw the wink and stood in front of his girls with a big smile on his face. As Isabella walked out the door and pulled it close behind her, she said, "Go get him, girls." The only thing she heard was Harry pleading them to stop tickling him. What they didn't know was that in Harry's mind he finally had something to live for and to protect. Late that afternoon, when Minerva had gotten back from Hogwarts, the kids told her all about that morning. Daphne told her all about the contract Harry wanted to write up with her father. Minerva smiled at Isabella with a knowing smile. This was one of the things they had seen coming from miles away. When they had told Minerva all about that morning, it was time to take a closer look at the book. Harry gave Daphne a look when Bella took the book from the bookcase. What book have you been reading over there? He whispered. Daphne blushed a little. I was looking at the pranks your mother wrote in the fake book. Harry just shook his head and sat down on the couch. Bella was sitting on another couch and was holding the book in front of her face. As she started to look at the chapters, she read some chapters out loud. Daphne was behind her, hanging over the back of the couch. Harry and Astoria were starting to irritate each other. Isabella wanted to say something about it, but the look Minerva gave her made her hold her tongue. Just let it be, Isabella. You will just be as amazed as we were in about 5 minutes. Isabella gave her a sharp nod. She didn't know what Minerva meant with those words, but when it comes to Harry, nothing would really amaze her. The only thing she knew was that Harry was a boy who would always do something you wouldn't expect. One of those things had been seen in the memory from Narcissa. The kids had already gone to bed just like David because he had to go to France. As the ladies went into the Potter family pensieve, they looked on with horror when they saw Lucius throwing cutting curse after cutting curse. they all winced in pain when they saw Narcissa slamming against the wall. The curses that they were all screaming, when Lucius told the kids that he had been one of the people who was responsible for the beating Harry got before Christmas, would make a sailor jealous. The curses, however, stopped abruptly when they saw Harry dropping to the floor. The wandless magic he showed was right up there with the great wizards and witches from the past. As Isabella thought back to the memory, it only made her happier to know that it was Harry who wanted Daphne as his other wife. From the memory, she knew that Harry would do anything for her Daphne and Bella. So with the warning from Minerva still in her head, she looked at the kids and waited, as Bella read another section of the book. This is the curse of mercy your mother used. Ooh, and here the connecting of the souls. Bella gave Daphne a knowing look but kept her mouth shut, when Arabella looked at her. It was then that Bella knew she had to explain herself later that night. She swallowed and went on. There is even a curse that makes a blood bond with another house. It was by those words that Harry stopped playing the annoying game he had been playing with Astoria. Even though Bella had been the one who was reading the book out loud, it had been Daphne who answered his look. Bella held her tongue as Daphne started to answer, but neither of them looked at each other or at Harry. Something that would be repeated a couple of times that afternoon. That is a potion mixed with a couple drops of blood from both of the lords. This potion is used to strengthen the bond between the houses. Now that is the nice thing of the potion. The curse part is if you make this bond with an enemy house. This potion will make it so that it is impossible to do any sort of deception or mistreatment to the other house. If you did, then you would be paying for it with your life, Daphne explained. Nice way to undo yourself from your enemy, especially if they do not know about it, Harry said. Yes, it is, and it is also the way they did it. The trouble, however, is that if you forgot about it after 2 or 3 years and you would be the one doing something, then you would be the one paying for it with your life, Daphne said with a smile. So we are not going to do that, Harry said and went back to annoy Astoria. Isabella raised an eyebrow and looked over to Minerva. Minerva looked back with a look from, I told you so, this is what we meant. This book is really great, but you sure have to watch out with what things you do from this book, Bella said. Look likes this one. It's called Mors Mordra and it is in the form of a tattoo. Really, if you do that, you must be out of your mind. Harry stopped again and let his eyes wander over to Daphne. Mors Mordra is a concoction in the form of a drink or potion. The main ingredient is the blood in the body of the one doing the spell. With Mors Mordra, you let a magical tattoo appear on the body of the receiver. Daphne saw Harry looking at her with questioning eyes. Now the purpose of this spell is that it allows you to draw on the magic of the person with the tattoo. It gives you access to all the magic of that person, without the person knowing it. Daphne gave a deep sigh. This spell and potion will make you stronger than you would normally be. Now the next thing about this spell is only reversible by the caster. That is because it is based on his blood. The down point is that when that wizard or witch dies, then all with the tattoo will die with him or her, and she looked over at Harry. Bella, who always listened to the things Daphne was saying, looked up at her with big eyes. So if I understand you correctly, you can become as strong as you want to be, as long as you have enough nutcases that want to wear your tattoo. Dat is precies what het is, Bella, Daphne said. The only thing the tattoo wearers don't know is that their life is in the hands of the giver. You really have to be nuts to do that, Bella and Harry told her in unison. That's exactly what it is. However, there is also another form of this spell. This form can only be done by a Vila. However, there are also 2 forms of this magic from this type of connection to the Vila. Form 1 is that the Vila connect herself to a wizard in a magical bond between the 2 of them. This will give them both a connection to each other that goes beyond a marriage bond. The downfall is that if one dies, the other will die within 24 hours. The second is that magic connects the Vila's magic to the wizard. This will happen when a wizard saves the life of a Vila. On that time, the magic of the Vila can connect itself to the wizard. If that happens, it will mean that she will become his South Avenue. This will almost always turn out bad for the Vila. Mostly she will be used as a object to please the wizard and make money for him. Because of this, she will always die young. For the wizard, there will be no effect whatsoever, Daphne said as she looked at Bella. The answer Daphne gave to Bella made Minerva look over to Lily and James, who were looking at her from their paintings. It was something the three friends had missed completely. Isabella, on the other hand, did see the look Minerva gave Lily and bumped her shoulder. As Minerva looked at her, she gave a jerk of her head, asking, "What is it?" Minerva put her hand in front of her mouth and whispered, "The tattoo is the dark mark. You know, the one every Death Eater has." The eyes of Isabella became very big when she heard Minerva saying it. With a swipe, she let her eyes go straight to Bella. She shook her head and stood to leave the room. At the door, she grabbed the two little frames of Lily and James. Minerva knew what Isabella wanted and went after her. This all happened without the kids even realizing they were left alone. They had been so wrapped up in the book that they just didn't know. "Minerva, are you sure that the tattoo is the mark that goes with that spell?" Isabella asked as soon as Minerva had closed the door behind her. "Yes, I'm sure of it, and there is nothing we can do about it. But the one thing we know now is why he was as strong as he was. However, I also understand that he is still alive, but I don't know how." "What do you mean he is still alive? I thought Harry killed him 3 times already," Lily screamed from her frame. "Well, it's like Daphne just told Bella. If you are a follower of Voldemort, then you will get his mark. We also know that if you have that mark, you would die when he dies," Minerva told Lily. "Okay, Mum. I do understand that, but why do you think he is still alive?" "Well, maybe not really alive, but he is still among the living. We also know that Harry was a Horcrux and that he killed one of his Horcruxes in the chamber. Now it lets me think that there are even more of those things around. I'm pretty sure of this because the upper floor of Azkaban is filled with Death Eaters. They all have the dark mark. I even know of one witch that is in there, who also has the dark mark." Lily and Isabella immediately knew that Minerva was talking about Bellatrix and also about little Bella, who was now sitting in the other room. "So it will mean that we cannot kill Voldemort before he sends Bellatrix back in time to become our little Bella. That will be in about 3 years." Slowly the realization settled with Isabella, James and Lily. Lord Voldemort was coming back, and he could not be killed before little Bella was among them in the past. And that would be in 3 years. Wait a minute, how do you know that Bellatrix will be sent back in time, in 3 years from now? Isabella asked. Minerva looked at the ceiling to think for a minute. "It was the day Arabella and me were taking Harry and Bella to Potter Castle. It was there that little Snot told us about Bellatrix." Flashback. Part 2, C2. Snot the house elf came standing next to Harry. "Master Potter, sir?" he asked sweetly. "It's just Harry, Snot," Harry said. The elf looked at Harry for a minute and laughed. "Mistress Lily always wanted to be called by her name," he cried happy. "Master Harry, come and follow me for a tour of the house." Harry nodded and looked at Bella. "Mistress Black may also come along on our tour," Snot said to Harry. At those words, Minerva and Arabella immediately looked at Snot the house elf. "What did you call her, Snot?" Arabella asked. "I called her Mistress Black. She is not yet married to Harry, but she is already mistress of us. Harry has now contract with Bellatrix Black. And she is she. That's why she is Mistress Black." Minerva looked at the elf dubiously. "You know that there is still a Bellatrix Black in Azkaban," she said to the house elf. The elf in his turn glanced at her with wide eyes. "I know," he said immediately, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "But that Bellatrix will disappear in 5 years and this Bellatrix will remains. And she will marry Master Harry Potter." End flashback. It was now that Isabella and Lily understood what Minerva meant. The moment they walked back into the other room and Lily and James back into their frames, they all looked over at Bella and especially at her left arm that was completely blank. They all gave a sigh of relief and were just in time to hear Bella scream. "Yes, this is it. This is the potion and spell." Daphne came from the back of the couch and planted herself on the right side of Bella. Harry stood from his place and sat down on the left side of her. The adults sat themselves down at the table and waited for what Bella was going to tell them. "This is not going to be easy. I think we will need all the help we can get," Bella told them. Everyone looked at her as she started to tell them about the ritual. Curse of desire and magical entity from the body of the beast. A entity of pure magic brought to life from the belly of the beast. This with the result of a new human life form created by a full moon when the 7th month comes to end. Item list. 1 massive golden cauldron, 1000 liters. 750 liters of water. 4 whole mandragoras. 2 kilos of devil's snare harvest at half moon in the 6th month. 1 liter of basilisk venom. For a magical entity turned into a human form, see page 107. Bella started flipping through the pages until she got to page 107. Magical entity turned into a human form. Item list. Spurge picked at full moon in June, 200 grams. Grinded unicorn horn, 300 grams. Blood from at least 4 generations of pureblood. Body for magical entity has to be formed from 1 piece. The bigger the piece, the bigger the body. Body has to be from a magical beast. Preparation. Starting time. Midnight 5 days before the start of the ritual, put the cauldron at the spot of the magical entity. Then you bring the water to the boil and put the whole mandragoras into the cauldron. Let it cook for 4 days on a low flame with the lid on the cauldron. Stir every hour on the hour 30 times clockwise, 10 times counterclockwise. Chop the devil's snare into pieces of 4 inches. Add these to the cauldron at midnight after 3 days. Let it steam for 1 hour. After that, stir 12 times counterclockwise on the hour and 2 times clockwise, for 6 times. Let it simmer until next part. Add the rest of the ingredients at midnight on the 4th day, stir it for 100 times clockwise. And just let it simmer, again. Start at 20 hours before the end of the ritual. Add 1 drop of blood from 1 pureblood, say the spell and stir 3 times clockwise. Repeat every hour on the hour for every pureblood. Spell. I give my blood for your life. Pure of blood. I give my blood for your life. Pure of soul. I give my blood for your life. Pure of heart. Live through my blood. Live through my soul. Live through my heart. Spell is said out loud after the drop of blood for every pureblood. Put at full moon at midnight the piece of the beast into the cauldron. Add magical entity into the cauldron. The purebloods have to stand around the cauldron for 1 last time saying the spell together. Then wait. Everyone looked at Bella while she was reading the spell and ritual out loud. Daphne had stood up halfway and was now looking at a book. To her surprise, she found out that the next full moon was on Harry's birthday. Harry, we can do it in 5 days, the full moon is on your birthday. I only hope we will be able to get the body for Lady Hogwarts. Daphne then turned to Lily and asked, why do we have to use the blood off a pure blood? I thought that mixing pure blood will eventually turn into a squib. Yes, you are right, Daphne, but this ritual will not make the body out of the blood. It will only take the magical knowledge from the blood. So it will take the knowledge from 128 persons. It will only make the body stronger, and with the magic of Hogwarts she will be unstoppable, Lily answered her. Harry looked at Daphne, then at Bella, and finally he looked at Arabella. Arabella, what do you think about this? Do you think you could get all the ingredients we need in 5 days, especially the ones that had to be harvested at half and full moon? Arabella looked at Harry and took a little book from her handbag. If I can borrow Minnie for 3 days, then I will be able to get everything except the body and the basilisk venom, she told him. I cannot take Dobby because he has to help Remus with the store when I'm gone for a couple of days. Harry nodded and took a deep breath. The body and potion are already in the Chamber of Secrets. It is there that I left the basilisk's body. It is also there that we could do the ritual. No one can enter the chamber without me opening the door for them. The only thing I don't know is where I can get a cauldron for 1,000 liters that is made of pure gold. Son, your mother had one of those cauldrons in the basement. It is in a shrunken box with the name Rituals on it, James said from his frame. Then we only need 4 pure bloods. But who would we trust to do that? Harry said. I think I know who we could use for that cub, Minerva said to her grandson. And they are. Everyone was just sitting around. They were all waiting with excitement at what Minerva was about to say. They were especially curious who, according to her, the 4 purebloods were that could do the ritual. Harry, who had been sitting on the couch, was slowly crawling to his grandmother. Bella, who saw him crawl, smiled a little and started to follow him the same way. When they were next to each other and in front of Minerva, they looked up at her with little puppy dog eyes. Minerva tried to look very strict, but she could not do it when she saw those little puppy dog eyes. She just had to smile and saw how greedy they were to find out who the pure bloods were. Well, I was thinking about Amelia Bones, David Greengrass, Augusta Longbottom, and myself. We are all pure bloods for at least 9 generations. But as I think about it, our heirs could also do it. Yeah, Daphne screamed from her spot on the couch. Of course we can do that. I do think that Susan will be down for it if we ask her, and I'm sure Neville will be just as excited as we are. I know for a fact that it is a magic above Newt level. Everyone laughed at the burst of happiness that came from Daphne, only Bella had a look of confusion on her face. Aunt Minnie, she asked in a small voice. You don't have an heir, do you? Minerva didn't say anything but just looked at Bella. Bella, sweetheart, Arabella said and waited for Bella to look at her. I think you are forgetting something there, she said and looked at Bella with a little smile on her face. I think Minerva does have an heir. She might not have one by name, but she has one by blood. And we were very fortunate to find that out only a little of a year ago. Harry is not only the heir to the Potters, the Peverell line, and the Gryffindor line. He is also the heir to the McGonagall line. He became the heir because his mum can't do it anymore, and that is what made Harry her heir. Bella looked at Harry and then she looked at Minerva. She didn't know what she could say about that. She did open her mouth, but she closed it almost immediately. With a shy look, she looked at the floor in shame. From out of nowhere, she felt 2 hands that took a hold of her face. The next thing she felt was a soft kiss on her forehead. You are a dear, Bella, and I really mean it. I love you dearly, Minerva told her sweetly. The clock ticked on as the time went by. They were making the plans of how to handle the upcoming 10 days. One of the biggest problems was that they had to go into the castle, and they have to do it while Albus was there. James had told them that it wouldn't be that hard. He knew of several passageways in and out the castle. The ritual would be done by Arabella and Lily. Arabella would do the potion and Lily would look on as a second pair of eyes. Lily did have her daily visits to St. Mungo's to help the parents of Neville. But they were as good as she was going to get them for now. And she herself wanted to have a little distraction. She was, however, happy that her mother Minerva had seen it fit to make several other little frames for the both of them so that they could go to more places. In another room, Arabella was gathering all the things she would need for her trip to the continent. Bella was at her side and was helping her with everything she could. She had told them that she had to go to France and Denmark. Those were the 2 places where the Devil's Snare and Wolf's Bane Spurge was mostly used. It was also there that she was sure that she would get it as fresh as possible and picked at the right time. Another thing she was sure of was that she had to do a lot of negotiating. So she took it upon herself and asked if it was okay to use the Potter name as a business name. With that name and the name of her little shop, Figs and Potter's Potions, she was sure to get the best deal and the most worth for her money, and the promise to get more ingredients from them if they turned out as they were promised. Normally Harry wouldn't like it if his name was used, but for this time he made a generous exception, he had said. This had caused him to rub the back of his head when Bella and Daphne had struck while they were saying, "Respect your elders, Potter. But, and no talking back to your girlfriends." It was early in the morning that Bella, Harry and Minerva were standing in the hallway saying goodbye to Arabella. When Arabella had left Potter Castle by Portkey, Bella and Harry started to prepare themselves to go to Azkaban. Today would be the day that Bellatrix would have another chance to hug her little husband-to-be. The last time she was supposed to hold him had been with Christmas. However, someone had seen it fit to beat him so far that it had been her who was looking him up at St. Mungo's. When he finally had come around, he had been too weak to hug her back. The months that came after Christmas were months she would curse the ones who had beaten her little husband. But today he would make it up to her and hug her for real. Harry became more nervous with every minute that passed. Today would be the day he would make it up to her. Suddenly he started to shiver a little bit. What is the matter with you? Bella asked. I don't know, but the moment I thought about making it up to you. Who no? Up to Bellatrix, so yes you. I think she was thinking the same thing. Bella shook her head and went back to being just as nervous as Harry was. She would meet herself for the first time too. She had already seen herself that one time. But today she would really talk to herself. The only thing left to do was to wait for Tonks. Grandmother Minnie and Isabella stood on the fact that they needed some protection. It was something they wanted after the fight in the restaurant. The owner didn't know who Lucius was, so Harry took the opportunity to tell them that he didn't know who Lucius was either. It was the one thing he could do to protect Narcissa from Lucius. It would not help them from Draco, but that was someone they could handle themselves for now. Amelia did think about it for a minute, but finally she nodded and went along with Harry. But she kept the file for when they could go after him, and then she would nail him for everything he got. However, that was a little while ago, and now was a total different story. With another half hour to go, they were all waiting for Tonks to come get them. Slowly the nerves started to really get to them. Bella kept looking at the clock with every minute that passed. The longer it took, the more she wanted Tonks to be there, but she would only be there in about 15 minutes. "Auntie, don't be so nervous," Tonks whispered in her ear. Harry saw Tonks walking into the room from the fireplace and had to put his hand in front of his mouth just to keep him from bursting out in laughter. When he heard the whisper, he was rolling on the ground as he saw Bella jump a foot in the air. Bella turned around. "I don't care how old you are, but I can still put you over my knee," Bella screamed as she looked at Tonks. "Ah, but I'm your favorite niece," Tonks told her as she made her eyes look like that of a little puppy dog and started to quiver her bottom lip. "Don't you do that to me, Tonks," and Bella put her hand on her hips. "Or I'm going to tell Bellatrix about you and how you are teasing her. No me us." It was now that Tonks was also rolling on the ground from laughter. Finally the time had come and Tonks had taken them to the boat and they were on their way to Azkaban. Just like Andromeda before them, they had also arranged the special room for the prisoners and them to visit each other. As the time went on, Bella was holding the hand of Harry and was looking at the door with an anxious look in her eyes. She knew that she would see herself walking through that door any minute now. But the one thing she didn't know was how she would react when she saw herself. Harry had told her that he would be at her side and would be there if she needed him. When the door to the special room opened, they could see a very fearful Bellatrix looking into the room. Like always, the prisoners didn't know who would be waiting for them in the room. It was something that wasn't told to them just to make it more enjoyable for the guards when they walked them to the room. However, fear was not the only thing they saw in her eyes. They could also see that she was very alert and ready for everything. Deep in those eyes they saw the by.ch she could really be, and they were glad that she was on their side. When her eyes met those of Harry, she immediately knew that it would be okay, and it only took her a couple of steps to be at his side. Before Harry knew what was happening, he was pulled from his chair and pulled into a hug and kissed all over his face. "Will you leave something for me, Bellatrix?" With eyes turning twice as big, Bellatrix turned her head with hatred written all over her face. She didn't know who dared to interrupt her when she was in her arms of her Harry. But that person had to have a real good reason, or she will be dead. This was her time with Harry, and no one will take that away from her. Suddenly her eyes rested on two eyes that just looked like hers. As her eyes went over the face, she realized she was looking into a smaller version of herself. Bellatrix let go of Harry and kneeled in front of her smaller self. Two pairs of the same eyes looked into each other. Slowly the tension in the room was rising. Harry took a couple of steps back as he felt the raw magic coming from the both of them. He knew that they had a real temperament when someone was threatening to take the one thing they wanted for themselves. So as Harry looked on, he was waiting for the staring contest to come to an end. They would either calm down or he would risk live and limb to pull them apart. As seconds went on, Harry became even more nervous than he thought he ever would or could get. Bella was standing a little away from them and kept her eyes looking straight at the eyes of her older self. Bellatrix was slowly making her way over to Bella and went down on her knees as she sat herself eye to eye with Bella. Both set of eyes kept looking at the other set without blinking even once. With one hand from Bellatrix that she brought to the shoulder of Bella, she got herself steady. Bella brought her little hand to the face of Bellatrix and rubbed her thumb on her cheek just under her right eye. As her thumb made contact with her cheek, they both felt a shiver going through their bodies. So here they were, both of them in the same time, both of them in love with the same person, and both with only one thing on their minds. That one thing had a name, and it was Harry Potter. Slowly Bellatrix brought her hand to the face of Bella. Here stood her younger self, the one whose heart belonged to Harry. Her competition for if she ever got out of Azkaban. What was it she had to do? She had the contract with Harry and knew he would be hers. Then she had the magical oath she had made together with her sisters and Sirius. She had promised to do anything she could for Harry but also for her younger self. Bella opened her mouth but closed it again because she didn't know what she could say to herself. Both of them had a weird feeling inside of them as they looked into the other pair of eyes. In the heart of Bellatrix she knew that little Bella was her younger self and with that they were one and the same. She had to be jealous of Bella because she had Harry with her but she wasn't. Bella shook her head slowly and closed her eyes. She wanted to turn around and back to Harry when she felt a pair of arms closing around her neck in a soft hug. Bella, who never had many hugs beside those of her sisters, sighed with content as she felt the love from herself coming over her. Bella, who saw Bellatrix closing her eyes, couldn't help herself and flung her arms around the neck of Bellatrix. She pulled her a little closer and whispered, "For the next couple of hours he is all yours." Bellatrix nodded in her neck and looked back to Harry. She reached her hand out to Harry and saw how he took it in his. The moment they touched she could feel the warmth spread through her body from the tips of her fingers to the tips of her toes. Bella, who had let go of Bellatrix, went over to Tonks and sat down next to her, on one side of the table, as they both looked at the way Bellatrix melted into the arms of Harry with a small smile. When the door opened they all looked at it and saw Sirius walking into the room with a determined stare, when he had finally arrived. With eyes as big as saucers he looked at the way Bellatrix was holding his godson. The love he saw in her eyes was something he had never seen before on the face of Bellatrix. That face and that love even warmed the heart of an old dog like him. The hours after that was spent with a lot of talking about everything and nothing important. When the talk came to the subject of the oath and the basilisk, it all turned very serious. Bellatrix started to get a little angry and Sirius was looking down in shame and rage. He was mad at himself for being so stupid for leaving Harry with Hagrid that night. He was also very mad at Dumbledore for closing the will and never checking on Harry when he was with the Dursleys. Just like all the other times he told them again that he was sorry. Harry rolled with his eyes when he heard Sirius again saying how sorry he was. It was now that he again promised him that they would do everything they can to find that rat. But as long as they didn't know where he was, he could be everywhere in England or even in the world. So without any real leads it could take them a while before they have found him. Sirius nodded but grumbled for another 15 minutes. To change the subject, Bella asked Bellatrix how it was to share the prison with Aunt Minnie. Bellatrix laughed and started to tell them all about that time. The only thing she didn't tell them was her animagus form. "Say, Harry, you do know that you have to continue with the family tradition, so when are you coming to stay here with us?" Bellatrix asked with a cheeky smile. Harry smiled back but shook his head. "I'm not going to stay here. However, if I can send one person to this place, then it will be Lucius." It was on these words that Bella looked deep into the eyes of Bellatrix and the both of them fell down to the ground. Bellatrix opened her eyes and looked around the chamber she was in. Wherever she looked she saw doors and only doors. She realized that she was in a mindscape, but it was so much like her own. Only this mindscape had color while her was black. "Hi, Bellatrix," sounded a voice from behind her. Bellatrix was startled and swung her head around. There right in front of her stood her smaller self. "I'm sorry to drag you into my mind like this, but before we go I have to show you a lot of what I have seen. I do not know what it all means, but I do believe that I do need your help with some of it," Bella told her with a shy smile. Bellatrix looked at her younger self and then she looked around the mindscape for a second time. "How is it that your mindscape has so much color while mine is black?" Bella snorted at the words and immediately apologized when she saw Bellatrix looking at her with anger. "Sorry, Bellatrix, but it's frustrating when I have to explain it to you." Bellatrix didn't say anything and kept looking into her eyes. "Well, the more color the happier the person. I have this color because of Harry. He makes me happy and that is why I have this color. Now for your mindscape being black, that is something that is not true. Yours is gray, the mindscape of Harry, now that one is black. It is one of the worst I have ever seen." Bellatrix nodded at those words. She herself was much better at occlumency than her smaller self. It was something she learned as time went on, and because of that, she had seen glimpses of the mind of Harry. Again, she looked around and wanted to open a door. But a hand from Bella held her back. I'm sorry, Bella, but I have a lot to show you. It's important to me and Harry. Bellatrix nodded and followed Bella, who was walking to the next door. What I'm about to show you is the first time I saw Harry. I didn't know it was Harry at that time, but it was the first time nonetheless. What followed were a lot of memories from her days at the couch and at school. The way Dudley was attacking him, or how scared he was when he was released from his cupboard. As time went on, she got to her dreams, and especially Voldemort, who was attacking her in her mind. The best thing was that it all happened in her mind, so she was the one to remember it clearly. The best thing was Harry. Every time he came into her mind, he saved her from Voldemort. Bella was looking at the memories without saying a word. In her own childhood, she had been without love from her parents. But she always had the love from her sisters and Sirius. But here she saw Harry without any love at all. It was only when her little self came into the classroom with Harry that everything changed for him. The feeling she had was a little sad and happy, sad for Harry, but happy that she'd gone to primary school. It had been something they were not allowed to do because they had to be between muggles. The other hard thing for her to see was that she always changed from her adult self to the little Bella who was standing next to her. The one thing she really liked was the love she saw between herself and Harry. It was now that she knew their love was strong and it would stand the test of time. Bella also showed her own memories from before she had been with Arabella. The anger Bella saw in the eyes of Bellatrix made her take a step back, especially when Bellatrix said that those muggles would be hers and hers alone. Why was something why would realized when she was a little older. It was now that Bella stopped in front of a door that was locked with a chain. There was some movement in the door and you could take a peek inside. But the only thing you could see was an old and dirty hallway. Bella stood to the side and looked at Bellatrix. This is a room with your memories. I don't know anything about it, but sometimes one of those memories escapes from that room and it is then that I see it in my mind. It is also the place I appear when Voldemort pulls me into my mind. Bellatrix had her hand on the chain and lock. But as soon as Bella told her about the memories, she pulled her hand back like it had been burned. Bella saw it and laid her hand on top of Bellatrix's hand. This is the room I wanted you to see. I took you into my mind to ask you if you could open it. I don't know why, but I think that you have put the lock on the door before you were sent back in time. Bellatrix looked into the eyes of her younger self. I don't know, Bella. If I put that lock there, then I think I did it deliberately. If you ask me, I think it is better that I close the door completely than opening it. Bella nodded. She had been expecting this answer. I do understand why you would say that. But Harry and I are thinking something else. Sirius saw how little Bella and Bellatrix went down to the floor. As he went down to his knees, he saw how the eyes of Bellatrix were turned into the back of her head. As he looked at Bella, he saw that her eyes were glazed over. Sirius wanted to go to the door and ask a guard to get some help. But before he got to the door, Tonks stopped him and pulled him back to Harry, who was sitting next to Bellatrix. Let it be Sirius. Bella has taken Bellatrix into her mind, and this is not the first time she has done it like this, Tonks said. Sirius could not say that he liked it. But as he thought back, he remembered a time that Bellatrix pulled him into her mind. She had always been a natural when it came to legilimency or occlumency, but she hadn't been this strong when she was that little. As the three of them sat around the two bodies, Harry scooted a little closer to Bellatrix. Slowly he pulled her head onto his lap and started to stroke her hair. Bella has practiced this a lot for the last 2 weeks. It has been something we wanted to do when we saw Bellatrix. She had found a door in her mindscape that was locked, and she was hoping that Bellatrix could open that door. If not, then she had a little hope to find out who had locked the door. Both Sirius and Tonks were looking at Harry as if he had grown a second head. Harry, who had not seen the looks they gave him, went on. The other thing she wanted to do was to show Bellatrix a lot of memories from our youth and our encounters with Voldemort. As Harry told his little story to Sirius and Tonks, he started to rub the tears away that were forming in the eyes of Bellatrix. As you know, in the mind the time seems to stop, or you are moving extremely fast. So a year of memories will only take 2 or 3 minutes in real time. And as I look at Bellatrix, I think that she is reliving the memories of our youth. Harry looked up and saw the looks of Sirius and Tonks. They didn't say a word, but their eyes were asking him why they were doing this. Harry smiled a little. Bella is doing this so we can make Bellatrix a little stronger. And I know that she will need all the strength she can get, before Voldemort returns to the living, and she has to serve him for some time before she is sent back. What? Are you telling me that nutcase is coming back, that he is still alive somehow? Sirius shouted in a way that sounded like the bark of a dog. Both Tonks and Harry nodded and saw Sirius turning as white as a ghost when the words sunk in. No, I'm not going to kill Harry, Bellatrix shouted out loud. Just leave us alone and stay away from Harry, Bella screamed just as loud as Bellatrix did. No, don't do that. What do I do now, Bella? Call Harry. He can help us, just call him. How can he save us? I don't know how. Bella screamed out in pain as her body twisted in all kind of angles. Just call him, we need him, Bella screamed out between two bursts of pain that went through her little body. Sirius stood just when Bella started to scream for a second time. He instantly knew that Bella was placed under the Cruciatus curse and wanted to do something. Just as he was about to slam his fist against the door, he was pulled back by the hands of Tonks, who turned him around. Just let it be, Sirius, she snapped at him. Bellatrix has to get Harry into the mind of Bella. I'm not sure how it works, but it is very important. What I know of this is what Bella and Harry had told me. Slowly she pulled Sirius back to his chair. They told me that it has to be Bellatrix who pulls him in. It is in this way that she can see how important Harry is for them, Tonks told him with a pointed look at Bellatrix. But Nymph, don't call me that, Tonks snapped. Sirius threw his hands in the air. We have to do something. No, Sirius, we don't. Just wait and have a little faith in Harry. I know it's hard, but it will all be okay, I'm sure of it. Sirius nodded but had a hard time just sitting still and looking at what was happening. Harry, help us, we need you, sounded the voice of Bellatrix throughout the room. The eyes of Bella snapped open and looked straight at the eyes of Harry. As the eyes of Harry turned into the back of his head, Tonks rushed forward to catch him before he fell down. How it went down in the mind of Bella. Bellatrix appeared in the room that had been locked from the outside. Right behind her was little Bella, who looked under her arm at the hallway in front of them. Bella looked up at Bellatrix. And do you know where we are? No, I don't, Bellatrix said, but her answer sounded forced. Bellatrix, these are your memories, or a part of it. I only know that Narcissa is somewhere in this building, or a good memory of her. Just like Voldemort, she too can interact with me when I'm inside my mind. Bellatrix looked at her smaller self and wanted to know what she meant by Narcissa being here. But just as she was about to ask her about it, Narcissa appeared in the doorway. Narcissa was about to say something when she saw them both. Her eyes were big and it was obvious that she hadn't expected Bellatrix to be there too. You two have to get out of here. He is back and looking for you, and she pointed at Bella. Bellatrix looked at Bella and in a whisper she asked, who is she talking about, Bella? Who could be here looking for you? Voldemort. What? Those memories were real. I thought they were nightmares, Bellatrix said as she turned white from fear. No, those were all real. Voldemort has been trying to get me to kill Harry since I was a little girl of 8 years old. Bellatrix was speechless when she heard the words. Bella was telling it to her like it had been a daily occurrence, and in many ways it had been just that for Bella and Harry. Well, looky here, if it isn't little Bellatrix. Voldemort walked into the room and stopped in his tracks. No, this can't be, you are not supposed to be here too. I have sent you back so you are not here, this can't be real, Voldemort said while he was looking at Bellatrix with his piercing red eyes. Bellatrix looked back at Voldemort, but while her face was steady as a rock, her insides were trembling in fear. His eyes were burning into hers, and with every second that passed her fear doubled from her own memories she had been through with that monster. Bellatrix was looking for a way out and was searching for Narcissa to help her, but her sister had disappeared into nothingness. So the next thing she looked for was any kind of help she could get. But the only other thing in the room was her little self, but what kind of help could she be against the Dark Lord? No, she was left alone and without any hope. Well, speaking of being lucky. Now you two can work together and make sure that Harry Potter is dead by the end of the day, so one of you stays here while the other is going to kill Harry Bloody Potter, Voldemort sneered at them. Bella was a lot braver than she had been when she was 8 years old and said, I thought you said that we had to work together. Bella looked over at Bellatrix and knew that it was her time to make a stand, as Bella was waiting for Bellatrix to go against Voldemort. It was Voldemort who answered Bella. When I said together I meant one of you, Bombard, and Bella flew against the wall. Bellatrix immediately stood in front of Bella. Bella, who was lying against the wall, looked up at Bellatrix. A small smile crawled over her face. This was a good sign and it showed a lot of promise. Bellatrix had to become stronger so she could resist Voldemort better than she had in the past. As Voldemort walked over to Bella, Bellatrix looked him in the eye and then to Bella. As their eyes met, Bellatrix shook her head. Come on, Bellatrix, take a stand. Tell him what you want, be strong. Bellatrix shook her head again, but Bella went on. I know that you can do it. Harry knows that you can do it. I can do it. I may not win, but I can take a stand, and as I can do it, then you can do it too, Bella told her in a near whisper. Voldemort was now standing next to Bella and shoved Bellatrix to the side. He leveled his wand at Bella while he kept looking at Bellatrix. Well, Bellatrix, I'm waiting, but I will make it easy on you. Either you go and kill Harry Potter or I will kill Bella here. No, I'm not going to kill Harry, Bellatrix said in a whisper. But in the room outside of their mind it was screamed. Voldemort smiled his trademark smile. No, Bellatrix. Well, it does not matter because I have ways to make you do what I want. His eyes went from Bellatrix to Bella. And his smile turned into his evil laugh. Just leave us alone and stay away from Harry, Bella screamed just as loud. Now there is the little Bella I know. Small, feisty, and always thinking she can stand up to me, waiting on her little buddy to come and save her. However, I don't see Harry anywhere, and this time I won't let you call him. The evil laugh of Voldemort sounded again, and it sent a shiver through the body of Bellatrix. Bella wanted to open her mouth. Crusio. Bella, who had just crawled back to her feet, went down screaming in pain. No, don't do that, Bellatrix screamed at Voldemort. What do I do now, Bella? Call Harry. He can help us, just call him. Don't you listen to her, Bellatrix, but listen to your lord. If you don't, then it will be bye to Bella. Call Harry. He can help us, just call him. The mind of Bellatrix went all over the place. How could Harry help them? He was only 13 years old. Sure, she had seen the memories, but still he was so young. How could a little boy do that? How could he save them? How can he save us? I don't know how. Again Voldemort screamed. Crucio. Bella screamed out in pain as her body twisted in all kind of angles. Just call him, we need him. Bella screamed out between two bursts of pain. Bellatrix didn't know what to think anymore. She knew Harry was good but still a boy. But she herself was afraid of her lord, afraid to make a stand. As Bella screamed, she knew that they would lose. Bella screamed even louder and she knew that she had to do something. Harry was the one, according to Bella, and he was the only one. She had no other choice. Harry, help us, we need you. There from out of nowhere Harry stood next to her and took hold of her hand. Trust me, Bellatrix, just like Bella, and I trust you. You are stronger than you ever were. Bellatrix looked at Harry with her eyes into his eyes. There he stood and she knew she brought him here. As she looked at him she was out of words to say but felt his magic wash over her. His warmth went through her body like it always did and she got hope that he would take care of it and that it would all be okay. Harry removed his wand and placed it into her hand and asked her to conjure a coffin. Bellatrix tried to push the wand back into his hand but Harry refused it. Bellatrix, I know you can do this. He is only a memory, a bad one but still a memory. His curses are real but he is not. As he said it he smiled at her reassuringly. In the seconds that had passed when Harry appeared into the room, Voldemort had stood to the side. He had first looked at Harry in surprise but that surprise was now gone. As he smiled he pointed his wand at Harry and screamed Crucio. Harry went down and screamed his lungs out, as he kept his eyes with a lot of difficulty on Bellatrix. He said through clenched teeth. Do it, Bellatrix. I know you can do it. I know you can. Bella had crawled over to Harry and was now next to Bellatrix. Come on, Bellatrix, you can do it. I can do it, so you can too. Bellatrix looked at Voldemort. What, Bellatrix, are you going to make a stand now? Voldemort sneered. Bellatrix looked at the wand in her hand. She looked back at Voldemort. Crucio Maxima. Voldemort screamed like he had never screamed before and disappeared into nothingness. The next moment they found themselves back into the room between Sirius and Tonks. The eyes from Sirius were a little worried and wild as he looked at Harry and Bella. He didn't exactly know what had happened, but it was one thing that he wanted to know for sure. Internally he was very afraid for the answers that he would receive. It was not every day that you witness three people entering a mindscape where they were tortured beyond imagination. But it also happened right in front of his eyes. Bellatrix, who just like Sirius was looking around with wide eyes, didn't know what to think. The one thing she did know was that the bond between Harry and her little self was even more than she wanted to know. That little bit of jealousy she had completely disappeared. She now understood how important her smaller self was to Harry, but even more how important Harry was for her little self and in extension to herself. Was that really V. Voldemort that I have hexed in your thoughts? Bellatrix asked after a moment of silence. Both Bella and Harry nodded to her while they were both shivering and twisting from the spell that had been placed upon them in the mind of Bella. And this is happening once or twice a month from when you were 8? She asked Bella with a little hesitation. Bella stood and walked over to herself. While she pulled a chair over for herself and Bellatrix, she told her. Yes, and every time it happens Harry comes into my mind and saves us. He will always be there for you and me whenever we need him. That is one thing I'm sure of. It was now that Bella looked into the eyes of Bellatrix while she lay her head on her shoulder. I don't know when you will be sent back in time. But the one thing I do know is that you will find the best man all of England has to offer. Bellatrix hugged her little self a little closer and looked over at Harry, who was still twisting in the corner. She could not keep the little smile of her face when she looked at him. While she took a good look at her husband-to-be, she knew that Bella was right. He would be the greatest wizard the world has ever seen, and yet he was modest and normal about it. He had a raw power that was beyond this world, but he didn't know how to use it. The only time he did was when he was mad, and that was almost never. Most of it was because he was too scared to use that power. As she took a little peek into his mind, she saw that it had been his aunt and uncle that had made him so scared of that power. The one thing that pleased her a lot was the fact that she herself had become even stronger than she herself had been as a child. Most of it was because of the way Harry helped her in everything she did. While she kept her eyes on Harry, she had more hope than she ever had. In the memories from Bella, she had seen a lot of things, but the moment Harry was with them, she felt that the new Harry would conquer the Dark Lord. Not just yet, but someday he would be even greater than the Dark Lord had ever been. She had seen fear in the eyes of the Dark Lord, and that was something none of his Death Eaters had ever seen before. There was, however, one thing that she was worried about. During her time at Hogwarts, she had found out that she was more into girls than boys, and she didn't know if that was still the case. But if that would be the case, then the one thing she didn't want was to hurt Harry, but it would be something she would talk about later with Bella when they had a moment alone. Even if it would be on another day. The time that was left was mostly spent with a lot of talking and planning for what was to come. Bellatrix especially wanted to know how Harry was preparing himself for when Voldemort did come back. He would be much worse than he was in the mind of Bella. That was also something she made perfectly clear. At the end of the visit, Bellatrix gave Bella access to enter her safe at Gringotts. The gold that was in there was just as much her gold as it was hers. Bellatrix frowned when she told her that in that way and chuckled at the thought that she was giving permission to herself. Only Sirius became extremely quiet for the last hour. When Harry asked him about it, Sirius had only told him that he had a lot to think about. After the goodbyes and a very intimate key between Bellatrix and Harry, they went on their way back to Potter Castle. Isabella was sitting in a chair in the corner of the sitting room at Potter Castle. Every hour that Harry and Bella were away from the castle was an eternity for her, and every minute was a torment. Every minute she looked at the clock and hoped that Harry would return at that moment. I can see that my son has made a right decision in a surrogate mother, Lily said from out of her little frame that was standing beside Isabella on a side table. Isabella could do nothing else but laugh a little, even if it was a little sarcastically. She wanted to laugh louder, but she was a bundle of nerves, so she couldn't. The reason for her nerves was the fact that she knew that Bella and Harry were planning something to do at Azkaban, but she didn't know what. She also knew that Tonks knew about it, but that Little Minx never said a word. So the more she thought about it, the crazier her thoughts became. But she wanted to know it, but in the end she was just hoping that they were all right. She was also hoping that Bellatrix wouldn't do anything to her little Bella. However, the more time that went by, the more her nerves were getting to her. When there was a sound of someone apparating into the hallway, she immediately ran over there. How was it with Bellatrix? Harry, she called out before she was in the hallway. To her surprise, it wasn't Harry but Neville and his grandmother who were standing in the hallway. As Isabella came to a halt, she saw Augusta waving a letter from the ministry around and her face looked a little pale. "Daphne, Hermione, get over here now," Isabella screamed. Augusta nodded and walked into the sitting room. Isabella looked around the hallway and shook her head. She so wanted Harry to be home. But he wasn't, so she walked after Augusta. Just as she walked into the sitting room, she again heard someone apparate into the hallway. For the second time she rushed into the hallway, but again there was no Harry. This time it was Amelia and Susan. Amelia was waving the same letter around just like Augusta had done a moment ago. However, Amelia wasn't pale but seemed very angry. When there was an apparition sound for the third time, Isabella ran into the hallway with her arms wide open and her eyes closed. She hugged the first person she had in her arms. "I think I like this way of greeting. Yes, I'm sure that I want more of these hugs," Andromeda said in an amused voice. Isabella looked up at Andromeda and blushed. "I'm sorry, I thought you were Harry or Bella." Andromeda laughed loudly and lay an arm around her as she guided Isabella back to the sitting room. When there was a fourth sound from the hallway, Isabella did the only thing she could do. She held on to the arms of her chair and remained where she was. The last thing she wanted to do was jump into the arms of someone else. But when she saw Harry peeking around the corner of the doorframe, she couldn't contain herself anymore. She rushed at him and hugged the stuffing out of him. Harry smiled as he felt the hug, and the sigh from Isabella told him enough. His new mom had worried about him and it felt extremely good. With another sigh, she let him go and looked at the others. Just as she was about to say something, it was Amelia who started. "I'm very sorry to cut you off, Isabella, but you all have to get dressed. The case between you and Cornelius Fudge will start in an hour." Just as Isabella wanted to open her mouth for a second time, there were two owls flying into the sitting room window. "What the hell? Am I never allowed to say something?" "Mom!" Daphne screamed while Harry and Bella were laughing. While Isabella looked very embarrassed. Harry took the two letters from the owls. "So Fudge isn't waiting at all, the little creep." "Harry!" Minerva scolded him. "What? He is a creep. I know, but you have to give a good example for Isabella. She is still learning to behave herself." Daphne, who was laughing now, tried to keep Bella on her feet as she was about to tumble over with tears of joy falling from her eyes. Isabella just scowled at Minerva with a little smile of her own. "Well, the hour just became 45 minutes, so I think we have to hurry," Harry said as he looked at the fireplace with a smile that remembered Minerva from a smile James used to wear. The next 30 minutes were of people running around Potter Castle trying to get dressed in the best outfit they could find. Most of them had their own closet full of clothes at Potter Castle, because it became some sort of their second, first, no, just their home. With only 15 minutes to go, there was another owl that dropped a letter at the feet of Minerva. As the women looked at the children running around, it was Amelia who made the assumption. "Is it just me, or were they expecting something like this to happen?" "Well, Neville told me that they were preparing themselves for whatever Albus or Cornelius could do. They knew it would be low and very sneaky," Augusta said with a little smile. "Did they tell you what they were planning?" Amelia asked with a raised eyebrow. "No," Augusta said again with that same little smile. "But you do have a special place in the plans," and Augusta walked away, while Amelia looked accusingly at her back. With only 10 minutes to go, they all left by flow and appeared into the atrium of the ministry. From there they only had a couple of minutes left to get to the courtroom where Albus and Cornelius were preparing themselves for the slaughter they were about to give. Just before they had left Potter Castle, Harry had gone into the office of his father because he just couldn't call it his office just yet. What he had done in the office was something he didn't say, but he still had that smile James used to have. Harry, Minerva asked, what are you and your friends planning to do? Harry didn't say anything but just smiled a little bit bigger. 15 minutes before Harry and the others were in the courtroom, Cornelius was standing behind his little table with a hammer in his hand. As he looked around, he could see that everybody he had told in advance had shown up. There were also a lot of empty places, and that were usually accompanied by that Potter boy and his family. Albus was doing the same thing as Cornelius, only he had an even bigger smile on his face. He knew for sure that if the friends saw the trouble they were in because of Harry, they would all leave him alone and he could get back into the good graces of Harry himself. Especially when Harry would lose a small lawsuit like this, all this just to get Harry Potter Lord off, and become his guardian again. I welcome you all to this court for the lawsuit of the Ministry versus Lord Potter and friends. Cornelius started. With an extremely happy feeling in his stomach, he gave Albus a look of triumph. Albus saw it and gave him a little smile of his own. They had done it. Harry would be too late for his own appearance, and the later he was, the better it would be for them. As Albus looked around the room for a second time, he gestured Cornelius to carry on. All right, I can see that Harry Potter has not graced us with his presence yet, so it is with a sorry heart that I have to say sorry. Sorry, but if Harry Potter is not here when I finish, then he loses the lawsuit and Albus will become his guardian again, he finished with a smile. Cornelius wanted to start his plea when Amelia stormed into the courtroom. Cornelius was a little startled but recovered quickly. Ah, I see that they have finally arrived for the verdict. Amelia didn't say anything and only gave Cornelius a dirty look. Cornelius threw his nose in the air and motioned them to take their seats. Albus also saw how Amelia walked into the courtroom, but what disturbed him mostly was the way Harry and his friends walked through the door behind her. The confidence they displayed was very unnerving to him. The power and fearlessness they carried was something he didn't wanted to see. He gave a quick look at the chairs that were of House Potter and empty and turned his eyes back to Harry, only to snap his head around again. The chairs that were empty were now filled with goblins. The moment Albus saw them, he stood and whispered into the ear of Cornelius, while his finger was pointing to the goblins. Cornelius saw them and walked over to the middle of the courtroom. With a look of revulsion, he looked at the goblins and almost vomited on the spot. With some difficulty, he opened his mouth. I'm very sorry, but I have to request that you goblins leave those seats and go over to the visitors section. Harry immediately got up from his chair and walked over to the minister. As he stood in front of the minister, he had to look up because Cornelius was still a little bigger than him. Harry didn't move and just kept looking into his eyes, just as Augusta had taught them all. As the minutes crawled along, Harry couldn't hold himself any longer and spoke up. Minister, could you please tell me why you are taking Lord Bogrod, his wife and children away from my seats? Harry said while he was trying to keep the anger out of his voice. Cornelius kept avoiding the eyes of Harry but glanced over at the goblins. Harry, I'm sorry to tell you this, but that is no place for goblins, they all belong in the visitors section. He immediately looked at all the other lords in the courtroom and smiled widely. Here and there was a little sniggering from the seats. At one seat there was even some laughter that was louder. When the gaze of Harry found the source, he saw that it was Lucius Malfoy who was laughing. Next to him was Narcissa, but her forced smile did some wonders to Harry because he knew she didn't meant it. As he gave her a good look, he saw that she was healthy again and doing fine. Slowly his gaze went back to the minister. None of the goblins stood or even made a gesture to do that, they just remained in their seats. It was exactly the same thing that Harry was doing. He had stood in front of the minister and kept standing there. Cornelius was not aware of what he was doing and waited for the goblins to leave. They didn't do that, so he took the next step. Aurors, I want you to take those goblins away. Take them out of the building and send them away, Cornelius ordered them. Nobody said anything but looked on as Auror Tonks and Kingsley walked over to the goblins. Kingsley raised his wand and Amelia shouted, "Take one more step and you two are out of a job." Cornelius heard Amelia and threw a hostile look at her. How dare you? I'm the Minister of Magic, and when I give an order I'm not to be contradicted, Fudge snapped. I don't think so, Minister. If I'm not mistaken, I think I just saved you from your own stupidity. Now listen here. Again, Amelia added. But, Minister, before you say another thing, I don't think that Lord Potter is standing there for nothing, Amelia said with a little predatory smile of her own. The eyes of Fudge snapped to the eyes of Harry, and he took 3 steps back as he saw them glow. Okay, Harry, what is it? What is the big thing you have to add, before we take those filthy goblins away? He said, like Harry was of no importance to him but more of an irritation. Harry didn't answer and just gestured for Susan to join them at the floor. Susan nodded, smiled and walked next to Harry and stood in front of Fudge. As she saw the eyes of Harry glow, she knew that Fudge was shitting himself with fear. So, like the good and really helpful person she was, she waited and enjoyed the fear she was seeing in his eyes, just like her Auntie Amelia had taught her. After a while she kissed the cheek of Harry and turned back to Fudge. Minister, as you see, Lord Potter is really trying hard to not lose his coolness. Everyone of the family looked at her, but Susan just smiled and shook her head. No, Minister, I hate to tell you this, but as you may remember, Lord Bogrod is a friend of the family. So by asking for his removal you not only embarrass Bogrod but also Lord Potter himself. Minister Fudge was slowly turning red in anger. He started to sniff loudly and was about to reply to Susan when he heard Harry sniff. When he saw that his eyes were glowing even more, he held his tongue out of fear. Susan had a mean feeling of joy from the scared look Fudge gave Harry, so just like her aunt she waited again and enjoyed the moment even more. Minister, as you may well know, the chairs of a house may be used by all members of that house. Now to spoil your fun, Lord Bogrod is not only a friend but also a member of House Potter. That is why my aunt, the head of the D.M.L.E., stopped you. Now, and this is very important, Lord Bogrod is sitting there because Lord Potter asked them to do it. Minister Fudge wanted to open his mouth again. It was then that he saw the hand from Susan appear in front of his face. He immediately held his mouth but turned even redder than he was before. Minister, I wasn't finished. Not only did you embarrass Lord Potter by trying to remove a family member, you also offended him by calling him by his name multiple times today. Most of the people here do know that you do not have the permission to do that. Then again, we know that you don't listen that well, but if you want to continue this lawsuit, we would like it if you would do it with respect. For the record, what you are doing now is not the respectable way. With those last words, she turned around and gazed into the eyes of Harry. Harry leaned forward and kissed her cheek. You just improvised most of it, didn't you, little minx? He whispered into her ear. Susan just gave him a not so innocent smile and walked back to her spot next to her aunt and Minerva. Minerva turned herself to Susan and asked, his coolness. Susan chuckled. It is something Muggle. I do not know what it means, but it sounded great. Harry straightened his back, nodded to Fudge and went back to his own place. Everyone was now looking at Fudge. Fudge, on the other hand, looked at Albus and was begging for help, a lot of help. Albus nodded and pointed to the chair. As Fudge sat, he stood and took the floor. Honorable members of the Wizengamot, you are all here today for the lawsuit between us and Potter and his friends. We have made this lawsuit because they have brought shame to us in person, but also you as members of the ministry, and because of that the ministry as a whole. As you all know, this started at the time when I had my lawsuit for the guardianship of Harry James Potter. It was there that Harry interrupted our esteemed minister together with his friends. Amelia wanted to stand when she heard the disrespect and the singling out of Harry for the second time. But it was the hand of Daphne that held her in her place. A little dazed, Amelia looked over at Daphne. She narrowed her eyes silently, saying, "You better have a good reason or I will put you over my knee, little girl." Daphne just smiled and shook her head as she pointed to Albus Dumbledore. Albus, who had been oblivious to the small bickering between Amelia and Daphne, went on. During that lawsuit, Harry deliberately and without any concern for the status of our minister, sabotaged the lawsuit so the minister looked very bad. Now if Harry would have only brought shame to the minister, we could have let it all go by with a warning. However, in his meddling he also pulled 3 noble and ancient houses down with him. Now by doing that he may unintentionally brought shame to those houses. This happens naturally because of his youthful age. It was at those words that Augusta stood from the spot of House Longbottom where she lighted up her wand to ask for attention. Next to her sat Isabella, who immediately stood when she saw Augusta stand up. Albus, who saw Augusta stand up, turned his head around. He tried to ignore her because he knew that he would lose it all if he would let her talk. It was only too bad for him that as he turned his head he saw Andromeda and Bogrod stand up on the other side. It was not long after that Lord Davis also stood, followed by Lord Pottle. It was now that Albus could not longer ignore Augusta, and with raised shoulders he turned back to Augusta and gave her the floor. "Albus Dumbledore," she said with a lot of hatred in her voice. Albus didn't wait for her to finish and almost screamed when he interrupted her. "I'm the Supreme Mugwump of International Confederation of Wizards and the Chief Warlock of this body. Because of that I am entitled to be addressed that way." Augusta just looked at him and sniffed loudly in disgust. "Everybody here knows that Harry Potter is Lord Potter. Now Lord Potter is also Lord Gryffindor. That means he is above you at Hogwarts. Now if that was all it would be okay, but he is also Lord Peverell, the original founder of this esteemed body, your superior, and yet you don't seem to show him that respect by simply calling him Lord Potter." Albus turned red from anger and she could see the steam coming out of his ears, but Augusta was too much of a lady to chuckle out loud. She would save that for later that night. "Now before you interrupt me again, what I was about to say was, that my house can make its own decisions. We don't need the Chief Warlock to point them out. So Albus, if it is the wrong thing to do then it is our own mistake and we do not need your opinion. The last thing is the shame to our houses. If we have shame then it's not because of Lord Potter but because of you," and Augusta sat down followed by the others that had stood with her. Isabella smiled at Harry. She had done what they had discussed. If Augusta stood they would follow, and they did. Albus looked at the paper that was lying in front of him. As he looked around himself he had hoped none of them would object, but of course Augusta would. His comment about the other houses was an attempt to bring doubt in their minds. But it had to be Augusta who saw right through him. "Honorable members of the Wizengamot, I want to ask you all to think back at that day," Albus had just went on like nothing had happened. "I mean the day of the lawsuit. On that day Lord Potter had deliberately interrupted that process by calling out the minister and with that bringing shame to us all. So I want you to think about that day and vote in our favor. Kids cannot win a lawsuit in this body." At the end of his plea Albus looked over at Cornelius Fudge and asked him if he wanted to say something, but the way he shook his head, it was clear to Albus that the minister had no confidence at all. After that he asked if there was anyone else who wanted to say something, but there wasn't, so he had to give the floor to Amelia. Amelia stood and walked to the middle of the floor. "Thank you, Chief Warlock." Amelia said it, but it took a really big effort to keep the sarcasm out of her voice. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot, I welcome you all." Amelia stopped and gave a dirty look at Albus as she took a drink of water. "We have all heard the nice lecture Albus and the minister gave us. But I'm here to tell you the real truth behind the lawsuit. As you know, I represent the 7 houses that were appealed by the minister and Albus Dumbledore. Now there is a very clear difference between the first 4 houses and the other 3 houses. The first 4 houses are Lady Greengrass, heirs of the ancient and noble house of Greengrass. Lady Bones, heirs of the ancient and noble house Bones. Lady McGonagall, of the ancient and noble house McGonagall. Lord Longbottom, of the ancient and noble house Longbottom. The other 3 houses are Lord Potter of the ancient and noble house Potter. Lord Gryffindor of the ancient and noble house Gryffindor. Lord Peverell of the ancient and noble house Peverell. Every member of the Wizengamot knew all of the houses that were involved. But by naming them all, Amelia knew that she would get even more of an impact than by naming just one. It was the silence after this that told Amelia she had done the right thing. "Now, because it could take a very long time, I will keep my plea to only 2 houses. The first house will be House Greengrass, and that house will also represent House Longbottom, House McGonagall, and House Bones. The second house will be House Potter, and that house will also represent House Gryffindor and House Peverell." Amelia took another moment to take a drink and said, "Now I do this to save you the time. But if you all want, I could go over all the houses." As she said the words, she could hear the sputter coming from almost everywhere. There was one person who started to chuckle softly. As Amelia looked up, she saw Augusta holding her hand in front of her mouth as she looked around. Almost all of the members were shaking their head no. They were all afraid that they would be there for more than an hour, and just the idea to sit through the case of 7 separate houses. Just before Amelia went on, she gave Albus and Cornelius a pointed look and smiled as she saw them squirm under her gaze. This brings me to the one thing all the houses have in common, and the thing why we are here today. When I was promoted to the guardianship of Hermione Granger and Harry Potter, I knew that on that day Harry Potter had become Lord Potter. It was now that Cornelius stood and interrupted Amelia. I'm sorry, Miss Bones, but you are clearly disrespecting Lord Potter. Amelia just looked at Fudge and shook her head. Of all the time he didn't remember Harry was Lord Potter, he remembers it now. It would have been nice if you would have remembered that at the start of this lawsuit you, and on that point she held her tongue. Now where was I before I was rudely interrupted? And she gave another dirty look at Fudge. Oh yes, it was on that day that I knew that Lady McGonagall was his grandmother. This also made the point that Lord Potter didn't need a guardian in the magical world. Now on that day it was also documented in the archives of the Ministry, all thanks to our friends the goblins. With a slow but very obvious nod of thanks she nodded to Bogrod, who nodded back. This brought us to the lawsuit of the guardianship of Harry Potter. Now that it was publicly known that Harry Potter was Lord Potter, the Ministry had the obligation to inform Lord Potter about the lawsuit, something they obviously neglected. Now because the lawsuit was about Lord Potter himself, he had the right to interrupt that case, something he did. Again Amelia gave a pointed look at Cornelius. Now if the minister had done his homework and had followed the laws, he would have known that Harry Potter had become Lord Potter, but he didn't. Now the laws of the Wizengamot tells us that when a lord enters the floor, they are entitled to say their piece. Now if the minister had waited or had asked if Lord Potter was finished, then none of this would have been needed. Because of this the question for his removal was granted. There was a lot of murmuring between the members of the Wizengamot, but that was the one thing Amelia wanted. The more discussion there was, the more they were listening to the things she was saying. She gave herself a little smile. Now the best part is that according to the rules of the Wizengamot, Minister Fudge could have been removed after the first warning. Now because Lord Potter and his friends are good and honest lords and ladies, they gave the minister 3 warnings. So the humiliation, if he suffered that at all, it was of his own doing because of his own ignorance. Cornelius Fudge was slowly disappearing into his chair. With every word and statement Amelia made, he saw his one chance to win this case go further up in smoke. Albus was listening and looking at Amelia as if he was really paying attention. But the only thing he wanted to do was to strangle Amelia on the spot. He had to win this lawsuit so he wouldn't have to deal with the other one. But the more Amelia spoke, the more he saw that that was not happening. And that case was already a lost cause. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot, the final reason why I took the 2 houses as an example, and this is also why I think that this lawsuit is personal and not because of humiliation. Now if we lose this lawsuit, House Greengrass has to pay 1,000 galleons. Reasonable, you would say. And Amelia saw Lucius nodding while Narcissa was giving him a dirty look. Lord Potter and his houses on the other hand have to pay 100,000 galleons per house. So this lawsuit is basically an assault on House Potter. What the young lords and ladies did was completely in their rights. Now just because the chief warlock Albus Dumbledore and our esteemed minister Cornelius Fudge were hurt in their pride, House Potter has to pay. So I ask you, say your verdict, but do it with a good conscience. Cornelius Fudge was looking at the exit and especially at the fastest way he could get there. Albus was sitting in front of him and was only looking at his shoes. This concludes my case. As for the punishment for wrongly accusing 7 ancient and noble houses, we expect an apology in the Daily Prophet of tomorrow. With those words, Amelia walked back to her place next to Daphne and sat down. She had been surprised that there hadn't been a single moment that one of those pureblood bigots interrupted her. But on the other hand, she had the law on her side, and especially the law that saved those bigots. It had been their own law that she had used against them. Albus rose from his seat and took the spot in the middle of the room. As he turned around, he came face to face with Harry, who stood beside him. Harry, we could drop the lawsuit we are having now and also the one that is coming. What? Harry asked in disbelief. Just like that, and just do as if nothing has happened. Yes, exactly. Just like that, and we could go back to the way it was. You know Albus. Chief Warlock. Yes, Albus, I would like that. Good. I will tell them, lords and ladies. Wait a moment, Albus. Albus turned around and looked with anger at Harry. Like I said, I would like that, Albus. But Amelia had done such a good job and was hoping for a win. And if I'm really honest, I would like to see the minister eat his words. So no. But Harry, be reasonable. Sure, Albus. One day I will. Now do what you have to do and call them to a vote. I will, Harry, but you don't have to stand here. No, Albus. Augusta told me that you would try and slip in a last comment. It's something you have done before. So I stay here to see that you keep everything as it should be. Albus gave an angry look at Augusta, who just smiled back at him. He had done exactly as she had predicted, and he know it. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot, I hereby ask for a little break so you can all go to the adjoining room so you can all debate on the verdict. The moment Albus had said what the chief warlock had to say, it was Augusta who again stood for attention. This time Albus didn't want to make the same mistake as he did earlier, so he gave her the floor. I don't think we have to debate on the verdict, just let it come to a vote, Augusta said. What is she doing, Amelia? Daphne asked. Amelia looked up and had a little smile. Augusta is not doing anything. She is just taking advantage of the family. Look, Harry asked Bogrod and his family to sit in the seats of the family. By doing this, he made sure we almost have half of the votes. Now the only thing we need is 9 people to vote in our favor. So the Pottles, the Davis, and 2 more families have to vote for us, and we are clear. It will also tell us who we have on our side, or who is scared of us and the power we now have. Just like now. Amelia pointed at the wands that were all raised up with a green light. They were declared innocent. We won. Yes, Daphne, we won. To the amazement of Albus and Fudge, almost all the members stood and declared them innocent. Fudge could not believe it. Half of the people were there to help him. He had personally asked and paid them to vote in his favor. Umbridge and Lucius were still sitting down, and that was the only plus he could see. For the friends, it didn't matter. They had won and were walking out of the courtroom celebrating and hugging each other, leaving a confused warlock and minister behind. Just outside of the courtroom, they bumped into Lucius Malfoy, who had a look in his eyes like he was undressing Daphne. The lawsuit between Cornelius Fudge and the friends had gone in the favor of the friends. So it wasn't a complete surprise that Neville was walking happily out of the courtroom with Susan on one arm and Amelia on his other arm. He was closely followed by Harry with his grandmother and Daphne on his arms. Just outside of the courtroom, they walked straight into Lucius Malfoy. Well, if it isn't Potter, Lucius snapped at him in a disgusting tone of voice. It's clear that you are as lucky as always, but I can also see that you have planted a lot of fear into the Wizengamot members. Well, I do not fear you. I know you are a spoiled little brat that has everything handed to him. Harry wanted to say something, but Lucius just ignored him and went on. And you, Daphne, why are you still hanging around these people? They will bring you down, and then there is nothing for you to turn to. Now Draco would give you everything you need. When he takes over from me, he will have more influence than Potter. He is rich and a better option for you. And the best thing is that he doesn't associate himself with mudbloods. The moment Lucius said the M word, he looked at Bella, who had walked on behind Harry. Daphne heard it all and clung even more to the arm of Harry. She could not help herself, but she thought back to the day in that restaurant. Her fear of Lucius had become a little bit bigger, and then there was the way he looked at her. It was a way he always did, and it was like he was undressing her with his eyes. It always gave her the urge to cover herself up. Harry, who could feel Daphne tense up, pushed her behind him with his arm. As he looked into the eyes of Lucius, he positioned himself between him and Daphne. From the corner of his eye, he could see his grandmother holding her wand ready to strike. Mr. Malfoy, wasn't it? Harry said between clenched teeth. I think you can count yourself very lucky. The eyes of Lucius twisted a little. How dare this little brat? Now, Mr. Malfoy, I could do exactly what Bella and Daphne had done and give my memories to Miss Bones. But the main reason why you are still part of this body is that I do have respect for my friends and for females in general. The way you have mishandled your wife is criminal on its own. But as you know, I have ordered Amelia to take her to St. Mungo's and I'm glad she is doing fine now. Again Lucius wanted to say something but Harry stepped closer to him and went on, as if Lucius wasn't even there. Now like I said I could have given my memories to Amelia. In those memories you can see how you treated your wife and also how you treated 3 kids, who aren't even in their 3rd year of Hogwarts. But the best part would be how you disappeared like a true coward you are. It would not only be a nice story here in the Wizengamot but also in the Daily Prophet. Harry didn't wait for a reply and just turned around and left Lucius behind him. When he was a couple of steps away from Lucius he looked over his shoulder. Ooh yes, before I forget, Mr. Malfoy, if you ever speak to one of my future wives like that, again. Or if you ever treat them like you did in that restaurant, again. I will not allow you to escape, again. Daphne Greengrass belongs to me. This time Harry turned his head around and walked away and got a little key on his cheek from Daphne. We will see about that, Potter. I will get her for my Draco, or no one will get her at all. The voice of Lucius sounded throughout the corridors of the ministry. Everyone that was in the corridors or the courtroom heard the threat Lucius made to Harry Potter. Most of them knew that it didn't promise anything good. Harry let the hands of his grandmother and Daphne go. With a body full of anger he turned around and walked back to Lucius. With all the power he had in his body he kept his voice in a near whisper but let his eyes glow with the anger he felt. I will tell you, and I will tell it only once. That day at the restaurant I had Amelia accompany Narcissa to St. Mungo's. She did this with the protection of House Potter. With this I saved her life because without my help she would have been dead. Now according to the old laws of magic and blood, I can make her my South Avenue. In that way I could make your marriage mine to play with. So I'm telling you again. Threaten me or my family one more time and Narcissa will bow to my will and my feet. With my orders she will bring shame to the name Malfoy. Oh yes, the only way out of this is to make an alliance with my house. Just before Harry turned his back to Lucius he gave a sharp look at Narcissa. Narcissa saw the look and hid herself behind the back of Lucius, feelings of fear going through her whole body. 4 steps away Harry turned around again. Oh yes, one more thing, Mr. Malfoy. If she dies the debt will go to the head of Draco. Ooh, and how I would like him to be my South Avenue. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. Lucius stood dazed for a moment as he saw Harry walking away. As he turned around he saw the very fearful look in the eyes of Narcissa. What? Are you telling me that he is right? You mean he can take you away from me at any moment and make you into his South Avenue? But he can also take Draco if you are dead. Narcissa didn't give him an answer. She just nodded as tears were dripping down her cheeks. Lucius knew that there was no one better than Narcissa when it came to the old laws from the old ways and blood laws in all their meanings. And because he himself was only Lord Malfoy, he was less than Harry Potter, because he was a lord of an ancient and noble house. He just couldn't imagine losing his wife to a boy who was only 12 years old. No, that would be the last thing he wanted to happen. So he did realize that the best option was to say sorry. The best way to do that is to do it publicly and just take the heat. But then again he was a Malfoy and they didn't apologize to nobody. No, this Malfoy was out for revenge and he wanted it in a big way. He would show that brat who was boss. How dare he treat Lucius Malfoy this way? Narcissa pulled her head to the left and didn't dare to look at her husband any longer. She knew that Harry had just saved her by the debt she owed him. A debt she herself had pointed out. She wouldn't have put it past her husband to just kill her so he wouldn't have to say sorry to Lord Potter. She didn't know if Harry knew it, but by extending the threat to Draco he had saved her life for a second time. She also knew that Harry could take her away from Lucius. But then again there was so much more he could do with that debt and she took the decision to write him a letter so that she could explain it all. The only thing she couldn't do was to let Lucius know about it. The fool was thinking she was scared and crying out of fear. The tears she had were tears of joy. He was highly convinced that she loved him. Finally she had a way out of this hell that was called a marriage. No, the fool didn't realize that she was rather a South Avenue than to be his wife for another day. Back in Potter Castle they all went to the kitchen. Nobody heard what Harry had said to Lucius but they knew that he had hit a nerve when he talked to him. It was Minerva who had looked at it all and asked him to explain. So Harry did and told them what had happened. Most of the adults were in awe as Harry told his part. The friends were just smiling. But Harry, how did you know about the old ways? Andromeda asked. Well, that one is easy. And Harry smiled. It was on that day in the restaurant. When it all had calmed down and we had our dinner. We were all about to leave for home. But Amelia said she wanted Narcissa to go to St. Mungo's. Now, just before she left, Narcissa whispered something in my ear. She told me about the life debt and a special section in it. She also asked me if I wanted her to go to St. Mungo's under the protection of House Potter, and she had me say it, so I did. That night it became a party to remember for many years to come. The apology in the Daily Prophet never came, and that wasn't a surprise at all. The next morning it would all become as normal as it had been. Everyone had gone back to their own home for the mail and other things they had to do. Only Daphne had a lot on her mind. The things Lucius had said to her were really troubling her. The last thing she wanted was to belong to Draco. The one thing she was sure of was that Lucius would try and get her, but she wasn't sure if Harry could stop him. She crawled up on the couch and pulled a pillow against her chest. It was the hopeless look in her eyes that made Isabella sit down next to her. As the tears started to roll down her cheeks, Daphne was pulled into her arms. The bundle of sadness was overwhelming her feelings, and she had a hard time to console her daughter. Daphne buried her head into the shoulder of Isabella and started to cry uncontrollably. After a couple of minutes, Daphne started to calm down. So, sweetheart, can you tell me now what is wrong and why you are crying your eyes out? Just tell me and I can tell you it will all be okay. Okay, how can it be okay? Harry finally made a contract with me and has made me his second wife. But I now know that Lucius wants me for Draco and for whatever twisted thing he himself wants to do to me. And as long as Dad hasn't signed that contract, it is worthless and I can't marry Harry and Bella. Isabella smiled and waved her wand around. Daphne looked up and saw a piece of paper floating to them. She couldn't see what it was, but her mother had a reason for it, so she waited. This is a copy of the contract between you and Harry. And Isabella held out the contract to Daphne so she could see it. Harry is something else. As you can see, he has already signed it, and so has Bogrod. The date has been set and your dad have only to sign it. Now if Lucius or someone else tries to interfere with you and Harry, Bogrod will declare this contract legal, even if your dad hasn't signed it yet. Daphne looked at the contract and got a little smile on her face. She kissed her mother on her cheek and embraced her lovingly. Later that day she would go back to Harry and Bella and had a good feeling because she knew they would stay together. As Isabella saw Daphne walk out of the room, she had to sigh. She had been very happy with the foresight of Harry. But also that Bogrod was part of his family. That goblin loved him to death. She could feel it in her body. And she was very glad for it, or this could have never happened and the contract would have been for none. 3 days after the lawsuit, Bella and Harry were sitting in the kitchen of Potter Castle eating their lunch. Minerva had gone back to Hogwarts to go over the things to do for the year to come. That morning Minerva did have a little fight with Harry. For Bella it had been a terrifying thing to see. Flashback. Both Minerva and Harry had brought their magic up and it was glowing around their bodies. Grandmother, I don't care. Albus is the headmaster and he has to do it. It is his job. Harry, you don't understand. I have always been the one to do this. Grandmother, he is using you and you know it. Now you listen here, young man. No, Grandma, I don't want you to go. Augusta came running into the kitchen when she heard shouting and was hit with a wall of magic. What the hell is happening here? Augusta screamed. Are you both trying to bring down the castle? Both Harry and Minerva were shocked when they heard the voice of Augusta scream from the doorway. Slowly the magic from Minerva and Harry flew back into their bodies. Harry, you go upstairs now, get dressed and then come back down here. Harry wanted to say something, but the look Augusta gave him made him ran upstairs. And you sit down. But, no, Minerva, sit down and tell me why you wanted to hex Harry, Augusta said with a knowing smile. That boy forbade me to go to Hogwarts. Why, if I may ask? He is afraid that Dumbledore will attack me when I get there. Understandable. What? Why? He did attack Harry with all his friends around him. So it wouldn't be that surprising if he did attack you. It was on that moment that Harry walked back into the kitchen with Bella behind him. He walked over to his grandmother and hugged her while he said sorry. Minerva patted his bag as she returned the hug. I know, Harry, I know. Augusta just made me realize what you meant. But I can take care of myself and I will not be alone. Augusta will be coming with me, and when I'm there I have Lady Hogwarts to protect me. Harry nodded. He had forgotten about Lady Hogwarts when he heard that his grandmother would have a meeting with Albus. And flashback. As Bella came out of her thoughts, she looked out of the kitchen window. With a fascination she didn't often have, she looked how a big black dog walked through the garden. Harry, who was bent over the Morning Prophet, hadn't seen a thing. He had been reading the morning article about the escape of Sirius Black. His escape meant that they had to find Sirius or Peter Pettigrew before the Ministry did it. However, there was nothing they could do now. So Bella poked him in the side with her elbow and pointed outside where the dog was sniffling around. As they looked closely, they could see that the dog was very thin. Do you think he is false? Bella asked Harry. Harry lifted his shoulders, took a piece of bread and went out of the castle and over to the dog. Bella got up and hurried after him. A meter or so in front of the dog, Harry stretched out his hand. The dog walked slowly to him and took the offered bread and licked his hand. It wasn't long after that Bella and Harry were running through the garden. They were throwing sticks and were just having a blast with the dog. An hour before dinner, Minerva stepped out of the flow and walked over to the sitting room. What she found there really surprised her. There in the middle of the room lay a big black dog. The best surprise was that Harry and Bella were sleeping next to that dog. The first thing she wanted to do was to pull the dog away, but the way he lay there told her that he wasn't dangerous. As she looked at the clock, she knew that they had a little while to go before dinner, so she decided to let them sleep. The dinner was enjoyable and Minerva told them she had decided that the dog could stay. The moment the dog sat next to Minerva and started to bag. Minerva looked at the dog and conjured a newspaper with her left hand. The dog didn't see the newspaper, but he felt it. I don't like beggars at the table, bad dog, Minerva said as she whacked him on the head with it. The rest of the night was being spent in the sitting room next to the painting of James and Lily. Minerva was sitting in her chair and took a book out of her bag. Just as she was about to start reading, Maxie appeared next to Harry. Master Harry, sir. Mistress Bella. Mr. Bumble is standing in front of the gate and is asking for you. Harry looked at Maxie. Who is Mr. Bumble? Maxie stared at the ground and twisted his feet around. Well, Miss Arabella always called him Minister Bumble because he is always a bumbling fool. Maxie looked at the door and said it again. Minister Bumble is standing at the gate. Harry and Bella were rolling over the ground. Minerva laid her book on the side table and arched an eyebrow. Why are you two laughing? Bella was gasping for breath as she tried to say. Foo ha 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 fudge is Bumble a bumbling fool. With a little snicker of her own, Minerva told Maxie to let him inside. When Fudge appeared into the hallway, he was fumbling around with his green bowler hat. Harry had calmed down enough to get up of the floor and to walk into the hallway to stand next to his grandmother, who was already standing there. The moment he saw Minster Fudge, he almost broke down again. Minerva gave him a poke with her elbow. He nodded as he composed himself for the second time. Hello, Minister Fudge. Why do we have the honor for a minister of your station to visit a humble lord like me? Harry, Minerva scolded him. Harry gave her a cheeky smile. Minister, what is it we can do for you? Bella, who had been standing next to Harry, was trying hard not to start laughing again. She could not help it, but she loved this new Harry. Fudge was so nervous that he hadn't noticed the byplay between the three persons in front of him. Ah, yes, Lord Potter, this is about Sirius Black. Fudge had barely said the name or the big black dog stood next to Harry and growled at Fudge, while it showed him its teeth. Fudge looked at the dog and immediately took a couple of steps back. I don't think that the dog likes you very much, Harry said with a little bit of humor in his voice. This time Bella nearly lost it and had to bury her head into the back of Harry. Minerva, who was still standing, held her hand in front of her mouth. She was a lady and had a hard time to remain one. Minister Fudge didn't see that they were laughing at him. The only thing he did was to keeping his eye on the big black dog that was still growling at him. I'm here to warn you about Sirius Black. As you well may know, he has escaped out of Azkaban. The dog started to growl even more and it slowly raised his hairs on its back. Lord Potter, it is known to us that Sirius Black was a follower of you-know-who. We also believe that he will go on with the thing he did the last time he was free. Now that thing is to kill you. Harry looked over at Bella and gave her a knowing look. Lord Potter, I did ask advice from Dumbledore and he says. Fudge held his mouth when he saw the eyes of Harry light up. It had been a couple of times that he saw them glow and that wasn't good. This, however, was the first time he saw them light up. Minerva, who had seen the light coming from Harry's eyes, put a hand on his shoulder. She hadn't only seen the light but she also felt the raw magic coming from his body. Her grandson was doing everything he could to remain calm. Minister Fudge, Minerva started. Before you go on and say the next thing, I do advise you to think hard before you say it, and gave a pointed look to Harry. Fudge nodded and started to get very nervous. The last time he had a flying lesson and he didn't want to repeat that this time. Lord Potter, me and Albus that is, we have decided to have you protected by Dementors. Just before Harry could say something, his grandmother stepped in front of him and pointed her wand at Fudge. I will think not. If I see even one of those foul creatures in 10 meters of my grandson, I will kill you myself. Fudge stepped back and didn't look at Minerva. He was more focused on the dog that was standing next to her. For a moment it didn't growl but it whined a little. Now, however, it started to show him his teeth and they were nasty. It was now that Bella gave Harry a little squeeze and asked if she could say something. Bella had learned one thing, that when you are in a house of a lord you always have to ask permission when you want to speak. Especially when there were guests in the room. She knew Harry wouldn't mind but still did what she had to do. Harry nodded and told Bella she could speak. Minister Fudge, why are you so sure that Sirius Black is going after Lord Potter here, and also could you tell me why Sirius was put into Azkaban in the first place? Fudge looked over at Bella with a look of how dare you, I'm the Minister of Magic and I don't have to answer to a child. That was also the thing he did. He looked away from Bella and kept his eyes on Harry. Lord Potter, I assure you. No, Minister Fudge, you may assure whatever you want but I don't like it when guests ignore the people who are living with me. With this behavior of yours, you are again offending me in more ways than one. Not only do you go to someone else and plan my protection without my grandmother there, but you are also ignoring my guests, so I would like you to answer her. Fudge looked from Harry to Bella. It was now again that he didn't want to give her an answer. This he made obviously clear by keeping his mouth shut. Harry heard a house elf appear behind him but he didn't look away from Fudge. His eyes were slowly penetrating the eyes of Fudge. The dog that was still standing next to him and his grandmother was showing his teeth more clearly now. Lord Potter. No, leave it, Fudge. I let you come into my house and yet you keep on offending me in every way you can. Now I do not know if it is ignorance or just plain old stupid. Some people call you a bumbling fool and I can see why. Now before we go on, I want you to answer Miss Fig here next to me or this meeting is over. The note Harry was using in his voice was full of hate and anger. His words were almost slithering out of his throat. It was again that Minerva held on to his shoulder and squeezed it softly. She then gave another nod at Bella to carry on. Minister Fudge, Sirius Black is, or rather was in Azkaban of the suspicion of cooperation with Voldemort. Fudge jumped a little in fear. Like I said, he was only there on suspicion of cooperation. He never received a trial and so he was never proven that he was in cooperation with Voldemort. Again Fudge jumped in fear. Ooh, stop it, it's just a name. Sirius Black was put into Azkaban on suspicion alone, so everything you say about him is only guesswork. So if you have evidence of him being a follower of Voldemort, and she ignored the twitch, then show it to us or get out. Harry heard Bella and took over from her. Now Minister Fudge, as you heard, you have nothing. I myself am of opinion that I have more to fear from you than I have from Sirius Black. I personally have no doubt whatsoever that I can take Sirius Black when he shows up. Fudge looked at Harry with very big eyes. Harry, Sirius Black is a known supporter of he who must not be named. Are you sure, Minister Fudge? Did you ask him? Did you see the dark mark on his left arm? Or did he testify under veritaserum? Fudge shook his head. It had all been before he was minister, so he could answer that truthfully. Look, minister, that is exactly what I mean. You just do what others are telling you and you don't think for yourself. I even think there are more people in Azkaban that are there just because it is an easy way out and not a real solution. According to the law, they are innocent. But then again, you don't care, do you? Good day, Minister Fudge. What but? You know that you can't apparate out of Potter Castle, don't you? Fudge just looked at him and didn't really understand him. I would say run. Harry turned around and looked at the dog. Go fetch. The next thing he heard was Fudge screaming for his life and a dog running after him. As Harry walked back to the next room with his grandmother behind him, he had a little smile on his face. I'm not sure if that was a wise decision, Harry, Minerva said. Harry looked at her and saw the same smile he knew he had. Yes, Harry, I don't know if it was wise, but it sure was fun. She took his arm and walked on with him. As they walked into the sitting room, they saw Arabella standing there. Bella took off and engulfed her mother with a very big hug. Harry smiled and sat down. Minerva sat down next to him and kissed him on his head. You did fine, Harry. You didn't lose your coolness, as Susan would say, and I'm very proud of you. I even think Sirius will be when he finds out. Why don't you ask him yourself, son? James said. He is right over there. And James looked at the dog that entered the room. The dog barked and turned back into Sirius. Both Harry and Bella were looking at Sirius when he transformed back. Slowly a smile started to form on the face of Bella before she started to laugh uncontrollably. As she fell to the ground, she said, Did you see his face when Aunt Minnie whacked him with the newspaper, or the face of Fudge when he chased him through the gate? Harry gave Sirius a look before he also started to laugh loudly, just like Minerva did. When everyone had calmed down, they just sat there for a while and chuckled. Ooh, if Minister Bumbling Fool only knew that the black dog was Sirius Black all along. And they all started to laugh again. As they all sat around the fire in the sitting room, they wondered what to do next. Arabella showed them all the ingredients she had found. She also told them that she had been looking at the ritual and was ready to make it. The only thing left was a place, the basilisk poison and the body part. Minerva smiled that all was done and in the bag, so to say. The real problem now was to get everyone into Hogwarts without Albus knowing about it. As Lord Gryffindor and maybe even as Lord Hogwarts, he had the right to get inside. But they wanted to keep it secret. The less Albus knew, the better. Sirius, who had been sitting on a chair, he was listening to it all and realized that he missed a lot. The fireplace in the hallway that was connected to the flow network erupted into green flames. The people in the sitting room heard it, but they didn't know who it was. They did, however, know that only friends had the permission to enter and any other would be sent back. The waiting didn't took long. It was only a second later that Bogrod came walking into the room. Harry, I have to warn you. Really, Bogrod, my friend? Now why is that? Well, as you know, Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. Now I do know that he hasn't killed your parents, but if he is coming for you, then you have to watch out. After the stay in Azkaban, we don't know how he is doing, mentally I mean. Bogrod, who hadn't moved his eyes from Harry, almost jumped a meter in the air when he heard Sirius talk. Bogrod, my friend, you know I would never hurt Harry, I'm his godfather after all. At first Bogrod looked very startled, but it was only Harry and the family that saw it. Sirius only saw Bogrod smile, and a smiling goblin was a very troubling feeling for most and terrifying to many. As Bogrod kept smiling, he looked over at Sirius. The first thing I want to know is, how did you escape? It was a question that everyone wanted to know, but they hadn't asked it yet. Hold that thought, Minerva said before Sirius could answer him. I'm very sorry, Sirius, but I think this is a story that Amelia must hear. It was at those words that Sirius jumped up and grabbed Minerva by the arm. By preventing her from calling Amelia, he squeezed her arm a little harder than he wanted. With that movement, he hurt her arm. The pain Minerva felt was not much, but still she felt it. It was this pain that was also felt by Harry, and something snapped inside of him. Harry jumped up and pointed his wand at Sirius. Use let's go so FSSS hers armus. Harry hissed in Parseltongue. Sirius let go of the arm of Minerva and jumped back. This was the one thing he didn't know about Harry. Harry realized that he had spoken in Parseltongue and shook his head. Sorry Sirius, but you need Amelia harder than we do, and she is a friend of ours. Sirius slumped down in a chair and looked at the wand that was still pointed at his face. First he looked at Minerva, but her look didn't tell him anything. Then he looked over at James. Sorry Sirius, I know that Harry is your godson, but Minerva is his grandmother, and by hurting her you have unleashed a fury at yourself that even Lily can't stop. I would say that your best bet is Amelia comes here to save your scrawny ass, he laughed. Sirius just blinked at James and looked back at Harry, who still had his wand pointed at him. Okay, Harry dropped the wand and stopped scaring Sirius, Lily said, and started to laugh also. All right Harry, listen to your mother, Minerva said as she chuckled. Sirius knew that Lily and Minerva were making light of the situation, he however didn't know if it was for the protection of Harry or him. The other thing was Amelia. As it was said in the Daily Prophet, she was the head of the DLME. She was the highest person in the ministry that was looking for him. And now he had to trust Harry and his judgment of her. He however was very impressed with the way Harry was standing between him and his grandmother. There was not a speckle of fear in his mind, only determination, and that brought pride and fear in him. It was 10 minutes later that Amelia came out of the fire, followed by Susan. Susan ran over to Harry and Bella, where she was engulfed in a hug. Amelia walked straight to Sirius. Sirius got up but was pushed right back down. Amelia towered over him and looked him in the eyes. Before he could say something, she held up her hand and started to count down. 1. You will remain a dog at all times. 2. You will lay low until we have captured Pettigrew. 3. You will take on the lordship of House Black the first moment Bogrod can take you to Gringotts. 4. You will go into the country at different moments in time and at different locations far away from here. There you will show yourself, so I have a reason to send my people to those places and keep you safe while you are here in Potter Castle. 5. Why in Merlin's name did you escape from Azkaban? Sirius nodded at Amelia as he looked at the others. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket and showed it to the rest of them. It was a piece of the Daily Prophet, and it showed the Weasley family that was on the photo. Harry knew that Ginny had gone to Egypt because her father had won the lottery. With a finger, Sirius pointed at the picture. Look, that boy is holding Peter. It's the rat in the picture, and I would recognize him out of all the rats in the world. As Sirius said it, he held out the picture to James, who looked at it from out of his little frame on the side table next to Sirius. Yes, that's him all right. There is no mistake about it, James told them all. Sirius gave the photo to the others and watched it go around the room. The three friends locked their eyes together and nodded. It was Susan who stood and walked over to her aunt. I think we can capture that rat once we are at Hogwarts. If we have him, we can flow you through the fireplace in the office of Aunt Minnie. No, you can't, that will be much too dangerous for you. Peter wasn't a strong wizard, but he is stronger than third years, Sirius almost screamed. Don't even think about it, Sirius, Harry snapped. Me and my friends can do a lot more than you think, and we don't go into things without any preparation. We are not the Marauders. Just leave it to us, we do have friends in every house. Sirius wasn't too happy about it, but Bogrod told him that he could use his help. We have found several places where some of the things could be that they were looking for, things that could help them in the war that was coming. Bogrod didn't tell them that it were the soul anchors he had found. He knew the others would know that he meant those, but he didn't know if Sirius knew. Bogrod smiled again. He needed someone, and Sirius was just the right person to do it. It would also help Amelia because he could show himself on different places. It was also why he offered a couple of his guards to take Sirius to those places to help and protect him. With a little over 2 days to go, Harry was bending over a very big piece of parchment. Even if he was very happy with Sirius back at Potter Castle, he had a lot of other things to do. One of those things was his wife to be, that was in Azkaban. He had an idea to make her life a little better. The only problem was he had to keep it all to himself and between him and Snot. The other problem was to make a plan to get into Hogwarts. It was not only him but also Arabella, his friends, and all the other members, because they wouldn't let him go alone. And on top of that, he had to do it without Albus knowing about it, and that was a major problem. With all those portraits in the castle, there wasn't a way to get by them without being seen. The simple way was to pop into the castle with the help of the house elves. But the problem with that would be that Albus would be warned by the wards that are around the castle. So that idea was a bust. James did remember a special tunnel that went from the Shrieking Shack to the castle. Sirius had the same idea, but he remembered a tunnel from Zonkos to the castle. The problem with this, however, was that the friends never went to Hogsmeade, so they didn't know what James and Sirius were talking about. But it had also been the only two ideas that had some chance of working. As Harry was rubbing his eyes, he glazed at the clock. It was only one more day before the ritual had to start, if not they have to wait another year. But then they couldn't be sure that the ingredients Arabella got would still be fresh enough. No, the one day they had was not long enough. As Harry went on with his planning, he didn't see the looks Bella and Daphne were throwing on him. Both of the girls were looking at him with wonder and a fair bit of pride. Amelia and Isabella were looking at the girls, and Isabella told Amelia about the pride feeling she felt coming from the girls. So they decided to sit down with them and ask what they were doing. "So girls, is there something you don't like about your future husband now that you have him?" Amelia asked them very softly. Daphne and Bella were both a little startled, but they didn't show it to them. Daphne turned her head a little to Amelia but kept an eye on Harry. "Are you going to tell us what you are thinking, or is it a secret?" Isabella asked them just as softly as Amelia had done. The girls didn't answer immediately but kept looking at Harry. It was Bella who started to talk first. "We were just talking about Harry and also how lucky we are to have him. If we only think about the things he went through in his life. And after all of that, he still remains sweet and loving towards us, even if he himself doesn't see it that way. He is always protecting us and even saying sorry even if it isn't his fault. We have seen it so many times. He doesn't think he is better than anyone else. No, if we would let him, he would always tell he is less. Above all, he is a friend to everyone and not only humans, carrying all the troubles of everyone on his back, and he just doesn't complain about it." It was after those words that Bella held her tongue and Daphne went on. "The last time he saved us was at the restaurant. Now I have never seen or hear of a wizard that was that strong when he was so young or so mad. I know my father has trouble fighting him, but this time he would have lost within a second. It was after that fight that he again felt that he was responsible for the hurt we were feeling. Responsible for what that animal named Lucius has done to us and to his wife Narcissa. We know that it was not his fault, but still he felt responsible for it. Then there were the things Lucius had done to him, but those things he didn't care about. He did care that my little sister didn't see his scars. This time it wasn't because he was embarrassed about them. No, he didn't want to hurt her when or if she saw them. Just like before Bella took over from Daphne without a word. He has always been like this with everyone. Even when it was the two of us, he always took the hard road. When someone was being hurt, he would go and help them. He would not only do it for me but also for those who couldn't do it for themselves, even if it meant that he would end up with the beating. He will help anyone even if he doesn't know them. And again, it was Daphne who took over. It is also the way he brought us all together. It was clear from the first moment you saw Hermione, she would be bullied because she is very smart. He took care of that by just taking her into the group just like he had done with all of us. Neville couldn't make any real friends because his grandmother is very protective of him and very scary. Both Amelia and Isabella had to suppress a giggle. But he also took in Susan, who had almost no friends, because her aunt is the head of the DMLE. Most parents would just send her away because they were afraid of the law, or of the assumption that Susan would spy for her. Daphne didn't see the hurt look Amelia gave her as she told them that little bit of what they didn't know. I myself didn't dare to make any friends because as an heir I had to be a proper lady. It also meant that the friends I made had to be the good ones or the name Greengrass would be disgraced. But then there was Harry, who just put us all together and sat quietly in the corner of the compartment. With that one gesture he gave us all what we wanted the most, friends. Daphne had a little smile as Bella took it over. It was a little later on the first trip with the Hogwarts Express that Harry did what he always does. He stood eye to eye with Draco Malfoy and protected us. Just like he always does and always will. He did it with Ginny. He does it every time with me when Voldemort attacks my mind. All because it is the way he is. Daphne took the hand from Bella and squeezed it a little and went on. He gives and gives but never asks for anything in return. But just when you think you have everything behind you, we find Lady Hogwarts and he goes and does what he does best and helps her. As both girls let out a sigh, Bella said, "All this and still there are so many people that want to hurt him, just because he is the boy who lived. Still he stays sweet and caring for all of us. Just look at the way he is with my sister," Daphne said. "If I look at the last 2 years and Bella at the last 5, there is nothing else we could do than love him. It is the one thing he gives us even if he himself thinks he is not, that just makes us love him even more." With those final words, both Amelia and Isabella knew what both of the girls had meant by the words they said. Harry had touched them in the same way. His selflessness and willingness to put himself in danger made them love him just as much. Even if it was stupid in the way he did it. The thing that gave him even more points was the way he handled the situation with Ginny. Sure, it had been all the friends together, but it still was his name that was on the line. No, he was a real gentleman, while any other boy would do things they didn't dare to dream about. As Bella and Daphne started to help Harry, Isabella and Amelia went over to the other room to talk a little bit more. It was 2 hours later that Bella and Daphne dragged a reluctant Harry to bed. Tomorrow would be the day they went to Hogwarts, plan or not. But before that could happen, Harry had to go to Gringotts because he had promised that to Lady Hogwarts. It had something to do with Hogwarts being his and because she had used the magic of Hogwarts to protect him. Frankly, they didn't understand that bit at all, but it would be the last thing they had to do before they gave her a body. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Minerva said goodbye to Harry, Bella, and Padfoot. She herself would go to Hogwarts to try and get Albus away from that place for one final time. Daphne and Susan, who had arrived early that morning, started to get the things together they would need at Hogwarts. They were helped by Remus, who had a break from his job at Arabella's store. He could not help long, but he did do the heavy lifting and brought the heaviest stuff into the hallway where house elves would take it to Hogwarts. The one thing that always puzzled them was that Remus was always trying to avoid talking to Harry. He did say things, but it was always very short and very little. Slowly the others would start to arrive. First there were Neville and his grandmother. Augusta just dropped Neville off, immediately went after Minerva. Next was Amelia, who had gone to gather Hermione and her parents. Finally there was Isabella, after she had brought Astoria away to have a sleepover by a friend. Bella held the hand of Harry as they made their way through Diagon Alley. Padfoot was jumping around them, just being happy to be outside. As they entered Gringotts, Harry was immediately recognized by most of the customers in the bank. But as people started to walk towards Harry, the goblins started to guide them to the office of Bogrod. Fortunately for them, nobody seemed to recognize Sirius. In the office of Bogrod, it was a completely different story. The moment Padfoot walked into the office, he was held standing with an axe at the back of his head. The goblin holding the axe only growled at Sirius but didn't say anything. "Well, Harry, do you think I have scared Sirius enough, or should I let the guard keep the axe there a little longer?" Bogrod whispered in the ear of Harry. Harry looked a little bit surprised, but then remembered that Bogrod had been friends with his mother, so he would know the animagus form of Sirius. "I don't know, Bogrod. You never know, it is still a dog." Sirius looked up at Harry and showed his teeth. "Bad dog," Bogrod said as he lifted the axe away with a hand of his own. "Say, Bogrod, how did you know it was Sirius?" Bella asked after the guard had left the office. Sirius smiled at them when he turned back in his human form. "Well, Bella, Bogrod knows I'm Padfoot because James and I have taught him how to be one himself." "Really?" Bella almost screamed. "What animal are you?" As soon as she said it, Sirius fell from his chair and held on to his ribs from laughter. Bogrod looked a little angry, but also with a little smile. But then again, a smile on a goblin wasn't really a calming thing. "Sirius, you do know that I can ask one of my goblins to go to the ministry." This made sure Sirius sat up on the floor but held his hands on his mouth and sniggered on. Bogrod turned his head to Bella. "Bella, the day I found out what animal I was not a nice revelation." Bella frowned at Bogrod and Bogrod smiled a little wider. "Bella, number one really knows what kind of animal they become. Sure, you know if you are a dog or cat or a big animal like an elephant." Now I knew I would be a small animal and I was hoping for a scorpion. And are you? No, Bella, I'm not. I'm a stick insect. So Harry and Bella accompanied Sirius on the floor. Bogrod had to wait for almost 10 minutes before he could go on with business. He did, however, make a mental note to never ever mention his animagus form again. Harry, friend of goblins. What is it I can do for you today? Harry looked at Bella and smiled broadly because he knew something Bogrod didn't. Well, Bogrod, my dear friend, I want to have another inheritance test done. I recently learned that because of magic my family has grown much bigger than we originally thought. I even learned that there are things that even the goblins don't know, and I only found that out a couple of weeks ago. Bogrod raised one of his eyebrows and looked at Harry with a calculating look. Harry didn't avoid the look and gazed right back into the eyes of Bogrod. It was a little battle they often played, and it was a thing that gained respect with goblins. The gaze Bogrod received was enough to know that Harry wasn't pulling his leg. From the bottom drawer of his desk he took a new piece of parchment and another knife. The knife was a little different than the one he had used before. Bogrod saw the eyes of Harry looking at the knife and knew he had to explain. This knife is a little different than the other knife. As you know, we took a little bit of blood to look at your heritage. Now with this knife we do the same, but will not only take blood. No, with this knife we will also take a little bit of your magic. Harry nodded and took the knife from Bogrod. As he cut his finger he could feel a little pull on his magic. Slowly his blood dripped on the parchment and he could see words appearing. Harry James Potter, Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Potter. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Gryffindor. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Peverell. Heir to the Ancient and Noble House of McGonagall. Heir to the Ancient and Noble House of Slytherin. Heir to the Ancient and Noble House of Hufflepuff. Heir to the Ancient and Noble House of Ravenclaw. Heir to the Ancient and Noble House of Hogwarts. The words had just appeared on the piece of parchment when the small ring of House Gryffindor appeared on his finger. A little startled, he laid his hand flat on the table so they all could see it. Just as he laid his hand on the table, 3 other rings appeared on his finger. As they all came a little closer, they saw the 4 rings merge into one bigger ring. That is the crest of Hogwarts, Bella said in a near whisper. The bigger ring disappeared again and a small one replaced it. It was now that Harry knew that it had worked just like Lady Hogwarts had told him. If he did the inherits test again, he would be Lord Hogwarts. Bogrod sat on the other side of the desk and was shaking his head. Never in all the time he was at Gringotts had he seen rings with a mind of their own. Harry took the knife from the table and asked Bogrod for another piece of parchment. Slowly he cut his hand and again felt the pull on his magic. As he watched his blood dropped, he looked at the words that were appearing on the parchment. King Harry James Potter of Hogwarts. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Potter. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Gryffindor. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Peverell. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Slytherin. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Hufflepuff. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Ravenclaw. Heir to the Ancient and Noble House of McGonagall. When his name was revealed, he had to gasp for breath. Bella looked over his side at the parchment and let her eyes go wide. Sirius started laughing. I don't know what it means, but it's going to be one hell of a story. The only one who hadn't responded was Bogrod. His eyes were wide and his mind was working overtime. He, in contrast to the others, knew what it meant and also what it would do to Harry when it all came out in the open. He also knew what it would mean to his race of goblins. Slowly he stood up from his chair and walked around his desk. Harry, who had saw the movement, stood as he saw Bogrod walking to him, his mind wondering what it all meant, but stood because it was the polite thing to do. Bogrod was slowly walking towards Harry. As he came in front of him, he dropped down to one knee, then the other. He bended forward with his head to the ground and stretched out his arms to the feet of Harry. Your Majesty of the realm of Hogwarts. Welcome back between us, may you rule the land and the lake on it. Slowly Bogrod lifted his head as he looked at Harry. Harry still didn't know what it all meant and bent down to help Bogrod back to his feet. As he watched Bogrod go back to his seat, he was wondering why he had become a king and not a lord like he thought he would. Harry, I know it is strange and a lot to take in. I, however, have heard of a legend about the King of Hogwarts. It said it was Merlin who was the first and only king. Now the legend was passed between seer after seer, and it said that after Merlin another king would rise, but it didn't say when or how. I myself have heard the story from my grandfather, and he told me that when the new king should come, we would all become equal again. We goblins must bow to said king and be loyal to him, for it will make us great again. Then again, it does not mean that you are king of England or even the magical world. It has something to do with the grounds around Hogwarts, but we don't know anything about that. It was after those words that Harry left the office with the parchment of the inheritance test pressed in the pocket of his one good cloak. In the hallway, Bella and Harry waited for Sirius to settle his own business with Gringotts, just thinking about the thing that had just happened. It was almost an hour later that Sirius had finished his business. Many of the goblins looked very strange when they saw Bogrod patting a dog as it walked out of his office. Together they made their way over to the entrance to then make their way to the leaky cauldron. At the entrance they saw Lucius arguing with another customer. He hadn't seen Harry and Bella sneak past him, but they heard him saying, "I'm a pure blood, so it is my right to go first." When they got to Ollivander they turned around, but they couldn't see Sirius anywhere. Suddenly Bella pointed her finger in the direction of Lucius and said, "No way, he wouldn't, would he?" "Yes he would," Harry answered her. There in the entrance of Gringotts stood Padfoot. The guards of Gringotts were looking the other way just so they could keep the little smirk from their faces. Padfoot was standing next to Lucius, his back leg high up in the air and doing what dogs did best. The next thing they could see between their watery eyes was Padfoot running towards them and Lucius yelling because his dress robe was wet and a little yellow. When Harry and Bella traveled to Gringotts, Minerva made her way over to Hogwarts, while she sat down at her desk with Augusta next to her, who had arrived a little later. She thought about the things they had to do. But the one thing that was on her mind was how to get Albus out of the castle. If she would be able to get that done, then they wouldn't have to sneak in later that night. It was around noon when Albus walked into her office next to her classroom. Augusta, who saw him coming in without knocking, went over to the side and let Minerva deal with Albus on her own. It was over an hour in their conversation when Albus said what he wanted to say. "Minerva, I really have to talk to you about Harry." The moment he said Harry, the lips of Minerva became extremely thin and her eyes narrowed. She didn't say a word and was waiting for what was to come. The only thing she did was to make a fist under the table and squeeze the house rings of Potter, Prosper and Gryffindor. "Minerva, when I had a long talk with Minister Fudge. As you probably know, Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban." Minerva didn't look up when Albus said those words. She knew that he was very tight with Fudge. Well, it was more Fudge who thought they were tight. Albus was just playing him for the bumbling fool he was. It was something she wanted to tell him, but he was still her boss, and without her job Harry would be all alone. "Well, because of that we have decided to protect Hogwarts by placing Dementors on the outside of the wards. We will do this for the students and Harry," Albus told her. Minerva nodded and played along with what Albus was telling her. What do they have to do, and why must it be Dementors? "Well, me and Fudge." Minerva smiled a little to herself. If Hermione would have heard him saying that, she would have said Fudge and me, headmaster, in her own little teacher's way. "Have decided on Dementors because we know that Sirius is very afraid of them. They will be patrolling the perimeter outside of the wards, and if they see Sirius they have a key. On-site order." Albus gave a look out of the window and said, "Now I have heard that you do not like it if I bring the Dementors here, but they are the best option for us." Minerva didn't say a thing but kept looking at Albus. The last thing she wanted was Dementors in the school or even near the school. But if they would be kept behind the wards of the castle, it would ease her feelings a bit. She also knew that there would be no way for her to stop it if Albus said that it would happen. He was the headmaster and he had the final decision. Slowly the gears in her head started to turn around. In her mind there had to be a good solution, but she could not find it. Suddenly she felt her hand heat up. With a quick glance at her hand she saw the Gryffindor house ring disappear. What it meant she didn't know, but knew that Harry had to be in the office of Bogrod. "Albus, you know I don't like those creatures being so close to the school. But if you want them there, then." It was now for the second time that her hand became warm. With another quick look she saw that another ring had appeared on her hand. At the first look she didn't see it, but by the second look she saw the coat of arms from Hogwarts. This had been the thing she had been waiting for. Her grandson had done it and had become Lord Hogwarts. Minerva, you were saying, Albus tried to say when he felt another vibration going through the castle. Lady Hogwarts felt her magic increase when the ring of Hogwarts appeared on the hand of Minerva. So the first thing she did was to glide into the office of Minerva. The moment she came into the office, she could hear Albus asking what Minerva was saying. Minerva almost jumped out of her chair when she heard the voice of Albus. As she looked up, she saw Lady Hogwarts floating behind Albus. Her face full of joy almost made her smile, but she kept her face tight. Albus turned around to see what Minerva was looking at, but he didn't see anything, so turned back again. Oh yes, Albus, what I was saying. I do not like it if those creatures are near this school, but if you insist that they be here, then I will go and get my grandson, his friends and the family over here to learn the Patronus charm. It is that or he will not be attending Hogwarts this year. With a sharp look, Albus looked at Minerva. He could not tell if she meant it or not. The last thing he wanted was a year without Harry Potter in Hogwarts. He had to get Harry back in his control, and if he wasn't at Hogwarts, he could forget it. If you insist, Minerva. Yes, I do, she snapped. Well, in that case, I think I have to tell it to the minister, so that they could do magic during the holiday, Albus told her. Yes, I will do that, and I will do it first thing this coming Monday. No, you do it today and you do it now. If not, Harry will not be attending this year. The Patronus charm is a very difficult charm to master, and they need all the time they can get. After opening his mouth, Albus was about to reply. If I were you, I would be going, Albus. Tonight I will bring them all here. So please leave now because I still have a lot to do. Albus got out of his chair and left the office, leaving a smiling Minerva sitting behind her desk. As he walked down the corridor, he knew that the influence Minerva had on Harry was way bigger than he wanted. But Harry being at Hogwarts could be his saving grace. The only thing he had to do was to keep Minerva away from Harry by giving her a lot to do, and then he would have all the time in the world to manipulate Harry into doing it his way again. So students at Hogwarts without their guardians would not be a problem at all for him. All right, I can do that. I will see him tonight after dinner and will be back tomorrow morning, Albus said as he walked out of the door. Minerva looked up and rolled her eyes at him, something he didn't see. Lady Hogwarts saw the look Minerva gave Albus and immediately looked very worried as she looked Minerva in the eyes. After a couple of minutes, Lady Hogwarts took it upon herself to tell her worries to Minerva. Minerva, do you really think that my master will be able to learn that charm before the school will start in September? It's after all a very hard curse to learn. Many adults don't even know how to do that charm. Minerva didn't look up but kept her focus on the paper she had in front of her. Lady Hogwarts, when you have your body, you will be able to learn all there is to know about your master and my grandson, with the help of the Sorting Hat. Until that time, you do not have to worry about it. I can, however, tell you that if he and his friends have to learn it fast, they would be able to do it before tonight. I tell you this because it is not only the trust I have in them, but it is also how good they are. Lady Hogwarts heard from the tone Minerva had used that Minerva didn't want to talk about it. So she did the only thing she could do and left her alone. There was, however, one comment that kept going through her mind. Lady Hogwarts, when you have your body, you will be able to learn all there is to know about your master and my grandson, with the help of the Sorting Hat. Could it be true? Would her master be able to create a body for her? Would he be the first to not just use her but really help her? Was he really that good? Was he really the good boy she heard about? Or was he more the boy the headmaster and that potions professor were always talking about? The arrogant boy who was thinking he owned the whole world. There was so much she was asking herself as she made her way through the castle. While she floated through the empty corridors, she didn't see the 4 house ghosts that were following her. The moment she looked to the left, she was a little startled when she saw the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw floating next to her. Is it true, lady? Is Lord Hogwarts really among us? The lady floated ahead and nodded slowly. What is the matter, lady? Are you not pleased? Is it not the Lord you wanted? Or is he just like the last one who could talk to snakes, the one you didn't want to be the Lord? Lady Hogwarts stopped floating and looked down at the ground. I don't know, and I don't know if you all already know or seen him. It's just not as easy as I thought it would be. The 4 house ghosts looked at the lady but didn't ask her anything. Even the bloody Baron kept his mouth for once in his ghostly life. Our new lord is only 12 years old, sure in 5.5 days he will be 13, but still he is so young. I don't know if he could be the lord of this castle at his young age. The other thing is the boy himself. I know that he is my master, but are the stories about him real? Is he the boy they are whispering about, or is he the boy they are shouting about? Again the four ghosts didn't do anything and were waiting for the lady to continue. The surprise, however, was the fact that Lady Hogwarts was doubting herself, and in all these years at the school this had been the first time they saw that. What did surprise them the most had been the hope she lay in the boy. Normally she would have laid her trust in the headmaster or the other adults in the school. The last adult had been the headmaster Albus Dumbledore, but he had ignored the lady completely. He had been the one why she had lost her faith in the adults and went for this solution. Dear lady, who is this boy they are whispering about? Helena Ravenclaw asked the lady. Lady Hogwarts kept looking at the ground as she mumbled her answer. It is Master Harry Gryffindor, Potter. While she started to float again, she didn't see that the ghosts stayed where they were. When she saw that they didn't follow her, she turned around. Her house ghosts were just floating there, all looking at her with astonishment. What? Why are you just floating there? She asked while she was looking at them. Dear lady, sir, Nicholas started. Do you have any idea who the mother of this young lord is? Her eyes were starting to get a little bit misty. I have heard that her name was Lily Evans. She had been one of the brightest students that have ever walked these corridors. The ghost of Helena Ravenclaw could not help herself and started to laugh loudly. Lady Hogwarts looked at her accusingly. Helena saw it and gave a little giggle. I'm very sorry, my dear lady, but I think you have to know something. This will be in a later chapter. As Harry together with Bella came stumbling out of the fireplace, they had a hard time to remain standing. It was only a second later that Sirius came out of the fire and started to laugh again. The moment Bella and Harry looked at him, they lost it and dropped to the floor as they were holding their ribs because they were hurting a lot. Everyone at Potter Castle had ran into the hallway and looked at the scene in front of them. Bella was the first to get a hold of herself and saw that everyone had arrived, even the parents of Hermione were there. The only one that was still missing had been David. It wasn't long after that Bella told them about the thing Sirius had done to Lucius while she was still holding her ribs. I don't want to hear this anymore, Augusta said out loud. Neville looked at his grandmother. But Gran, it's funny. Yes it is, but I would rather look at it in a pensieve, Augusta told it to an empty room. Gran, what are you standing over there for? Neville shouted from next to the pensieve. Watch it, young man. Augusta chuckled and made her way over to the pensieve. It was 3 minutes later that they all came out of the pensieve and laughed like they hadn't in a long time. Harry had been the only one who hadn't gone over to the pensieve. The moment he wanted to, he saw 3 owls sitting on the windowsill. As he took the letters, he got a feeling of nausea in his stomach. While he took the first letter, he instantly knew he had picked the wrong one. As the others came back into the room still laughing, they saw Harry standing at the table bend over a letter. His look told them that something was really wrong. Bella and Daphne didn't hesitate and made their way over to his side. As they pulled him into their arms, they asked the same question at the same time. Harry, what's wrong? Harry didn't say anything but handed them the letter he was reading. As Daphne took the letter, she saw Harry walking to the other side of the room. Bella stood next to her and looked over her shoulder and whispered, "This is not going to be good if he looks like that." Daphne nodded and started to read the letter out loud for everyone to hear. To Lord Harry James Potter. It is with a lot of regret that I have to inform you of something my wife has recently done. Without my knowledge, she took it upon herself to go to the ministry and made an attempt to put me out of the parenthood of my daughter Ginevra Molly Weasley. She did this with the sole purpose to get sole custody of our daughter. With this act, she made it publicly clear that she does not respect the agreement as they are written in the South Avenue agreement between our houses. I do realize with this being out in the open, I have personally broken the agreement to keep this out of the open. By the actions of my wife, I myself cannot protect my daughter any longer in the way I wanted to do. The reason for this is the fact that my wife has been talking to the Morning Prophet. She has told her version of how you made my daughter into your South Dot Avenue. Now I do not know when the prophet will print the story, but it will not put you in a good light. The little play we did on the platform to protect my daughter for when she got home is being used in the opposite way. Her goal is to get her daughter back. After this incident, I did have a long talk with my daughter. As you know, she will never choose her mother. She also doesn't want to lose me, but she did ask me to ask you the next thing. She wants to be put in your protection and is prepared to be a full-time South Dot Avenue if she has to. We are of opinion that she will have a better life with you as a South Dot Avenue than her as her daughter. Now we do know that my wife will stop at nothing to get your money. If she has to use her daughter again, she will. So if you let me, I will sign over my daughter to your protection to do as you please. With this, I hope I can fulfill the life debt my daughter owes you. I will also tell my side of the story to the morning prophet, but I don't think it will help you, so if I should not do it, I will leave that up to you. But because of her mother, I don't think it will help you at all. Arthur Weasley. Peas. As Lord of my house, I ask you if I could align my house with your house and make my house part of the ancient and noble house of Potter. Daphne looked over at Harry and had little tears in her eyes. The plan that they had made together had been for the benefit of Ginny. It had the sole purpose to keep her safe when she was at home. But with this, their plan had backfired on them. Harry had only one of two choices. He could go publicly and give Ginny back to her mother, or he could go public and take her as his personal South Dot Avenue. Harry got up from the spot where he had been sitting and went over to the office. An office he was starting to see as his, and not only the office from his father. Amelia, Mom, could you two please come with me? I really need your help right now and that of my ladies. It was on moments like this that he had to be the lord of his house. His grandmother may act like his guardian, but he was still the real lord of House Potter. It was this reason why he could do everything he had to do, and with the situation with Ginny, he had to do it all by himself. Isabella watched as Harry made his way to the office. She could feel his feelings of despair and hopelessness. It was at these moments that Isabella had a real hard time with it all. Here was a boy way too young to go through things like this. He held his head high and was a proper lord when he had to be, but that was the point. Why did he have to be this lord, and why now? Isabella felt the feelings of despair increase when Harry stepped through the door. It didn't help him that Sirius was screaming that it wasn't right that Harry had made a South Dot Avenue for himself. How can you do a thing like that? How can you make a South Dot Avenue of that young girl? Are you going dark already? He screamed over and over again. Stop that, you mangy mud! Daphne screamed back at Sirius. How dare you compare Harry to that hideous figure called Voldemort? I never said that. Ooh, yes you did. We are only 12 and you are already asking him if he is going dark. Guess what, Sirius? If you didn't go after Pettigrew, you could have been there for him and prevented all this mess. But no, you had to be the selfish bastard you are. Sirius looked at Daphne as if she had just killed his puppy. Just let it go, Daphne, Bella told her with a dirty look at Sirius. That dog does not know what is good for him. He is also as stupid as he looks. But the day my older self gets out of Azkaban, I will tell her this, and then we will see if he can still scream at a kid without knowing why we did it. Isabella followed Harry into the office and had a little smile on her face. Bella was about to hex Sirius, and she was hoping she would. Sirius was spluttering and looked over at James and Lily. James was looking sad, but Lily was giving him looks that could have killed him if she had the power. And Sirius had no doubt in his mind that if Lily was still alive, he wouldn't be. When the three of them came out of the office, Harry was still feeling down. There were still 2 letters lying on the table that were waiting for Harry. However, Harry didn't feel like opening them anymore. He was just afraid to read another letter like the one he had just got. Bella didn't wait for Harry to open the letter when he felt like it, so she took one of the letters she knew had been written by Grandmother Minnie. It was with pride that she told they could go to Hogwarts because Albus would be away for the night. Harry again went back into the office where he hung up his coat and added the name of Ginny to the book. He had completely forgotten the piece of parchment that was still in the pocket of that coat. Everything had been fixed. Everything had been done. So it was 3 hours later that the whole family was waiting in front of the gates of Hogwarts. When Minerva came down to get them, she immediately told them why Albus had gone away. The adults didn't like the idea of Dementors at the castle, but the kids just didn't know what they were, so they didn't really care. As they went into the castle, Harry immediately took Arabella down to the secret chamber. When he asked for some stairs because Arabella asked him to, he was very embarrassed when they appeared, because he hadn't thought about them the first time he went down. Hermione, who had come along, was laughing as she pulled Harry down the stairs. While Harry took Arabella and Hermione further down the corridor under the ground towards the chamber. The others went over to the Gryffindor common room to put their things away. That was also the place where Sirius would hide for as long as he was at Hogwarts. When Harry had brought the rest down to the secret chamber, they could all see that Arabella had already begun with the ritual that would start on midnight that night, something that would still remain a secret for Lady Hogwarts for just a little longer. It had been the first time for many of them to see the secret chamber. Only Amelia and Isabella had been in the chamber before. So when they all saw the dead basilisk, they had to take a deep breath. "Look, Sirius," Bella snapped. "That is the little snake Harry had to kill to get Ginny to safety." It was only because the way her mother and Albus had drove her to lay all of her emotions into a cursed diary, that she was in this situation in the first place. If Harry hadn't done what he did, who is to say we would have been able to stand here at all? And after all that, you think that Harry is going dark? Sirius just looked with open mouth at the basilisk while he got deadly stares from Bella and Daphne, but also from all his other friends. Minerva, who had walked over to Sirius, pinched the bridge of her nose. "I don't think I really want to know why Bella and Daphne are looking at you in that way now, am I? I don't even think I want to know why the others are looking at you as if they smell something really foul." Before Sirius could say something, it was Daphne who snapped at Minerva. "No, that is something you don't want to know." The moment she said it, she realized what she had done. "I'm really sorry, Grandmother Minnie, but Sirius has compared Harry to a junior Dark Lord in the making for taking Ginny as his South Avenue." Daphne again had some tears in her eyes and Bella took over. The most disturbing thing was that he didn't even have the common sense to ask why Ginny had become his South Avenue. "Leave it, Bella, he is a dog and you cannot teach an old dog new tricks. I do know one thing. If he makes another comment like that again, I will personally help Bellatrix to give him hell when she comes out of Azkaban, godfather or not." Minerva gave a sharp nod at Daphne while she turned back to Sirius. "Now I know you still have some lines to write for me and I'm really thinking to make you do them. But then again, if my new granddaughter Bellatrix Black comes out of Azkaban, I might even join her in hexing your sorry ass." It was at midnight when everyone gathered around the boiling cauldron and started to put the whole mandragoras into it, before they put the lid back on the cauldron. As they looked on, they could see the water starting to turn a light green color. It didn't smell that good and it made Arabella laugh. Most of the kids were gagging from the smell the cauldron was producing. All they had to do now was to stir it 30 times clockwise every hour on the hour and 10 times anti-clockwise for 4 long days. It was now that the friends were really happy with Hermione as one of their friends. There was no one better in making a schedule like her, and it was now that they needed it more than ever because it would be 4 tiresome days. It was not much later that a very beaming Hermione had started on the schedule and didn't stop until she had it done. In the end, everyone had a turn for 6 long hours at a stretch, which they had to do with someone else. Amelia and Minerva were the only ones who wouldn't be part of the schedule, because they would keep on doing their own jobs, while they were giving Albus a lot more to do than he normally would do. It was, however, the same idea Albus had, only he wanted to do it to Minerva. So in his all-knowing wisdom he got the one person who could help him with all of this. "Ah, Severus, my boy, I'm glad you could come to help me out. Now, as I told you, Harry and his friends will be staying here for a while to learn the Patronus charm. I would like for you to help teach it to them." "Of course, Headmaster, it would be a pleasure to teach them, as if I have nothing else to do than to babysit a bunch of spoiled brats," he thought. At 6 in the morning, Susan came down to the secret chamber with Augusta. They were accompanied by Amelia, who would be staying for an hour because after that she had to go to the ministry to do her job. Sitting next to the cauldron, Susan realized that it would be 6 long boring hours, so she looked over at her auntie. "Auntie, what are you going to do about Dumbledore?" Susan asked in a teasing tone. Amelia had to smile when she heard her niece. Well, Susan, she started back in the same tone. Dumbledore is going to be the fun thing. As head of the DLME, I'm responsible for the security of the school. One of those things I could do was to get Tonks between these walls. She is the one who will be teaching all of you the Patronus charm. But she will also be watching the entrance of the secret chamber. I'm however glad that Harry did teach you all the parcel articulation to open the chamber. Now to keep Albus busy as hell, Minerva and I will seek him out for every little thing we can think of. So he will be making a lot of trips to the ministry for 1 or 2 questions at a time. Amelia smiled as she nodded to Augusta. Augusta chuckled and made question marks in the air. Well, me as head of the board of governors of Hogwarts have my own questions for him. Now I'm not allowed to know anything about the things Amelia is doing. So I will drive him crazy by asking the same things Amelia will be doing. The idea alone put Susan into a fit of giggles. Oh, wait till the others hear about this, she said between breaths. In the end, it all came down to Albus sitting in his office for every night just praying for the friends to go home so he could have some peace and quiet time for himself. As the days went on, everyone got their turn stirring the cauldron, and when they were not, Tonks would teach them the Patronus charm. While everyone took their turn, it wasn't always sunshine. Like always, when you wanted something to go well, it didn't. It was early in the morning on the 3rd day when Minerva walked into the Gryffindor common room. In her hand she had the morning prophet from that day and was waving it around in a frantic way. Her eyes were full of fury and it didn't look good for them. Daphne, who was sitting in the couch next to Harry, bolted up the stairs to the girls' dormitories shouting to the others that they had to come down. Harry, who sat next to her, did the same thing, only he did it on the boys' side. It was only a minute later that Daphne and Harry came down, followed by their friends. Sirius and Dan came down 5 minutes later, to the annoyance of Minerva. It was 10 minutes later that everyone was down. The last one to come down had been Augusta. The ones who weren't there were Hermione and Emma. This because it was their turn to stir the cauldron. With a little hesitation and a sad look to the others, she gave the morning prophet to Daphne so she could read the article out loud. The boy who lived is now he who collects abs to mistreat and abuse them. By Rita Skeeter. My dear readers, what I'm about to write to you is something you will not believe. It is something I myself would not have believed if I had not heard it myself. But after a very intense search that I, Rita Skeeter, have done myself, I have unearthed the truth, a truth I will share with you all. But I will warn you, it's a very disturbing truth. It is very strange, but Harry Potter, the boy who lived, has, and I have heard it from many people, has taken a little girl, a girl that is only a year younger than himself, as his South Avenue. To do this he has used the old laws and ways to make her his. By doing so he didn't only use the old laws and ways, he manipulated them for his own pleasure. Now I hear you asking, how did he do it? Well, he told everyone that he had saved Ginevra Molly Weasley, that sweet little girl, from a basilisk. From all the creatures he could have said, told them it was a basilisk. Yes, my dear readers, those are creatures of legends, and he just happened to see one and saved Ginevra from it. So just like you all, I think it's a highly unlikely tale. However, even if it is very unlikely, Mr. Potter did use the tale to make Arthur Weasley, the father of Ginevra Molly Weasley, believe that she was now his South Avenue. Of course, my dear readers, it was all a tale to get his first South Avenue. If it was true, then it would have been a boa constrictor, but never a basilisk. No, I do know that many readers don't like it when I write bad things about the boy who lived, but whether or not the tale is true, one thing is clear. Ginevra Molly Weasley is now fulfilling her life debt as a South Avenue to Lord Potter, and only he knows what she is doing now. But like I said before, you do not have to believe me, believe the people who were there when he made her his South Avenue. I personally went to all those people and asked their side of the story. The first person I spoke to was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the slayer of Grindelwald, the Dark Lord of his time, and our own leader of the light. I asked, Mr. Dumbledore, could you tell us what happened according to you? Harry came to my office with a highly unlikely story. He told me that he had just saved Ginny from the secret chamber. Now I do have to tell you that many adults have searched the whole castle from top to bottom. None of them has ever found even the tiniest inkling of the Chamber of Secrets. So I really doubt that a boy of only 12 has done what many adults couldn't do. The next thing Harry told me was that he had saved Miss Weasley from a giant snake. He also told us it was a basilisk. Now, if this was true, I would think that a boy of 12 could not defeat it. I would have had a lot of trouble to do something like that. Now I could do it, I tell you, but it would take a lot of power from me. So I'm sure Harry Potter didn't do it. Well, Mr. Dumbledore, that was very interesting, but when did Mr. Potter take Ginny as his South Avenue? Ah yes, Miss Skeeter. Well, it was not long after Mr. and Mrs. Weasley came to the infirmary that Harry Potter, Miss Greengrass and Miss Fig made this ruse to get Miss Weasley to be his South Avenue. I did say a ruse because it can't be anything else. But Headmaster Dumbledore, didn't you try to stop it from happening? Of course I did, Miss Skeeter. I really tried to stop it all from happening, but unfortunately I have to tell you that young Harry didn't want to listen to me. I really think that he likes the idea of having a South Avenue, and to tell you the truth, I don't want to think what he is going to do with her when he is 16 or maybe even sooner. Here, dear readers, that was what the great Albus Dumbledore, the leader of the Light, has told me, and yes, dear readers, I was very shocked. Of course I didn't believe it right away and I went on with my investigation. But if this was all, it would not have been too bad, because there are ways to get ABS transferred to another person. However, there was even more. Molly Weasley, the mother of Ginevra Molly Weasley, told me something that I found even more shocking than the boy who lived taking a South Avenue. Dear Molly, it had been you that came to us at the Daily Prophet to ask us if I would seek out the truth. Now I for one was very surprised to hear about the things the boy who lived had done. Yes, dear readers, I was very surprised indeed. Molly Weasley told me that Harry had taken Mr. Weasley and Miss Ginevra to another room in Hogwarts. It was there that they turned Ginny into a South Avenue. So I ask you, how could Mr. Weasley let something like this happen? Well, what I found out was more than disturbing, it was criminal. According to Molly Weasley, Arthur Weasley would never do a thing like that to his only daughter, so Harry had used the Imperius Curse to get my daughter away from me. It were by these words that the strong woman that was sitting in front of me broke down into the broken woman she really is. I couldn't get any more from this broken down woman, so I had to ask my next questions to the sad brother that was sitting next to his mother. At first I didn't ask a thing, I just looked at Mr. Ronald Weasley and his best friend Draco Malfoy. For those who don't know Mr. Malfoy, he is the son of the upstanding citizen Lord Malfoy. This is what they had to say. We are both students at Hogwarts and are sharing many classes with Harry Potter. At school he is always strutting around like he was the Prince of Hogwarts and everyone has to bow for his greatness. We all have to do as he says and all the teachers are afraid of him. Most of them are favoring him just because they are that scared. Only Professor Snape is treating him for what he is, a spoiled brat. If it weren't for him, we don't know what would have happened to us. He is bullying everyone. And if something happened, he will blame it up on us. It would not even surprise me if Harry made a South Avenue of my sister just to have his way with her. This was the moment that I, Rita Skeeter, had to comfort Mr. Ronald Weasley with the loss of his sister. I could see that Mr. Weasley could not go on, so I turned my attention to Mr. Malfoy, his best friend, and he continued by telling me the next thing. Like my best friend just told you, he is very afraid that Harry James Potter will use his sister for whatever sick way he can think of. He is even afraid that he will sell her to the highest bidder to have his way for one night. Now, dear readers, I don't have to tell you that I was freaked out of my mind. How could a young lord do something like this? Why is his grandmother allowing him to do it? Does she not see that the boy who lived is starting to go dark, or is she allowing it on purpose? But also, why is Headmaster Dumbledore no longer his magical guardian? It is clear to me that his grandmother is not the right person for the job. Now the last thing I want to know is, how is it that a mother can lose her daughter like this? Does the ministry do nothing about this, and are we only seeing the end of this, or is it just the start for a lot to come? But my dear readers, I will stay on the story and tell you as soon as there is more to tell. Rita Skeeter. Daphne laid down the Daily Prophet and started to sob softly. This is not how it went. We didn't want any of this. We only wanted to help Ginny to make it safer for her to be at home. She would only be a South Avenue on paper. She isn't even living with us. Slowly the sobs of Daphne turned into real tears and she started to really cry. Bella ran to her and took her in her arms. But those things they say is not what Harry does. He would never do things like that to Ginny. Daphne lost it and started to cry uncontrollably. Bella held her against her chest and could see that Susan was also crying softly. It was not a strange idea for Bella. It had been them who had made the plan and it had been Harry who had to do it. As she gazed over at Neville she could see that he wasn't far from crying. The adults took the children in their arms. After another 10 minutes of getting their composure back it was Susan who opened her mouth. Harry, we could make an appeal in the Wizengamot. There we could make her known as your South Avenue. Harry, who immediately wanted to protest, saw the hand of Susan who gestured him to wait. Harry, I know that you do not want that. But it is there that we could show them the contract we made. It is also there that Arthur could tell his side and we might even get the twins to speak on yours and Ginny's favor. The things we could get by doing this, is that Molly has to answer question under Veritaserum, so she has to tell the truth of how she was treating Ginny. It wasn't a lot they could come up with, but the idea from Susan was the one thing that could work. The only downfall would be that Harry had to take Ginny as his South Avenue. It would not be a big change for him, but it would be a very big change for Ginny. Not only would she stay and live with Harry because he was her master. No, she would not be allowed to go to Hogwarts for her second year. As a South Avenue she would be no more than a house elf, and it would mean that her wand would be snapped. Now there were some things they could do about that, but what that was they didn't know. While Harry looked up at his grandmother with tears in his eyes, she answered his question without him asking it. It's okay, Harry. Ginny can stay with us for as long as she wants. I know that you will not use her and that you will be a good friend to her. Nobody in this room believes that story. And she gave a very pointed look at Sirius. And I also believe that many people outside don't believe it either. Minerva took her cub into a gentle hug and told him that he had to practice his Patronus. Most of them could already get enough silvery mist to ward of a Dementor, but no one had yet produced a Corporal one, but that was only a matter of time. While she watched her little cub walking away, she could feel the pain he was feeling. With his head hanging down, she saw him walking behind Tonks. Her little cub, the Lord of 3 houses, 1 marriage contract and 1 he wanted to make. On top of that he had 2 Avs, one being Lady Hogwarts and the other Ginny Weasley, only a year younger than himself. She could not say that she was happy with the idea that he had made a South Avenue from Ginny. But their intentions had been honorable and were only done to help her. However, that had only been the start of all the things he had now resting on his little shoulders. No, the only thing Minerva could hope for was that when Lady Hogwarts would be among them when the ritual works. That she could help her cub more than she herself could do. Lady Hogwarts, listen. Let's go back to the point. The lady was floating ahead of the 4 house ghosts. Lady Hogwarts had been in hiding for a little while now. Nobody had seen or heard from her from the moment Helena had told that she thought the lady had to know something. It had been the story from Helena Ravenclaw that had scared the lady to her core. Dear lady, sir, Nicholas started. Do you have any idea who the mother of this young lord is? Her eyes were starting to get a little bit misty. I have heard that her name was Lily Evans. She had been one of the brightest students that has ever walked these corridors. The ghost of Helena Ravenclaw could not help herself and started to laugh loudly. Lady Hogwarts looked at her accusingly. Helena saw it and gave a little giggle. I'm very sorry, my dear lady, but I think you have to know something. My lady, is that all you know of her? Helena asked in a small voice. She was a little scared that the lady would answer her with a firm yes. Yes, Helena, that is all I know. I hear all these stories and I can't remember her like all of you seem to do. As the 4 ghosts were looking at each other, there was doubt in their ghostly faces. I know it's hard to believe, but I really can't remember her. I don't even remember the name Evans or even a Lily Evans. As far as I know, there has never been a Lily Evans at this school. Helena tried to put her ghostly arm around the shoulder of the lady, but it went right through the magic of the lady. A soft smile appeared on the face of the lady, but that was all it was. My dear lady, let me tell you about the mother of young Lord Potter. Well, Lily Evans was the first witch who asked to be resorted into another house. Now that was something she wasn't allowed to do. We Ghost never knew why she wanted to do it, but we heard that she wanted to do it for some students who wanted to change because they were outsiders or something like that. Slowly the lady started to nod, but her face became very pensive. Well, that was just one thing, but not the biggest thing she had done, Helena went on. No, one of the biggest things she had done was befriending a goblin. She had been the first Muggleborn to do a thing like that. Upon till that point it had only been done by the real big and grey houses like the Potters, Longbottoms and the Greengrasses. The other big thing had been the time that she went up against the Board of Governors. The more Helena spoke, the more the lady had to think. I'm sorry, my lady, but I can still see that you really don't remember her. It was now that she turned to Sir Nicholas. Sir, could you tell the lady what Lily looked like? Sure, I can, sir, Nicholas said. Now Lily was a wonderful girl. She had flaming red hair and was always standing up for the ones who couldn't do it themselves. She was the brightest witch of her generation, and on top of it all she was a seer. A really powerful seer who remembered what she saw and only used her gift to help the others around her. The lady nodded again, and without a word she floated away. Her thoughts were going all over the place and she had a really hard time thinking about it. All the things she had heard were stories from a Lily McGonagall. But the Lily Evans they were all talking about was a girl she just didn't remember. It made her very afraid. Could she have told her master the wrong stories about his mother? It was these thoughts that made her hide herself away for a little while. All right, back to the present. The time in the secret chamber went by very slowly. Because they only had to stir the potion for 4 days on the hour every hour, it became very boring down there when they were sitting around for 59 minutes at a time. Because Tonks was with them, she taught them a lot of spells, but other than that there wasn't much else to do. It didn't help them that Snape and Albus were lurking around the bathroom of Moaning Myrtle at every chance they got. Most of the time they were looking for Harry, and when they found him they brought him to the other side of the castle. He escaped by house elf on moments when they weren't looking at him. The first time it happened he told Maxie to get him away. After that he told Maxie to get him away every time it happened to him. On top of it all, Sirius had to help Bogrod for a couple of days. This time he was supposed to go to a cave that was inside a cliff. Because it was a long way away he had the opportunity to show himself so Amelia could send a search party. Minutes became hours and hours became days. It was on the third day that Harry was taking a walk around the lake with Daphne and Bella at his side. He had his head hanging down. Bella, who had been walking on his left, knew that something was eating at him. It had been a very long time that she had seen him like this, and the only thing she could do was wait. Wait until the moment that he wanted to tell what was annoying him. It had been one of the things she had discussed in length with Daphne on the moment they had together. Daphne, who had been walking on the other side of Harry, looked sideways at Bella. From the moment Harry had told her that he wanted to make a marriage contract with her, she had become extremely close to Bella. Together they had made a pact to always be there for Harry when he needed them, but to also be there for each other. While they made the pact, Bella had told her all that she knew about Harry, but also how to deal with him. One of those things was the way he was acting now. Bella had told her to let him go on until he himself was ready. But she wanted to hex him if he would keep this up. After about 15 minutes Harry let out a very deep sigh. This has been the thing Bella and Daphne had been waiting for. A little sheepishly Harry looked up and smiled his lopsided smile. Well, ladies, what would you say if I said I want to make Ginny our daughter? Bella didn't understand him, but Daphne got a eureka expression on her face. If you can do it, are you going to give her back to Arthur when she is 17? She asked. No, I don't think I will be able to. If I can, I will do it, but I don't know. I'm not even sure if this will work. Just wait on. Bella screamed. What the hell are you talking about? What am I missing here? Daphne took Bella into her arms. Nothing, sweetheart. Harry is just asking if you want to be a mommy next week. Ooh, sure. What, wait? No, I can't. Not yet. But then we have to, get BPD, but I'm not ready. Harry and Daphne started to laugh. Daphne hugged Bella closer. Bella, you are rambling. What Harry was asking is something that can be done, but has only been done one time in the past. He is going to make Ginny the offer of becoming his daughter. With that, she could go to Hogwarts and become whatever she wants. Is that even possible? You know, to make her your daughter? Bella asked. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Our daughter, and I don't really know. I only saw that you can make a South Avenue a part of your family, taking away the S. Avery part, but I don't know how it is really done. However, I do think that she will become my daughter if I do. Are you sure that will be the outcome? Daphne said as she started to bite her lower lip. No, but we do know who we could ask. And Harry gave a small knowing smile that was answered with two identical grins. I'm, however, going to tell the others about it, but not Ginny, not yet. I want to be sure that when we ask her we have all the facts. If we can do it, I will tell her it's only on paper. Arthur will always be her daddy. While Daphne informed the one person they knew that could help, Harry and Bella started to make the plan. He would take care of Ginny, and if the only way was as his South Avenue, then so be it. The main plan would be done when they would have their day in the Wizengamot, just like Susan had said. At midnight on the third day, all the friends gathered around the cauldron again. This was the second part of the ritual before they all got some rest. Arabella took the lid of the cauldron and the friends started to do their part. Susan, Harry and Hermione were chopping up Devil's Snare into pieces of 4 inches, while Neville, Bella and Daphne started to add it to the cauldron. Then Bella took the first turn to stir the potion 12 times anti-clockwise and 2 times clockwise, something that would be repeated on the hour for 6 times, with every friend getting his turn. 2 hours before midnight on the last day, Bella said goodbye to Harry with a hug. It was her turn to stir the cauldron for the last couple of times. Harry took the hug and went to search the castle for Lady Hogwarts. There were only a couple of hours left on the 4th day. The potion was almost ready, and then it would only be 1 day before Lady Hogwarts had her body. Slowly the tension started to take hold of everyone. If it would not work, then they had to wait another year to try it again. That was also the one thing they didn't want. But as always, they would be very happy with Arabella. She was the best potion mistress there was, in whole of England, even better than Snape. Her only problem was that she was a squid. And no pureblood wanted to work with her. After 30 minutes, Harry came into the chamber and was followed by a floating Lady Hogwarts. Bella and Arabella were standing around the golden cauldron. Daphne was sitting on a chair while Isabella was counting the stirs Bella was stirring. The eyes of the lady became wide when she saw the cauldron. While her gaze went to her master, she asked without any sound coming out of her mouth, "What are you all doing down here?" Harry chuckled a little when he saw her eyes. With a big smile on his face, he took the hand of his mother and asked if Arabella would tell the lady what they were doing, because he hadn't done it yet. "No, Harry, I can't. This is your work and that of your friends." "Yes, Mum, you can." Bella almost snapped. "Without you we would have never come so far, and you know it." Bella told her mum while she looked up at her with pride in her eyes. Arabella wanted to refuse again, but the looks she got from all the friends kept her from saying something. It gave her a warm feeling and a satisfying thought that for once she was accepted by more than one pure blood. With a little smile of her own, she started to tell the ritual of Curse of Desire and magical entity from the body of the beast to Lady Hogwarts. At the end of the explanation, she told that Lady Hogwarts could decide her own appearance while she was in the cauldron. This way she could create her own identity, hair, eyes, and whatever else she could think of. But before they could do that, they first had to cut the piece from the basilisk they needed to harness the magic of Lady Hogwarts. It was not long after Harry and Daphne had cut 3 pieces of basilisk flesh, 1 for Lady Hogwarts and 2 as reserve pieces for another time if the ritual would fail, which they put under a stasis charm. Arabella started to take apart the rest of the basilisk. She had said that it was worth a lot of money. Harry didn't want the money and told her that she could keep it for a potion store in Hogsmeade. It was the one thing Arabella really wanted, and even though they hadn't been to Hogsmeade yet, they had heard that there wasn't a store like that in that little town. With only a couple of minutes to go until midnight, everyone came into the room and were gathering around the cauldron. Only 5 minutes left to go. Arabella started to prepare herself to start the big ritual. While the friends and the adults starting to prepare the chamber for the long day that was ahead of them, Arabella was putting the last of the ingredients into the cauldron. Now they had 4 hours of letting the potion boil softly while the friends were sitting on mattresses they had laid down on the floor. Bella and Hermione would keep track of time and make sure that the ritual would be on time all the time. Just so that the others didn't have to worry about it, the adults would keep an eye on it all. On the other side of the chamber behind a screen was Lady Hogwarts together with Tonks. Tonks was there to change into the form the lady wanted. It was a good way to see what she would look like when it was done. The screen had been something the lady had conjured out of nothing. She wanted to keep her form a secret until it was done, this to the chagrin of the friends. The only one who had been allowed to look had been Minerva. Her smile told the friends she was very pleased. But the lack of information frustrated the friends even more. 4 hours had almost passed and it was time for the friends to do what they had to do. So they started to recite their lines they had to say. While they said it together, they were looking with doubt in their eyes. A lot could go wrong, and those were the thoughts that would appear at moments like this. All right, Harry, you're almost up. Right after you is Daphne, then Neville, and the last will be Susan, Hermione said. Harry made his way to the cauldron and was followed by the other three. Now, Hermione almost shouted. Harry took the point of the ritual knife and pricked his finger. Then he gave the knife to Daphne. Harry squeezed his finger until one drop of blood fell into the cauldron. He took a last breath and started to say the spell. I give my blood for your life. Pure of blood. I give my blood for your life. Pure of soul. I give my blood for your life. Pure of heart. Live through my blood. Live through my soul. Live through my heart. He took the big wooden spoon and stirred it clockwise for 3 times. He was immediately followed by Daphne, who did the same thing, then Neville, and finally Susan. Now they had to wait for an hour to then repeat it all until midnight that night. After the 4th time, they all started to feel the fatigue in their bodies. So to kill the time, they were reminiscing about the last 4 days. After some talking, Harry asked one of his house elves to get the Potter pensive so they could look at some of the memories. The first memory was that of Tonks. She was standing in the bathroom of Ning Myrtle and heard someone coming down the corridor. As she peeked through the crack of the open door, she saw that it was Albus, who was slowly approaching. Tonks turned to the mirror and smirked at herself. As she turned into a little girl, she opened her robe. Underneath, she was fully dressed, but she held it apart by her hands as if she were BPD. Albus didn't knock and just opened the door to the bathroom. "Ah, dirty old man." And Tonks screamed and slammed her robe shut while she made her eyes twice as big from fright. Albus slammed the door and they could all hear his running footsteps going away from the bathroom. It took 20 minutes for all of them to calm down again from laughing. From that moment they only whispered "dirty old man" to make Albus scamper away. They did the next round of the ritual to then go back to the pensieve. This time it was Bella who shown them her memory. It wasn't a nice one, but it had made a lot of them very angry. It all happened the first day they were in the castle. Bella was walking together with Hermione and her mother down the corridors of Hogwarts. Emma Granger, who had never seen a castle like this, was looking around in wonder. They were followed by Daphne and Harry. On the way to the front door, they run into Professor Snape. The headmaster is really losing it if he lets muggles walking around these corridors, he sneered. Muggles? Emma asked, a little confused. That is what stupid wizards like him call non-magical people. We call them human, friends, and family, Bella told Emma. Well, I can't say that I mind it, but the way you are saying it, it's like it's a very bad thing, Emma said as she looked Severus in the eye. How dare you speak to me? How dare I? Now you listen here, you greasy git. I don't care if you are magical or a professor of my daughter, but I will not stand for someone like you to disrespect me like that, Emma screamed. Snape didn't say anything, he just took his wand and whispered Legilimens. Emma slammed her hands against her head. What are you doing to me? She screamed. Bella didn't know what she was doing, but on pure instinct she grabbed the hands of Daphne and Harry as she looked them in the eyes. She then looked over at Snape and said Legilimens. They appeared in a wood that was surrounded by a river. Bellatrix, what did you do and where are we? We are in the mind of that bastard Daphne. He is attacking the mind of Emma, so I got us into his. Now we have to do something to get him to let go of Emma and to make sure he never does it again. I know something. I will paint everything red and gold, Harry said. Good one. I will chop down a couple of 100 trees, Daphne replied with a sneer that was worthy of the git himself. You two do that while I will put up some ward so he can't fix it with magic. He has to do it the Muggle way, and I will see if I can find out what he is planning. So that is what he did to me, Emma said as they all came out of the pensieve. That bastard, I'm going to kill him, Amelia yelled. He is not allowed to read minds like that. What he did is torture or mind torture. 5 of the 6 friends jumped up and held Amelia in her place while she wanted to storm after Severus. Only Hermione stood still and took a piece of parchment out of her bag. Amelia, when Bellatrix is sent back, you can have S. N. I. versus E. L. L. U. S. Amelia corked an eyebrow. Why did you write that down? The friends all smiled. Well, we are keeping score for who wants to hurt who the most. You are leading the pack with Snivellus, Aunt Minnie with Minister Bumble, and for Dumbledore, it's a tie between Aunt Minnie and Aunt Poppy. Everyone started to laugh again. Only Emma had a thoughtful look. How is it that you can do magic in the mind? You can't, Isabella said. But, no Emma, you can't. But when you do it in the mind thinks it's real. Just like phantom pains. You know those pain you get when you lost a limb. Even when it's gone, your mind still feels the pain. So Voldemort isn't really in the mind of Bella. Yes, he is. It's a memory of himself. And that memory is leading a life of its own. So by placing him in a chest or coffin, her mind thinks he is locked up. But when she has a thought of him being free, he can attack again, and that will only stop when he is dead. Then the mind will know the memory isn't real anymore. Emma nodded just as many of the others did. Time, Hermione said, and Harry got up to take his turn at the cauldron again and was followed by the others. Susan was the last one who dropped a drop of blood in the cauldron, said the spell, and stirred the potion to then wait for the next turn. There was one thing that changed every time one of the friends had taken their turn. The cauldron would light up brighter and brighter with each turn that went by. Slowly it became evening, and they had their meal in the chamber on a very long wooden table that had been placed there by the house elves of Hogwarts. It became a family dinner that created a big smile on the face of Harry, a dinner that had to be interrupted for one moment because the friends had to make another round for the ritual. Slowly the time crawled to midnight. Every hour that passed became more and more exhausting for the friends. Daphne and Susan had to be woken just before they had to do their turn. Neville and Harry were staying awake by drinking pepper-up potions. With only 3 more times to go, they got difficulties reciting the spell. So just before their turn, they took the pepper-up to say the spell clear and out loud. Poppy was getting very stressed as it was almost midnight. She wanted to get them into the infirmary but knew they had to go one last time. The other thing she was worried about were the pepper-up potions the friends were taking. Normally they would only get one, and it had been several so far. Finally the time had arrived. As the clock struck midnight, Bella and Hermione took the basilisk meat to the cauldron and slid it into the cauldron. Lady Hogwarts started to hover over to the cauldron. As she passed Harry, she said, "Thank you, Master." Harry wanted to protest immediately but felt the cold finger of Lady Hogwarts against his lips to then slide right through him. She wanted to stop him but forgot that she was still a magical entity and not a solid form. She smiled and lowered herself into the boiling cauldron. The 4 friends stood around the cauldron and watched Hermione, who was counting back with her fingers in the air. 3, 2, 1. I give my blood for your life. Pure of blood. I give my blood for your life. Pure of soul. I give my blood for your life. Pure of heart. Live through my blood. Live through my soul. Live through my heart, the friends said in unison. Bella, who sat on one of the 4 mattresses, looked on as her friends and lover said the spell for the last time. She sat there with a smile on her face and her back against her mum. Isabella sat next to Amelia and Tonks. Minerva was sitting in the corner with Dan and Emma while she scratched the head of Padfoot. When the friends had finished the spell, the light inside of the cauldron started to increase. It became brighter and brighter. The lights started to be blinding and everyone started to hold their hands in front of their eyes. After a little over 10 minutes, the light started to dim down. They could now see that the potion was starting to disappear into the piece of basilisk meat and that it was forming into a person. So with their job done, they made their way back to the mattresses. They all slumped down and into a well-deserved and peaceful sleep. Poppy looked them over and saw that they were all exhausted. With the help of her personal house elf, she transported the friends to the infirmary. If Albus would show up, she could tell him that they overdid the Patronus charm. Minerva, Emma, and Isabella went along to watch the friends while the others stayed to see what would happen further. The first thing they saw were the 4 house ghosts that came floating through the wall and over to the cauldron. They were then followed by all the other ghosts. Even Peeves was in awe as he looked at the cauldron. As one, the flames under the cauldron extinguished all by itself with a pop. From inside the cauldron there was another bright light. Slowly a silhouette appeared above the cauldron. 4 identical beams of light shot from the silhouette and shot straight through the wall. Later they would hear that the beams disappeared into the bodies of the 4 friends. As the light from the cauldron started to shimmer down, the silhouette of the person became more clearly. Slowly a woman started to form, and Tonks could see she was in an undressed state. So she immediately took a blanket and rushed over to her side. With her eyes closed, she held the blanket out in front of her so that the lady could take it. It wasn't so that she didn't want to look. No, but the light the lady was still radiating made it hard to look at her. No one in the chamber could look at her with the eyes wide open. Slowly the light started to shimmer down again, and Tonks was the first to look up at her. As the lady opened her eyes, there was a hush that filled the chamber. "My lady, how do you feel?" The lady smiled, bended her arms a little. That feels really weird," she told her with a smile followed by, "Get out now, all of you." Harry's birthday this year had been celebrated in Hogwarts. It may sound crazy, but his birthday in the infirmary may have been the best birthday he ever had. This had been the second time that he had been with friends and family, but the first time he had all of his extended family with him. It was also the day that his favorite girl took him into her arms again. "Hi Astoria, how was the holiday with your friend?" he asked her softly after he saw the rocket that was called Astoria came running straight at him. Lady Hogwarts had been in the infirmary for only a little while to immediately go back to the Chamber of Secrets. The whole reason that she was hiding herself away in the Chamber of Secret was because she had no control of the magic that was now flowing through her body. This had also been the reason why she had banished all the others from the chamber by yelling, "Get out now." Minerva had told them later that she was severing from magical outbursts just like kids had accidental magic, and for someone who had to control 1,000 years of magic it could take a while. Minerva also told them that she had to stay in the chamber for the rest of the holiday because she was a danger to the others if they were around her. She wasn't alone because all of the ghost and house elves would look after her. And she assured them all. On the 1st of September she would be with them, sitting with them at, and behind the head table. Nobody liked the thought that Lady Hogwarts had to stay at Hogwarts. But they did understand it, especially when Poppy had explained it to them. The worst case of accidental magic she had ever seen had been Harry himself. She had to bind his magic when he was only 6 months old. It was all because he had stuck everything to the ceiling, something a lot of adults still can't do. Harry looked at the ground and was a little ashamed of what he had done. It had been one of the stories his mother had told him and Bella from out of her painting. The one thing Poppy didn't tell was that Harry had also stuck his father to the ceiling next to the table. As Harry thought back to the story his mum had told him, he had to smile at his grandmother. It had been her that got them all down. Harry had been mad because his grandmother was going away and he wasn't allowed to go with her. But then she had always been on call to him. It was early in the morning when they all arrived at Potter Castle. Harry, the free-giving lord he was, invited them all to stay for the rest of the holiday. Most of the adults declined the offer, but the friends didn't and wanted to stay. So as a compromise they would be there every weekend until it was time for Hogwarts. Lucky for the friends it was the weekend, so they all stayed for another 2 days. It was also on that Saturday that they all got their results for the past year. They had all passed because if they hadn't they would have known it already. No, the main question was if they were still the top students they were the last year. So it became a real battle at the breakfast table for the adults to see them. Because all the friends were looking at each other and their scorecards. Finally, after an hour, the adults saw what the friends already knew, what they still had to find out. But as always, in the end, it was all worth the wait. Bella and Harry had the top marks in defense against the dark arts for a second year in a row. Daphne and Hermione were battling for the top marks in the other subjects. Only herbology was for another person. Neville didn't only get the top spot for a second year in a row. No, he also had the highest marks for a second year in all of its history. The other thing that was worthy of a party had been Astoria. She had passed her first year exams not only with enough marks and therefore she was able to start her second year. No, the best reason was because she had received all top marks in all of her subjects and was almost as good as the friends had been in their first year. It had been a hard year for her. She had to do it all on her own in Potter Castle, but she had done it and the results weren't lying. The weeks that were left were spent with a lot of fun. At the end of the holiday, Harry had a real surprise for them all. He didn't say it but told them that they would see and hear it all at Hogwarts just after the sorting. This was something Daphne and Bella didn't like. They didn't like it one bit. Harry James Potter, Daphne started. You better tell us, Bella went on. No, I'm not going to tell you, Harry told them and turned around with a little smile on his lips. He knew that they would be bugging him until Hogwarts, but he was going to keep it a secret. The only problem he had was where he could hide for that time. The next Saturday they all received their letters for next year, which also included their book list. So it was that afternoon that they all went to Diagon Alley, and for once nothing happened that day. This is where the author was very stunned because he had a bunch of ideas which he wasn't allowed to do now. On with the story. In the final week before Hogwarts, the friends started to go through the books for next year. Most of the adults had tried to only be at Potter Castle for the weekends, but the friends kept pulling together. So it took only 3 days for the adults to also stay at Potter Castle for the rest of the holiday. It was now that the adults also saw why the friends belonged to be together. While the friends were working on their books for next year, they could see why the friends were so good together. Neville really knew his plants and was helping them all, just like Bella and Harry did when it came to defense against the dark arts. And right now it was Daphne and Hermione together with Susan who were teaching the others about the potions they would be making in the coming year. No, it was clear to the adults, the friends were at their best when they were together, just like they were now. On a certain night in the final week, the friends were just hanging around. They were bored and didn't know what to do. What you're all doing? Tonks said as she plopped down next to Neville and Hermione. Hermione scowled at her. Well, we are all done with the first 6 chapters of our school books and they all don't want to go on with the rest of the books, and she gave a mock glare to the others. A look that was answered by 5 raspberries. Tonks just had to laugh at it all. Well, how about we go to the dueling room and see if we can duel with the spells I taught you all? Before Tonks could blink, Harry and Bella were out the door. You do know that none of us even stand a chance by those two. Harry is already kicking yours and David's ass on regular basis, Daphne said as she looked at Tonks with the same mock glare as Hermione gave them just a moment ago. Tonks looked back, doubled the size of her lips and threw a raspberry of her own. As they all made their way down to the dueling area, they could hear that Bella and Harry had already begun with their duel. Daphne walked to the side table behind the protection wall and put down the little frames of James and Lily. They were just in time to see the yellow tickling spell that was flying towards Harry. The spell itself wasn't that special, but the way Harry turned away from it was. He just turned around like a matador who evaded the horns of the bull in the most graceful way possible. What even more surprised them was that Bella did exactly the same thing when Harry threw a tickling curse back at her. As the duel went, the sound of the blasting took over the castle. It became so loud that every adult came down to look at what they were all doing. While the small curses turned into blasting curses, cutting curses, even the cutting curses Lucius had used on them, it all turned into darker and more lethal curses as they went on. Some were so dark that they had to be curses from the encrypted memory of the adult Bellatrix that was in her mind. Now the dark curses weren't a big deal to the family because the whole family knew that it wasn't the curse that made you dark but the thought that was behind it. No, what was really astonishing was the fact that Harry was returning the same curses that was never taught to him. As times went on, they saw how the duel turned into a dance of spells. None of the curses came even close to hitting the other dueler. If they didn't know any better, they would have thought that they had practiced the duel over and over again. It was a special thing that was called a duel dance, which was only done by the great ones. Suddenly the eyes from Minerva became very big. She had just realized what the two were doing and petted the shoulder of Isabella. With every second that passed, Isabella started to see what Minerva was seeing. Isabella hung down and said the same thing that Minerva had told her to Lily. While the duel went on, the pride in the eyes of the three women was obvious. No one in the room seemed to see or realized what the three women were seeing. This was currently not a duel dance they were seeing. No, this was something very special. As fast as the duel had started, it also stopped. Bella and Harry were slumped down to the floor and were breathing heavily. It had been almost 2 hours of non-stop cursing and it all came down to a sudden stop. I'm glad we stopped, Bella. I couldn't aim anymore and I was really afraid I was going to hit you. Bella nodded and in a very tiring way she said, yeah, me too. After an hour of getting drinks and sandwiches, they were all sitting in the kitchen just talking about the duel that they had just seen. The curses were beyond Newt levels and were performed extremely well, however both Bella and Harry didn't remember doing them or how to do them now. What they did remember was that they both had the feelings and memories of what the other was about to do. Minerva smiled at that. Well, in a way you are right about knowing what the other was about to do. So after hearing this, both Bella and Harry gave the only answer they could give. Huh. Minerva laughed a little. You two had a very special connection in your duel. The thing you two had was a duel of the minds. It lets the two of you talk to each other in the mind, and it is something that is extremely rare. It is a connection that is made possible because Bella is a natural occlumency. It requires a lot of trust, something you both have, and it could be a very handy tool in the years to come. If you develop this give, you could duel side by side and be a force no one has ever seen before. After the shock from that little bit of news, Minerva promised them that she would arrange a dueling class with Phileas for all the friends. She knew that Phileas had been a dueling champion for 5 years in a row. So there was no one better to do this than he. Finally the day arrived for them to go to Hogwarts for their 3rd year. Harry was standing in the hallway next to his mother Isabella. They were both waiting for the others. He had his trunk at his side and the cage of Hedwig on top of it. Hedwig, however, wasn't in her cage because she didn't like to be locked up. This had been the reason why Harry had sent her ahead to go to Hogwarts without them. There she would stay in the owl wing with all the other owls. Harry, if you are not going to use the cage, why not leave it here? Isabella suggested to him. Harry nodded and placed the cage in the office next to his desk. While he returned, Isabella started to try flattening his hair. It was of no avail of course, but she just loved to touch him in a motherly way whenever she could. Harry was irritated by the way Isabella was rubbing his hair. At least he played as if he was irritated because Isabella could feel from his feelings that he loved every minute of it. His so-called aunt had never done anything like this, so he would be nursing all the motherly feelings he could get. Harryyyy, sounded two voices from the top of the stairs. Harry looked up and Isabella followed the path of his gaze. There on top of the stairs stood her daughter with right next to her Bella. Both girls had their arms full of clothing and other stuff. We don't have enough room in our trunks and we're wondering if we could place this in your trunk for the trip to Hogwarts. Harry rolled with his eyes as he looked up at Isabella. She immediately turned her head away because she was about to start laughing. It wasn't only because of the look he gave her but also of the thing he was mumbling to her. It had been this mumbling that took her to a full belly laugh that took her quite some time to get over. Harry mumbled, "Those two girls are going to be the death of me." While Bella and Daphne were placing their stuff into the trunk, Harry went back into the office to see if he had everything he wanted to take along. There on the cloak hanger hung his traveling cloak. For a moment he doubted to take it along, but he didn't know what for. It was the one good cloak he had, so he decided to leave it behind. But he didn't realize that it still had the important piece of parchment inside his inner pocket, the one from the day they were at Gringotts. Finally, with only 30 minutes to go, they were waiting for the rest of the students to arrive. They looked at the clock above platform 9:75. It would be the first time that Astoria was going to Hogwarts and she was nervous as hell. Without a word she would stuck to Harry and would not leave his side. For Daphne and Bella it would mean that there was only one side of Harry left to sit at. Just before they could decide who could sit at the other side, it was Susan who planted herself at that side. "So, this way you two don't have to fight about who can sit next to him," Susan told them with a little devil laugh. Both of them gave Susan a mock glare, but took their loss with a laugh of their own. Mostly it was because they knew they had nothing to fear from Susan. Harry was theirs and everyone knew it. But they also knew that he would never hurt them. What they did see was that Harry was very close to Astoria. They were whispering about something they didn't know. The other thing they did see was that Astoria kept looking through the compartment, and every time she nodded at Harry when she had looked around. Daphne, who had gave Harry a withering look, made it clear that she didn't like the whispering. She also gave Astoria a look that told her what's up. No, this is between me and Harry, she told Daphne hotly while she kept her nose in the air. Harry could not help himself and had to chuckle at the sight of Astoria. The stinging hex he immediately felt after his chuckle came from Bella. Don't you dare bully your wife like that, Mr. Potter. Or I swear that you will sleep on the couch tonight. Neville looked up at Harry and was clearly confused by it all. Harry, who saw it, took pity and answered him. Ooh, Neville, don't worry. I do not sleep with them at all, not yet. Now what it does mean is that I will not get my good night key tonight, so you have to give it to me. And Harry battered his eyelashes at Neville. Neville frowned deeply and suddenly started to shake his head fast from left to right. No, I'm not going to do that. Right after that, everyone in the compartment started to laugh loudly. Slowly the train started to slow down and Hermione went over to the window. This isn't right. We still have an hour to go before we should arrive at Hogwarts, she told the others. While it started to get colder, they could hear screams coming from down the train. They were real screams of fear, and Astoria buried her head into the side of Harry. Bella looked at Daphne and Daphne looked at Harry before she nodded. Harry got to his feet and gave Astoria to Susan. There is a Dementor on the train and we have to do something about it, he almost shouted. He again gazed at Susan. You keep her safe while we go and stop the Dementor. Are you all with me? As one they nodded and started to walk after Harry. You all know the spell. Don't hesitate, just use it. It won't hurt anything else, only Dementors. As they walked from one compartment to the other, they saw the Dementor. 6 wands pointed ahead. 5 spells were fired and 3 of them were corporeal patronuses. Then there was darkness. As the light increased, Harry could see that he was in a room somewhere in the castle. How he got there he didn't know. He also didn't know which room he was in. What he did know was that he heard a woman scream his name before he saw a bright and green light. While he sat up on the back of his lower arms, he could see his pale face in the mirror. Next to him sat Astoria, who was crying in the corner with Susan next to her, who was holding her hand. With his gaze he looked into the blue eyes of Daphne and then into the brown eyes of Bella. Both of them were looking at him with worry in their eyes. But it was clear to him that they didn't want to say anything. Both of the girls were looking at him with a small amount of fear. When they looked at each other, they could see the same thoughts running through their minds. Harry could not perform a spell he knew. It had been the first time ever that he failed. Who was the woman who screamed my name? He asked. No one in particular. Harry. No one screamed. There was no woman, Bella said as she felt the hand of Daphne slip into hers. But I heard her scream. She screamed my name. Harry. There was no woman there, Daphne said with some trepidation slipping into her voice. Poppy was passing around chocolate when Minerva realized what happened on the train. Susan, could you, Neville and Hermione, take Astoria to the other first years in the hallway? I think Hagrid has just arrived, so the sorting can start in a moment. Tell Hagrid that I will be there in a minute or so. Susan nodded and left the room with Astoria next to her, who had recovered from her first train ride. The moment the door closed behind them, Minerva turned around and took Harry along with her to a chair. Bella and Daphne just gazed at them both and knew that it had to be something very important. Minerva took Harry onto her lap and hugged him close. She then went on and asked him to tell them precisely what he had seen and heard. While he told his story, he didn't see the little tears that were rolling from the eyes of his grandmother. She knew what it all meant and was only hoping that he would take it well. Harry, a Dementor will make you relive your worst memories, and I think I know what you heard. The woman you heard screaming, not Harry, that was your mother. I think it was the last thing she might have said just before Voldemort killed her. Minerva knew that her words were very harsh, but she didn't want to sugarcoat it. Harry had a hard life all of his life, so he deserved to get it straight just like he would want it. I think I also know what the green light was that you were seeing. The killing curse is a bright green light just like your eyes, and that was the last thing you probably saw. In the eyes of Harry, she could see that he was starting to realize exactly what it all meant. So it is no wonder that you fainted, and it is nothing to be ashamed of. Many people do not know the misery you have seen. It is much more than many of us will ever see, and those are the things that attracts the Dementors to you. Slowly he felt two little arms sneaking around his neck. When he turned his head around, he saw Astoria standing next to him. I'm sorry, but before we knew it, she was running back, Susan told Minerva. Minerva didn't say anything and was only looking at Astoria. Harry, we will be here for you, Astoria told him in a whisper. Harry looked into the dark blue eyes of Astoria. Thank you, he said as he took her into a hug of his own while he slipped down of the lap of his grandmother. Do you think she knows that he is ours? Bella asked Daphne. Yes, I do, Astoria told them. But he is my big brother, and I will be there for him just like he would do for me. That's good to know, Harry said. If I ever get into trouble with you two, I will send my little sister at you. It was not long after that they all walked to the Great Hall. The friends all walked to the Gryffindor table while Harry brought Astoria to the other first years. There was a deadly silence while everybody was looking at a fifth table that was placed in the middle of the Great Hall. Harry gave her a pat on her shoulder and went back to sit with his friends. The moment he sat down, the friends all looked up to the head table. The one thing they saw made their blood boil in anger. Bella and Daphne looked at Ginny, who just lifted her shoulders. So with narrowed eyes they looked at the person that was sitting next to Hagrid. Between them they could hear Harry counting to 20 in the hope to calm down. Both Bella and Daphne could see that it was not working, so they did the next best thing. They took a hold of his hands just to help him calm down enough to remain in his seat. Harry gave them both a small smile of thanks. He then looked up at his grandmother and saw that it was as much as a surprise for her as it was for him. Just like it was a surprise for the other woman at the other end of the table. This woman was sitting next to Severus Snape. She was the only one who gave a small smile at Harry when he looked at her. Harry gave her a small smile back and could hear other students asking who she was and if they had ever heard of her before. Most of the boys would say she was the prettiest thing they had ever seen. The small squeezes he felt from Daphne and Bella made him calm down even more. When he gave the woman another look, he had to think back to the morning he woke up in the infirmary where he had seen her for the first time. Flashback. The six friends were sleeping soundly while Poppy was standing guard. On the one hand, she had been very proud of what the kids had done. But a ritual of 24 hours was just too much in her book. Harry was the first to open his eyes after a 6-hour sleep. He couldn't look around himself because there was someone hanging over him. The one thing he saw were two of the most beautiful green eyes he had ever seen. If he had to guess, then he would guess that the woman was just 30 years old. She had dark curling hair, what immediately reminded him of Bella. Her hair had the same length as the hair of Daphne, and her smile was also the same as Daphne had. But her nose was that of Bella. She looked a little bigger than Tonks but not as small as his grandmother. She had a normal figure and a very beaming face. Ah, hello. Can I help you with something? Harry asked her nicely. No, master, it is I that wants to help you. But also your wives, your family and your friends. Harry looked to his left and saw a very familiar dog sitting there that was looking at the woman. He was not really sure, but he thought that Padfoot was drooling a little. He looked back at the woman and started to stumble over his words. Are you it? Are you really it? The woman nodded and her smile became so much bigger. Yes, master, it's me. You and your friends have given me a body. I'm so happy I can't stop smiling. Lady Hogwarts had made her own image after the image of Daphne and Bella, but not her eyes, she had the eyes of Harry. Welcome in our midst, my lady. We will now call you Zonita, Zonita Zenaria, Harry told her with a smile. Thank you, master. She wanted to say something else, but Harry stopped her with his finger against her lips. No more, master. It's Harry or Mr. Potter when I'm in your class and you are my professor. Okay, Harry, I will remember that. Harry smiled and said, welcome in the family, Zonita. End flashback. Headmaster Dumbledore stood and made his way to the middle of the podium. As his gaze went through the Great Hall, he lifted his hand and said, "To all of you, welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I hope that all of your heads are empty again so we can fill them with knowledge." Higher, and there was a little chuckle, but more than that it wasn't. "As you all can see, there will be many changes this year." His gaze went over to the empty table that was standing in the middle of the room. He frowned at it. "I will come back to the empty table later on, but first I want to tell you all about the other changes this year." He coughed. "The Forbidden Forest is still forbidden." He coughed again and took a little drink of water. "Furthermore, we will have 3 new teachers at Hogwarts this year. The first new professor will be Hagrid. He will be Professor of Care of Magical Creatures, and he will do this next to his work as gamekeeper." There was a small applause from some students for Hagrid. When Albus introduced the next new professor, he seemed to have more difficulty. This was a teacher that was appointed by the Board of Governors. It had been a day he would never forget. It was a week before the start of the new school year when Augusta Longbottom came into his office. She was there to tell him that the board wanted to see him. Even though he was a little startled, he did walk after her. When he walked into the meeting room, he could see Harry Potter sitting there together with his grandmother. The other thing he saw was Neville Longbottom, Susan Bones, and Daphne Greengrass. It was told by the board that they were there because it would be a lesson for them. It was on that they all told him that Professor Cuthbert Binns would be taking his leave and that they had found another professor for the position. Albus had protested to the proposition, but when it came to a vote, he got another shock. It was for the first time that he saw that Harry was holding the votes of all the founders. And the second shock was that Sirius Black had given his vote to David Greengrass, just like Harry had done the last time it came to a vote. The last shock he got was that he could no longer count on Lucius. He did not know how, but his place was now taken by Narcissa Malfoy. She had become a part of the board and she would not vote in his favor. Instantly he knew that Harry was responsible for this, but he did not know how. The one thing he did know was that he no longer controlled the outcome of the Board of Governors. Harry was now holding the cards, and he was holding a very good hand. "Your new history professor shall be Professor Xenaria. She will be replacing Professor Binns. Professor Binns has decided to stop his teaching. As a ghost, he can no longer control the classroom like he was used to, and finally we have a new professor, Defense Against the Dark Arts. This person is known by all of you, and it is." Everyone was looking at the head table that was standing at the front of the Great Hall. At the side of the table stood Minerva. She still had the sorting hat in her hands and was giving worried looks at her grandson. While she gave him a small smile, she knew that it would not help him. Harry looked right through that smile of her and knew it was a fake one. As her gaze went over to Albus, she had a good feeling about what he was going to say. It was even more obviously if you looked at the head table. That was why she knew her little smile would have no effect on Harry. Let's go back just a little bit as Albus was making his announcements. "Your new history professor shall be Professor Xenaria. She will be replacing Professor Binns. Professor Binns has decided to stop his teaching. As a ghost, he can no longer control the classroom like he used to. And finally, we have a new professor, Defense Against the Dark Arts. This person is known by all of you. For those who haven't heard of her, it is Professor Weasley." "Professor Molly Weasley," Albus said in the best grandfatherly voice he could master. The entire Great Hall started to cheer and clap loudly as Molly Weasley stood behind the head table. Ronald Weasley and Draco Malfoy were among the loudest. Everyone knew what Harry had done to her daughter. It had been the conversation for the last couple of weeks. Now because of that, they were happy she got the job because it would show Harry that he wasn't going to win. Ginevra Molly Weasley had become A South Avenue of the new Lord Potter. A South Avenue he has appropriated by using the Imperious Curse on her father. That was what they had all read in the Daily Prophet. And they all knew that when it was written in the Prophet, then it had to be true. Harry, who had tried to start a lawsuit, just so he could take Ginny, officially as his South Avenue, never happened. It was something the friends wanted to do just so they could protect Ginny even more. The lawsuit had been stopped by Fudge in every way possible. There wasn't any doubt that it was done with the help of one Albus Dumbledore. Both of them used every trick in the book just to delay the lawsuit as much as possible. So at the moment they saw Molly sitting at the head table, they knew that their beliefs had been spot on. Molly Weasley has been made Professor, Defense Against the Dark Arts just so they could bug Harry in every way. Ginny, who had been sitting near Harry, just looked at him with guilty eyes. Sure, it had been her mother who had told the fake story to the Daily Prophet. It had been something she knew nothing about. But it still made her feel very guilty because Harry had done so much for her and this was something he didn't deserve. The moment she saw her mother sitting at the head table, she wanted to do something but she didn't know what. Susan, who was sitting next to her, could see the struggle in her eyes. After a moment she hung her head a little to her and whispered, "What is it?" Maybe she had been a little harsh, but she wanted to know. Ginny was a little startled and looked at her with big eyes. "It's Harry. He has done so much for me and everybody hates him for it. I expected him to tear up the contract and send me back to my mother just so he wouldn't have to deal with all of it any longer. But every time I see him he just smiles and acts like nothing has changed. I hate my mother for it and I want to help him." She took a breath and laid her head in her hands. "I just don't know how," she whispered in frustration. Inwardly Susan was smiling broadly but she didn't show it. Again she hung a little closer to Ginny and whispered, "You know, you could do. And then you could. So with that. And say what? So she would know." As Ginny gazed into her eyes she started to smile. A little devilish smile that gave Susan goosebumps, and she loved it. Molly Weasley stood and walked around the head table. She was going to speak to the Great Hall and everyone knew that she was going to talk about her daughter. At first, the hall started to erupt into whisper, to suddenly become deadly silent. All eyes were now focused at Ginny, who had also stood and was making her way to her mother on the stage. With big strides, she walked over to her mother. Her mind was focused and her hatred was flaring behind her eyes. Everyone was expecting a tearful reunion of a mother with her daughter. She would jump into her mother's arms and they would live happily ever after. All this because the Daily Prophet had told them that Harry had taken her away. The real story was never told, and every time Harry wanted to do something he was prevented from doing it. So no one really knew what it was all about and just went with the Daily Prophet. Molly kept her eyes on Ginny and started to open her arms wide. Minerva, who was still waiting with the Sorting Hat, saw Ginny coming. The look in her eyes was full of hate and Minerva knew they were in for a ride. With a little sonorous spell she raised the voice of Ginny. She didn't know what would happen, but it could be a wild ride. Ginny was still walking and gazed deeply into the eyes of her mother. 2 steps from her mother Ginny stopped. "Master, could you please stand here with me?" she said clearly and formally to Harry while she kept her eyes focused on Molly. Those had been the first words that Ginny said while she stood in front of her mother just out of her reach. Harry looked at it all but was very reluctant to get to his feet. Susan nodded and jerked her head that he had to go. Daphne poked him in his side so he would get up. With a lot of unwillingness and a stern look from Bella, he went over to the head table. He had a lot of fear in his body as he heard a lot of the students whispering about him. Most of them gave him accusing looks and were literally saying that he was a monster. Harry didn't know what was going to happen or what Ginny was thinking. He knew that Susan had been whispering to her and that she had been the one to put Ginny on this path. Sure, Susan would never do anything to harm him or humiliate him. But still, he would have liked to have a heads up. With only a few steps to go, he came closer and closer to Ginny. The moment he stood next to Ginny, she gave him a little smile and dropped to her knees. With her head, she bowed very deeply and at his feet. Harry stiffened at the touch and wanted to scream that she had to stop. But he did remember a lesson he got from Daphne and Neville and looked at them. The moment his eyes crossed with Neville, he remembered the whole lesson. It was now that he knew what he had to do and kept his mouth shut and his back straight. Ginny straightened up a little and immediately went back down and at his feet again. It was a custom abs did by their master if they wanted something to be done. In his eyes, she could see that he didn't like it just like she didn't like it, but it had to happen. "Ginevra, Molly Weasley," Molly screamed. "Don't do that. You don't have to do that. You are not his South Avenue. You don't belong to him, you belong to your mother," Molly told her as she while standing next to Harry. The smiling eyes Ginny had when she gazed up at Harry turned into pure hate when she gazed at her mother. Quickly she bent down again and key at the feet of Harry just before she looked back up. No, she screamed at her mother and key at the feet of Harry again. I'm sorry, Master. I'm sorry for my eruption and also for what I'm about to say. The great hall became deathly silent the moment Ginny screamed no at her mother. But that went completely unnoticed by the people near and behind the head table. No, mother. I'm the South Avenue of Lord Potter, therefore I'm his property. He is my master. I owe him my life. As his South Avenue, I will and I want to serve him for as long as he will have me. I even dare to say he will treat me better than you ever have. Her words were hard, but she wanted it that way. Her hatred was coming out and she wanted her mother to know she didn't like her upbringing. Molly looked a little pale at Ginny. Ginevra. Sweetheart, you don't mean that he is using you, Molly squeaked. No, mother, it is you. You were using me. You were the one who wanted to mislead me and my master. My master has been nothing but honest with me, more honest than you have ever been. You, however, don't have the right to disregard the old ways like you are doing now. Ginny almost shouted while the tears were forming in her eyes. She immediately bent down and key at the feet of Harry. Molly stood there with her mouth open. She wanted to say something but couldn't find her voice. The only thing she could do was look at her daughter in disbelief. Her daughter, who was still bending over on her knees, dotting the feet of that brat Harry Potter. Her thoughts were all over the place, but mostly they were of the scene that was happening right in front of her. How could her daughter do something like this? Why was she submitting herself to his will and at his feet? That brat would have made them all rich beyond belief. But her daughter had ruined all of those plans. First, she would have married Ginny to Harry. After he had made Ginny pregnant, she would have killed him so they could have all his money. Sure, Ginny could have fallen in love with him and wouldn't like it if she killed him. But if that would have happened, she would have killed Ginny, just to make herself the only grandmother and the only one to get the whole Potter fortune, but know that Potter boy had taken all her money away from her. Ginny was still sitting on her knees, keying the feet of Harry every 10 seconds. How long she had to sit like this she didn't know. The only thing she did know was that she had to do this as long as her mother was standing there. She was humiliated by doing this just like she was humiliating Harry by standing there, and she was sure that he wanted nothing of this. Harry stood there like a rock and was thinking hard about the lessons he had got from Daphne and Neville. He knew that he had to push her away with his feet at the station. There it would tell everyone, and especially Molly, that he had the power over Ginny. A lesson Molly did not learn. Now it was the last thing he could do. This time he had to show her respect for her loyalty to him as her master. And all of that right in front of her mother. Then again, it was only a respect he could show her the moment Molly went away. Molly, who didn't understand the old ways, just stood there waiting for Ginny to get up. She didn't understand that Ginny had to remain sitting there just dotting his feet. Fortunately for Ginny and Harry, Minerva was the one who did understand the old ways, because she made sure that Molly went back to her seat. The moment Molly walked away, Harry started to bend down. With his hands under her arms, he helped Ginny back to her feet. He knew that she had learned the old ways of a South Avenue from Daphne and Neville. So it wasn't hard for him to say what he had to say. It was the one thing he wanted to do in the courtroom with all the Wizengamot members looking on. This, however, wasn't ideal, but it was the second best thing. So with a sonorous spell of his own, he said, "Ginevra Molly Weasley. As your master, I have the right to offer you the next thing. According to the old ways, I have the right to make you completely mine when the contract is broken, a contract that was made between the Lord of the Two Houses. That contract has been broken by the actions of your mother when she took the story to the Daily Prophet." Harry made a deep sigh and said, "Ginevra Molly Weasley, hereby I offer you a choice to either remain my South Avenue and lose the right to an education, or become a daughter of House Potter and become whatever you want to be. It will make me your father, Bella and Daphne your mothers, and Minerva Potter, McGonagall your magical guardian." Ginny looked right into the eyes of Harry. She had expected everything, but this was something she would have never dreamed about. But what would it mean for her? Would she still have her own dad, or would she have to leave him? Then again, if she would have to leave him, would she then be able to see him sometimes? Was that allowed or not? If not, could she say goodbye? She didn't care about her mother, but her father was something else. Ginny dropped back to her knees and key at his feet one more time. Master, may I think about it before I make my decision? She asked as she key at his feet again and again. Harry gave a quick look at Susan. He knew that she would know the answer. As he saw her raise one finger, he knew what he had to say. Ginny, I can give you 1 week. After that week, I want your answer. And again, he helped her back onto her feet. With one arm around her shoulder, he took her back to the Gryffindor table. First, he helped her to sit next to Susan and quickly made his way to Daphne and Bella. Susan gave him a thumbs up and looked over to Minerva, who was about to start the sorting of the new students. Albus Dumbledore sat down and frowned at Harry. He had deliberately avoided the 5th table and hoped that it would not come up again. As the sorting started, he thought back to the lawsuit Harry wanted to start. He knew that he wanted to prove that he was the owner of Ginny, and that was something they didn't want. So together with Fudge, he made a plan to humiliate Harry. Her main goal had been Hogwarts. If he would be humiliated in front of his peers, they would have won the first battle. If it worked, he would become humble again. This way Albus could come in and save him from his troubles and become his mentor, making him a big part of the light. As he looked at Harry, he knew that they had failed again. He really believed that he had made a South Avenue of Ginny without her consent. It had been this belief that made him talk to Rita Skeeter. But it wasn't to be. His next play had been Molly Weasley. Again, he knew that she wasn't a real professor, but that hadn't stopped him before. So by making her the Dada professor, he had hoped that Ginny would run into her mother's arms and that Minerva would be the one to save her grandson. However, it had been Ginny who saved him from her mother. Something he hadn't expected, and from the look Molly gave them, she didn't either. It had been that moment that he started to doubt his decision if it had been a wise choice to work together with Molly. She didn't know anything about the old ways. At first, that wasn't a problem because Harry didn't know that either. But then again, he also didn't expect that Harry would make friends with the two persons who knew all about them. It was now that he knew what he had to do. If he wanted Harry to become his pawn again, he had to take care of his friends. With them out of the way, he would become the one Harry could look up to. Astoria Greengrass, sounded the voice of Minerva. This had been the name that brought Albus out of his thoughts. The first thing he did was to look at the 5th table in the middle of the Great Hall. To his enjoyment, he could see that it was still empty. It had been the one thing he told the Sorting Hat. Sure, he had to break into the office of Minerva, but it had been worth it. With a little smile, he saw that Astoria had been the last student to be sorted, so his warning had worked. Hogwarts, sounded the voice of the Sorting Hat. Albus was furious when he heard the name of the 5th table. He had told the head that no first year was allowed to join that house. Astoria stood and walked over to the empty table in the middle of the Great Hall. As all of the students watched how Astoria took her place, they saw the banners of the 5th house appear. The banners were decorated with the coat of arms of Hogwarts itself. Everyone turned their eyes to the entrance of the Great Hall when they heard a deafening sound. In front of their eyes, they could all see a 5th hourglass appear above the entrance. Minerva took the Sorting Hat in her hand and wanted to walk away. But as she walked to the edge of the stage, she saw the hatred look Albus gave the hat when he made his way to the center of the stage. It was now that he had to explain the 5th table in the middle of the Great Hall. The moment he passed the Sorting Hat, he whispered, "I will speak to you later." "Minerva, please put a sonorous on me," the Sorting Hat asked. Minerva looked down at the hat and nodded. After the spell, the hat spoke with so much venom that most of the Great Hall shivered in fear. "No, Albus, if you have something to say, you say it now. I speak with the voice of the founders, and they made me with the sole purpose so I could sort the students one by one. They also gave me the permission to judge you on your words." Harry and his friends just sat at the Gryffindor table with smiles on their faces. It was then that he heard a whisper in his head that sounded like his grandmother. "Carrot, I think that sonorous is going to be my new favorite spell, Carrot." Albus became very pale and hadn't heard the spell Minerva had placed on him as he snapped. "I told you that there wouldn't be a first year that would be placed in the 5th house." The Sorting Hat laughed loudly. "Yes, Albus, that is right, you did tell me that. It was also something the founders agreed upon. But for your information, Miss Greengrass isn't a first-year student. She will be starting in her second year. So even though she is a new student, she isn't a first-year student. Albus cursed himself because he should have known when someone started in another year. But just like so many other things he had to do, he had handed them out to someone else. The letters for the new arrivals were sent away by Minerva and not by him. It was a task done by the headmaster, but he only wanted the money, not the work. With a tired and beat down look, he turned himself to the students while the Sorting Hat was laughing in the hands of Minerva. The thing he was going to say now had been the thing he had tried to avoid all day. As you can all see, we have a new and fifth house in our midst. This house is made for special students. I myself do not know what credentials you need to be fitted into this house, but as of today, every student has one opportunity to change houses. This can only be done one time in every 7 years. If you do this, you do not have the certainty that you will end up in the fifth house or in any other house. You could even be sorted back into your own house. So for everyone who wants to change house, now is the opportunity. It didn't surprise Albus that all the friends of Harry stood and made their way over to the Sorting Hat. What did surprised him was that Harry didn't get up. One after one his friends were sorted into the new house. Bella and Daphne sat down in front of Astoria and kept a free place between them. It was after that most students started to mumble among themselves. Most of them were wondering if they should go and try to get into another house. Harry looked around the great hall and his eyes landed on Ginny. With a jerk of his head, he told her to go to the Sorting Hat. After that, he let his gaze go to the Slytherin table. There he saw Tracy Davis looking at him with questioning eyes. He made the same motion to her. To his surprise, he saw her standing up and pulling a boy along with her. Slowly others were starting to stand up and making their way to the line that was waiting for the Sorting Hat. Harry watched the line and didn't see Ginny anywhere in that line. As he looked over his shoulder, he saw her standing next to a girl with a dreamy look in her eyes. While he saw her pulling the girl along, he also saw many boys trying their luck for the new house. Everyone watched as people were resorted. Not all of them were placed into the new house. Some were placed into another house, but most of them ended back into their old house. For most of the students, it was a big gamble to try and get resorted because it wasn't clear what kind of trait you had to have to belong in that house. The last to have been resorted was a Slytherin boy who ended up in his old house. Minerva bent down and took the stool and the Sorting Hat to her place at the head table. It was then that Harry got up and placed himself between Daphne and Bella. Harry looked around the table and saw that there were about 20 students in House Hogwarts. There were 8 new boys and 6 new girls. And then there were his friends. All of them looked at Harry when he sat down with them without being resorted. Just wondering what would happen. At the head table sat Albus Dumbledore with the most hateful glare he could manage. His eyes were glued to the back of the head of Harry. He could not understand the fifth table. He never knew about it, and suddenly it was there. The only thing he knew was that it was connected to Harry Potter. The other things he didn't understand were all the banners or the hourglass that appeared out of nowhere. He wasn't as connected to the magic of Hogwarts like he used to be, and that was why he didn't know. No. The only thing he knew was that Harry Potter was sitting at another table. That was only allowed during the year, but not at the starting feast or the closing feast. He finally had something to punish him by, and he would not let it go by. Only the thought of it made him giddy from the inside out. The last thing he was wondering about was something that made him very annoyed. He could not figure out how the Board of Governors hired another professor without him knowing about it. Sure, he could blame Harry Potter for it, something he did in his mind. So after that meeting, he tried to talk to Lucius because he was wondering why Narcissa had been there. He had made a deal with Lucius that he would be the one to always vote in his favor. But it was something Narcissa didn't do. After that meeting, he did ask Lucius about it, but Lucius became almost enraged by his words. The only thing Lucius told him was that Potter had him by the balls and he could do nothing about it, but more than that he wouldn't say. As Albus looked over at Zonita, he was wondering who she really was. She did seem to be very friendly with Minerva, but he didn't know why or how. After the meeting with Lucius, He had tried to find whatever he could about her, but there was nothing at all. There had been no clue or indication about her. Not even a place of birth. He had tried to prevent them from hiring her. Partly because he wanted to keep the paycheck from Binns for himself, and partly because he didn't really trust her. He had said that she wasn't capable enough. Unfortunately, it had been Harry who told him that he had been the one to hire Gilderoy Lockhart, so he had no right to talk. Sure, he didn't know it at that time, but it turned out that Gilderoy had lied about his whole life and the adventures in his books. On the moment, Albus knew that it had been too late and Bella had been carried into the infirmary without a bone left in her hands. So with this knowledge, he could not refuse the hiring of this new professor. But before his parting, he told the board that she had to pass the first year or she would not return the next. This meant that 90% of her students had to pass or advance to the next year or she would be out of a job. With a shake of his head, he looked back at the fifth table. There sat Harry with all his friends. He was laughing, just having a good time. It made him smile. Only because after the feast every one of those friends would go to their new common room and Harry would be all alone in Gryffindor House. Harry didn't know it yet, but he had given him a clear road to start his manipulation all over again. With an even bigger smile, he started to cut into his steak. Minerva was sitting next to Zonita. They were talking about classes and Harry. One thing Zonita didn't understand was why Harry was so powerful. Sure, there had been more students with a lot of raw power, but Harry took the cake in all of that. If she didn't know any better, Zonita would have said that he was a fully grown wizard. Minerva, do you know why Harry has become so powerful at his young age? Zonita asked. Minerva looked over at her grandson and got a sad look in her eyes. With her hand, she erected a privacy wall and gazed at Zonita. Well, I didn't, but Poppy had a reasonable explanation for it. Flashback. It was after the mind duel of Bella and Harry. It was 10 in the evening and the kids were all sent to bed. The adults retired into the kitchen and were waiting for Andromeda, Amelia and Augusta to emerge from the pensieve. They were looking at the duel because they had been the only ones who weren't there when it all happened. Wow, that was some spell work they showed, Amelia said as she walked into the kitchen. I don't know, but most of those spells were dark and way out of their arsenal, Augusta went on. I know that the memory of Bellatrix has those spells in them, and I also understand how Harry is able to do them. The only thing I don't understand is the amount of power he uses to do them. Everyone was quiet for a moment. Well, I remember that most of those spells were taught to us by our Aunt Dorothea Black, Andromeda started. She always said that they were spells we could only use when we were defending ourselves and that they would always be meant to hurt. But seeing Harry do them, I think that in his case they would all be lethal. With his power, he would not break a leg, he would pulverize it. Most of the adults were nodding, but Sirius had to ask. Well, I know that Lily and James were very powerful. So that counts for some of his power. But they were nowhere near this powerful. There was a moment of silence when Poppy spoke up. Well, I think that I have a theory about that. And to tell you the truth, I don't think Harry was born this powerful, he was made this way. Poppy expected a lot of shouting, but they were all watching her with their mouths hanging open. Only Amelia had her mouth closed, but her eyes were screaming, explain. Poppy smiled at her and started. Well, first of all, Harry was already born very powerful because Lily and James were very powerful themselves, just like their parents were, and she gave a quick look at Minerva. Now the reason why I think and said Harry was made this way is mostly because there are ways to make you stronger, and I'm not talking about rituals because there are other ways. Now I was talking about things that happened in a series of events. Firstly, it was me who expanded his power. You, shouted Sirius. Yes, Sirius, me, I expanded his magic the day I bounded it. Most of the adults had a questioning look, and so Poppy went on to explain it. When you bound a magical core, you place something like a tube around it. It will make the magic flow slower and it will not damage the core. But because you slow down the magic, the core will expand a little just to make more magic for the body. They all could understand the logic behind it. But if that is so, then I would imagine more purebloods doing that to their children. Isabella asked. Yes, you would think so, Poppy answered. However, if you want to bind a child, you have to ask permission at St. Mungo's. A lot of purebloods didn't do it, and when they took the binding off, they all did it way too fast. You have to do it very slowly because if you don't, the child will combust. In the Muggle world, it was called self-combustion. But it is the magic that gets free range and it burns the body completely. Harry was only saved because he was in a magical coma at the time his core was freed. Most of them shivered at the thought. Now the other thing that made Harry stronger was the Horcrux behind his scar. That piece of Voldemort needed magic to survive. And the only way for it to get magic was to beep it out of Harry. This again made the body of Harry react and it expanded the core to cope with the missing magic. I think that it expanded his core by 30%. Wow, was suppose, David exclaimed. Now the third and the biggest part were the Dursleys. With every beating they gave Harry, it made his core expand more and more. The magic of Harry was expanding so it could heal Harry and keep him alive. So if my guess is right, then I think his core is twice or maybe 3 times as big as it was supposed to be. You could say it is the power they know not. Wow, David exclaimed again. This would make him the strongest wizard of the world. Not yet, Poppy said. What, are you telling me that Albus and Voldemort are still the strongest? David said in disbelief. Both Augusta and Poppy snorted. Albus and Voldemort were never the strongest. The strongest was and has always been Minerva here. But she was never good at dueling, so that's why everyone thinks they are the strongest, Augusta explained with a laugh. Really? Amelia said with a grin. Well, Minerva show us something magical. Minerva smiled. Okay, but we will be keeping this between us. After those words, Minerva moved her chair a little backwards and waved her hand around. She made a big show of showing that there was nothing up her sleeves. She then continued and waved her hands around the table. All the tableware on the table changed into little monkeys and jumped from the table and into the kitchen. It was there that the monkeys changed back and fell into the sink. That was great. You have to teach me that. Harry, what are you doing down here? Get back to bed, Minerva said. No, I want to learn this. Tomorrow, Harry. Now it is time for you to get back into bed. No, I want to learn it now. It was now that Minerva started to get a little angry. Harry, I said, no. You never let me do anything. You are always keeping me down like I'm a little kid. You were never there for me. What happened next went so fast that it shocked everybody. The left hand from Minerva pointed at Harry and her right hand was held up high. Harry felt a magical hand grabbing him and pulling him to his grandmother. He was bent over her knee and before he could say anything he felt her right hand slamming down on his left beeps, 3 times fast and hard. Get to your room now. Tears were burning in the eyes of Harry as he ran out of the room and slammed the door behind him. With her eyes still on the door, Minerva brought 3 fingers up to her mouth to cover her lips. Ooh, in Merlin's name, what have I done? He is going to hate me now. Sirius turned into Padfoot and went after Harry the moment Minerva broke down in sobs. He had to make things right and he knew instantly what to do. So before he walked into the bedroom, he turned back into Sirius and walked in. There on the bed, he saw his godson sitting with his head in his hands. Well, care to explain why you said what you said? Harry looked up. Why, I didn't do anything wrong. Are you sure about that? Sirius asked. So are you here to take her side? She hit me, you know. Yes, Harry, I know, and I hate to tell you this, but Minerva was right. If it were up to me, you wouldn't be able to sit for a week. What? Yes, Harry, I'm serious. What you said downstairs was completely wrong. You blamed her for something she had no control over. And if you want to blame someone, you have to blame me. What? What are you talking about, Sirius? You really don't know what you said, do you? Harry rubbed the back of his head and shook no. You told her that she was never there for you. And if I'm not mistaken, she never knew she was your grandmother until you both found out. So if you have to blame someone, you have to blame me. I was the one who should have been taking care of you. However, I was selfish and went after Peter. If I hadn't, you would have had your grandmother with you for all your life. Harry just looked at Sirius. I never said anything like that. No, Harry, think back. Harry folded his legs and started to think really hard. Now, I want it now. You never let me do anything. You were always keeping me down like I'm a little kid. You were never there for me. Ooh, no. The next thing Sirius saw was Harry running from the room. He turned back into Padfoot and ran after him back to the kitchen. In the kitchen. I'm telling you, Isabella, he will hate me now. And he was right, I was never there for him. Minerva, stop it. Harry was way out of line and you know it. But, the door to the kitchen swung open and slammed against the wall. There in the doorway stood her Harry Whit, his eyes full of tears. Before she could say anything, he rushed forward and slammed himself against her, swinging his arms around her, crying hard into her dress. I'm sorry. Please don't go. I didn't mean it like that. I was acting like a spoiled brat just like Dudley and Draco and I wasn't right. You have always been good to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Minerva took her grandson into her arms and rubbed a hand over his head. It's okay, Harry, but don't do it again. I promise. End flashback. Everyone at the fifth table were still looking at Harry. They all had one question on their minds, but none of them wanted to ask him because they were scared of what he was going to say. It was not long after that Bella took pity and asked the thing they all wanted to know. Harry, what is this house and why are we all good enough to be here? Harry nodded slowly and finished his bite. While he put down his fork and knife, he looked around the table just before he gave the answer. Everyone at this table has a very good reason to be in House Hogwarts. This house is just like it is called. It is a house full of students of all the houses combined. Now the house you were in was the right house for you. If you were brave, you were in Gryffindor. Loyal, you were in Hufflepuff. Smart in Ravenclaw, and if you were cunning, you were in Slytherin. But you are sorted here because there is a very good reason for it. Everyone was looking at him with their mouth closed, just waiting for what was to come. He did name everything you had to be in one of the houses. But he didn't tell what you had to have to belong in this house. It was strange because they had seen about 100 students who tried to get into another house. And yet only about 20 had made it. They even saw Crabbe and Goyle trying it, and they all knew they had to be in the Troll Academy. Harry could see how deeply everyone was thinking. Well, do you think I should tell you, or do all of you want to think a little longer? Most of them shook their heads, but some were looking at him as if he was pulling their leg or something. Only Daphne and Bella were looking at him with a murderous glance. They were clearly saying, "Tell us now, mister, or you will see what happens if you make us wait any longer." When they glanced at each other, they gave an evil smile, a smile that made Harry swallow hard. He made a mental note not to cross them too often. Okay, listen. Harry started. The table immediately quieted down and everyone was looking at Harry. The reason why you are all worthy enough to be in House Hogwarts is mostly because of the way your house treated you all. Most of you didn't have any friends or were bullied by the other members of that house. Tracy over here wanted nothing more than to be with her friend Daphne. Now, this gave a huge problem. As you all know, Tracy was a member of House Slytherin and Daphne of House Gryffindor. It was this reason why she could not continue the friendship, mostly because her house forbade it. This was the reason why she was made an outcast of her house. Now, even if she is cunning and very suitable for House Slytherin, House Slytherin didn't think she was. Harry wanted to give them another example, but he was cut short by a dreamy voice. Hi everyone, my name is Luna Lovegood. Most of you know me as Loony Lovegood. I was bullied in my house for my first 2 years. So when my friend Ginny took me along to the Sorting Hat, I took the chance. It was the last chance I took because if this year would be the same, I would not have returned for my 4th year. Luna took a drink from her pumpkin juice and went on. So like I said, this was my last chance and I took it. When I sat on the stool, I asked the Sorting Hat what it is we had to have. This is what he told me. Everyone around the table was looking at her with their mouth hanging open. Here was a girl they all knew as Loony Lovegood. But no one could tell you why she was called that name. For the second time, she took a drink and said, "It was the Sorting Hat that told me that Lord Hogwarts wanted me in his house. He told me that Lord Hogwarts knew what it was like to be bullied. He would be the one to understand all of us and what it meant for us. So with a house full of students, no one wanted we have to prove it to ourselves that we are better. And I know we could be the best house there is, to us." And Luna lifted her glass. It was a moment later that Harry lifted his glass as he looked at Luna. "To us, to Hogwarts." Slowly the welcome feast came to an end. Albus got up and walked to the middle of the stage for the final time that evening. For all new students welcome, for all the old students welcome back. I hope that the welcome feast has filled your bellies. So it is time for all of you to head to bed so you can all start fresh tomorrow morning. Prefects take the first years to the common room. Good night to you all. As most of the students were starting to get up, House Hogwarts remained seated. There were no prefects assigned, so most of the new students looked at Harry and his friends. But whatever they expected, this wasn't it. Harry and his friends just remained sitting and talking as if the feast was still going on. Slowly the great hall was starting to get empty. Some of the older students remained seated, but even they started to get up. With an eye on the head table, it was clear to Harry what was about to happen. From out the corner of that eye, he could see the headmaster starting to make his way over to their table. He was closely followed by Professor Snape and one Molly Weasley. A little to the left he could see that his grandmother and Lady Hogwarts were still seated at the head table, but they were watching closely at what was about to happen. Harry, Albus started in his grandfatherly voice. Could you please explain to me why it is that you are not on your way to the Gryffindor common room? Daphne heard the voice he used and rolled her eyes. As she glanced over at Bella, she could see her sighing deeply. She wouldn't need to ask Bella what she was thinking because she was thinking the same thing. Will he ever learn? Well, Albus, it is quite simple exactly. You see, I'm no longer in Gryffindor, Harry said without looking up at him. Albus rubbed the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers. Harry, it is still headmaster or professor for you and not Albus. But as far as I know, it is only allowed for the headmaster or the board of governors to assign a new house for a student. It was also allowed by the Sorting Hat, but you didn't take that opportunity, Albus explained as if he was talking to a 5-year-old. There was a small smile creeping onto the face of Harry. As he looked at Hermione, he knew that he had the right person to handle this little mistake. Myone, would you do me the honor of telling Albus here why he is wrong? Hermione gave him a small smile as she nodded. Well, headmaster, it is like Mr. Potter told you, and yes, it is still Mr. Potter or Lord Potter for you, but you are wrong. It isn't only the headmaster or the board of governors who can assign a new house to a student. The heirs of the founders can change from house to house whenever they like. Now, because Mr. Potter isn't only Lord Potter but also Lord Gryffindor, he is allowed to change houses whenever he wants. Not only that, but he could also stay in his own quarters. So as of today, he is in House Hogwarts. After those words, Hermione gave a small smile to Harry, a key, to Neville while she got up to leave the Great Hall. The moment Hermione got up, she was followed by all the other friends. The others from the new house first waited a moment before they decided that it was best to follow the friends. The one thing they didn't want was getting between the war that was going on headmaster and the friends. Albus looked at the back of Harry and was wondering what he could do. He knew that Hermione was right and that Harry had the right to change houses. But he had to do something to get the upper hand. Albus, you cannot let that brat talk to you in that way, Molly squeaked from his side. Albus rubbed his hand to his beard and knew what he had to do. Before you all go, your new head of house will be Professor Molly Weasley. Harry skidded to a hold and turned around. His eyes were glowing deadly green and his wand was already in his hand. The moment he wanted to lift his wand, it was Bella who held on to his arm and kept it down. Daphne was on the other side of him, whispering everything she could think of just to keep him calm enough. Both Bella and Daphne knew why Molly had become the head of the house. It was the last and only thing Albus could do to get the upper hand. So with a lot of difficulty and the help of their other friends, they were pulling Harry along and away from the Great Hall. As they walked down the corridors, Harry became a little calmer. He took them all to a painting of the 4 founders. It was the one painting that showed them, but also the one painting that didn't talk back. It was there that they saw Minerva and Zonita waiting for them. Harry turned to the painting and over his shoulder said, "You do know I want to know the shortcut you took, right?" Zonita turned to Minerva. "Do you know what he is talking about?" "No, and if I did, I'm not going to tell them. They are already too smart for their own good," Minerva said with a chuckle. The friends laughed along and as one they all turned to the painting. Harry coughed. Lord Gryffindor, Lord Slytherin, Lady Ravenclaw and Lady Hufflepuff, may I introduce you all to the first United House of Hogwarts, but also to the one and only true head of our house, Lady Hogwarts. After those words, all the friends parted and showed Lady Hogwarts to the founders. The four founders came to the edge of the painting, and with their mouths hanging open they were breathlessly looking at the lady. This was their magic. This was their goal to accomplish. But they were never able to do it in their own lifetime, but here she was, the protector of the castle in her true form as Lady Hogwarts. After the introductions to all the founders, Harry asked Zonita how to enter the common room. She was the only one who knew how to enter the room because she was also the only one who could talk to the founders. But how she did it was still a mystery to Harry and his friends. Well, it is very easy. You all have to lay one of your hands on the frame. It is then that the founders will recognize your magical signature and can allow you all into the common room. If someone else wants to enter the common room, they will not be recognized and will, therefore, be denied. One by one they all entered the common room and were looking around in awe. As Bella entered the common room, she gave one last look at the painting. It was really too bad that they could not talk to the founders. She had so many questions she wanted to ask them. But the way they all looked at Lady Hogwarts was fabulous. After 20 minutes of looking around, they all settled themselves down around the fireplace. Harry was pushed from the couch he was sitting on by Susan and was told to make his speech. But I want to enjoy the fire. Not now, Harry. This is your doing, so it is your job to lead the house. Daphne said as she gave him another shove. Well, let me introduce myself first. I'm Lord Harry James Potter, Gryffindor, Peverell, Hogwarts. Most of the members of the new house were speechless when they heard him say his name. I became Lord Hogwarts after my friends, and I gave Lady Hogwarts her body. The ritual we used is something I'm not going to tell you, but I can say that she has and is the magic of Hogwarts herself. Now, because she first was created out of the magic from Hogwarts, she, therefore, has been around for almost as long as Hogwarts was built. She has been the one who created the banners and made the hourglass appear. As time went on, Harry told a lot about his first 2 years. Many questions were asked about the time he and Bella had their encounter with the late Professor Quirrell. They didn't say anything about Voldemort sticking out of the back of his head, but other than that he told them everything else. It was 11 o'clock when Harry came to the point where he became the Master of Ginny. Yes, part of the story of me becoming the Master of Ginny is true. I did save her from a basilisk and we did make her my South Avenue. Now why we did it I'm not going to explain. Let's just say that compared to her brothers she was abused. Because of that, we made a contract to keep her safe and to give her a better life. Ginny took out the contract and showed it to the other members of the house. It became clear that Harry never wanted to be her master. They all understood why Ginny said what she had said to her mother and were going to back her all the way. Now tomorrow we will discuss what we want to do for the coming year. Earlier this night Molly made it personal by saying I'm a brat. And to tell you all the truth, I'm not going to take that lightly. I do know that it is a personal reason. But there is also another reason. This one is for all of you. In your old house, you were all put down for whatever the reason they could think of. Now I think that most of you want to have some payback, and that will be the other reason we, and he pointed to his friends, will discuss with you all tomorrow evening. It was after Harry that Lady Hogwarts started to tell the stories of all the parents and most of the professors. She even told them that Minerva was a real prankster. Together with Augusta Longbottom, she was the terror of her time, just like the twins were now. At midnight Zonita took them all to the bedrooms where they would stay for the rest of the year. There were 3 rooms, one for the girls and one for the boys. The third room was left for the friends. It was separated into 2 smaller rooms, but for the friends it was clear. Harry needed to be close to Bella for when she would have another dream. It wasn't that often anymore, but sometimes it did happen. It was early next morning that Minerva took her place next to Zonita. She raised one eyebrow because normally she was the only one of the professors who was up this early. Good morning, Zonita. Nice to see another professor up at this time. Morning, Minerva. When do you think my master will get into the Great Hall? Minerva smiled a little. I don't know, but knowing Harry and his friends, my guess is that it will be something worth waiting for. As most of the students were eating their breakfast, the doors of the great hall opened up wide. There in the doorway stood House Hogwarts, and as one they walked in straight to their table. It was one thing they had decided the night before. None of them were wanted in their old house, so this time it would be the opposite. House Hogwarts was going to be the best house there was. Most of the students were sitting with their forks halfway to their mouths. Look at that, it's the house of losers, Draco sneered from his spot at the Slytherin table. Tracy banged her head on the table when she heard Draco's sneer. Just be glad they have their own house now, Ron called. Everyone was waiting on what Ron was going to say next, but there wasn't anything else coming. You know, I'm glad we have our own house now. At least we don't have to see and hear Ron or Draco in the evening. Luna said as she looked over the table. Good there is pudding, Luna said in a dreamy voice. After a moment of silence, it was Harry who broke down in laughter. As the whole hall was eating, Minerva and Zonita were watching the fifth house. Zonita was watching her Harry with a lot of endearment. Minerva, how is it that Harry has become the sweet boy he is? Minerva looked over at her cub. It was a question she had asked herself on multiple occasions. But every time she asked it of herself, she came up short. I don't know, Zonita. He looks a lot like James, but he has the personality of his mother. In the years she was at this school, I have seen her grow up. She always took it upon herself to save the ones who were bullied. In the years I saw her help Severus whenever he was bullied, James and his friends. But it was not always Severus she saved. She helped everyone, even Peter Pettigrew and Remus Lupin. His infliction was a puddle in her hands. She always took out the best of everyone. And the same thing I see in her son. He gathered his friends at the first day of school and made them give him his best. There is nothing more I can say than that he is the best. But if we have to thank someone for it, then it has to be Bella. She has been the one who kept him sane and humble. Just by loving him for the way he is. Zonita looked over at Bella and closed her eyes. Magical memory. Out in the hallway of Hogwarts walked a little girl with big black curls. She was crying and searching for a place where she could be by herself. She found her place in the corner of an empty classroom. Behind a stack of desks with her knees pulled up to her chest, she softly cried on. What's the matter, little girl? Sounded a voice from the other side of the classroom. The little girl looked up and tried to dry her tears with her sleeves. Who are you? What do you want from me? The girl asked fearfully. The light that was on the other side of the classroom floated towards the little girl. Slowly it turned into the form of a transparent lady that was completely made out of magic. It smiled friendly when it said, Hi there. My name is Lady Hogwarts and I thought you could use a friend. Slowly the little girl nodded her head up and down as she looked up at the lady in front of her. Tell me, little girl, why is it that you are crying so? Again the eyes of the little girl filled themselves with tears. She wanted to tell her story to someone, but her grandfather had forbidden it. She knew she didn't take a vow on it, but she was still afraid of what he would do if she told. If you want, I can promise you that I will never tell it to anyone, the lady told her. Once again the little girl tried to dry her tears with the sleeves of her robe. She nodded thankfully and started to tell. I'm Bellatrix Black. Earlier today my grandfather came to Hogwarts to tell me something. He told me that he entered me in a marriage contract, just like he did with my sister. The problem is that the man I'm contracted to is 30 years older than me and I'm only 12. On top of that, I have to be married on my 14th birthday, and little Bellatrix started to cry again. Lady Hogwarts, who was still floating, wanted to do nothing more than to hug the little girl in front of her. She saw the same sadness just like she had seen it through the years she had been floating in these corridors. She did understand the reasoning behind the marriages, but most of the time the girls were treated like meat, a say, toy, and a South Avenue. But through the years the man became older and older while the girls became younger and younger. If you want, I could go and talk to someone. I don't know if it will help, but I could try. Bellatrix wanted to hug the lady, but her little arms went right through her. Please try. I'm not supposed to tell anyone, but I don't want to marry him. Rodolphus Lestrange is a very mean man. He was supposed to marry my older sister Andy, but she ran away and that is why I have to marry him now. It was late in the evening when Lady Hogwarts floated through the door of the office of Headmaster Dumbledore. Headmaster, I'm Lady Hogwarts and I was created to protect the students of this school. One of those students is in need of help and you have to help her, she said as she floated towards Dumbledore. Albus looked up from behind his desk. There in front of him floated a magical entity. He could see that it wasn't a ghost because there was a light radiating from it. As he looked at the portraits from the other headmaster before him, he heard that it was the magical entity of Lady Hogwarts. As he looked back, he remembered Headmaster Dipt telling him about her. She was the protector of the castle and its students and was created by the founders themselves. If she would ever receive a body of her own, she would be able to harness the magic of the castle itself. So it was clear for Albus that he shouldn't think highly of her because she was still an entity. Please tell me, Lady Hogwarts, what it is I can do for you today. And know that I'm a busy man. The lady frowned and looked a little distrustful at Albus. The way he talked to her was in a manner she didn't like. Headmaster, you have to help a little girl of 12 years old. She has to be married to a man almost 30 years older. It is inhumane to still do those things in times like this. The lady didn't say that it was Bellatrix Black just so she could protect her a little longer. The little hope she had that Albus would help her was smashed down with the first word he said. I'm sorry, my lady, but the ins and outs of a house and his own politics are things I will not interfere with. I can only hope she will remain here at school. Now I do want to ask you to never bother me again with little things like this. The ins and outs of a 12-year-old girl are some things I don't see as important. Most of the portraits were screaming that it was an outrage and that Albus had to show his respect to the school. But it was something Albus completely ignored. She floated closer to the desk of the headmaster. With a magical finger, she pointed at him. This is an insult to me, to the school, and especially to my creators, the founders of this school. So listen to my words and listen carefully. There will be a day that I will walk down this corridor in my own body. When I do, your days will be numbered. From this day on, I will only work for the heirs of the founders and never again for a headmaster of this school. This had been the first time in 1,000 years that the lady took a stand. Now the only problem that was left were the two remaining heirs. One was Tom Marvolo Riddle and the other was James Charles Potter. Slowly she floated back down through the corridors. Near the entrance to the Slytherin chamber, she again heard little sobs. As she floated into the empty classroom, she was again confronted with little Bellatrix. A little sadly she floated to Bellatrix. Did it work? Were you able to help me? The hope in the eyes of Bella almost broke the magical heart of the lady. She now had to hear the bad news, but she didn't know how. Slowly she focused her eyes on the ground and shook her head sadly from left to right. Between her little sobs, she looked up. You have done all you could, Lady Hogwarts. It is more than my daddy did for me. I can only hope that he will be nice for me and gentle so I could learn to live with him. I know that my older sister has to marry Lucius Malfoy and he will be following that madman Voldemort when he gets out of school. You know, the one who is fighting the ministry. Mine is also doing that, but he is already helping him. Thank you again, Lady Hogwarts. The lady nodded and was extremely sad because she couldn't do anything for this little girl. Behind her, she heard a door opening. As she turned, she could see a young woman standing there in the doorway. She had long fiery red hair and bright green eyes. She had a sweet face and the lady knew that she was there for Bellatrix, so she floated to the side. The young lady walked over to Bellatrix and kneeled down. Hi there, I'm Lily Evans. You don't know me yet, but you are Bellatrix Black, aren't you? Bellatrix nodded and looked sadly at Lily. I know that you have to marry in 2 years. I also know that it won't be fun. You'll have to do things you don't like, even things you might hate. But you will get a second chance. You will have the second chance with a boy with green eyes and black messy hair. That chance is still a long way away and you have to prove yourself. But do have faith in yourself. If you do, the boy with the messy hair and green eyes will be there for you. After those words, Lily stood and walked to the doorway. In the doorway, she turned around and gazed at Lady Hogwarts. Oh, my Lady Hogwarts. That boy will be your lord. Be on the lookout for him and he will make your deepest desires come through. End magical memory. Zanita. Zanita, are you there? The lady shook her head before she looked at her side. With her head at an angle, she could see that Minerva was pulling on her arm. With a quick glance, she gazed over at the Hogwarts table. With very big eyes, she looked back at Minerva. Minerva, the mother of Harry, had long red hair and the same green eyes like me, right? Minerva frowned a little. Yes, she did. But her name was Lily McGonagall, right? No, Zonita, her name was Lily Evans. She was born as Lily McGonagall. My daughter, Minerva said with a sad smile as tears started to burn in her eyes. Then I think that Master Harry is the boy Lily was talking about. It was then that Zonita started to tell Minerva about the memory she had just relived. She told Minerva that she believed that Lily is a seer. Was a seer, Zonita. Lily died the day Harry survived the killing curse. Zonita looked doubtful at Minerva but shrugged her shoulders. Zonita went on and told how she had seen the true colors of one Albus Dumbledore. I don't care if you want defense against the dark arts. I don't want you of any of you in my classroom, sounded the shrieking voice of Molly through the great hall. Right after that scream, she added in a small voice, except for you, Ginny, my dear. Both Zonita and Minerva were startled. There in the middle of the great hall stood Molly the Harpy Weasley. She was yelling her lungs out and her focus was on Harry. They didn't have to guess what it was all about because they could hear it all as clear as day. So she didn't want to educate Harry, his friends, or even House Hogwarts. Just before Minerva could do something, it was Zonita who stood and made her way over to her master. I have to help my master, Harry Potter, she said over her shoulder. Miss Weasley, could you please tell us why you won't teach any of us? I can, however, tell you that you are not allowed to refuse any of us. We all are at the top of our classes and therefore are clearly allowed to join your class, Harry said in a clear and well-mannered way. I'm going to tell you this one more time. I'm the head of your house. It is that reason why I can decide what can and can't be done. And I will tell you one more time, I don't like it when you all talk back to Mr. Harry Potter. You keep your mouth shut or you will be in detention for the next 4 weeks. That sentence made sure that all of the students from House Hogwarts went head on against Molly. She did take a step back, but more than that she didn't do. Harry had heard from Gred and Forge that an angry Molly was something to be afraid of. But he just had to smile. It surprised Bella a bit that Harry kept, like Susan would say, his coolness. From the moment Molly started to scream at him, she thought she would have to calm him down. But to her surprise and that of Daphne's, he kept calm. They didn't need to do anything because he hadn't even pulled his wand, something he would have normally done in an instance. So, if I understand correctly, you want to teach everyone except the members of House Hogwarts, with the exemption of one Ginevra Molly Weasley, Harry clarified with a very faint smile that didn't reach his eyes. Molly started to swell up like a bullfrog that was about to erupt. Her face became as red as her hair. It was now that Bella understood what Harry was doing. He wasn't getting mad because he wanted it to happen this way. With every word he said, Molly became angrier and angrier. She was doing the opposite of what a professor should do and was clearly making a fool of herself. Bella told it to Daphne, who then told it on to the others of the house. With little sniggering between themselves, they saw how the entire hall was quiet and focused on Molly Weasley, while she was digging her own grave. Now listen here and listen well, Mr. Harry Potter. I, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, decide whom I will teach. So like I said, your House of Outcast are not worthy of my time. It was now that Molly took a deep breath. Now I do want to teach Ginny because she is my daughter and because you stole her from me. Even though you keep saying she is not. With one more look at Ginny, Molly started to walk away. After a few steps, she turned around and pointed a finger in the face of Harry. Just to make it clear, I'm a professor at this school and you have to address me that way. 50 points from House Hogwarts for your disrespect. Harry's smile got a little wider when he watched Molly walking away from them. Bella and Daphne began to worry when they saw that smile appear. Mostly it was about this time that Harry took out his wand and couldn't control his raw magic any longer. Zonita and Minerva, who were standing behind Harry, looked at him the same way Bella and Daphne did. The only difference was that Minerva had a feeling that it would all be okay. Harry took a very deep breath and let the air out with a lot of force. As he turned around, he looked around the table at all its members who were looking at him for guidance. All right, Molly Weasley doesn't want to teach us. So we have to do it ourselves. Now my friends and I already get enough training during the holidays to be a year ahead. This is why Bella and I will teach you all defense against the dark arts. With the help of our real head of the house and the deputy headmistress, we will do our third-year exams right after Christmas. While he said it, he looked Zonita and Minerva in the eyes. So with Christmas, all second years will be with us in our third year. This we will do with defense against the dark arts. At the end of the year, we can all do our exams and show Molly the harpy that we don't need her. No, we all have to pass, and if 90% of the class from Molly doesn't pass, we could kick her out, and we won't see her here next year. While he was telling it, he was pointing with his thumb over his shoulder at Molly. There were only four-year students in the new house, and they were happy they didn't have to do the extra work. For Ginny, Luna, and Astoria, it was another story. They would have to do 2 years in 1 year, but they were up for the challenge. What they didn't know was that Harry wanted them to do the exams for all the subjects and not only the one class. That was something he would tell them later that night. Now, before we all go to our first class, want to tell you one more thing. Tonight at 8 after dinner, we will all have a meeting in the common room. It is there that my friends and I will explain the rules of our house. See you all tonight. Now let us eat. Albus had seen it all from his place at the head table. He heard the words Molly was screaming. At first, he wanted to intervene, but after he heard that Molly didn't want to teach the fifth house, he sat back down. If Harry and his friends weren't going to get an education, his friends would blame him and turn their backs on him, making it easier for him to manipulate Harry one more time. At the front of the Great Hall, the doors were opened wide. At first, there was nobody to see, but then there was the Minister of Magic. He walked through the door and was followed by 2 floating Dementors. First, it became colder, then freezing, and just as Harry was about to pull out his wand, he heard his mother screaming in his head. Not Harry, not Harry. Then there was darkness. There wasn't a smile left in the Great Hall. Everyone had a sad look and were on the verge to cry. Just as Cornelius walked past Bella and the unconscious Harry, one of the Dementors turned his head to Bella. She had her wand in her hand and was about to yell Expelliarmus. Come on, float along, Cornelius said to the Dementor. I don't think Sirius Black is here, so you can go back to the gates. It was a few minutes later that Harry was brought back around by a concerned Poppy Pomfrey. She had looked on with horror when she saw Minister Fudge enter the Great Hall with 2 Dementors floating behind him. The moment she saw Harry fall down, she didn't hesitate. She made her way over to her adopted nephew. Slowly he opened his eyes. Nice to have you back, Mr. Potter. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a look at all the other students that were affected by the Dementors. Harry sat up and looked around himself. Many students were crying and a lot of them had a sad, hurting look in their eyes. He found the gaze of Bella and Daphne looking at him, clearly asking if he was all right. He nodded slowly and looked over at the head table. His gaze was followed by Bella and Daphne, who saw exactly what he saw. There in front of the head table stood one Cornelius Fudge next to a smiling Dumbledore. Their gazes turned into a murderous look as their eyes locked on Fudge. Harry slowly got back to his feet and saw some of the other students. Ginny was sitting next to Luna, who had her arm around a crying student. That student looked up when she felt him looking at her. Harry swallowed and snapped his eyes back to the head table. A crying Astoria was more than he could take, and he started his way over to the head table. He could see that the Dementors were gone, so he didn't have to worry about fainting again. His legs were still a bit wobbly, but with every step he took, it went better and better. He saw Albus tapping the minister on the shoulder and pointing his way, just telling him to look around. Just before he could reach the minister, his way was blocked by a hand against his chest. He looked down the hand and saw Molly looking back at him. I'm really sorry, Harry, but I don't think that the minister has time for a mere student, Molly said in a very slimy way. Harry looked at him and saw that many first years were crying just as the second years were doing. Some of the first years were on the verge of crying themselves. He now knew that a Dementor made them relive their worst memory. Now he didn't want to know what they all saw, but it had to be a terrible experience for each and every one of them. As he looked on, he saw that many of the upper years were looking just as pale as he was himself. They didn't cry, but it looked like many of them wanted nothing more to do than to cry. Slowly he turned back to look into the eyes of Molly. He had been very calm when he spoke to her early that morning, but on this moment his voice turned into one that was driven by pure hatred. His eyes were starting to glow a deadly green. It was a look that Molly had never seen before, and it made her take a few steps back. I think that the minister does have enough time to talk to me. I am after all not only a mere student, but I'm also Lord Gryffindor. Now before you go and tell that bumbling fool that I want to talk to him, listen well, because not only am I Lord Gryffindor in the school, I'm also Lord Potter and Lord Peverell outside of this school. So remember it well. I don't think you want to have the same problems as the minister has with me. As Harry let his eyes go up and down Molly, he hadn't realized that his eyes started to glow even more. It was something that didn't go unnoticed by Molly. She swallowed as she said, I will go and ask the minister if he has time to talk to you. If not, I will ask him when he does have the time, or when he can make some time for you. Harry held his head to the right at a little angle. You go and tell him he has to talk to me. You also tell him that he doesn't have to worry because I know he has the time to do it. If he wants to do it at another time, you tell him that time is now. But, no buts, Molly, or he will be having another flying lesson. Molly frowned at him and gazed over at the minister. She could see that he had a look of fear in his eyes. She didn't know why, because Harry was just a boy, so there was nothing to be afraid about. Now, Harry, it is not nice to threaten the minister like that in the middle of the great hall when everyone is listening. Albus reprimanded him while he gave a grandfatherly smile at the other students. Harry didn't look sad or shocked at all. He laid his hand on the hand of Molly and pushed it away. After that, he laid his hand on her right shoulder and again pushed her to the side. At first, she wanted to say something, but the moment her eyes gazed over his shoulder, she had to swallow hard. It was there that she saw his friends all pulling their wands at her. It was something Harry hadn't done yet, but she could tell that his hands were twisting. With only a few steps, he stood in front of Albus Dumbledore. Yes, it isn't nice of me to threaten the minister like that. Yes, it isn't nice of me to do that in the middle of the Great Hall. May I ask you a question, dear old headmaster? Albus smiled a little. He finally had Harry asking him a question. Finally, Harry was looking at him for his way of thinking, asking him for his wisdom. He was looking for his point of view. If he did it right, he could get Harry back. Sure, Harry, my boy, Albus said in his grandfatherly way. What Albus didn't see were that the friends were all rolling their eyes at him in a very hopeless way. Albus, please tell me, why is it okay for Fudge to threaten me and my friends on every chance he gets? Albus wanted to react, but Harry went on by holding his finger in front of his crooked nose. Why is it okay that he can bring Dementors into the Great Hall of a school, while it is filled with students? Why is it that you as the headmaster can think that it is okay for him to do that? And finally, why is it that you can stand here talking to that lowlife, while students are crying their eyes out after reliving their worst memories? Albus was looking at Harry with his mouth open. Fudge, who had been standing next to Albus, was slowly backing away. When Harry started to make his way towards them, he saw the glowing eyes he had. Those were the same eyes he had seen just before that damned dog of Harry went after him. The same eyes he had seen just before he slipped up in the Wizengamot session. But also the same eyes he saw before he went flying at that party. It had been there that Harry stood toe-to-toe with Albus. Only this time Harry wasn't only standing his ground. No, he was taking the fight to Albus. It took all of the willpower Fudge had to not soil his pants. Fudge knew he had only a few more steps to go before he would be free. Just 3 more steps backwards and he could make a run for it. Only 2 more steps and he could turn around. Only 1 more step and something was poking him in his back. He didn't know what it was, so he slowly turned around. There in front of him stood Minerva McGonagall. Her wand was pointing between his eyes and her eyes were glowing up brightly. They weren't the killing curse green as the eyes of Harry. No, these were brown but almost turned black with a glowing circle around it that would make the eyes pop. Even more, it was like you were looking into the eyes of Death himself. Minerva had felt the anger of Harry and was starting to feel the same thing. It was one of the effects that came from the ritual that Lily had done, and she loved it. Her eyes were full of hate as she said in a very low and penetrating way, "Back to my cub." Fudge didn't know how fast he could nod, but it was something he did right away. With a few steps, he walked back to Harry, still eyeing the wand in the hand of Minerva. Harry hadn't looked up or away from Albus, but he instantly knew what his grandmother had done. In his mind, he could swear that he heard his grandmother hiss, "Carrot, that bumbling fool, carrot." It was now that he turned his head to the side. He could see all his friends pointing their wands at either Molly or Fudge. "Now, Headmaster, I do not like the way you handled this matter, but I can also see that it wasn't made totally clear. So I will explain it this time so you and this person," and he pointed his thumb at Fudge, "can understand what I mean." Harry gave a sharp look at the minister, who shrunk a little in fear. As of today, all Dementors are required to stay outside of the wards. Not one student is to be exposed by its presence. That was the deal that was made between the headmaster and the Board of Governors. Like I said before, I can understand that Minister Fudge didn't know about this arrangement. That is why I explained it one more time. I do, however, want to know why, in Merlin's name. What in that sick and twisted mind inspired you to take such a being into a school full of students? It was now that Harry turned his eyes on Fudge. Bella knew that Harry was about to lose the hold on his magic. She knew what she had to do and laid her hand on his shoulder. That little feeling of magic that shot from his body to hers gave her a wonderful shiver. She almost immediately felt that little bit of tension disappears from his body. Not all of it went away, so she motioned for Daphne to do the same. "Wow!" Daphne exclaimed with a satisfied smile on her face. "Addictive, isn't it?" Bella told her as Daphne nodded. Harry gave a deep sigh as he felt most of the tension slip out of his body. He wasn't expecting an answer, so he turned back to the headmaster while he spoke to the minister. "Minister, you have just heard what was the agreement between the board and the headmaster. So I can be assured that you will never ever again bring one of those beings into the school again. As you can see, most of the students can't handle such a presence of such a being near them." Again his eyes turned to Fudge with even more hatred than he ever had before. "However, do not listen and bring such a being into the school again. I will terminate you for good." Harry turned and started to walk away. Just 2 steps away from the minister, he heard him mumble. He couldn't hear what he said, but when he did it in that near whisper, he knew it had to be bad. This time he turned around with his own wand in his hand, pointing at between the eyes of Fudge with a tip that was glowing bright green. "Would you please repeat that, minister, or do you want this day to be your last?" Harry snapped. Fudge looked from the ground back up at Harry, gathering all his courage. The moment he looked up, he let some of his magic slip out. Both Bella and Daphne snorted at that, but Harry didn't move a muscle. He didn't even twist an eye. He just stood there sneering at him. It was now that the minister snapped. "I'm the Minister of Magic. I go wherever I will go and take with me whom or whatever I want to take with me. If that is a Dementor for my own protection, there isn't a brat that can tell me otherwise. Even if that brat is you." Harry just smiled and turned his back at Fudge for the second time. "Then this will be the last time you have been to Hogwarts. You are allowed back into Hogwarts when you have made your apologies to all the students of this school," he said over his shoulder. Fudge was completely beside himself. He lifted his wand high above his head, looked at the back of Harry, and without a warning fired off a curse. Zonita jumped in between them and lifted her hand in front of the curse. She bowed the curse and threw it right back at the Minister of Magic. Fudge was hit in the middle of his chest and went down like a sack of potatoes. With one other twist of her hand, the minister was gone. Albus, who stood next to the minister, just stood there with his mouth hanging open. He looked at Zonita and saw the magic dancing in her eyes like a fire in the fireplace. He swallowed hard as he looked over at Minerva. She, however, was laughing just like the friends of Harry. While he gazed over at the 5th table, he could see all its members looking on with a satisfied look in their eyes. It was then that the sickle really fell. The loss of the connection with Hogwarts, the appearance of a female he had never heard of, and a presence in the castle, unlike everything he ever felt. He knew what it was. He now knew who Zonita really was. Never would he have believed that it would be possible, but here she was. It was something that should never have happened, something that never would have been allowed. But still, she was standing in front of him. Lady Hogwarts, a magical entity that was wrapped up in her own human body. How Harry had done it he would never know, but he did. She became human and was standing between all the friends. She was the one who could ruin it all for him, Lady Hogwarts, with 1,000 years of magic behind her ready with a flick of her finger. The first lessons of the new school year were going by peacefully. There wasn't any time left for a new lesson plan, so the students of House Hogwarts were still sorted into their old classes. Only defense against the dark arts was a lesson they weren't allowed to attend. At 12 o'clock at lunchtime, it was again House Hogwarts that walked in together as one. The moment they all sat down, they gave a look at the hourglass. To their amazement, they could see that they were just behind Gryffindor, who was at the bottom of the line. The 50 points they had lost thanks to Molly had almost been erased. With a satisfied look, Harry glanced over at his grandmother. He jerked his head to the Hogwarts table and smiled his smile a little wider. Minerva saw her grandson looking and saw that he was proud of the things his house had done. He had been the only one who hadn't turned in any points. Harry stood and all eyes turned to him. "You have all done a great job today. This morning Molly Weasley took it upon herself to take 50 points from us. You have all taken them back and I thank you all for it. Tonight after dinner I and my friends want to have a meeting with all of you. There we will make some arrangements and start the preparations for the Inter-School Quidditch League for this season." Almost the entire table had doubt in their eyes. Did he really say that they would form a Quidditch team? As the others stared around the table, they could see that it was only the friends that were thinking it was a great thing. The others just didn't seem to like it. That was mostly because in their old houses they were kept from playing or even thinking about the team. They couldn't even apply because they were already denied before they could write down their names. But the points were something they could not take away from them. They had earned them themselves and were proud of it. Minerva walked into the Great Hall. She could see that she was the first one there, and that was also the way she wanted it. Now she was the first one there and the first one to see her grandson coming into the hall with his new house. As this seat taken, Minerva was a little startled and snapped her head up at the person that was now standing next to her. "Zanita, you startled me." "Sorry Minerva, I just asked if this seat was taken." "No it isn't, but you know you can sit in the chair of Albus if you want. You are Lady Hogwarts, so it is your right." Zanita chuckled a little. "Yes, but Albus does not realize that I'm Lady Hogwarts, yet. When he does I will make him sweat for it." Minerva chuckled along and saw her grandson walking into the Great Hall. He was followed by the entire house, and just like lunch, they all sat down and as one looked at the hourglass that was hanging by the entrance. The 50 points Harry had lost was gone. At lunch they had been behind Gryffindor with their points, now they were ahead of all of them with 10 points, something that gave a really good feeling to every member of the house. That night the friends were all waiting in the common room at 7:45. Slowly the other members entered the common room and sat down waiting for what was to come. While Harry sat down, Hermione took the floor. Not noticing that Minerva and Zanita had also entered the common room. "Now as you all may know, we are at the top of our year. This isn't because we are that good. Never thought I would see the day that." Hermione was modest. Smack. "Behave yourself," Daphne said as she whacked Harry on the back of her head. Neville chuckled and ducked, just before Susan could slap him. Hermione glowered at them both and went on. "No," and she gave a quick glance at Bella, who was still chuckling. "We are this good because we help each other with everything and anything we can. Now because we bundle our strong points we can eliminate our weak points. We did it in our first and second year, and that was also why we became the top students." Hermione took a breath. "Now this year we want all of you to join us. That would mean we will do our homework together. We will do it every night at 7 until everyone is finished. We will do this from Monday to Friday. It would give us a free Saturday and a free Sunday to hang out." The silence in the common room became almost eerie. It was like someone had died and nobody knew what to say. It was common knowledge that if you did not belong to the group of friends that surrounded Harry, then you were not welcome. At least that was what everyone at school thought. It had also been one of the biggest gossips that went around the school for the last 2 years. But then again, they were all sitting here opposite of Harry and his friends, and they were all holding out their hands. The only thing they had to do was take the hand. Most of the other students were watching with doubt in their eyes. It was Tracy who broke the silence. "Are we allowed to make other friends in other houses?" "Of course you are. You are not in Gryffindor or Slytherin. You could even ask your friends if they want to join us when we make our assignments, Susan told her. This was the last thing they expected because it was always said that you could never join the friends because Draco Malfoy and Ronald Weasley had tried it. It was then that most of them realized that it had been Draco and Ronald who had started that gossip. Now that we have made that clear, let me tell you all about our Quidditch team, Neville said. Our house isn't that big so we can all be a part of it. I don't like to play Quidditch but I love to take care of the brooms. Hermione doesn't like it either, bet she has a really good eye when it comes to strategy, and Neville squeezed the shoulder of Hermione lovingly when he said it. It was the strategy of Hermione here that brought us to victory for 2 times in a row. So what I'm trying to say is that we want all of you to be a part of our team. We don't know what part or position you will be for the team but you all will get a part. After the meeting, they all started on their assignments and were following the guidelines the friends had set. At the end of the first week, everyone looked up at the hourglass. House Hogwarts was standing above the other houses. It wasn't with much but they were on top. Most of the professors had been surprised by the progress the house in his whole had made. Some students were clearly crawling out of their shells. Their old houses had kept them down and never given them a chance to excel. But in House Hogwarts they could and they did. One of those professors was Flitwick. He was constantly keeping an eye on one girl in particular. Luna Lovegood had been a student of his house. She was a little strange when she talked about the creatures she and her dad were hunting year after year. But in her new house, she looked at peace and not in her dream world where she would normally be. In the weeks that followed, Professor Flitwick kept an eye on Luna and House Hogwarts. They were working so well together that most of them were ahead of their peers. Some students were starting to work with them and were improving marvelously. Slowly September turned into October. The 1 week thinking time Ginny had received went by and was now in the past. Harry hadn't asked Ginny for an answer because he wanted to give her all the time she needed. The week he gave her was only something so people knew he meant it. Susan, could I ask you something? Ginny asked in a very soft voice. Susan tilted her head a little to the left. When she saw the seriousness in the eyes of Ginny she knew it was time. The book she had in her hand was slowly put to the side as she got up on her feet. The moment she took the hand of Ginny she gave a look at Bella and Daphne who immediately understood what was about to happen. She took Ginny into the girls' bedroom and threw up some privacy wards to keep it from prying ears. She sat down on the bed and patted a spot next to her. Ginny sat down and folded her hands in her lap. Okay Ginny, what is it you wanted to ask? Susan asked even while she already knew the answer. It had been something they had expected a little while ago. But still, it had to be Ginny who came to them. Susan, what would happen if I let Harry become my father? What would it mean for my real father and for me? Susan looked at her in a soft way. This had been a conversation that she already had with Bella, Daphne, and Harry. The love that Ginny had for her father was enormous. It was so big that it was criminal to break it. It was this reason why Susan had taken it upon herself to help Ginny with the problem. Daphne knew a lot about the old ways, but it was Susan who knew about the feelings that went with it, and the love for her father was one of those feelings. With a lot of peace in her voice, Susan started to tell Ginny what the whole reason behind the proposal of Harry was about. It did mean that Harry would become her daddy on paper and she would get 2 new mothers with the name of Bella and Daphne. That Bella was really Bellatrix was something she didn't tell her. That was something Harry and Bella had to do themselves. What she did tell her was that this was mainly a paper thing. Sure, she had to leave her home and had to go and live with Harry at his castle. But her daddy was still Arthur and he was always welcome at Potter Castle to visit his daughter. The talk between Susan and Ginny went on until late in the evening. At the end of it, all Ginny knew what she wanted to do, and it would be something she would tell them all on the next Monday. In the meanwhile, in the sleeping room of the boys, there was a totally different question asked. Harry, how is it you got Lady Hogwarts to become the history professor anyway? Especially because Susan told me that you did it with almost 100% vote of confidence, Hermione suddenly asked him. Harry smiled widely, something that was mirrored by Daphne. With a gesture of his hand, he told Daphne that she had the floor. Daphne stood and rushed to the cabinet and took out a letter. She then put down the letter on the table in front of her and gathered her thoughts before she started to speak. There was a stunned silence in the room as Daphne took the letter from the table. She gave the letter a quick one-over before she laid it back on the table. Now the threat Harry made to Lucius led to this letter. We got this letter the same day we got the letter from Arthur and Minerva. Now at the time, Harry could not read this letter because he was just too mad about the other one. So we only opened this letter after we were done with the ritual to get Lady Hogwarts in our midst. Daphne waited another moment and played with her fingers. It was on that day that Susan and I made more than just pleasantries with one Narcissa Black. It was again that Daphne picked up the letter and turned it around in her hands. With Ginny, we knew what we could do in the bigger picture. But this letter changed everything. Narcissa knows it all, and I mean all. We knew that Harry could make Ginny into his daughter, but that was all we knew. But Narcissa really knows all the ins and outs. She knew about the benefits and the responsibilities he has to do. But also that he needed to have the money before the ministry could guarantee him the right to adopt. No, everything started the night Harry took Lucius out. It was that action that changed everything and led to this letter we got from Narcissa Black. Daphne opened the letter again and gave a quick look at Harry, who just nodded. She then looked back at the letter and read it out loud. With all due respect, I'm addressing this letter to Lord Potter, Gryffindor, Peverell. A little while ago you took it upon yourself to inform my husband about the fact that you could make me into your South Avenue. It would be something I would take in a heartbeat if you would do it. Now I can write you this letter because my husband is not home at this moment, so he does not know about this. Now I do think that it was just a speculation on your part, but it is true. By sending me to St. Mungo you activated an ancient magic trust upon you by the Lord Rings of the house. In this case House Peverell and House Gryffindor. The one thing Lucius doesn't have to know is that I was the one who asked this favor of you. Now by sending me to the hospital, you are able to ask for these things. The main thing is that you can take me as your South Avenue. This because you saved the lady of the house. This can only be done when the lady was saved from her husband. The second thing is to demand the termination of my marriage. Lucius can't do anything about it and has to do as your ask. If you do this, then you have the first right to claim me as your wife or as your toy. Now I know you won't do the last thing, but it is an option for you. Now, these are the most drastic things you can do. And as for me being your South Avenue or toy. Let's just say I wouldn't mind, but I think Bella would. And it wouldn't be your best option. I tell you this because the woman behind the man is far more important than you would know, especially in the old ways. The lady of the house is in charge of the status of the family, but she also has the responsibility to obtain it. She can make or break the house. So your first options are not your best solutions. Sure, you could give a very big blow to Lucius, but you could even gain more if you used me as leverage. I, Lady Malfoy, am known as a trophy wife. Meaning I rule the House Malfoy. I have to do everything to obtain the status of my husband and keep on looking pretty while I'm doing it. Besides that, I have no say whatsoever. I do what Lady Greengrass and Lady Bones has done for your party. They were in charge of the invitations. Later on, your ladies will do those things for you. Now at that party, you made more friends than enemies. So to make it easy, Lucius would not know where to scratch himself if I didn't tell him. This will leave you with a completely different option and one that is more suitable for your needs. So I will give you myself as a prisoner to your word. So by keeping me out of Avery, you could demand the following of Lord Malfoy. You could ask him to align his house with yours, something he would never do. The humiliation would be too much for his ego to handle. Secondly, you could forbid him to speak to you. However, that would give you more disadvantages than benefits. So don't do that. Now the third option is also the one I would recommend. You could order him to do the first 3 reasons or go for the last option, the one I will suggest to you in a moment. Now because I know my husband, he will go for the suggestion because he doesn't want to lose his trophy wife. When he refuses the first 3 reasons, which he will, you could order him that all business between your 2 houses will be done between you and me, Lady Malfoy. Meaning all meetings of the Wizengamot and the school board. You will also order him that you want me as your advisor. It will be the one thing he will do because I will tell him that it will be a way for me to spy on you. That will be something he will think, but it will never happen. Now, because I'm a Slytherin, there will be something in it for me. I will be closer to my family, something he can no longer deny. Now, for you to trust me completely, I will offer you a magical promise on my life and magic to always serve you, your family, and your friends, but also to never betray you without you knowing about it. Narcissa Black. While Daphne laid the letter back on the table, she could see all the faces of her friends just watching her. They were all stunned in silence and were looking at the letter with big eyes. Their mouths were hanging open, and it was Hermione who started to talk first. Those she knows that she is the real sister of Bella here. Bella nodded and told her that it was okay. But what was that about betraying you while you know about it? Hermione asked again. That one is easy, Neville intervened. By telling Lucius something about Harry, he could get the upper hand. Lucius will then think Narcissa is really spying on Harry. But in truth, Harry was the one that told Narcissa what to say, so, in reality, she doesn't betray him at all. Daphne was waiting and fidgeting with her hands. Again she looked over at Harry, who just nodded at her. The one thing she wanted to make sure was that Harry gave her the okay. She was after all talking about things concerning her lord. With a little smile, she thought that it was really nice to think of Harry as her lord. As you see, Harry here has followed her advice and has taken her as his advisor. Now the moment he took her as his advisor and as a replacement for Lucius, in all the functions when they were together. He made sure that Lucius kept his trophy wife. Now, and this is the fun part, we got his voice and vote. We got it at the meeting of the Board of Governors last summer. Now our insurance was in the form of the oath Narcissa made. If she or Lucius would ever break the oath, she would automatically become our South Avenue, something she herself would welcome herself. The friends sat there in silence and were just thinking of the letter Narcissa had sent them. It was nearly near midnight that Susan brought Ginny back to her own room. Weeks went by and it was almost time for their first Quidditch match. The first one had been between Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Gryffindor had lost by only 20 points, but it was the next match everyone was looking forward to. This one would be House Hogwarts versus House Hufflepuff. Everyone had found their place in or around the team and were preparing themselves for their first match. It was on the morning of the match that House Hogwarts walked into the Great Hall as one. Like always, they looked at the hourglasses and could see that they were still on top of it all. Molly and Snape had done what they could, but House Hogwarts was still on top. Most of the professors were looking at them all in awe about the progress they had made. And what was even more astonishing was the fact that it wasn't only House Hogwarts that was improving. All the people that came from the other houses that were studying with them were also improving miraculously. But the most improvement had been the 3 second years. They had gained the most progress off them all together with all their friends from the other houses. Minerva, I still can't believe the way Harry got them all to be as one as they are when they are like this, when they are all walking into the Great Hall like that, Zonita said. Minerva smiled. Don't be mistaken, Zonita. Sure, Harry has got them together, but it was their combined efforts that made House Hogwarts become one. They are taking the best of what the other has to offer and are learning from each other. But you know everything that goes on around Hogwarts, so I thought you would already know it. Well, I did know about the way they are studying together. But ever since Harry and his friends have given me a body, I'm not able to feel everything in the castle. It will come back to me, but it takes time. The one thing I can't figure out is why they are doing all of this. Minerva smiled again. As you know, Harry, Bella and Daphne will come to me every Wednesday evening just so we could have a little while together as grandson and grandmother. It was last Wednesday that he told me that he wanted to get rid of Molly as their defense teacher. So if they can prove to do better on their own, she would be history. Harry even confided in me that he wanted to let the second years over to their third year come Christmas just to prove Molly wrong. Zonita nodded and got up to her feet. She linked her arm around the arm of Minerva and pulled her to her feet also. Come, we have to hurry, Minnie. We have to have good places if we want to see the best game of the year. Minerva laughed and walked along. She hadn't had the heart to tell Zonita that they had their own seats. It was only a couple of minutes after breakfast that it was time for the house to prepare themselves. Bella and Harry were the ones who were the most excited to go and finally play the first match. Daphne and Susan were following them at a somewhat slower pace. As the house was making their way out of the great hall, you could hear the whispers from the other houses. It sounded like none of the others were giving them the benefits of the doubt. No, most of them were just rude or even hateful in their remarks. However, House Hogwarts kept their heads high and were walking as one like they always did when the rest of Hogwarts was turning themselves against them. But they knew one thing. If they did it together, they could survive everything they set their minds to. In the dressing room, they heard how the students and professors were taking their places in the stands of the stadium. Minerva had told them they had a stand of their own, so they had a place to sit as one. "This is the first match of House Hogwarts," sounded the voice of Lee Jordan through the microphone. First, he listed the team of Hufflepuff with Cedric as their seeker. Then he started to list the players of House Hogwarts. Daniel and Franklin were the two beaters of the team. Susan, Daphne, and Bella were the chasers. When Lee Jordan called Tracy Davis as the keeper, there was an uproar in the Slytherin section. "It's an outrage, a scandal. There were no girls on the Slytherin team and Tracy Davis was the reason why," was shouted from that section. Tracy took a step back and wanted to run back into the dressing room. It took the arms of Harry and Neville to hold her from going any further. "You are really good and you know it," Neville said. "This is your chance to show them how it is done and why their keeper is peanuts compared to you," Harry went on. "But I can't. What if I fail?" Tracy whimpered. "Then we lose, but we will have fun losing," Neville said with a little smile on his face. But we lose. This is school Quidditch, not a paycheck, so we have fun," Harry went on where Neville stopped. Tracy nodded, threw her nose in the air and walked onto the field. "Do you think she will K it up?" Neville whispered with a little chuckle. "Yes, she will. She will K it all up for the Slytherins because she will stop everything they will throw at her," Harry answered with a nod and walked onto the field with his broom on his shoulder. The match had started and Harry was floating high above the field looking around for the snitch. Bella had the quaffle in her hand and threw it to Susan. Susan threw it to Bella. Harry took a dive and flew past Susan. Susan handed him the quaffle and he took it behind the rings. No one saw that Harry had the quaffle. He threw it to Daphne, who scored. 10-0 for Hogwarts, Lee Jordan screamed. Slowly it started to become a match that had never been seen before at Hogwarts. Before anyone knew it, House Hogwarts were ahead with 180-0. Minerva, with her love for Quidditch, saw that even in the match, the team of Hogwarts played to the strength of their players. Bella, who was extremely fast, was the one who flew all over the place. Daphne, who was really accurate, was almost always found near the rings to score every point they could make. Susan had been the one who became the clue between them. She was agile and always knew where to throw the quaffle, so either Bella could take it along or Daphne, who could score. Draco and Ron were sitting next to each other and were screaming at Tracy that she was a joke in the way she played. But it only resulted in Tracy doing more than she herself ever thought she was capable of. Draco even started to curse the professors by letting House Hogwarts having a Quidditch team of their own. Harry suddenly looked around and behind him. He started screaming at Bella, who had just started a new attack. She looked up and dropped the quaffle. Before she could ask what it was, she could feel them just like Harry could. 180-10, Lee Jordan screamed. Slowly it became colder and colder. Harry, who was high up in the air, knew he was the first to feel it and had to do something. "Go back, Bella," warned the others. Every player from the Hogwarts team had turned around and were looking at their leader, even if they never told him that he was. 108-20, Lee Jordan screamed. Bella, who knew that Harry would never scream an order unless he had a good reason for it, did what he asked. When she flew back, she told Daphne and Susan what to do. She herself should go back and help Harry. He would not like it if she did, but she just didn't care. He would get over it. 180-30, Lee Jordan screamed again. There, from above the Forbidden Forest, came a black cloud that was created out of almost 20 Dementors. Harry looked down and saw that all the spectators were hurrying away. It was a relief for him when he saw that they were making their way to safety. It was also then that he spotted Bella. "No, get out of here. There are too many of them." "No," Bella screamed back. 180-40, came the vague sound of Lee's voice through the air. Harry knew better than to argue with Bella, so he took out his wand. He aimed it at the Dementors and started his spell. Expect. Not Harry. Please, not Harry. Step aside, silly girl, step aside. Not Harry. Please, not Harry. His vision became blurry. He was holding onto his broom with more force than he used to. He shook his head, trying to clear it from his thoughts. Expecto. It became darker and there was that light again that started out green, then it became white and his mind cleared up. There above him a dark angel was blocking the path between him and the Dementors. Expecto Patronum. Bella flew back up towards Harry. She knew of the troubles he had with the Dementors and knew she had to help. His wand outstretched while she heard the word. But it never came close. As he started to shake his head, it was her time to intervene. Without a wand, he flew between Harry and the Dementors, blocking their path to her first ever friend she had. Kill Harry Potter. Kill him now, sounded the voice of Voldemort in her mind. How could you let him go? She saw Voldemort shouting in her mind. That worthless piece of shit named Harry Potter. You could have killed him right there. He was within your reach, you could have killed him and it would have been no trouble at all for you. But no, Miss Bellatrix had to lead him out. Crucio. The curse came flying to her. It didn't hurt, but she remembered it. This was a memory of her older self, one that was in the chamber of her mind behind that locked door. At first, she could feel the hate of Voldemort breathing down her neck. But then the memory changed into the one from the parents of Neville. The screams would be something she would definitely see in her nightmare tonight. She saw her older self laying little baby Neville into the closet behind a stack of clothes. The memory changed again and it turned into Lucius. She saw him laughing with another man that she remembered as her husband. They were laughing about something and she could make out the words, "We killed Ted Tonks," in a joyful way. The horror struck her heart when she realized that it was the husband of her older sister they were talking about. They killed him and they were having a party for it. It was now that she saw little Harry Potter in her mind's eye. He walked into the house of her mother, while he was bent at the waist from the pain. The way he hissed in pain when her mother hugged him scared her all over again. There was a black substance flowing out of his lightning bolt scar. It turned into the head of Voldemort and screamed out in pain. Harry became older and she saw him sitting in the corner of the bookstore called Flourish and Blots. It was now that she saw her foster father sitting on the bed only dressed in his boxers. His boxers had a tent in them, so she ran as fast as she could. Her memory turned back into Harry and how he was cursed over and over again by Voldemort. How every time he came and rescued her. It was then that she saw Harry lying covered in blood on the hospital bed. She screamed a scream that was heard all the way down in the dungeons. The next thing she saw were three very bright shapes going past her before passing out. Vaguely she heard some sounds coming from far away. Her body shook and she wanted to get away from it. She couldn't, so she slowly started to panic. In the shadows, she started to see shapes but couldn't figure out who they were. The sounds were bouncing from the wall and it sounded familiar but also a little strange. She wanted to wake up but the memories kept on coming. She saw herself sitting at a front door crying her eyes out. Her older sister Andy was walking away while her grandfather was shouting that she was out of the family. She felt the body of a man that could be her father pressing his body up against her own little body of 15 years old. She had been contracted to this man that was just too old for her. She felt something rubbing her on top of the covers. It didn't feel like the man, so it had to be someone or something else. With her hand, she felt what it could be, but it was way too small to be the man. So in a little dare, she opened her eyes a little bit. She didn't see much, so she kept on feeling. Suddenly she felt something soft like hairs. They were not too long and felt very unruly. While she rubbed the hairs, she opened her eyes a little further. Two emerald green eyes were looking back at her. Everything she had seen had been memories. Her little Harry was still alive. Her little Harry was still here with her, just next to her. Next to her, Harry was her Daphne. Slowly the tears started to crawl into the corners of her eyes. Her two best friends in the world were there for her and she couldn't hold it in any longer. Even before the tears started to fall, both Harry and Daphne had taken her into their arms and were holding her close. Then there was a very loud sound as the doors to the infirmary slammed open. It was Minister Fudge who walked in together with Albus Dumbledore. Bella was sitting on the hospital bed in the arms of Harry and Daphne. Just at the other end of the infirmary, the doors slammed open. For a moment they didn't know what was happening because they had been all wrapped up in each other. But the sound of the fast approached footsteps that were heading towards their bed told them that the person or persons were coming to see them. Before the three of them could look up, they heard the voice of Minerva loudly ringing through the infirmary. Minister, I don't know what you think you are doing, but if I were you, I would keep away from my cub. I'm almost sure that you are the last thing he wants to see or hear. Minerva had only said the word minister when the aura from Harry starting to get visible. Bella tightened her grip and pulled him even closer. She was helped by Daphne, who also placed her hands around Harry to keep him where he was. The idea that she was in a hospital didn't do her any good and knew that it wouldn't be good for Harry. She could still remember what he had done to Lucius, and that slime ball had only survived because he escaped before Harry was done. It was also something she would never forget and thank him for years to come. Her fingers were slowly getting white by the force she used to keep Harry in the spot he was. Daphne had stood and was now sitting on the other side of Harry, keeping him between them two, while Bella had crawled on his lap to keep him even more at the spot he was. Zanita, who had slipped behind Minerva, was now standing next to Harry and laid her hand on the shoulder of her master. Master, please calm down, your grandmother will take care of it, she told him in a friendly voice, but it wasn't helping at all. I do not know who he thinks he is, but I assure you, madam, that I need to say this. Now please step aside or I will make you step aside myself. Well, have I ever? Minerva said. I'm Lady Potter, so I take his matters very seriously. And for your information, I can take care of myself, and a bumbling piece of hippogriff dung, like you, is not going to stop me. I assure you that it would be better for you to leave, because I'm not only Lady Potter for now but also Lady Gryffindor, because my club is Lord Gryffindor, as you well know. Fudge had to swallow hard. Minerva, I have to say sorry to him. I could not help it. I just lost control of them and could not stop them at all. The words the minister was using weren't the best words he could use, but then again, the bumbling fool never really thought before his words came fumbling out of his mouth. Harry's eyes shot open and were glowing more than they had ever done. His magic was really struggling to get its control, as his aura started to glow around him. Slowly he tried to slide off the bed, but it was made difficult because Bella was still sitting on his lap and Daphne was pressed behind him. However, a wandless Leviosa took care of Bella and he had enough room to slide from the bed. Daphne, who was still behind him, knew when she was fighting an uphill battle. So she loosened up her grip and let Harry slip away from her and off the bed. As the aura of Harry became more visible with every minute that passed, Bella started to understand that it had been the Patronus of Harry she had seen passing by, when she herself started to lose it. He couldn't do it when he was alone, but he did it for her. It gave her a nice feeling of hope that he would always be there. However, it also gave her a feeling of despair. He could do it for her but not for himself, so she decided to make sure Daphne and she could do it for him when he needed it. Harry turned his head towards the minister. It was now that he also saw Lucius and Narcissa. He didn't know how or when they had come into the infirmary, and if he was honest, he didn't care. Just outside the doors, he could see the others from their house. He knew he had to thank them for their help by getting everyone out of the stadium, but the minister was still shouting to his grandmother and it was clouding his mind with pure rage. Harry was really starting to lose his control and just flicked his finger. There was a gust of wind and the doors to the infirmary slammed shut. Harry stood up straight and started to walk towards the minister. Zanita saw it and jumped in front of him. Master, please calm down. Your grandmother is handling it. Harry just didn't listen. He was calm, furious but calm. It was now that Zanita looked into the eyes of Harry. Merlin, was all she said, and there was a clear twinkling in the eyes that wasn't there before. Harry didn't respond and just walked past Zanita. In his way, over to the minister, he gave a hated look at Lucius. The fear in the eyes of Lucius didn't go unnoticed by his friends and was a real enjoyment for Narcissa. It was this moment that Minerva turned her head around because she saw Fudge looking over her shoulder with the same fear Lucius had, which she didn't see. The one thing she did see was that her grandson was making his way over to her and the minister. Harry stays there. I can handle this, you, just let it go. Harry shook his head slowly from left to right. Minerva knew why he was shaking his head. Internally, she had to say he was right about it. If it had been the other way around, they would have to hold her back too. Grandmother, please let me go. I won't do anything, I promise. Minerva waited for a little bit before she nodded and stepped aside. With only a few steps, he stood in front of Minister Fudge. Lucius squeaked in a tiny voice that he thought that it was really disrespectful of him, but never saw the wandless silencio spell Zonita hit him with. Harry let his eyes rest on Lucius for only a second before he turned back to Minister Fudge. Fudge wanted to look away, but somehow he wasn't able to do it. He saw how his eyes light up even more than they had done before, so he took a step back. Harry blew out some air and made his nostrils flare a bit. A trick he had seen his grandmother do by Albus. And for the icing on the cake, he took a step closer to the minister. Well, our esteemed minister, firstly, I wanted to let you go with a warning. However, that is something I can't do anymore. The day you are facing us at the Wizengamot, we are going to get you for everything we can. The last time you were here, I asked. No, I told you that I never wanted to see another Dementor on the school grounds again. Maybe not with those words, but surely with those intentions. It is, however, clear that you do have the same problem as Albus and Molly. You don't listen at all. Harry wanted to say something else, but there was a sudden scream from Daphne that went right down his spine when she screamed his name. As he turned around, he saw the one thing he didn't want to see. Bella was lying on the bed with her eyes turned around in the back of her head. She was twisting and clearly in so much pain that she was unable to scream. Something snapped inside of Harry and he spread out his fingers. For the ones who were looking at his fingers, they could see something like lightning coming from them. But fortunately for him, there was no one watching them. As the magic filled the air, everyone started to look around themselves. The doors blew open and everyone turned to the doors. Before Lucius and Albus knew what was happening, they felt a magical push from behind and were pushed to the outside. Fudge, who was stuck to the floor by fear alone, saw how Albus and Lucius flew by. His eyes went from left to right just before he himself felt a push on his chest. The next thing he knew, he was hugging Lucius because that was the one person he collided with as he saw the doors of the infirmary close behind him. Albus was the first back to his feet and started his way back to the infirmary, but was again slammed backwards because the doors hit him right in his nose as they closed themselves shut. All of this happened while Harry was walking towards Belle. In his stride, he took the hand from Daphne and pulled her along. Get me inside, Bella, pull me in. Now, Harry said as he stood next to Bella. The infirmary became deadly silent as the eyes of Harry and Daphne turned back into the back of their heads. They both went limp and dropped against the bed. Minerva, who was the closest to them both, took out her wand and floated them next to Bella, where she lay them down softly. She then stood next to her cub and started to just hold his hand. Minerva, what is happening here? Zonita asked as she looked on with fear in her eyes. She was joined by Narcissa, who had the same fear in her eyes. Minerva just let her gaze go through the room and saw that only the ones who were trusted by Harry remained in the infirmary. Minerva, Zonita asked again. What is happening here? I could feel a power in the castle that I only felt once before. That had been the power of Merlin, and this power was way bigger than that. Narcissa didn't say anything but placed her hands on the shoulders of her little sister as she listened to what Minerva was going to say. Minerva closed her eyes for a little bit before she answered the lady. Dear Lady Hogwarts, the magical power you just felt was the power of your lord. The problem, however, is that he only has that power when he is mad, afraid, or when his friends or family are in danger. If something is in their way, he would literally risk his life for them. Other than that, he is just too afraid of the power he has within. Now, to answer your next question, the thing that is happening here is a little more difficult to explain. In a nutshell, he is battling Voldemort to save Bella, and it is all happening in her mind. Narcissa took a deep breath as she heard the name of that monster. What? How could he be battling him in her mind? Wait, Narcissa asked in astonishment. Minerva just nodded and gave a sad look at her little cub. The only thing we could is to wait. Upon till now, he who must not be named has not won a battle in the mind of Bella. But every time it happens he becomes stronger. We don't know how, but he does. However, Narcissa, to answer your question, we don't know how he could be in her mind. The only thing we know is that he is. It must have been when he sent her back in time, but more than that we don't know. Harry felt his eyes turning into the back of his head just before he fell onto the bed. The next thing he knew, he stood in the dirty chamber inside the house where he always ended up when Bella pulled him in. The difference this time, however, was that Daphne was standing next to him and the room with the dirty mattress was empty. Harry, why in Merlin's name did you pull me along? Daphne asked a little fearfully. Harry, who was still searching the room, didn't immediately answer her. Daphne, I don't know when, but I have a feeling that one of these days you have to help her because I will not be able to do it. When that day comes, you have to be ready to take my place. Daphne looked at him with a lot of doubt in her eyes. Face it, Daphne, one of these days I may not be able to help her. As you know, the dark dirtbag is walking around these walls. She will need one of us there with her because she is the strongest with one of us at her side. Daphne nodded and slowly took his hand with a lot of fear running through her body. Every fiber in her body screamed that she had to get out of there. This was a hell she didn't want to experience. But another part of her that was growing fast was the love she had for Bella. She cared so much for her that it was pushing away the fear she felt. Harry was right, love alone was not enough. If she loved Bella as much as Harry loved her, she had to do what he did, on a monthly basis. It used to be a daily or weekly basis, but thanks to their Harry it had become a monthly basis. Again she nodded and squeezed his hand a little harder. I will, Harry, but I'm afraid. Harry smiled a little. I'm to Daphne. Every time Bellatrix pulls me in, I too am afraid. I never know what it will be that I see or find when I'm in this place. I can appear here and literally be cursed the moment I appear. So yes, I'm afraid, and it is normal. Daphne nodded again. Now for the place that we are in now, that is something we recently found out ourselves. You see, me and Bella, we will talk a lot about these episodes. We will talk about ways we can stop Voldemort and keep him away for a longer period of time. What we found out is that Voldemort is in the memory room that is behind the locked door in the mind chamber of Bella. This is that room. It is a sort of house that becomes bigger each time we come here. But I will never give up and always be there for our Bella. Daphne did the only thing she could. She nodded and gave him a hug. Let's go find her and bring her back. Harry gave her a weak smile as he looked from left to right. In the corridor, he did the same thing. Something inside him told him that it was not right. He could not say what it was. Sure, this had been the first time that Bellatrix wasn't in the room. But that was not it. No, there was some fear in him that said it was something more than this. Slowly he stepped one foot in front of the other down the corridor. He was followed by Daphne, who was walking behind him, still holding his hand tightly in fear of what was to come. In a chamber where he had been one time before, he saw the same table in the corner of the room. There behind the table sat Narcissa. Who is that? Daphne whispered. That's Narcissa, Harry told her as he slowly walked over to the table. She didn't move, and that was something that really started to worry him. He placed a hand on her shoulder and watched in horror as her head fell backward. Daphne screamed no and buried her head in the chest of Harry. Harry had to swallow hard and looked at the wide-open eyes that were staring up into the air. Who, what and why were the first things that went through the mind of Harry, but for the life of he couldn't understand why. He left the room and was starting to get more worried. His magic started to swirl around his body. It did not escape him that the house seemed even bigger than it had been the last time he was there. There were more rooms. It looked like it was uninhabited, but upstairs there were some stumbling sounds. Daphne, who had let go of his hand, was backing away from Harry. She knew of the power he had and also the love he felt for their Bella, and the power scared her a lot more than she would ever admit to another. As Harry took the stairs to the upper floor, Daphne held him back a little. Harry gazed at her and waited. He knew that she was afraid and needed this bit of time to get used to the idea of what she was about to do. She nodded and followed him up and towards the place where they heard the sounds. With every step Daphne took, she swallowed hard and mumbled, "It's for Bella, it is for Bella." The steps beneath their feet squeaked a little as they went upstairs. At the top, There was another corridor that led a long way to the end of it. There were many doors, but there was only one door that was open and unlocked. Very determined and with his wand ready, Harry stepped towards the door. With his left hand, he slowly pushed it further open and pointed his wand inside. There at a desk sat a young boy with curly black hair. The young man looked at the door while he was shaking in fear. "Who are you? What do you two want?" the boy said in a shaky voice. Harry just looked at him and felt Daphne pulling on his shirt. As he gazed over at her, he heard her whisper that it was a young Sirius Black. Harry nodded and asked, "We are looking for Bellatrix. Do you have any idea where she is?" With a shaky hand, the boy pointed at the stairs while he told them that they had to go down to the basement. He also told them that that horrible man with the red eyes was also down there. Daphne pulled Harry along back into the corridor and towards the stairs. It was at the top of the stairs that they heard a scream of pain that had them both gasped in fear. It was immediately followed by another scream of Bella telling Voldemort that he had to let go of her. Daphne let go of the hand of Harry and knew, just like in the infirmary, that there was only so much she could do when Harry was in the state that he was in. Harry took off the moment he heard Bellatrix telling Voldemort to let go of her. He went down the stairs through the corridor and down to the basement. There at the end of the corridor was a room with a small light. On each side of the corridor, there were other rooms that looked like they were cells. But they went unseen by Harry. He just went on with a head of steam when he saw Voldemort standing in the middle of that one room. With a lot of disgust and a little arrogantly, he looked down at Harry when he saw him jumping down the last 4 steps onto the floor. In the corner of that room just behind the open door sat Bellatrix on her knees. Her mouth had been closed by a spell and you could see her trying to get it open to scream. On her left cheek, there was the beginning of a very big bruise. Harry saw her looking at him and spotted the bruise immediately. He turned his eyes to the red eyes of Voldemort. His hatred for the man overflowing his common sense, something was taking over when the lights in his thoughts went out. Voldemort straightened himself and started to point his wand at Harry, preparing himself for a duel. Daphne saw it as she took the last step down. Voldemort took a protective stance, but Harry just kept on charging. Voldemort pointed his wand, but his eyes became big when Harry didn't stop. "Crusy," was all he could say before the left fist of Harry connected himself with the right cheek of Voldemort. Harry kept on punching him left and right. He didn't care, he only wanted blood. His fists were a blur as he kept on slamming him down on the body of Voldemort as he lay down on the floor trying to protect himself in any way he could. Daphne didn't look at Harry when he jumped on Voldemort. Her main concern now was Bellatrix. Even if she was very afraid of Voldemort, Bellatrix was everything for her, just like Harry was. So while Harry was pounding away on Voldemort, she herself was going to free Bellatrix. With her wand, she disappeared the ropes that Bella was in and also lifted to spell so she was again able to speak. After a deep breath, she conjured a chest ready to lock up Voldemort for another month. While she waited on Harry, she could see that Bellatrix was really enjoying herself by just watching him beating up Voldemort. Daphne didn't really understand it and was just watching Bellatrix in fascination. After another minute or so, Bellatrix took the wand of Daphne and placed the limp body of Voldemort in the chest. She then placed a lock on it and looked at Harry, who was still breathing hard. It took a while, but the moment Harry was able to walk, they helped him out of the chamber. They locked the chamber, then they locked the basement and prayed that it would be a while longer before Voldemort could get back to his tricks. As they walked past the chamber with the body of Narcissa, they stopped. Harry conjured a coffin and placed the body of Narcissa in it. While they sat at the table, they wondered how it was possible for a memory to die. They didn't know that answer, but Bellatrix told them that Voldemort had killed her right in front of her eyes. When they finally arrived back in the chamber with the dirty mattress, it was Bellatrix who asked them both to sit down. She gazed over at Daphne and told her with a little smile on her face. "Daphne, when you are a little older, I will tell you what is the fun of a man fighting for you. Especially when he does it because the other man hurts you." She then bent down a little and gave Daphne a nice kiss, full on the lips. As she changed back into Bella, she turned around and gave Harry the same kiss as she had given Daphne only a moment ago. The first thing Bella saw when she woke up in the infirmary were the eyes of her sister. Her little smile became so much bigger. She was still alive, her memory may have died, but her real sister didn't. It made her think about her memory for just a second. Now all she wanted to do was to hug her over and over again. Harry, who remained to lie in the bed just breathing hard, looked at how everyone was looking at him. His body had a lot of bruises, but Poppy could fix them in a flash. Grandmother Minnie's is Fudge still standing in the hallway? Harry asked her, a little bit guilty. No, Harry, Zonita has used the power of Hogwarts to send them away. According to her, they would end up somewhere in the middle of London Zoo. Her only hope is that they didn't end up in the lion's bin. I hope that it is exactly where they ended up, said the voice of Narcissa, who was still standing behind Bella. Everyone snapped their heads up and looked at her with wide eyes. What? Am I not allowed to have a dream of my own? She said defensively. The laughter that followed did lighten the mood enormously. The moment that Minerva opened the doors, she was almost run over by everyone who came running in to see Bella. That night there would be an enormous party. Draco had caught the snitch, but House Hogwarts had won the game, at least that was the way they saw it themselves. Weeks went by and slowly the life in the castle became the way it always had been. House Hogwarts remained on top of the house points and were slowly extending their lead. Only Molly and Snape took points away from them, but they always got them back one way or another. Molly, however, had tried to get into House Hogwarts but was stopped by the painting of the founders, who were just shaking their heads at her. They had done the same thing when she had tried it again with the headmaster at her side. Finally, it was the time of the year. Every student from the third year and above was overflowing with excitement. It was the first weekend of the year that they were allowed to all go to Hogsmeade for the day. It was something the second-year students of the year didn't like when Harry told them that that was the reason he wanted them all in the third year. By Christmas they all understood it loud and clear. At 10 o'clock in the morning, all students started to make their way over to the gate of Hogwarts. The second-year students of Hogwarts all said their goodbyes to the others of their house. As Harry and Neville were shooed to the gate, the other friends went back to Ginny. Ginny, are you sure that it will be okay here at the castle, you know, with your mother nearby and all? If you want, one of us can stay with you. Even Harry wants to stay if it would make you feel better. Susan asked as Daphne, Bella, and Hermione were watching her. Ginny bent her head down and sank her shoulders. Her eyes turned sad and she tried to keep the tears from falling. I know you all want to, but you have all done so much already. Harry almost died for me, and then you all came together and saved me from my mother. She still thinks that he is using me and I just doesn't get it. But the last thing I want to be now is a burden to you all. So I, together with Luna and Astoria, will go to the library for some books, and then we will go to the common room and make a fun day of it until you all come back. If everything goes well, then right after Christmas I will be able to go with you all and walk hand in hand with my new daddy and my new mommies, she told them with a shy smile. Bella looked up when she heard Ginny say those words. Ever since she knew of the thing Harry wanted to do, she had been thinking about being a mother. Something told her that she wanted to be one for many years. She obviously knew that it was a feeling of her older self that was connected to a memory of her older self. But the words from Ginny just gave her that little bit of satisfaction she needed. As Ginny walked back into the castle followed by Astoria and Luna, she could not help herself and had to look over her shoulder. The moment she did it, she saw how Harry placed an arm on the shoulder of Daphne and Bella. He then also looked over his shoulder and smiled at her. It was then that she knew that it would all be okay. The students of House Hogwarts were scattered all over the place. They were all enjoying their day with their other friends from the other houses. Only the friends were walking together, talking and having fun. They were all looking around and buying their Christmas gifts because that was only a month away. The year was going fast and they all loved it. Daphne was walking on the arm of Bella while Harry was the good boyfriend and walked behind them carrying their bags. The only thing he didn't like about it was that he couldn't do magic because he was not an adult yet. All this went down while Neville, Hermione, and Susan were walking behind them, just trying to hold in their laughter. The one thing Harry didn't know and Bella and Daphne did was that because he was Lord Potter, he could do magic, this because he was emancipated. However, they just wanted to see how much Harry was willing to carry for them before he started to complain. So 10 shopping bags later they took pity on him. He still didn't complain, but it started to get really difficult for him to the weight of the shopping bags. Harry glared at both of them as he shrunk down the shopping bags and placed them in his pocket. It took 2 very deep snogs from the girls to make him laugh again. And after that, it took 10 minutes before he could think clearly. I think you two broke him, Hermione giggled. Why don't I get a key? Like that, Neville asked. Now hush you. Don't be so needy, Susan remarked. Harry is carrying 10 shopping bags while you are only carrying 2. By no way, enough, for a snog like that. The only thing Neville could do was pout about it. What happened? Why is Neville pouting like that? Nothing, sweetie, said Bella. It's just that Hermione doesn't want to snog him like we did you just a moment ago, Daphne went on. Harry looked at Daphne and Bella and saw the mischief playing in their eyes. So he placed his arms around the shoulders of Neville, looked him deeply in the eyes. You know, Nev, I'm not as good as Hermione, but if you want I will snog you if it makes you happy. Lay off, Potter. He is my boyfriend, Hermione squealed as she pulled Neville away from Harry. It took both Bella and Susan to hold Daphne on her feet from collapsing from laughter. After a quick lunch in the Three Broomsticks, they went back to shopping. Every store in Hogsmeade was visited for the second time. Suddenly Bella stopped and pointed her finger in the direction of another bar. That bar was called the Hogshead and looked like a bar that was not suitable for students. I don't think that I want to go into that place, Daphne said. Bella gave her a look of what? No, it's not the place I want to go into myself, but look who was going to the bar. Both Daphne and Harry looked at the person that was standing in front of the door. They could tell that it was a man that seemed very scared to go in. He was looking from left to right while he adjusted his hood. The moment he looked over his shoulder they could see his face. What the hell is the minister doing here and why is he acting like he didn't want to be seen? Harry exclaimed loudly. I don't know, Daphne said. I still think that it is not a bar I want to go into, not even for a butterbeer. But seeing him there, I really want to know why he is, so let's check it out. Daphne pulled her hood over her head and started to walk to the bar. Well, you heard the lady, Harry said, start walking you lot. Smack. Behave and don't let her wait, Bella told him as she chuckled and walked after Daphne. The others waited for only a second before they all rushed after them. At the front door, they decided to go in one after the other. They separated themselves in 2 groups of 3. One would sit on the left and the other group opposite of them. As Bella looked around when she walked in as the last person of their group, she could see that many of the customers were sitting by themselves and held their hoods far over their head. As she looked further, she could see that her group had pulled their hoods over their head too. It was now that she could clearly see that they were hardly noticed. As her eyes went on, she saw Fudge sitting in the middle of the bar. Why he took that spot she didn't know, but it once again showed them he didn't have all his wands in a row. She did have a hard time not to laugh. He was sitting at the table, his hood over his head while he was playing with his signature green bowler hat. She got a twinkle in her eye that told Harry she was up to something. So she ordered herself a fire whiskey, something she could do because normally there were no children in the Hogshead. She took the glass and started to walk to the table with Harry and Daphne. The moment she passed Fudge, she bumped his shoulder and spilled the fire whiskey on his robe. Before he could say something, she placed her wand under his nose and in a deep voice she said, "What in Merlin's name do you think you are doing? Can't you see that I'm walking here? Just be glad I didn't curse you, you swine." Fudge was shaking in fear and looked at Bella, who still had her hood over her eyes. Harry saw her spilling the drink and pulled her away from Fudge. "What the hell are you doing? You know you can't do that," Harry told her while he was holding his wand in a protective way. "I just wanted to see how scared he really was. And by the look of the wet spot in his robe, I think he was pissing himself." Harry and Daphne both looked down and immediately looked away. The moment they did it, they had a hard time not to laugh. The other patrons in the bar didn't have that problem and started to laugh. The laughter only stopped when the door opened and Albus Dumbledore stepped into the Hogshead. His gaze rested on the bartender. He nodded at the bartender and walked over to the minister and sat down in the chair next to him. Daphne, who was sitting with her back to Fudge, could hear him whispering to Dumbledore. What he said was something she couldn't understand, but the words Albus said were clear. Minister, you really have to look out with those Dementors. As you may know, Harry has been through a lot in his life. Now all those memories are a real feast for them. So I don't think Harry will let you go the next time if something like this happens again, Albus said. Daphne was hanging backwards so she could hear it a little clearer. But, Albus, doesn't he know that it is all for his own well-being? You know that Sirius is still walking free and can attack whenever he wants, Fudge defended himself. Albus nodded and Daphne thought if they only knew. I do understand what you are saying, Minister. But they attacked someone close to him and that was something he could not accept. Harry is already stronger than I was at that age. So if someone does something wrong to his family or friends he will defend them. Daphne, who kept on listening, heard a lot of wonder and respect in the voice of Dumbledore. It sounded really strange because he never showed it when he was with them. Please, Minister. The warning he gave you is a real one. Please do as he says. I know that he is far stronger than he himself knows. You mean he could duel you? Albus chuckled. No, Minister, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. No, I mean politically. He has Amelia and Augusta in his corner. Fudge nodded and suddenly said, yes, he has, but I could fire Amelia tomorrow. If you do that, then I can assure you that Harry will humiliate you and make sure you will never be in politics again. He is after all the boy who lived. The eyes of the minister became very big. I mean it, Minister. You cannot win if you go up against him. There is only one person who has a chance and we need that person. Fudge looked at the bottom of his class. I only hope that we will have him before Amelia does, he mumbled. Me too, Minister. Me too. If we have him on our side we could get Harry back and also back under our protection. Protection? Manipulation you mean, Daphne thought. Fudge and Dumbledore stood up and walked out of the Hogshead. Neville, Susan, and Hermione had already followed them and saw how they disappeared each in a different direction. Daphne, Bella, and Harry stayed behind so Daphne could tell them what they heard. It was only 5 minutes later that they also left the bar. Daphne had stepped out and Bella was about to follow her when a big hand stopped her. Daphne heard a voice behind her and turned around and saw a big hand holding Bella back. I don't know why you three are eavesdropping the minister and my brother. But listen well and listen well. The both of them are bad, really bad. I don't know what the two of them are planning, but it can't be anything good if you ask me. So listen, do not meddle in things you don't want any part of and leave them alone. The man let Bella go and went behind the bar. Bella walked outside and was still a little out of it. Harry was walking behind her but kept an eye on the bar. He had heard the warning and it didn't sit well with him. He had clearly heard the man say, my brother. Still, a little out of it all, the friends walked back to the Three Broomsticks. The warning the man had given them had left a very deep impression on them all. They didn't know who the man was, but he seemed so very familiar. It was like they already knew him or somebody that was a member of his family. The one thing that stood out were the twinkling blue eyes. They all knew that they had seen them before but couldn't remember when or where. This was the thing they had to remember and tell to Grandmother Minnie. It was also the one thing they would forget. That afternoon there was a lot of silence. They didn't speak about that afternoon or the thing the man had said. They were only sitting there looking at one another, everyone deep in their own thoughts. It was around 5 when they all went back to the castle. They were allowed to stay till 6, but the man had kind of ruined their afternoon. While they were walking back to the castle, Harry started to tell his friends what they had to do. Like always, he would be the one who said what had to be done, not because he was the boss of them. No, it was something that every one of them took as a fact. Harry was their leader, no doubt about it. His friends would then work together to find the best solutions they could come up with. The one thing that was the main point of the conversation was the upcoming lawsuit against Minister Fudge. After a little conversation with the adults, they were told that they were allowed to build the case themselves. Amelia would do the things she had to do, but the friends would be the ones to direct the way to do it. After all, it would only be a case to ask an apology from the minister, so it would not do much harm if it went wrong, something the adults highly doubted would happen. It was on the path to Hogwarts when the friends locked their arms together and started to laugh. Only one more week and they would get their apology. Finally, after a long year of waiting, they were able to defend the honor of their 7 houses. Grangran had told them that they would be able to do more if they did it right. But she would only tell them that she would explain when the time was right. This will happen in part 4 at the 3rd task. Back in the common room, Harry was the first to reach Ginny. His magic was swirling around him. It made a lot of students step out of the way. Ginny, however, didn't feel any fear and waited for what Harry was about to say. Ginny, are you okay? Nothing happened or not? You know, with Molly or Ron and the headmaster. Ginny shook her head. No, Harry, we were in the library when she came by, but Professor McGonagall was there to help us get to the common room. There, Molly tried to get in for a couple of times, but Salazar and Godric kept her away. Harry nodded and gritted his teeth. One of these days I will get her another way. Ginny smiled and gave a quick look at Astoria and Luna. Harry, you know my brothers are pranksters. Harry nodded but looked a little doubtful. How about letting my friends and I take care of that? Most of their pranks are mine after all. Sure, you can prank everyone, but you have to do it all at once or the bullies, but no dirty pranks or harmful ones. Ginny nodded and ran out of the room with Astoria and Luna right on her heels. You do know that you have just released a real problem to Hogwarts, Susan said in a way that she was mad, but you could see the excitement she had for what would be the first prank. Yes, I know. Would you want me to call them back? By Merlin, no. This is fun, she said in a shocked way. They all laughed. It was later that evening that Ginny walked over to Harry and crawled on his lap. Bella saw it and wanted to say something about it. Susan, who saw her get up, stood and made her way to Bella. Sit down, this is important. Ginny has made her decision and is telling him now. She whispered as she looked over at Ginny. Bella nodded and told Daphne what Susan had just called her. It was after that both girls looked over at Ginny and smiled. Harry looked at Ginny with a little fear in his eyes. There were a lot of feelings within him that were battling with each other. First, there was the feeling of danger and fear. He wanted to push Ginny away and make a run for it. This was the one feeling he could thank his uncle for. He knew that Ginny would not hurt him, but still the feeling was there and it would remain for a very long time. The second feeling he was feeling was the feeling of a 13-year-old boy. Magically, he would be seen as a 15-year-old boy, so his hormones could play up at any moment. This, however, brought another feeling of fear. Only this was the fear for Bella and Daphne. What if his hormones would play up? As a boy, he could not hide them because Ginny would feel it the moment it did. And if she felt it, what would she say? What would Bella and Daphne do? He was theirs after all. Sure, if that feeling would play up, it would be the last thing he did. Ginny was saved by him and he would never harm or hurt her. But still, as a boy, he could not hide it if he became aroused. He was sure that it would stick out like a sore thumb. He did have a little feeling of relief. The relief was that Isabella wasn't there to feel his feelings. Sure, she would not say anything to Bella and Daphne, but she would laugh, and that would even be worse. With one deep sigh, he looked into the eyes of Ginny. Harry, if it is okay with you, I would like to call you Harry or Lord Potter. Daddy just seems a little weird to me with you being only a year older, and so, Ginny told him as she laid her head on his shoulder. Harry didn't understand her right away, so he had to think really hard. With all of his feelings that were having a battle of their own, his mind was scrambled. So it took a moment before the canute fell. Ginny, you know that is okay with me. But I don't know if your mothers will agree with that. Ginny glanced over at Bella and Daphne. There were a lot of feelings there, not only from her to Bella and Daphne but also from them to her. One thing was sure. They would treat her a lot better than her mother ever did. But her father had been a different story. She loved him deeply and would really miss him. Susan had told her that she could still see him, but still. Harry took her in a hug and kissed her cheek. Ginny, you know that I will only be your dad on paper and when there is something wrong here at Hogwarts. Other than that, Arthur will be, and will always stay, your real father. The same can be said for your brothers, with the exception of Ron and Percy. For them, it's a little different. Sure, I will be your dad, but you can just see me as your favorite cousin. I know, Harry, but I do have to tell you that it makes me feel good when you say it again. So could you ask Narcissa to tell my father all about it so he knows it too? Harry just gave her a good look. Of course, I will tell her. If she tells your father just before we have our hearing, she can take you and Bella to get it all handled without anyone knowing about it, and if we do it that way, then Albus can't stop you because he will be in the Wizengamot session with us. Ginny nodded and slipped down and away from his lap. She then walked over to Bella and Daphne and gave both of them a hug before she walked away again to her bedroom. Harry had also stood up, walked over to Bella and Daphne and sat down between them. I hope we are doing well by doing this. Both Bella and Daphne just looked at him as they took him into a hug. It was at moments like this that they all had a lot of difficulties with some of the decisions they made. They all knew why they did it, but still, sometimes it was hard. They were, after all, just kids. In only 3 days they would all be standing in front of the Wizengamot. Harry, together with Susan, Daphne and Neville, would be there to defend the honor of their houses. Grandma Minnie would also be there, but she had given the friends the freedom of also defending her honor. Bella, on the other hand, would go with Ginny and Arthur to the registration office. There, together with Narcissa and Hermione, they would write over the guardianship of Ginny Weasley to Ginny Molly Potter. Only they weren't sure if Ginny would keep her middle name. The last couple of days were going by very slowly. The one thing that became a constant irritation was the fact that Headmaster Dumbledore was constantly trying to interfere. They weren't sure what he was trying to do, but something told them it wasn't good. That night Bella and Daphne took Harry to his bed. They both dressed in one of his shirts. Then they got into his bed where they were waiting for him. The moment he got out of the bathroom, he didn't know what to do. Come on, Harry, just lay here between us. But we are only. Harry, Bella started. We aren't going to do anything. Well, maybe we snog a bit. A bit much, Daphne piped up. Bella gave her a fake glare with a very amused smile. Yes, a bit much, but more than that, we aren't going to do. She gave Daphne another fake glare. So come here and lay down between us. It was early on the third morning that the three of them were woken up by the soft voice from Zonita. Master, wake up. The moment they heard her voice, both Daphne and Bella hid their heads beneath the blankets while they were blushing profusely. Zonita smiled and hid a giggle. It wasn't long ago for her that she had seen their parents sharing a bed. Even their grandparents had done it. The only difference was that Harry actually cared for the feelings of his girls. He let them set the pace while he went along for the ride. Come on, ladies, Zonita said while she looked at the guilty eyes of Harry. Daphne and Bella still refused to look over the edge of the blankets. They knew that they hadn't done anything they weren't allowed to do. But it still gave them a feeling that they were caught in the act. Harry was still red in the face as he thought about the snogs he had gotten the night before as he was counting the tiles of the ceiling. The tension in the room and the sound of a giggling Zonita was interrupted by a loud pounding on the frame of the Founders. The pounding was almost reduced to zero compared with the voice of the harpy that was screaming to be let in. I'm really sorry, Master. I wanted to wake you up earlier, but you were sleeping so nicely between the arms of your two girls. Zonita smiled as she saw how Daphne and Bella ducked back under the blankets again as Harry blushed and looked back at the tiles on the ceiling. It was at the look of Harry that she giggled a bit. Most, Harry, Professor Weasley wants to enter the common room. She got the permission from the headmaster. Harry gave her a dirty look when she said that. Don't give me that look, young man, she said with a little smile. You are keeping him around, so you also have to deal with the consequences. Harry hated it when the adults were right. But they also knew that he couldn't fire him just like that. Yes, he screwed up his life but not that of the other students, so he had to have more, so Harry nodded. Like I said, she got permission from the headmaster. So she will remain knocking until you let her in. So for this time, I would say let her in, just so you could see what she wants. Harry looked over at the side where he could hear the harpy. Something inside of him screamed that he had to yell back and opened his mouth. It was, however, Zonita who started to talk again. Harry, your grandmother is already on her way. I myself will be appearing together with her so you won't be alone. Bella, who had popped her eyes above the blanket, because the rest of her face was still tomato red, looked at Zonita with a lot of questions writing all over her eyes. Bella, I'm still Lady Hogwarts. I might not yet be completely in tune with my magic, but I still control the wards around this place together with the headmaster. So yes, I'm able to apparate inside the castle. And no, I don't know how or who let the Dementors onto the grounds. But I took care of that ward, so there will be no more Dementors coming through them. After those words, she disapparated. 10 minutes later, Harry walked into the common room. Daphne and Bella were popped into the girls' sleeping rooms, so Molly or the others didn't see them coming out of the boys' room. As he looked around, he could see that the whole of House Hogwarts were sitting and waiting for him. He nodded to some students and sat down between Daphne and Bella. Molly was walking from left to right and was slowly turning red. You could see that she wanted to say something but had yet to open her mouth. Ginny had sat down on a chair behind Harry, just hoping that she was saved from her mother while she sat behind the only person who had been there for her. Bella took the hand of Harry into her hand and squeezed it just a little bit. She knew there had to be a reason why Molly was in the common room and also why the lady wanted it that way. The only thing she didn't know was what that reason was. Minerva was one of the last to walk into the common room with Zonita at her side. Her eyes turned to Molly and narrowed the moment she saw her. She didn't say anything but kept looking with a lot of anger in her eyes. The last to enter were Headmaster Albus and Professor Severus Snape. Harry sat up straight as he whispered, "This has to be good for all three of them to come here." Minerva and Zonita went behind the students and didn't say a thing, not even a hi to Harry or his friends. Minerva only squeezed the shoulder of Ginny and gave her a reassuring smile, which Ginny answered with one of her own, but still felt the fear that her mother was there for her. Molly stopped her back and forth walking when Albus and Snape took their position next of her. The silence was starting to get on the nerves of every student as Albus, Snape and Molly kept looking at the friends with hatred in their eyes. Every student knew that it was a game of power. It was the friends versus the headmaster. None of the students knew what had happened, but they all knew that there had to be something. It wasn't every day that 6th third years took a stand against the headmaster. Most of them had seen it for the first time when 5 of those friends stood side by side to save Daphne Greengrass. It was in the first year of the friends. In their second year, they did it when they stood in front of Ginny. That had been in the infirmary and out of sight from the other students, but that was again told to them at their first meeting of their house. This time they were in the front seat and were loving every bit of it. Albus gave the students a little smile and looked at them. As one, all the students dropped their eyes and looked at the ground. They all knew that he could read their minds. It had been one of the things Bella and her friends had told all the members of House Hogwarts. Only Bella, Daphne, and Harry kept looking at him, but that was one mind he would not enter again for a couple of years. "Harry," Albus started. "Lord Gryffindor." "Albus," Harry hissed. "Now Harry. Stop it, Albus. Before you go on, may I ask why Professor Snape is here?" "Harry, Professor Snape has my full confidence." "That is very nice. It still doesn't tell me why he is here," Harry said again with a little more venom. "Again, Harry, I trust Professor Snape completely." Harry sniffed in anger and felt the hands from Daphne and Bella squeezing his hands to calm him down. "Again, Albus, that is nice for you. Still, why is Professor Snape here?" Albus was hating it. He could not handle the total disrespect Harry Potter was showing him. Didn't he understand that everything he had done was for the greater good? "Harry, stop it. It's Lord Potter, Lord Gryffindor, Lord Peverell for you. You little shit," sounded the voice of the harpy above everyone else. "Who the hell do you think you are? Hasn't your mother ever taught you to respect your elders? The least you can do is show the headmaster the respect he deserves. He is the headmaster, so you do not contradict him," Molly screamed while she was looking at Harry with a lot of anger and loathing. "Harry, you are hurting us," Daphne said softly and immediately felt his hand relax. Zonita had heard the words and was trying to make her way around the students. Minerva, however, stopped her and pointed at Daphne. It only took Daphne a couple of steps to stand in front of Molly the Harpy Weasley. This has been the things her daddy had taught her all those years ago. She was the heir of the ancient and noble house of Greengrass. She had a contract with the ancient and noble house of Potter. It made her a little angry at her father the moment she thought about it. Because he still hadn't signed it. But that would be something she would handle when she would see him at Christmas. She turned her head up and gazed into the eyes of Molly Weasley, Mrs. Weasley. That's Professor Weasley for you, you little trollop, Molly sneered at her. Daphne did give her a smile, but the anger she felt was visible behind her eyes. No, Mrs. Weasley, you have never given me one lesson, so you are not a professor of mine. Molly, who was listening to every word, was starting to get more and more furious with every word Daphne said. Just the looks of her face turning redder and redder made Daphne smile. She now understood why Harry enjoyed it. It was like seeing a tomato go from raw to ripe to overly done in a couple of seconds, and Daphne giggled behind her hand. Molly opened her mouth, but Daphne stopped it before she could say anything. Before you say, I'm a professor at this school. That still wouldn't be enough for you to be my professor or for me to call you that. Molly huffed loudly while her eyes were trying to burn a hole in the head of Daphne. Listen, Missy, I'm a professor at this school, so whatever I say, goes. It was at this point that Molly had made another major mistake. Albus knew it and started to shake his head in frustration. Still, Molly, with all of her wisdom, didn't realize the mistake she made. So Missy, if I were you, I would start to show a little more respect for me and the adults in this room, or you and your friends will find themselves in detention for the next 4 weeks. Daphne turned on her feet and gave Harry a knowing look. Lord Potter, I need some advice, was the only thing she said. Harry didn't say a thing, he only gestured to the fireplace while he placed his hand back into the hand of Bella. Harry, please. That is Lord Potter. Headmaster, Neville screamed before Harry could answer him. Harry looked as Neville gave him a little impish smile. Lord Longbottom. See, Headmaster, it is not so difficult. Now if you would only remember that Harry is also a lord, then a lot of this foolishness could have been avoided, Neville schooled him. There were a lot of chuckles from behind the friends, but none of them seemed to hear them. Most of them were trying hard not to laugh themselves. Albus scowled a little but hadn't seen Daphne walk over to the fireplace. Daphne had heard it all and didn't really care. She wanted a little help and knew the one person she needed for that. Albus turned around just to see how Daphne stepped back and a figure stepped out of the flow. The moment that Narcissa saw Albus standing in front of the fireplace, she looked at Daphne. Her unspoken question was answered when Daphne whispered in her ear why she needed her. Narcissa nodded and pointed Daphne back to her seat next to Harry. It was there that she saw how one hand grabbed the hand of Harry as the other hand was put down on his lap and entwined the fingers with the hand of Bella. Daphne sat down and molded into the side of Harry. So, now we are going to have some fun. Let's take it a little bit back before Daphne called Narcissa at Malfoy Manor. Lucius turned to his wife and scowled at her. I just don't like the idea of you helping that Potter brat, he spat at her. Narcissa shrugged her shoulders. I know that, but you were the one to blast me into that wall. If Lord Potter didn't order the head of the DMLE to take me to St. Mungo's, I would not have made it. Lucius frowned at her words. I don't know how he knew about the life debt, but I bet you 10 galleons that it was Augusta who told him. But she wasn't even there. No, but do you think they would keep something like that a secret, especially for her? Then again, you can thank Merlin that they didn't take it to the Wizengamot. Memories aren't proof enough for evidence, Lucius said with a big smile. No, but it is enough to get you questioned under Veritaserum because there are 3 memories, Narcissa bit back. Lucius scowled again. Narcissa looked at him and saw that he was about to throw a childish temper tantrum. I just don't like it that you have to handle all of my affairs when that brat is around. If he were a real man, he would do business with me in the room. Again, Lucius, that was something you brought on yourself. Yeah, I know, but do you have to agree with all his decisions on the board? You know that he has to trust me. He could ask an oath from me on my life and magic. But I'm glad that he is just a naive child who doesn't know much about our customs. Still, why did I have to agree with you being his helping hand and to be ready on every beg and call? Will you stop it? I like it as much as you do. This is your fault, but as a Slytherin, we could make it work for us, just like I said before. With me being with Harry, I'm in the best position to spy on him. It will only benefit us when your lord comes back. Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa heard the voice of Daphne behind her and turned around. Oh no, does the pampered prince needs his advisor already? Lucius said from the other side of the room. Narcissa rolled her eyes as she kneeled down to Daphne, who hid a giggle. What is it, Daphne? Hi Mrs. Malfoy, we are having some trouble with Molly and the headmaster. Would you mind coming over and help us? Not at all, dear, just step aside and I'll come through. Sure, just go and leave me alone for that brat, you know what, I will just go to not. Yes Lucius, you do that. Just make sure you obliviate those muggle by chess when you're done, Narcissa said in disgust as she stepped through the flow. Narcissa stepped out of the flow and looked around. She saw Albus, Snape, and Molly standing in front of her and instantly knew that this had to be good. She then turned herself to Daphne and listened to what she was whispering. After a moment she nodded and pointed to the seat next to Harry. As Daphne sat down, she herself turned around and went over to Molly. There she stretched herself up to her full height and looked down along the side of her nose. Molly, who always knew when it was the best time to keep your mouth shut, opened it and started to talk. No, screamed to Narcissa. I'm not sure why they thought they needed you here, but I can tell you we don't. This is a matter of the school, so you could just go home and leave us alone. Molly said as her voice became more arrogant with every word she said. Narcissa laughed loudly as she gazed over to Daphne. She then nodded and turned back to Molly. The face of Narcissa turned into stone as she gazed into the eyes of Molly. Her gaze hardened and almost turned predatory. Firstly, Miss Weasley, I'm the advisor for Lord Potter, his family, and friends. Secondly, you are not the one who dictates when I can or can't come to assist Lord Potter. Narcissa wanted to say my lord but was able to keep the slip of her thong unnoticeable of the ones in the room. But that is not why I'm here. No, I have a completely different point that I wanted to make clear so even you would be able to understand it. Molly blew up her cheeks and started to turn red. She was about to blow. This had been the one thing Narcissa had been waited for. The blow-ups from the Weasley Harpy were well known throughout the wizarding community. But just before Molly could utter a word, Narcissa started to talk again. I will save you further humiliation. I'm here for the offending of the name of a lord from a noble and ancient house. Molly deflated a bit but raised her eyebrows in surprise. The moment you addressed Lady Greengrass with Missy, it was nothing more than an insult to House Greengrass and Lord Greengrass. Her title is Lady Greengrass or Heir Greengrass. Your title of Missy could result in a blood feud between House Greengrass and House Weasley. Molly sniffed loudly when she heard those words. She was clearly missing the things Narcissa was telling her, or she was just ignoring them. It was one thing Harry could not stand. He wasn't raised in the magical world, but he tried to fit in by learning all he could. Molly, who was raised here, just ignored it completely. So with a jerk of his body, he stood on his feet ready to scream. Narcissa turned around and hissed. Keep him in his seat. I can handle this myself, while she gave a dirty look at Harry and a pointed one at Daphne and Bella. Both girls nodded heavily, a little out of fear but mostly out of respect. So they took a hold of his arms and pulled him back down between them. Narcissa gave them a little smile, a small nod, and turned herself back to Molly. As you can see, you not only insulted Lady Greengrass but you also offended Lord Potter. Something you have been doing from the start of this school year. Now because of this, Lord Potter has the right to ask for your head of house to be present at this meeting and to then ask for your removal of said house. This because, as you know, Lord Weasley aligned his house with that of House Potter, making it a lesser house of House Potter. Now I know for a fact that Lord Weasley is a friend of Lord Potter, but that friendship can only bear so much. This had been the one thing that Molly had forgotten. Every insult she did towards Harry had been an insult to House Potter from House Weasley. It was a sign of total disrespect. She also knew that Arthur became friends with Harry, but she still believed that it had been Harry who had placed him under an imperious curse, only to achieve that goal. This, however, didn't take away the fact that Narcissa was right. If Harry wanted to, he could ask Lord Weasley to remove her from his house. So the only thing Molly could do now was to get on her knees and ask for forgiveness for her and House Weasley. Molly placed a hand over her mouth and did the one thing she had to do. She ran from the room, leaving everything behind. Narcissa looked pleased and then placed herself next to Hermione in the only open seat that was left. Albus, who was still shaking his head, knew that he had to be smart if he wanted to pull Narcissa in a trap. She had proven herself to Lord Potter. He knew that because she was a Slytherin there had to be a reason why she did this, but he could not figure that out as of yet. Well, I do have to say that it is very cozy here. You have decorated it very nicely, if I may say so. Everyone in the common room saw that Albus was stretching time. It hadn't gone the way he planned, so he was clearly thinking of another way to get to what he wanted. Headmaster, please tell us what it is you came here for, because we really want some breakfast, Susan asked in a very polite way. Ah yes, Dumbledore answered. But I do have to say this is a really nice. Stop this bullshit, Headmaster, Harry snapped. Just say what you wanted to say. I, just like Susan just said, like to have some breakfast. As you do know, we have the right to have one each morning before we go to our classes. Albus did take a step back when Harry snapped at him. It wasn't often that a student snapped at him, and never with a burst of magic like he felt from Harry. Harry himself didn't realize that he used magic when he snapped at Albus. But everyone around him looked on in a mixture of fear and awe. Only the friends and Minerva looked on with little smiles on their faces. Harry, Albus started. Sorry, Headmaster, but it is still Lord Potter for you. If you don't like that, you could revere to him as Lord Gryffindor or Lord Peverell. Albus was startled and surged for the voice that had spoken those words. As he saw Narcissa starting to stand up, he knew that she had been the one. Sorry. I said, sorry, Headmaster, but it is still Lord Potter for you. If you don't like that, you could revere to him as Lord Gryffindor or Lord Peverell. What do you mean, Miss Malfoy? Albus asked her. Well, as you might know, Harry here. Isn't that Lord Potter? Albus interrupted her. Narcissa sniffed loudly. Bella hung a little to Harry and Daphne and whispered. I'm not sure, but something tells me he might have made a big mistake by interrupting her like that. Headmaster, Narcissa snapped. I have the permission to call Lord Potter by his name. This because I have shown him the respect he deserved. Something you still haven't done. Albus wanted to interrupt her again, but Narcissa went on. Like I said, as you might know, Harry is still Lord Potter, Gryffindor, Peverell. Narcissa, however, didn't know that Harry had also become Lord Hogwarts. It was something Zonita wanted to call out, but it was the hand from Minerva that held her back. Now I know that I don't have to remind you, but I will. As Lord Gryffindor, he has certain obligations and many rights at this school. For his obligations, those are something the headmaster has to do because he is not of age. Albus was getting bored but held back from agitating Narcissa any further. Narcissa saw him thinking and gave him a pointed look. As Lord Peverell, he again has certain rights and obligations. For the ministry, these obligations are handled by his head of house with his approval. Now to get to the point I'm trying to make. Albus huffed a little and it gave a smile onto the face of Narcissa. Now, as we all know and are well aware of, Harry is Lord Potter. He has some rights and obligations for the Wizengamot. Now those three titles combined give him more rights than you have. It was now that Albus really started to get annoyed and huffed loudly. Narcissa held her face tight, but inwardly she was laughing her ass off, so to speak. As Lord Potter, he has the right to be addressed in a respectful manner, but as Lord Gryffindor, it is a must for you to always address him with his title and to show him that respect. If you do not, we will ask the board for your removal of this school. Now Narcissa knew that Harry wasn't going to remove Albus just yet. She didn't know why, but it wasn't yet. So she stood there waiting for what the headmaster was going to do and say. Albus was a little put out by the words from Narcissa, but he kept himself from sneering. Instead, he stretched himself up to his full height. May I point you that I'm the defeater of Grindelwald, a Dark Lord when he was at his peak. It was after his words that Albus looked around the room and saw the awe on the faces from the students and the friends of Harry. I think that alone has earned me the right to be always respected. Most of the students were looking at Albus with big eyes. Their first thought was, what in Merlin's name is he talking about? What has Grindelwald to do with all of this? Narcissa just looked at Albus as her lips became very thin lines. Now more than ever she could prove to Harry what she was worth to him. Now more than ever could she prove that she was at his side and his possession. Now more than ever could she show that she had no loyalty to her husband at all. As she gazed over at Harry, she went back in her thoughts. She herself had seen how strong Harry really was. Sure, he was not of age yet. But it meant that when he had matured more, he would be one of the strongest wizards around. And maybe even the strongest. Something told her that she had only seen a glimpse of his real power. Her gaze went over to Bella, who was sitting next to him. It clearly showed the girl she would have been if their daddy hadn't forced her to be a dark witch. She would have been great. Now at the side of Harry, she was that witch, and she was more that great. She was stronger than she had ever been and was only getting stronger. Why, that was a riddle for her, but she and Daphne were almost as strong as Harry. Her thoughts went on and also to the words that Albus had spoken only a moment ago. A predatory smile slipped on her face as she again looked at Albus. You are absolutely right, Headmaster. You did defeat one of the great Dark Lords we have ever known. Narcissa had to put a lot of respect and awe into it when she said the Dark Lord. She had chosen the side of Harry but had to play the game of the Dark Lover she, according to her husband, was. No, just for the defeat of the Dark Lord Grindelwald you do deserve that respect, even if you yourself were also in your prime just like he was. Still, it had been really amazing the way you have done that piece of magic. Even if no one had seen that fight, it must have been really beautiful for you to have spent 5 months in a private clinic to recover. So I really bow to you out of respect and thank you for the save years we had after that. With every word Narcissa spoke you could see the pride in Albus grow and grow. I knew you were a great wizard and also that you must have done a great deal to accomplish a thing like that. Albus could be clueless when his ego was caressed. He would become like putty in your hand, and Narcissa was taking every bit of it. No, if you knew the moment that Albus was at the top of his ego you had it made. Narcissa looked at his eyes and saw that he was starting to dream away in his daydreams of glory, world domination, and stardom. She smiled and starting to mentally rub her hands together. This was it. It was time to strike him down. Even if everyone around the common room were wondering what Narcissa was doing. It had been Bella, Minerva, and Zonita who became happier with every minute Narcissa was talking. Bella sat a little closer to Harry and told him and Daphne that Narcissa had Albus exactly where she wanted to have him. This was the thing she used to do when they were little. Her look turned thoughtful because she just got a memory from her former self. She then saw her mother and father schooling her about something she had done. She remembered her grandfather and saw her husband from the marriage contract. She shifted and was immediately pulled into a hug from Harry and Daphne, who immediately sat on her other side. Both of them looked with questioning eyes and a lot of worries. Just a memory. I will tell you later, she whispered. Everyone was watching Narcissa and Albus. Only Daphne and Harry were looking at Bella. She became very pale and they knew that there was much more than just a memory and that she wasn't really fine. Something scared her and they could feel it with every cell in their bodies. Narcissa, who had played up Albus enough, was making herself ready to deliver the finishing blow. So with her hands on her hips, she said, Yes, yes, very true, you are a real hero and deserve every bit of respect you get. But. The face of Albus became doubtful as he heard the but. If I may be so free to compare the two stories between you, Headmaster and Lord Potter, then I'm really sorry, but he deserves more respect than you do. Albus frowned a bit, but he kept his mouth. Internally he knew that whatever she was about to say, his defeat of Grindelwald was far above that of the brat Harry Potter. Now listen here, Narcissa Malfoy, if Lucius hears about this. Oh, shut your trap, Severus. If I talk you hold your mouth. You are still talking to a lady of a noble house, and even if my husband and son have made a real mess of things, with your help no doubt. That is the reason I'm stuck in this job. But it is still my job, and a Malfoy Black, she whispered, so only Bella, Harry and Daphne heard her, will always do their job properly. Severus immediately held his tongue. He was the godfather of Draco Malfoy, but it was only a position he got from Lucius. Narcissa had been against it from the beginning, but her contract to Lucius prevented her from doing anything about it. But it never kept Narcissa from telling him her opinion if she wanted to tell it. With a last look of anger at Severus, she went on, now that we have that childish interruption behind us. The students laughed behind her while Severus pouted a little. Like I said before, Headmaster, you were at the height of your abilities just like Grindelwald was when the Dark Lord came around. And again Narcissa let a little bit of awe slip into her voice. You who was still in the best shape of your life couldn't stop Voldemort who was at the height of his abilities. That was something this little boy has done. She stepped around and behind the three friends. There she stood behind Harry and laid her hand on his shoulders. This boy not only stopped him, but he did it while he was still a baby. If that wasn't all, he repeated his little bit of heroics again when he was only 11, this was not more than 2 years ago, and all that after only 1 year of lessons. She smiled at Albus and squeezed the shoulders of Harry. She knew he didn't like the attention, but this time he had to take it. Now, what really was an achievement was that he did it again, only a couple of months ago. Yes, Headmaster, I know all about that diary, which came out of the possessions of my husband. If I had known what that diary would or could do, I would have destroyed it a long time ago. If Narcissa was really honest, she would have to admit that she still didn't know what it was. But again, that was something she didn't want Albus to know. But again, Headmaster, he was just a boy of 12, nowhere near the height of his abilities. Yet he still defeated the most dangerous Dark Lord we have ever known. This he has already done for 3 times. If he didn't defeat him, he stopped him. That is much more than you have done with the one Dark Lord you dealt with. So that means he deserves more respect than you would ever deserve. Before Albus could react, there was a sound coming from the back of the room. Yes, yes, YESSSSSSSSS. Everyone turned around and looked at Zonita, who just uttered her last yes, as she pointed her fist in the air. She saw everyone looking at her and she lowered her hand and blushed a little bit. Bella couldn't help herself and shouted, yes, 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 as Minerva turned around so she was not seen laughing. Albus didn't enjoy it one bit. He was slowly becoming really irritated and his eyes were losing the twinkling that they used to have. With one last breath, he really lost it. With a snap, he fixed his eyes on Harry. The reason I'm here is to tell you, Potter, that I as headmaster of this school take my right as loco parental to forbid you to go to the lawsuit between you and the minister. You and your friends are to stay here this coming Wednesday. I'm sorry to say, but this will mean that you will lose the case. Albus stood and started to walk out of the common room. Just before Albus was at the opening behind the painting of the founders, he felt a trembling going through the castle. Are you absolutely sure you want to do that, headmaster? Sounded the voice of Zonita right behind him. Albus looked up as he turned around. He swallowed hard when he looked into the emerald green eyes of Zonita. With Harry, they glowed, but with Zonita they really turned into the color of the killing curse. The castle started to shake and Albus was looking around himself. He knew that he could feel the castle. But he wasn't sure if Harry could also feel it. However, it wasn't only Harry who could feel it but also Minerva, Neville, Bella and Daphne. Neville because he was the blood brother of Harry, and Bella and Daphne because they shared their blood the day he was fighting for his life in St. Mungo's. The moment the castle started to shake, Minerva looked at Harry. What she saw startled her a little bit. Harry was not looking at Albus but at Zonita. He had a look of awe and longing. The more she looked, the more she saw. His look went from awe to wonder to respect. She realized that her grandson was feeling the magic from Zonita. Zonita gazed over at Minerva and then she gazed at Harry. She gave him a little smile and knew that he was full of respect. She had felt the longing and wonder. But his final feeling was respect. It was the opposite of that Riddle boy. He didn't have respect and only wanted power. So she gave him a little smile and turned her gaze back to Albus, only to see that he was no longer there. Well, I think it's time to have breakfast, she said with a smile. One thing the friends didn't hear was Ginny talking to Astoria and Luna. I think it's time to do what my twin brothers are doing. But I want to do it to the ones that are hurting Harry. Both Luna and Astoria nodded as they walked down the corridor. Everyone had looked on with a smile as Albus ran out of the common room. It wasn't long after that Zonita told them all to get some breakfast and they all rushed out to get some food. Only Daphne and Harry stayed behind. Harry had a worried look in his eyes as he watched Bella, who was sitting next to him. With a jerk of his head, he told Daphne that she had to take Bella to the bedroom. She nodded and took Bella along by her hand. With every step they took, he could see that she became more and more distressed. He wanted to be with her, but he still had to do one more thing. Something he knew he couldn't do alone or by himself. He turned around and looked at the people who were still in the common room. First, he saw Narcissa. Narcissa, will you please go and talk to Ginny about the adoption and what it all means, but also what role Arthur can play in it? Narcissa nodded and left the room. In the hallway, she looked back, shook her head and went on. Minerva looked at it all, and especially at the way her grandson and his friends handled themselves. Harry had this inner duty of separating the right from wrong. And always wanted to do what was right, even if it was the hardest way to do it. The way he stood when Molly was criticizing Daphne spoke for itself. But also the way the other members of the house looked at him. Sure, it had been Zanita who told them to get breakfast, but it was the nod from Harry that made them run for the food. Now her grandson was already a leader for a small group, and she was sure it would only get bigger. Grandmother sounded from next to her. Minerva was brought out of her thoughts when Harry spoke to her. Grandmother, could you get Miss Fig here, please? I'm not sure what Bella saw in her mind, but it definitely were some memories from when she was young. I don't think they were good ones, and she might need her mother for it. I together with Daphne will talk to her, but I still think she will need her mother. Minerva nodded and saw Harry walking away, closing the door behind him. She wasn't really sure if she could get Arabella as fast as she wanted, and she didn't really want to leave her grandson alone. Minerva, you stay here. I can pop in and out of the castle. I will get her here faster than you can. There was a small pop and Zanita had disapparated. Harry had just closed the door behind him when he saw a brown blur slamming into his chest. The only thing he heard next were sobs, long, heavy and loud sobs. Slowly he brought his arms around Bella and held her tight against him. Daphne was slowly getting up from the bed when she saw Bella running towards Harry. Her sobs were hurting her more than she could say. While she gazed into the eyes of Harry, she could see he felt the same. Slowly she walked over to them and shook her head at Harry. It was a shake to tell him that it had been the same for her. Bella had seen something horrible and needed a long time before she could say something, or anything at all for that matter. Daphne was standing behind them and started to rub her hand along her back as she took them both in a hug with her other arm. It was after a long 15 minutes when the sobs became softer and slower. I'm sorry, Bella whispered softly. Daphne wanted to say something but saw Harry shaking his head. Daphne didn't know why, but knew that Harry knew Bella better than she knew her. I saw my parents. Sob. Sniff. It was horrible. Sob. My father was standing over me and Narcissa. He had a sadistic smile on his face. Andromeda had just been cast out of the family and we were being punished for what she had done. Narcissa was put into the contract with Lucius because Andromeda had run away. Narcissa didn't want it, but my father was hitting her with his hand across her face. He kept screaming that she had to do it. Sniff, sniff, sniff. After 20 minutes or so, Narcissa said she would do it. She only did it because he was hurting her. After that, my father started to hit me. He screamed that he would find a husband for me and me alone. And if I didn't marry him, he would kill me. It was now that Bella started to cry harder. What about your mother? Daphne asked softly. She stood behind my father and was laughing while she said we deserved it. Sniff. I was only 11. Sniff, sniff. It was at that moment that I heard my father say that he wanted to contract me to someone named Rodolphus Lestrange. Daphne looked at Harry and had worried written all over her face. At first I didn't know who he was, but I had heard his name before. It was on a certain night that I met him at one of my mother's dinners. His brother and his father were at our home having dinner with us. He was invited to sample the investment. I didn't know what he meant by that, but I would find out later. He touched me, Harry, he touched me, and Bella broke down again. Harry didn't know what to do, he could only hold her closer between him and Daphne. Hoping he was doing okay. He could feel the tears starting to build up in his own eyes as he heard the sobs from Bella. Daphne had come closer and Ed Bella on her cheek, her eyes crossed with the eyes of Harry, but her vision was blurry from her own tears. Daphne placed her head on the shoulder of Bella and Ed her cheek. You know that Harry would never do that to you. You also know that Arabella would never be like the mother you had, and there is nobody who will take you away from us, was all Daphne could say to her. If it was right she didn't know, but it was all she could think of. Bella nodded slowly as she sobbed into the chest of Harry. She knew that neither Harry nor Daphne would ever let her go, and it felt good when she heard the words from Daphne. Still, the memories had taken her back to the time that she wasn't loved, but only a piece of meat that was ready to be sold. Listen, daughter of mine. These two love you very much, and so do I. You will be happy, and we will not do what you mother and father have done to you. Bella turned her head to the left and opened her eyes a little when she heard a familiar voice. Mum. Both Harry and Daphne were both pushed aside as Bella rushed into the arms of her mother. Mum, you're here. Of course I'm here, sweetheart. I will always be here when my daughter needs me. Daphne took the arm of Harry as she heard Bella telling her memories again to her mother. Come, Harry, sometimes mothers are better at this than we could ever be. Harry nodded and walked along with Daphne. By the door, he looked over his shoulder. As he saw Arabella hugging Bella, he had to think about his own mother. It was one thing he would never do. Outside the door, they were both pulled into the arms of Zonita. It was not his grandmother or Isabella, but it felt good. You two have done great, she whispered to them. 2 days later, suddenly the great hall filled itself in laughter as all the students looked at the head table. Severus was screaming. Molly Weasley was covering herself up, and Albus was flashed out by Felix. This was you? Harry asked Ginny. Ginny shook her head, but her smile gave her away. Flashback. After the meeting with the Harpy Weasley before breakfast, Ginny, Astoria, and Luna walked towards the library. They had an all clear to pull pranks, and this would be their first one. The only trouble they had was that they didn't have much knowledge of how to do it. 3 young Hogwarts students alone in the library. What are they doing? As one they turned around to see who spoke. Right behind them was the pest named Peeves. Peeves sees a lot of pranks. Maybe Peeves needs to tell the headmaster. Maybe Peeves needs to show naughty students it's not nice to prank. Maybe Peeves needs to stop talking and help the little girls, or Peeves will be banished from castle. The 3 girls looked behind Peeves and started to smile. Peeves doesn't listen to nobody. Peeves hello Lady Hogwarts, Peeves said as he turned around. Hello Peeves, Zonita said with a small smile. You know I don't like the pranks you pull because they are a lot like bullying. But I also know that you like pranking. Now as Lady Hogwarts I'm not allowed to help in the pranking of students or professors. But you Peeves, you can. Zonita looked from the 3 girls to Peeves and back. You know what, Peeves, you can help these girls with their pranks, but only their pranks, and don't let me regret this, Zonita said as she walked away. Peeves looked at the 3 girls and started to smile, a sadistic smile. Come here Peeves, Ginny said, and Peeves floated closer. Now we wanted to do this, then we wanted to do this, and then that. Our problems are this. Peeves can help. Peeves knows how. And Peeves started to rub his hands together while he laughed an evil laugh. End flashback. Let's go back 10 minutes. It was 10 minutes past 7 when House Hogwarts walked into the Great Hall as one, like they always did. The moment they sat down they knew something was about to happen, only they hadn't a clue what. As the Great Hall started to fill up, the students of House Hogwarts were looking around to see what was happening. But wherever they looked there was nothing to see. The head table had filled up just as breakfast was served. Harry twisted in his seat and found out he was stuck by his robe. His eyes went to Bella next to him and saw that she was stuck just like the others of the house. His eyes found the eyes of Astoria, only she was looking at the head table. Harry followed her gaze and saw that they were also stuck. Nobody seemed to get out of their position, so Harry shrugged his shoulders and with a wave of his wand, he was out of his robe and no longer stuck. Everyone from House Hogwarts saw it and did the same, just as the professors did it a minute later. Suddenly there was shouting from the head table. Severus had removed his robe and was dressed in a garter belt with matching beep and beep, screaming that everyone would be kept in detention. Molly had removed her robe and was dressed in a tank top and boxers covered in little wizards covering their eyes. Albus Dumbledore had been the last to remove his robe and was just like Snape dressed in a garter belt but no beeper bra. This made a lot of people lose their breakfast at the spot just before he was flashed out of the Great Hall by Felix. "This was you?" Harry asked Ginny. Ginny shook her head but her smile gave her away. "Why did you stuck us to the bench as well? Nobody will think the prank comes from the bench that got pranked as well." "Very smart." And the whole of House Hogwarts laughed as they got up and walked out of the Great Hall. Only a day after the breakfast meltdown, as they now called Professor Snape's shouting, they were all sitting at breakfast again. Today was the day they would confront Minister Fudge, and it was also the day that Ginny Weasley would become a Potter. It was half an hour later that the 6 friends plus Ginny left Hogwarts to go to the Ministry. Just behind the wards, they would meet their parents, who would sidelong apparate them to the spot they were expected. Zanita, who had said goodbye to them all in front of the front door, looked at them with a lot of worry in her eyes. She didn't know what her master was going to do, but she hoped that it would all work out. The one thing that did them all good was that every one of House Hogwarts had walked along with them and said goodbye to them at the front gate. The adults apparated them all in an alleyway, next to the leaky cauldron, which was under a Notice Me Not charm. It was there that they would take the flow to the Ministry, where they would appear in the main hall. When they walked to the desk where they had to sign in, they were confronted by Albus Dumbledore. Next to Albus walked the Minister of Magic, one Cornelius Fudge. On the other side stood Lucius Malfoy. The friends didn't know what they wanted, but they could see Narcissa motioning Ginny to come along with her. There was nothing more for her to do, so she could start by getting Ginny adopted into the Potter family. The moment they were all signed in, Albus took his position in front of Harry and said in his grandfatherly tone, "Harry Potter, I do have to say that I'm very disappointed in you, but I was wondering if I could ask you something." Harry looked to his side and into the eyes of Daphne with a raised eyebrow. He was wondering if he heard it right, and by the look in the eyes of Daphne, she was thinking the same. "Please say what it is you want to say, Headmaster," Harry told him in a normal tone but was still direct. "Thank you, Harry Potter. As I said, I'm very disappointed that you let it come to this point. So I was wondering if we could let it all go by, forget it all, so to say. It would be better for you if it didn't get in front of the Wizengamot. You do understand that after this you will be known as the boy who prosecuted the minister." Internally, Harry had to agree with Albus. The last thing he wanted was to do this in the Wizengamot. Mostly because of the story that would be in the Morning Prophet after it was done. "I really don't know, Headmaster. It is not only me that is involved, so I have to talk with my friends about this. They have as much say about it than I have." Albus nodded and Cornelius Fudge got a look of hope. It would be he who would get the most benefit out of it all, especially if it would stay out of the Wizengamot. Neville and Daphne were shaking their heads. They wanted the case. Susan hesitated a bit because she wasn't sure if she wanted it or not. "Harry, you are not serious, are you? We can't stop now. He started it, not us," Daphne said as she lifted her finger to point at him. Just before her finger was at his chest, he placed his hand on it and pushed it down. "I wasn't about to drop it. Fudge brought it on himself and he has to pay. Sure, I dread the outcome of it when the Morning Prophet places their story. But what is more fun than dangling worms in front of a headless chicken just to pull it away when he thinks he got it?" The friends smiled and Harry turned around. "I'm sorry. No, I'm not. However, we will see you at the Wizengamot. See you in an hour." And Harry started to walk on with his friends behind him. Isabella and Amelia, who had been standing a little away from them, were struggling to hold in their laughter. They knew that the kids wanted this case just to show Fudge that they were not the kids to mess with. At the entrance of the chamber, they said goodbye to Isabella and took their places on the floor as the others took their seats in the house and member seats. Without saying a word, the friends were walking into the chamber. They sat down with Harry and Daphne at the front and Amelia on his other side. Even though they had Mr. Davids as their attorney, they kept him in his seat because they might need his vote. So it was up to Amelia to keep an eye on the friends. Just a table behind them sat Susan, Neville and their grandmother and adopted grandmother Minnie. Now all they had to do was wait for Cornelius Fudge and Albus Dumbledore. The moment they arrived, Harry looked on in bewilderment. Cornelius Fudge walked to the place where the person stood who would be leading the case. He took the hammer in his hand and started to bang it on the table. You know Harry, Amelia said. He saw that hammering in an American court, so he started to do it too, but if I ever have the chance I will shove that hammer down his throat. Harry snorted and Fudge started to slam the hammer harder and harder until it was quiet. Members of the Wizengamot, I welcome you all. Those were the words Cornelius started with. But before he could go on, both Daphne and Susan stood and approached the bench. They were closely followed by Neville. Only Harry stayed in his seat. It wasn't that he didn't want to join them. No, he was literally kept in his seat by a hand from Amelia on his leg and the hands from his grandmother, who was now standing behind him. How she got there so fast he would never know, but she was there to hold him down because his anger was radiating more than it ever had. Minerva smiled at him as she kept him down. His magic was almost touchable with her hands, and it told her how strong he could be. Voldemort wouldn't have a chance if he just embraced it himself. Fudge looked around himself but kept avoiding the eyes of Daphne and Susan. That two of them were heirs didn't face him. Lord Longbottom was a different story. He wasn't really afraid of that punk-nosed kid. No, he wasn't, but he was deadly afraid of Augusta Longbottom. So with a final sigh, he looked away only to look right into the eyes of an angry Augusta Longbottom, who was still sitting down. He knew one thing for sure. If Augusta would stand up, it would mean nothing good for him. She was just as loved as Albus was, but with all the things that went down, Albus had lost some of his popularity. Like I said, I welcome you all, Fudge started again. Only this time he wasn't as convinced as he had been a moment ago. The eyes of Daphne were literally penetrating his mind, and they were full of fire. So with a final sigh, Fudge gave the word to Daphne. Daphne gazed around the chamber just like her daddy had told her. It would lift up the tension just a bit more. She then took 2 steps to the middle just before she went back. She pulled Neville and Susan closer to her and started to whisper. The next thing she did was to bend over to Harry and kiss him full on the lips. She knew that every eye would be on her when she steps back, and that was exactly the way she wanted it when she got back in the middle of the chamber. Cornelius Fudge, who seen the byplay, wanted to say something, but he also knew that it could turn out bad if he did. Most of it had been his way of talking. He was the minister and thought he had the right to do it. But again, it was something he didn't want to do again. Dear attendants, Daphne began. The case we have here today is something that pains me a great deal. It's not only because it is a case to save the honor of my house and that of several others, but also because it is a case against Mr. Fudge. I'm the Minister of Magic and you are holding this case against the Minister, Fudge shouted. With this the trap was set, hook, line and sinker. Daphne had been the one who was chosen to start speaking. It had to be her because she had been the one who could keep herself from laughing, especially at moments like this. She was known as the Ice Queen, and this was the reason. The other reason was that Susan and Neville were already holding their hands in front of their mouth, keeping themselves from laughing out loud. Amelia and Minerva were looking at Harry with some pointing looks. All right, Mr. Potter, Amelia hissed in a whisper. What did you all plan to do today? Because we sure as hell haven't discussed any of this in the last couple of nights. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Nothing. I just wanted someone else to do the talking. Amelia lifted her finger and it was lowered by Minerva. Minerva turned to Harry. Whatever you all planned, I really hope it will work out because things like this could go wrong, very fast. Harry turned his eyes to his grandmother. We discussed this last night and we are only doing what the minister wants us to do. Just listen and enjoy because he is only making it worse for himself with every word he says. They turned their attention back to Daphne just when they heard her say, Minister, are you sure about this? Yes, I'm sure. I'm still the Minister of Magic. Are you really sure? Yes, Fudge shouted. Daphne thought with her finger against her lips. She knew what she wanted to do because it had been something they planned if Fudge would say what he had just said. So with another loud she made sure she got even more attention. The biggest part of their plan had just been started and now was the time to do what they wanted to do. With her eyes turned to her mother, she got the courage she wanted and went on. Well, Minister, I'm really sorry to hear it. This means that this case is no longer the case of Mr. Fudge offending 7 noble and ancient houses, but the case of the Minister of Magic offending 7 ancient and noble houses. Fudge stood there with the hammer in his hand and his mouth hanging open. He knew he had done something wrong, and again he didn't know what. As he gazed around, he could hear a lot of whispering going around. Daphne, who was still standing in the middle of the chamber, smiled a little as she heard the whisper increase with every second that passed. So she walked back to Harry and took his hand in hers. "Great job, Daphne. He did exactly what we thought he would do." Neville and Susan were just smiling as they were giving them the thumbs up. While Daphne stood at the side of Harry, she was looking around. Many people had stood the moment that Daphne said that she was now holding a case against the minister. The one person she was looking for stood at the top in the last row of seats. It was Mr. Davids, and this was also why they didn't want him to represent them this time. Minister Fudge was looking around as he was slamming his hammer down for silence. He knew he had done something wrong, only he didn't know what. He gave a dirty look at Daphne but immediately turned away when he saw the glowing eyes of Harry Potter looking back at him. So again he looked around at everything except Harry Potter. It was now that his eyes found the eyes of Mr. Davids, the one member of the Wizengamot that always remained in his seat. So for him to stand now was a sign that something was up. It was also the one person he hadn't seen at the party in Potter Castle. "Lord Davids, the floor is yours." "Thank you, Minister," Davids said. "However, I'm very sorry, but I do have to ask you if you really want to do this as the minister. The young lords and ladies have given us a wonderful opportunity here, so I would really hate for us to not use it." Fudge just shook his head. "I'm the Minister of Magic and they are dealing with me, if they like it or not," he said hotly. Mr. Davids gave a sigh as the friends started to laugh softly. Minerva had a smile on her face, a smile that only a proud grandmother could have, while Amelia had placed her head in her arms, shaking it while she whispered, "That damn, bumbling, fumbling, fool." Mr. Davids knew exactly what the kids had done. Being a lawyer, he knew all the tricks to make a person tell the truth without them knowing it. As a Slytherin, he was cunning enough to use every weakness in his advances. It was those weaknesses the kids had used to make Fudge tell the thing they wanted him to tell. Mr. Davids stood up straight and started to speak to the minister and the members of the Wizengamot. "Minister Fudge, because you stood on the fact that this case would be against the minister, you single-handedly made it a case against the ministry itself. So this means that we are all guilty of offending 7 ancient and noble houses, and only because you can't keep your mouth shut for 2 minutes to think. So I propose a settlement to put this all behind us. And Mr. Davids glanced at the friends. "I would say an apology from the minister in the Daily Prophet. This you can do right now because the reporters are here to write about the case. But also an apology from Warlock Dumbledore because he hasn't done it the last time he had to do it." Cornelius Fudge was still standing there with his mouth open wide and his hammer in his hand. When he was told about this case, he had been worried that he would go up against Mr. Davids. But this turned out to be much worse. While he gaped on, he saw many members standing up, nodding their heads. It were these gestures that told him he could never win this case even if Albus would appeal on his popularity. "You are not serious about this, are you, Mr. Davis? Do you really think that the ministry has to apologize to 4 kids? They are making a joke of us," a toad-looking woman almost shouted. Amelia, who had recovered from her first shock, hung a little closer to the friends. "That person is the Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge." "Umby.ch?" Neville asked. "GGMMHHPP. Amelia stifled a laugh. "Dolores Umbridge," Amelia corrected him and turned back to the happenings in the chamber. "I'm absolutely serious, Miss Umbridge. We as the representatives of the ministry have offended 7 ancient and noble houses. So it's only natural that we cut our losses, so to say, and offer our apologies." "But they are just kids," Umbridge squeaked. "Yes, they are very young, but the only thing I can do is take my pointy hat off to these kids. It was their intention to hold the minister responsible as a person. Yet it was the minister himself that made it into a case of the ministry. So if you want to be angry, Undersecretary Umbridge, then be mad at the minister. That is also why it made those kids act more maturely than we were," David said. "So you are telling us to bend down to a bunch of brats? Kids that don't even have 3 years of schooling behind them, and still you want us to apologize?" "That is exactly what I want us to do, Miss Umbridge, and if I may be so free, I would stop offending them." We are already in this mess thanks to the minister, so I don't want us to go deeper into it thanks to the undersecretary. As Umbridge huffed, the friends were hiding a smile. They had made several plans together to put the minister back in his place. This, however, has been something that wasn't planned at all and they just loved it. But the moment Umbi.ch called them brats, it took another route. You are only telling us this because those brats got you in their pocket. That was the comment that whipped the smile from the faces of the friends in one swipe. Mr. David stood a little straighter as he addressed Umbridge. I did have the honor to meet these fine young lords and ladies the day I was invited to the party at Potter Castle. It was there that I saw what they can do, while they are still this young. It makes me wonder what they will do when they are older. So yes, I would keep them rather as friends than as an enemy. When Mr. David sat down, Lucius Malfoy stood. Fudge, who was still standing there with his hammer, got a smile when he saw Lucius stand up. Lord Malfoy, you got the floor. Thank you, Minister, Lucius responded in a very slimy way. So it's fair to say that Potter and his friends have been buying you by inviting you to that party. Showing themselves in another light, so you would take their side. Mr. Davids wanted to respond, but from the corner of his eyes, he could see that Harry had stood up. Harry walked slowly to the center of the chamber and kept his eyes on Lucius. As he arrived at the center, he started to speak. Normally he had to wait to get the floor, but this time he had enough. Mr. Malfoy, Harry snapped from his spot on the floor. Lucius was about to say something, but Harry didn't let him. How dare you, Mr. Malfoy? You know as well as I do, that you are also in a very personal business deal with me. And yet you are here complaining about people at our party, a party where you were one of the guests. Now we are not against anybody telling us that we do things wrong. No, we are young enough to know that we do make mistakes. But we are also old enough to know when people try to put us in a bad light, so either you say something true or we will bring you down. Harry turned around but said something to Lucius as he looked over his shoulder. You better be a little more humble or our business deal will turn out to be very bad for your part of the deal. Lucius didn't know how to respond to this, but by the look of Harry, he could see that he didn't expect an answer from him. He knew that this brat had him exactly by the balls and he had nowhere to go. It didn't help him that Dolores Umbridge was nagging him on about the spoiled brat. Potter. Harry turned around and just looked on. Lucius stood and saw the eyes of Harry. He was looking for an answer or a comment but knew that whatever he said could be the last thing he did. So the choice was simple. Either answer Potter and lose his wife or battle another day and keep Narcissa and his status. Dolores huffed by the lack of fire in Lucius and stood. I will put a stop to this and answer for the ministry, she screamed to everyone around her. Please stand up and show us at least some respect when you blow your top like that, Susan yelled from her seat. Half of the chamber looked on with their mouths open as the other half doubled over from laughter. What? I'm standing you by. Ch, Dolores yelled back. The eyes from the friends became predatory after that comment towards Susan. As everybody held their breath of what was to come. Like I said, I will answer. We as a whole will not apologize to a bunch of brats. We don't care if we hurt them, but we don't apologize to no one. So this case is closed. The Wizengamot was silent after the words from Dolores. It was obvious what she thought about the case. But everyone was anticipating what the friends were going to do. Albus had been sitting in his chair from the moment it started. He had seen the whole case take a nosedive from the moment it started. He smiled a little because now was the time to save the day. Now was the time to be the leader, save the friends and restore the order of the Wizengamot. Lord Longbottom, Lord Potter, Eris Greengrass, and Bones, please forgive Miss Umbridge, for her words, she wasn't speaking for the ministry. Those were the words from a man in distress, for the last chance to heal what has been broken. However, those were also the wrong words he could say as the chief warlock. He had the power to vacate people from the chamber. But he didn't, he let it all come down to the moment he could save the day. Neville wanted to stand just like Harry did. But before Amelia could say she would handle it, it was Susan who took the floor. Albus looked at Susan and waved his hand. Heirs Bones, the floor is yours. Susan gave a nod but her smile never showed. She gazed over her shoulder and saw the small nod Harry gave her. She was going to do the last thing they ever wanted, but the friends had enough of the Wizengamot. Amelia was mad but also very fearful. She knew how the kids were when they were going to handle the business by themselves. They had seen it before and this time it would be no different. She saw that the friends were way beyond mad, they were pissed off, and that was telling it nicely. As she glanced at Minerva, she could see that she looked worried but also at ease. It told her that it wasn't good, but Minerva was okay with it. Susan gave a deep sigh. This was it, the last thing they could try to get some real things from the Wizengamot and not the egotistic bullshit they had received until now. They may be kids, but it was clear to them that most of these people were only sitting here because they could say they are a member and collect their 50 galleons membership pay once a week. I'm very disappointed in this chamber. It is also with a heavy heart I have to tell you what I'm about to tell. That last bid made a smile appear on the face of Amelia and Augusta. It is always nice to play the guilt game with the members. Susan saw the smile on the face of her aunt but knew she could not smile back. Today we came here to see if the adults in this chamber could act like they should. But just like the first time, it was again a member who spoke for all of you without listening. It was the thing we expected, so we gave the chamber the chance to make it an individual case. The first time we warned you 3 times and none of you did anything about it. Susan stopped and looked at the floor with a very sad look as she shook her head. Damn, she is really working them over, Amelia whispered to Minerva, who nodded back with a smile. We had high hopes that just like us kids you all learned from the mistakes you made. Yet today there was again a person who spoke for you all while insulting us with every word she said. Yet no one interfered but just let it go on. Her tone was sober and sad. She kept her mouth as she let the members think about what she had said. It was now that Daphne, Neville, and Harry got to their feet and walked closer to Susan. Minerva wanted to remain seated but was pulled along by Harry. This was a part she didn't know, and it wasn't sitting well with her. Susan looked at her friends and started again. We came here with good intentions, but Miss Umbridge. You slut, Umbridge shouted. Susan waited and looked around. Are you all crazy? Are you all letting brats like this dictate the chamber, kids who aren't even old enough to have a drink, telling us what to do and make a joke of us, as the respected members of the Wizengamot? None of the members interfered or said something to Miss Umbridge. The friends and family of the friends kept their mouths shut because it wasn't their place to save this. It was almost 10 minutes later that Susan took the floor again. Like I said before, after the first round of insults and offending remarks, we have arrived at the same place as where we started. The ministry insults and none of you are going against it. Now you all just sit there and do nothing. Is it because you agree with it all, or are you all too chicken to do it? Some wanted to protest, but Susan held up her hand. Don't bother to complain now because it will only strengthen our beliefs that you all agree with what the ministry tells about us and in extension our houses. This all because not one member outside our houses stood up for us and that say it all. So like I said before, I'm really sorry, but there is only one thing left to do. Susan looked over her shoulder to her auntie and mouthed, "Sorry, auntie." She then turned back to the chamber and said solemnly, I, Susan Bones, heir to the ancient and noble house of Bones, do hereby call on a blood feud with the members of the ministry if the ministry does not apologize to our 7 houses before midnight tomorrow night, this because of the repeating insult to our houses. So mote it be. Everyone in the chamber looked at Susan with their mouths hanging open. The next thing they did was to look at Amelia. The one thing they were all sure about was that she would put Susan straight and stop it all from going any further. Amelia rose to her feet and slowly walked to Susan. She looked her in the eye for a moment and nodded. She took her hand and walked to the back of the chamber. It was after this moment that most of them swallowed hard. Isabella looked from her spot in the chamber at what Daphne was about to do. The moment their eyes crossed, she nodded and Daphne took the floor. I, Daphne Greengrass, heir to the ancient and noble house of Greengrass, do hereby call on a blood feud with the members of the ministry if the ministry does not apologize to our 7 houses before midnight tomorrow night, this because of the repeating insult to our houses. So mote it be. It was after those words that Isabella came down from her seat and took Daphne back to stand next to Amelia and Susan. As Daphne stepped back, Neville stepped to the middle of the floor. I, Lord Longbottom of the ancient and noble house of Longbottom, do hereby call on a blood feud with the members of the ministry if the ministry does not apologize to our 7 houses before midnight tomorrow night, this because of the repeating insult to our houses. So mote it be. Augusta made her way down and to her grandson. With a sad look, she looked at him and asked loudly so everyone could hear her clearly, "Are you sure?" Neville looked up. Yes, if they can't even apologize for a simple remark or lapse of judgment. Who is to tell us that they won't do it when it really counts, or when hard decisions have to be made? Augusta gave a sharp nod and turned to the chamber. To all the houses that are aligned with the House Longbottom, how small they may be. If you do not aid us, we will call back your debt, knowing full well it may ruin you. She took the hand of Neville and walked back to stand next to Susan and Amelia. Minerva stood next to her grandson and had doubt in her eyes. "I don't know, Harry," she whispered. "I know, Grandma. But if kids like us can make a real joke out of this chamber, like the toad said, does it mean that we are this good or are they that stupid?" Minerva gazed at her grandson. "I'm not sure if I want to answer that. I have to keep your ego in check." Harry gave her a mock glare and Minerva gave him a knowing smile. Now this was the last thing we wanted to do, but that toad woman made us do it. The only thing they have to do is say sorry and learn from it, Harry told her. "Harry, what if they don't? What if they refuse to apologize to you?" Harry gave her a smile that sends a tremor of fear down her spine. It was nothing of her little Lily. It was a smile from James when he had them by the hippogriff balls. "Just wait and see. I have learned that power is more than just strength. Now go and get them." Minerva stood proudly and walked to the middle of the floor. "I, Lady McGonagall of the ancient and noble house of McGonagall, do hereby call on a blood feud with the members of the ministry if the ministry does not apologize to our 7 houses before midnight tomorrow night, this because of the repeating insult to our houses. So mote it be." Hermione and Bella, who had been waiting at the back of the room for the last half hour or so, walked to the middle of the room and took the hands of Minerva. Slowly they walked back and were joined by the new Ginny Potter. The last to take the floor was Harry himself. He swallowed a little as he gazed up to his own seat where Bogrod was sitting for the second time. He was there to vote for him if it would be turned to a voting. What Harry didn't know was that Bogrod was also there to protect Harry with his warriors if he had to. But again, the adults of the wizarding world had shown that they would not listen, and if they would hurt his little friends, there wouldn't be a walking soul left if he was done. After a little sigh, Harry began. "I, Lord Harry James Potter of the ancient and noble house of Potter, Gryffindor, Peverell, do hereby call on a blood feud with the members of the ministry, if the ministry does not apologize to our 7 houses before midnight tomorrow night, this because of the repeating insult to our houses. So mote it be." Harry kept his mouth. The only thing they wanted was the minister saying sorry and it would have been all over. "Honorable members of the ministry and the Wizengamot, I'm sorry that it had to come down to this. We have warned the minister and have given him a chance. You all, however, shown that you do not listen to reason, so we have to do it this way." "How dare you, you little shit," Umby.ch screamed. The eyes of Harry started to glow and Daphne and Bella rushed to the side of Harry. They were followed by Susan, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny. "How dare I?" Harry screamed back. "We did everything according to the old ways you all love so dearly. What astonished me more is that the ministry doesn't do it themselves. They only do it when it benefits them the most. But when it bites them in the ass, they whine like the kids they accuse us of being. Doesn't the spoiled brat gets what he wants?" Lucius sneered from next to Umbridge. Narcissa, who was standing next to the door and out of sight, shook her head. The only thing what she was now praying for was that Harry didn't lose his cool, as Susan always said. Harry sniffed loudly and turned his eyes to Bogrod. "Bogrod, my friend, my family, if we have a blood feud by the end of tomorrow night, we will close our bank and every vault within. If that happens, then our family will be at war with the ministry." Harry hung his head as he said, "I'm sorry, my friend. This was the last thing we wanted." Bogrod rushed down to stand in front of Harry. The moment he reached the floor, he was immediately surrounded by 4 of his guards that were in full armor. He took the head of Harry in his hands and made him look up. "You and your friends have nothing to be sorry about. We are all family, and I'm very ashamed that the adults do this to their younger generation. Bogrod turned his eyes from one friend to the other. He then gave a sharp nod and said loudly, I, Bogrod, leader of the goblins of the world, family member of the ancient and noble house of Potter, I and my people will be ready to go to war if it would come to it at sundown tomorrow evening. I and the Goblin Nation pledge loyalty to you and you alone, King of Hogwarts. So mote it be. It was after those words that Bogrod walked out of the chamber and was followed by Harry, who was pushed forward by his friends. It was by the door that Daphne turned around. Every member that is aligned with one of our families have until tomorrow at noon to pledge their loyalty to the family. Then and only then they will be spared and protected by the family. If not, they will also be at war, just like everyone else. As Daphne walked out of the door, she saw Bella and Ginny waiting for her. They didn't say a thing as they rushed after the family and right to Gringotts. The friends and family were all guided down the corridor at the back of Gringotts to a special chamber that was warded from all the wizards and witches around. By the looks on the faces of the adults, the friends knew they had done something wrong. There was a clear message of fury. Pride and disbelief all rolled up in that one look. It didn't look all that well from their point of view. When they got to the room, the adults sat in some chairs as the friends huddled together. The Wizengamot session had gotten out of hand and their anger had taken over. The blood feud they called over the Wizengamot was something they had read the night before. In a strange book that was suddenly there. In that book it had said that if you call a blood feud, most of the wizards would bend over backward to show you everything you want, only to get out of it. What in Merlin's name were you all thinking calling a blood feud like that? Augusta screamed suddenly from the other side of the room. Do you all have any idea what the hell it means if they don't apologize by tomorrow night? The friends were startled and immediately looked down to the ground. They had Ked up and they knew it. The only thing they were happy about was that the adults didn't school them in the chamber but here far away from everyone to see. Augusta was walking around the room like a cat that had been caged against its will. I don't know if you all realize, but a blood feud is a very old custom and is barely used, and for a good reason, I might add. It can make and break a house on a whim. Slowly the anger started to fade away from Augusta and she settled down. The friends looked at each other and didn't know what to say. They knew that it had been the last thing they wanted to do, but that it would anger their family in this way they didn't know. We are sorry, sounded the small voice of Hermione as the friends nodded their agreement. We only did it because we read that it was a sure way to make the others think about your intentions. We only wanted to scare them because we are sure they will apologize when they realized what we did and why we did it. Augusta shook her head, but Minerva was totally lost about the impact of it all. She got the same lessons that her grandson had, but there hadn't been any mention of a blood feud in them. I'm sorry, but why is it so bad? She asked. The friends looked as if they also wanted to know the answer, but the adults looked at Minerva like she had grown a second head. It was Amelia who stood and answered the question. Minerva, a blood feud is a last resort to declare war from one house to the other. And war mostly means a fight to the death of one house. Now the kids there. And she threw an angry look at the friends. The kids just declared war on the ministry if they don't apologize come midnight tomorrow. It also means that if we have a war, it is a war where we have to do the killing. Minerva swallowed hard. But we can't. We can't kill someone just because they don't apologize, she said in disbelief. Why not? 6 voices sounded from the other side. Every adult turned around at the sound at their voices and were astonished about what they heard. Only Bogrod stood at the side and was laughing softly. Most adults turned themselves back to Bogrod. Don't worry, they will be crawling here to say sorry, he said as he saw their gazes resting on him. What do you mean? Amelia snapped. Bogrod chuckled a little and turned to Harry. My friend, the one thing I heard and disagree with, is the way you called the blood feud. I don't disagree with it, only the way you all did it. Now the war part, that was the best play you could ever do. You have to be kidding me, Amelia squealed. Bogrod chuckled again. No, I'm not Amelia, but I think the friends can say it much better than I ever could. So tell us why you all did what you did. The friends turned to each other and gave a shy look. What followed were a lot of eyes speaking while no words were said. But after 5 minutes they had a solution, but not before Harry ran over to Bogrod. Bogrod's eyes opened wide and snapped his fingers. Griphook rushed into the room and heard a command in gobbledygook and rushed out again. Harry, it's done, Bogrod said informatively. Harry nodded and gave Daphne the floor. As you all know, we wanted to put Minister Fudge on the spot so he would see that not every house does as he asks. We at least didn't want to be one of the followers that are on his payroll, like Lucius is. But we also wanted to show Fudge and Albus Dumbledore that we don't sit up when they say so. We are the next generation and we damn well will be great, she said hotly. We never wanted it to go this far, but we are not brats, damn kids, little shits, and definitely no sluts. Most adults were quiet and saw the fire in the eyes of Daphne when she spoke. They now understood that the kids hadn't done it because they could, it really had been their last choice. Bella, together with Susan, walked over to Daphne and took her in a hug. They waited until Daphne had calmed down and told them she could go on. We came here to do what we had decided to do. First, tell our side and then demand an admission of guilt. We were the ones that had been wronged by the minister and we wanted everyone to know that. But last night it all went the other way when we were sitting around in our common room. First, there was that book that just happened to be there on the table. We read the chapter about blood feud that was marked in it and just had fun talking about it. One of the things we said was, wouldn't it be fun if Fudge made it a case against the ministry? We never thought he would, so we just laughed about it. However, the funny thing was that Ginny told us he would. Just tell him that he would be just like a mere wizard and he would demand it himself. I'm sure his ego cannot handle that, she had told us. So they chose me to do it and he fell for it completely. It was later that night that Hermione told us about the blood feud. We knew that if we did that they would certainly know that we meant business. But it was our last resort, and calling Susan a slut put us over that edge. We are sorry. And Daphne started to cry. Isabella rushed forward and took her daughter into a heartfelt hug. As she calmed down, they gave the floor to Harry. Harry smiled as he started to speak. Well, as we said before, the blood feud was our last resort. But we did research it. So it said that if we did a blood feud, we did need a thing that would give us the edge. And we had the edge. The Wizengamot chamber. The moment the friends left the chamber behind Bogrod, the members of the Wizengamot turned around and looked at Fudge. None of them said a thing and were just waiting on what Fudge was going to do. Well, if that is the way they want to do this, then it's very clear to me. They are just kids and can't handle a simple comment, Dolores Umbridge said with an air of superiority in her voice. Mr. David stood and waited till he got the floor. It took another 15 minutes before Albus saw him and gave him the floor. I would like to say thank you, but that would be lying. Before Mr. Davids could go on, he was interrupted by Minister Fudge himself. I'm sorry, but how could you say that? I'm not the one who has walked out on everything. Mr. Davids looked on with disbelief in his eyes. Are we in the same chamber here? We got our asses handed to us by 4 kids. Sure, Miss Bones and Miss McGonagall were behind them, but it had been the kids that read us like an open book. It started with you walking into the trap they pulled with their first words. Mr. Davids, you cannot pin this on the minister, Umbridge said as she pointed her finger. No, I can't, but I can point my finger at you. You were the one who kept offending them with every word you said. So it could never be you, now could it? Mr. Davids said before he sat down with a huff. Most of the members were looking from Mr. Davids to Miss Umbridge. This was a battle that was about to explode, and it was only a matter for the one to say the wrong thing to the other. Please, members, let's all calm down and look at this from our side and not what the other side did wrong, Albus said as he stood to attention. Some members were looking at Albus like he was growing a second head. We were here today to have an honest and open case of Fudge against 7 houses. Minister Fudge. A case with Minister Fudge, Mr. Davis said from his seat. Albus looked up and frowned a little. I'm sorry. When this case started, the young lord and ladies wanted to have it against Mr. Fudge. Mr. Fudge himself wanted it to be against the Minister of Magic, Mr. Davids told Albus with a pointed look. Chief Warlock, if I were you, I would apologize in the prophet before this goes any further than it has to. We were in the wrong and you know it. The only thing they ask is an apology and nothing else. It will show a lot of character if we admit to our mistakes that could go a long way with the public. Well, I'm very disappointed in them, but I think Again Mr. Davids sat down with a huff. He had seen Albus and his grandfatherly act enough to know that it would only take him so far. For most people, he was this loving old man, but for some, he was just irritating. And for the kids, he was even more than that. He had heard it from his daughter, but he had also seen how good those kids really were. This, most of all, because the way his daughter had been the last couple of weeks. In Slytherin, she was this sheltered girl hiding in the shadows just to save herself from retaliations. He later heard that she wasn't the only one who did this. There were more kids and not all of them were in Slytherin. It woke him up and he looked at it from another point of view. The two persons he blamed for it. In one way it was Albus Dumbledore for letting it go on in the school. The other person was Snape for letting this happen to his little girl. But from the moment his daughter changed houses she became this other girl. Energetic, happy, and was doing great just like she had been doing before she went to Hogwarts. All this, thanks to the friends, and they were only rising in his opinion, and days like this told him why. It is clear that the adults around the friends don't have a hand on them. They are clearly doing what they want and don't think about the consequences, Albus told them all in his knowing way. Lucius stood and waited till Fudge gave him the floor. Well, Chief Warlock, if the kids don't know the consequences, tell us please what we have to know to save their mistakes and the trouble it will bring us. Albus smiled because someone wanted his all-knowing wisdom. Well, it's clear that Lord Potter is under the assumption that he has the power to close Gringotts. But we all know that the goblins don't do anything for wizards if it doesn't benefit them in one way or another. Albus didn't look up, so he missed the surprising looks aimed at him. It is clear that Minerva doesn't know a lot of the wizarding world. If she did, she would know that you can't deal with a goblin. I can't, and I know Lord Malfoy can't, so I don't think a boy of 13 can. Amos Diggory stood from his spot and waited until he got the floor. I'm not sure if you are right, Chief Warlock. I was one of the guests at the party and it didn't seem to me that Lord Potter was unprepared to deal with the goblins. It was Lord Potter who danced with the wife of the leader of the goblins after all. So for me, I think we just lick our wounds and apologize before the goblins stand at his side for real. Surly, you can't be serious, a brat dancing with a goblin. It's clear that the half-blood thinks he is better than us by dancing with such filth, Umbridge sneered. Hear, hear, Lucius shouted. From the moment he came into this world he has been walking around as if he owns the place and thinks he can do whatever he wants. He even manipulated David Greengrass to let his daughter stay in Gryffindor when it's clear that she belonged in Slytherin. No, it's clear that he is making a mockery of us. He waited for a while. I say we counter his threat and kick him out of the Wizengamot. He either say he made a mistake and say sorry, or he isn't welcome anymore. Umbridge got a smile when she heard Lucius say it. I second that thought, but I would say don't give him a chance, just kick him out right now. Mr. Davids shook his head. As their lawyer, he knew more than most of them, and the one thing he was sure of was that the goblins would stand behind Harry with every member they had in their nation. Let's not be hasty, Albus pleaded. I will go to the goblins in the morning and see what I can do. This is all a misunderstanding and I'm sure I can handle it. So let's all come back tomorrow afternoon and go from there. Umbridge huffed and Lucius said it would be a waste of time. Mr. Davids shook his head again and knew he had to go to Gringotts just to tell Bogrod about what was to come. Maybe he was lucky and would be invited for some tea while he was there. Back in the back room at Gringotts. So, in the end, the only thing I could think of was telling them that we would close the bank and vaults, and go to war. Harry said as he ended his story. But how could you say you go to war? Amelia asked. I as head of the DLME have to lead the Aurors if we do go to war, and I'm not sure if you could say that for the goblins. Bogrod smiled wider and walked over to the round table where the family was sitting at. Miss Bones. Amelia, please, the kids see you as family, and who am I to not do the same? Master Goblin. Please Amelia, if I can call you Amelia then you can call me Bogrod. Own please you two stop it. You already called each other by names, so don't start this now, Susan said as she hit her head on the table just to emphasize her frustration. Everybody laughed and Bogrod went on. Susan, why can't I have my own little moment of fun? Susan lifted her head just a bit and scowled at Bogrod, but the shaking of her shoulders gave her away. No, you can't, she said hotly. Bogrod thought for a moment. I think I have to pull my army back. What? No, Susan screamed. Got ye. Susan scowled before she doubled over from laughter. Ginny just sat at the table with her mouth hanging open looking at it all. After a couple of minutes, Bogrod started again. Amelia, if there is a war you will not be leading the oars. Firstly, I don't think there is going to be a war because they all love their money too much. Secondly, if they would take all their money away by tomorrow, something I would never let them do, they wouldn't know what to do with it. Now the other thing Harry asked is something he can do. He is part owner of the bank, so he could ask for it to close the doors. However, I do know that there will be a lot of fun comes tomorrow morning when the purebloods come to the bank. It didn't take long for the adults to know what he meant, and the first to walk the door would be Albus, to many names Dumbledore. Bogrod looked at Harry and pointed with his eyes. Harry shook his head but waved his hand, saying, "It is all yours." Bogrod smiled and straightened his back, stood all of his 3 feet as he walked to Ginny. Without any warning, he flung his little arms around her as he took her into a hug. "Ginevra Potter, welcome to the family. Now blow out the candle because I want some cake." Ginny's eyes became big the moment Bogrod took her into a hug. A moment later she relaxed a little and felt other arms surrounding her, all welcoming her into the family. At the start of the day, she was starting to feel a little left out, but this moment made it all feel wonderful again. As the friends and Bogrod let go of Ginny, her eyes became even bigger than they had been a moment ago. There in the middle of the table stood the biggest celebration cake she had ever seen. There was a big banner with "Welcome Ginny Potter" above it. Right in front of her stood Griphook with a little pillow in his hand. On that pillow laid a little golden key. Harry stepped behind her and laid an arm around her shoulder. "Welcome to the family, Ginny. This is your key to your own trust vault." "Really?" "Yes, really. You are family now," Harry told her with a smile. Suddenly there was someone knocking on the door. As everyone quieted down, Bogrod rushed to the door. As he opened it, he saw a goblin standing there. After some words in gobbledygook, Bogrod turned around with a toothy smile. "Mr. Davids has just arrived and he has some news for us." It wasn't long after that Mr. Davids walked into the room and looked at the banner. The first thing he saw was the banner. He didn't understand the meaning of it and looked over at Minerva. "If you are branded as a South Avenue owner, you either set the South Avenue free or give her the only thing she wanted, freedom from her own prison," Minerva told him as she saw his gaze. Mr. Davids knew why they had made Ginny a South Avenue, but this was something completely new to him. "You can do this." "Yes, you can, and it will also give her back all the freedom she once had. It had been a way to get pureblood the children they couldn't have themselves. By saving them, they could take them as a South Avenue to later turn them into their children and even blood adopt them. If they wanted to." "Are you going to do that?" Mr. Davids asked as he gazed over at Harry. "No, she will be a Weasley by blood, but if she wants to, I would do it for her in a heartbeat," Harry told him honestly. The next thing that happened was Ginny hugging the stuffing out of him. "So Mr. Davids," Amelia said, "you aren't her to just look at the banner, are you?" "No, you're right. I'm here because of the meeting after you all left." "Well, I will not tell you everything. Because there was a lot of bickering, but the main thing is that they think that the goblins are not happy with Harry ordering them around. According to Albus, if he or Lucius can't be friends with the goblins, Harry can't be one either." Bogrod snorted but didn't say a thing. After a lot of shouting, Albus said that he would come here tomorrow morning to talk to the goblins. He in all his wisdom thinks he can straighten this misunderstanding all out, with a simple talk. After the little heads up, they all watched the reaction of Bogrod, who was walking around. He didn't say anything, but his face was talking as it twisted, frowned and suddenly smiled as a cat that got his canary. "Let him come. I like to set him straight. Afterward, I think that you will have another meeting." Mr. Davids nodded. That night at Hogwarts, their dinner in the Great Hall was interrupted by a big flock of owls that came in carrying the extra edition of the Daily Prophet. Hermione grabbed the paper out of the hand on Neville as he was paying the bird for the delivery. She scanned the paper and huffed in frustration. She flipped one page after the other and read some articles as she kept on huffing. Suddenly she slammed the paper down and almost shouted, "It's official, we are going to war." Most of the friends just smiled, but a lot of students were flipping through the paper while they were trying to see why there would be a war and what the friends had to do with it. It was then that they all found the chapter that Hermione had been reading. Lord Potter Declares War on the Ministry. By Rita Skeeter. Dear readers, today was the long-awaited day of Mr. Fudge vs. Seven Houses. I had the honor to be one of the reporters to cover this story, and I have to tell you all, it has been a very memorable experience for me. At first, I was there to see how the minister would show the young lord and ladies how it was done. So as the case started, we all looked on how Harry would take the floor. How he would stand there as his demanding self like he had been before. However, big was our surprise that it wasn't Harry Potter that took the floor, but Aaron Lady Greengrass. Now I don't know how they did it, but somehow they manipulated the minister in a way that they could hold the whole of the Wizengamot responsible for the things that had been said. At first, we reporters didn't know what they were planning to do, but as time went on we understood it exactly. This had been a way to show everyone of us how power could go to your head. It was clear from the moment they lured our esteemed minister into the trap they felt some power and went with it. The adults that were with them never did anything and let them go on. It was clear that they were making a mockery of us all, and it took the minister and his undersecretary to set them straight because their guardians and parents didn't do it. Yes, dear readers, it went on for more than an hour. The young lord and ladies became so aggravating that our undersecretary Miss Dolores Umbridge could no longer contain herself. Something I can understand completely. She started to swear at the youngsters in front of her. It was not a good show of character, but I can comprehend. I would have done the same thing if I was her. At first, we were all shocked, but it soon became very clear. This had been their plan all along. They did it all just so they could call a blood feud with every member of the Wizengamot. In the end, it really got to them. They had manipulated their parents and guardians to stand at their side as they took it to the last level. It was Harry Potter himself that took the floor just before they left the building. And he didn't only call the blood feud on the Wizengamot but also declared war on them with the goblins at their side. The next part is a part that troubles me a lot. Not only did he order the goblins at his side, it was Bogrod himself that bowed to Harry Potter and agree with him. Never have I seen a goblin bow or agree with a wizard, so it only tells me one thing. Our young Lord Potter is really going dark. The only way to control a goblin like that is using the Imperius. Is the young lord really losing it, and is it a scream for attention? Is his grandmother losing her grip, and is the young lord going over the edge? I don't know, but it is really worrying me a lot. So please save our young lord, let Albus guide him back into the light. Or let the ministry take him away and find new and better guardians for him. Now I don't know how it will end, but the ministry has until tomorrow night to apologize, or it will be war if they don't intervene quickly. I think the goblins will make an example out of young Lord Potter. Rita Skeeter. Well, it's official. Most wizards and witches have lost their common sense, Harry said as he shook his head. Hermione looked up. What do you mean? Well, I know that most of the purebloods will believe whatever Rita writes in her articles. But all those muggles and half-bloods will have the sense to go to Gringotts and find out what is true about all of this. But as I look around, a lot of them believe the article. Just look at how scared they are. Sure enough, the first person to walk up to them was Hannah Abbott, a friend of Susan. Is this real? Are the goblins really going to behead Harry? Susan tried to swallow her drink, but when she heard the words she sprayed all of the content in her mouth, over the table, and Harry, who was sitting right in front of her. I'm not sure if I'm going to lose my head. But I'm sure that I'm going to drown if you keep on asking Susan these questions. Susan started to apologize while the rest of the House Hogwarts were laughing their asses off. No, Hannah, he is not going to be beheaded. Harry is a friend of the goblins and so are we. Now the Wizengamot has to apologize or we will go to war with the goblins at our side. Slowly the panic started to spread around the Great Hall. But, what if they don't? I'm sure my father doesn't share the opinion of the Wizengamot, Hannah said desperately. Well, then they only have to go to the goblins and say they will stay neutral or behind us. Then and only then will they and their money be safe. Susan answered her a little louder than was necessary, but there was a reason why she did it. As Hannah looked at Susan, she could hear a lot of her peers surging for quills and parchment. All of them heard what was said and were writing home about it. Harry, Susan said. Are you sure Bograd is going to like this? Harry laughed. Are you kidding me? He will have a field day. Just wait until Albus shows up for his conversation. Yes, only too bad we can't be there for it, Daphne said. Who said we can't? Neville asked. We are family and in this war, if it comes to it. So, I would say we could be there for the meeting, even if we are only there to observe it. Just as they were about to get out of their seats to ask Minerva about it, they heard her coughing from behind them. Mr. Longbottom is right. You all have the right to be there, and so we will all go tomorrow morning. Not only that, but I got a letter from Bograd to come into the bank at 9 o'clock. Why he didn't say, but it would be a big deal if we did. That night's sleep would be a long way away. It was only 10 minutes into breakfast when Albus got up from his spot at the head table and made his way back to his office. The moment he left the Great Hall, none of the students knew what the headmaster was about to do. But that wasn't what they were worried about. No, their main concern was the answers they would get from the letters they had sent away the night before. And sure enough, at 8 in the morning, the owls started to fly into the Great Hall in search for their owners. Harry was just about to take a big bite from his pancake when he felt the elbow from Bella slamming into his side. What? He screamed. Luna is waiting for you, so get up to your feet, she hissed. Sure enough, when Harry turned his head, he saw Luna waiting for him to see her. He stumbled a little as he tried to get to his feet. Luna, what can I do for you? Luna gave a deep sigh as she twisted a letter in her tiny hands. Lord Potter, I, heiress of the Lovegood family, have a request from my lord to officially align our house with yours. Harry looked at her and didn't know what to say. It was then that he heard Daphne whispering in his ear. He nodded and turned back to Luna. I, Lord Potter, will align my house to House Lovegood for the duration of 1 year. If it is to both our contentment, we will align forever. He didn't know if he did okay, but the smile on the face of Luna told him everything he needed to know. As he was about to sit down, he saw Tracy David standing by Daphne. She asked the same thing Luna had done only a moment ago to him. Slowly there was a line forming in front of him and his friends. Every one of his peers were asking the same question over and over again. So it was 2 hours later that they had their first bite. Molly and Snape had tried to get them to class, but Minerva and Zonita had sent them away. They were exempt from all classes because of family business. Daphne, Harry asked as he took a bite from his sandwich. Why did we give them a year and not align completely? Daphne swallowed her own bite and said, well, most of them don't want a war with the goblins, so by aligning themselves with us, they are in good grace with the goblins. By giving them a year, we give them and ourselves an easy way out without any cost or consequences. All the friends understood the meaning and went on with their breakfast. As Harry gazed up, he saw Minerva nodding to him, saying that they all had to prepare themselves to head over to Gringotts. Albus had just been to the office of the minister and was now making his way down to Gringotts. It had taken him a lot longer than he wanted, but he was finally on his way. On his way down Diagon Alley, he could see that the shops were almost empty. It was also very quiet on the street. This, however, changed the moment he turned the corner that was the way to Gringotts. There were so many wizards and witches waiting to get into Gringotts that it looked to be closed. But as he looked at the door, he could see that they were wide open. Goblins were guiding them in one by one, and some were even talking to them on the street. Albus became a little frustrated as he was waiting in line. It was almost noon and he wanted to have his lunch at his favorite restaurant. It was now that he spotted a goblin talking to the people in front of him, and he walked over to listen in. We at Gringotts want to help you as fast as we can. So if you are here for money, you can only get 100 galleons. Tonight, if we go to war, we will close the bank. Only wizards and witches that are aligned with our friends or with us, the goblins, will be spared. The ones that remain neutral will be served as equal. Those of you who are aligning themselves with the ministry, if they do not apologize, will be treated as enemies of the nation. Go inside and state your business. It was after those words that the goblin walked on and started his speech to the next person in line. Albus was frustrated when he heard the words. He didn't know how Harry had done it, but it was clear to him that he had manipulated the goblins to do it his way. So he made his way into Gringotts and stopped the first goblin he saw. The friends rushed to their common room after the well wishes from the others of their house. It was there that they dressed in their best robes and rushed through the flow straight to the office of Gringotts. Good, you are all just in time to see the fun we are having, Bogrod said as he welcomed the friends. He then rushed them to a special room where they could look through a wall to see what was happening on the floor. As Bogrod pointed to a section of the floor, they could see Albus walking into the bank. He then pushed a rune and they could hear him loud and clear. Now enjoy and I see you later. And Bogrod left the room. The friends all huddled together and looked at the bank floor. There was a line of people that were taking out money. They saw that it was only 100 galleons at a time. Now they knew that Bogrod had ordered it this way to emphasize the power they had. At the other end was a line that had a lot of wizards with papers in their hands. There they saw Mr. Abbott standing with Mr. Lovegood at his side. It was a line of families that had aligned themselves with the friends only a couple of hours ago. Next to that line was a line of witches and wizards groveling to be in good graces with the goblins. Some of them were even making magical oaths to swear that they would stay neutral in this predicament. Harry and Bella listened in closely to the oath because they didn't want them to sell their life for the rest of their lives. I swear on my magic to stay neutral until the Ministry apologizes or Lord Harry James Potter relieves me from the oath. So mote it be. As Harry turned to Susan, she immediately said, "When this is done, you only have to say, I, Lord Harry James Potter, relieve everyone from the oath they made in Gringotts on my name." Harry nodded and turned just like the others back to Albus. Albus didn't have much time to look around. He had a job to do and he wanted to do it immediately. "I want to speak to your leader," Albus said with a lot of hot air in his voice. Griphook, who was a little startled, looked up at Albus as he was about to walk past him. "What do you want, wizard?" he snarled. Albus was taken aback and looked down at the goblin with some hatred. He wasn't used to people talking back to him. It was really frustrating when Harry did it, but now even the goblins were doing it. So he sighed and in his best grandfatherly voice said, "I want you to get your leader so I can warn him about Harry Potter." Griphook frowned a little. "I will get Lord Bogrod," and he left Albus alone. Now before the day started, Bogrod had told every goblin that he would be waiting for Albus. So Griphook didn't really go looking for his father because he knew that he would be watching. "Albus is here," he told his father when he saw him. Bogrod smiled. "Yes, I saw. I also heard how he talked to you, so we are going to let him simmer for a while." Griphook smiled his pointy tooth openly and rubbed his little hands together because his father was planning something and he liked it. Albus stood in the middle of the bank and looked at the other wizards and witches in the room. Some were there to take the money and others were there to pledge their loyalty to the goblins. As he gazed on, he could see the Lovegood father taking an interview for his quibbler. That, however, wasn't a big deal. No, the main problem was that other people were telling the goblins that they were loyal to Harry or neutral to it all. That was not a good sign at all. They had to turn their back to Harry. He had to be the leader. He was the leader of the light. How could they all promise their loyalty to these creatures? Albus shook his head in frustration but didn't see Bogrod standing behind him, a place he had been standing for at least 20 minutes. The friends had walked closer to the wall and looked at Bogrod, who was standing behind Albus. They didn't know what he was doing, but you could clearly see that he was preparing himself for something big. "How are things going?" Amelia asked as she and the other adults walked into the room. Susan turned around and hugged her auntie the moment she heard her voice. "We don't know, but Bogrod is planning something and it can be fun to see," and pulled Amelia with her to the transparent wall to look and hear Bogrod talking to Albus. Augusta took her place behind her grandson and pulled Hermione a little closer. Isabella did the same with Daphne. Their biggest surprise was that Arabella was among them. So Bella had someone to stand behind her. Harry was looking shyly around himself. Everyone had someone to stand by them just to show their support. Sadly for him, his grandmother Minerva had to remain at Hogwarts. Because Albus was away from Hogwarts, she had to take over for him. "Auntie, what is going to happen tonight?" Susan asked, the one thing they all wanted to know. "Well, it's like this. Most are scared and will side with us because they don't want another rebellion. Some will side with us because they believe in us, like the ones that aligned themselves for a year. All the others will side with the Ministry. Now later tonight they will have a meeting with the Wizengamot where we are not a part of, but I'm positive they will apologize before the night is over. This will be a conversation between Albus and Bogrod. The words that are at an angle will be comments from the friends and the adults. What do you want, wizard? Bogrod snarled from behind Albus. Albus turned around so fast that he snapped his neck. It sounded so hard that a lot of people stopped what they were doing and looked on. I'm here to plead for the life of Harry Potter. The friends looked at each other, but the adults chuckled. Albus is clearly delusional if he thinks he can plead with a goblin, Arabella whispered to the friends. Why are you here to plead for him? If we have him, we will deal with our own problems, in our own way. I'm sorry, but Harry Potter is young and doesn't know how to deal with your kind. Yet you let your young do your talking, Bogrod snarled. Dear Bogrod, I'm not his guardian anymore and therefore I cannot guide him to the way he has to hold himself. Good show, Albus. Say something you can't even do yourself. First of all, it's as Mr. Bogrod for you, wizard. Bogrod snapped and wondered if Albus was losing his grip on reality. But as I recall, you didn't do the job properly when you had it yourself. Good one, Bogrod. Twist that knife a little, Amelia whispered. But Mr. Bogrod, I'm here to talk to you to spare his life. We both know that he can't order you to go to war, and we also know what the punishment is for wizard who do it. And yet in all your wisdom you don't understand one thing Harry had said, do you, Dumbledore? Oh, that's a good one. We have to remember that. Hermione said in a happy voice. Albus wanted to respond, but he saw Lucius coming into the bank ordering to be served and instantly knew that this was not good. Bogrod ignored Albus for a moment and went over to Lucius, who was screaming. He was followed by Albus but didn't comment about it. Mr. Malfoy, what is the problem here? Bogrod asked in a way that left no room for sweetness. Lucius turned to Bogrod and curled his lip in something that had to pass for a friendly smile. Bogrod had none of it and gave a sharp look as he said, Please tell me what you want, because time is money. You disrespectful pie. Lucius, stop it. Narcissa snapped from the side of Lucius. I'm sorry, Master Goblin, Narcissa said as she gave a little bow to Bogrod. Don't be Lady Malfoy. Between the four of us you are the first that calls me by my title, and that is very refreshing feeling, to say the least. Both Albus and Lucius just gazed at them but didn't understand why Bogrod said it. They were purebloods and they didn't have to, did they? Can I get some service now? Lucius snapped at Bogrod. The next thing he saw was a blade coming for his head. Narcissa's eyes went wide but had a little bit of hope in her heart. Too bad. Bogrod stopped the blade an inch before Lucius could be beheaded. Narcissa frowned a little but her face was straight. 4 goblin guards were surrounding Lucius and were ready to strike. Please, Bogrod, Albus started. Doesn't he ever learn? How in Merlin's name can he be the headmaster at Hogwarts? Isabella wondered out loud. I'm sorry, Mum, I want to fire him but we can't. We have to wait until Bella has been sent back. If we change too much it could be very bad. But I promise you the moment Bella is sent back, Albus is out. Isabella nodded and knew her son in all but blood was just as frustrated as they all were. It was now that they all turned back to the floor. Bogrod, I plead to you to not go to war because Mr. Potter asked you to do it. We will call him into the Wizengamot and put him straight. If we have to, we will take him away from Minerva so he can be put back on the right track. Bogrod looked sharply at Albus when he said it. Put him on the right track. We have to stop that little brat, Lucius snarled. In the room everyone started to bristle. How dare he, or that slime were some of the things that were said. Bogrod pulled his knife that was hanging around his waist from his holster and placed it at the belly of Lucius. Don't you ever insult Mr. Potter, my friend, my family, my lord of our house, or our king ever again. It was after those words that everything changed in Gringotts. All the goblins took out their knives and started to rush the customers out of the bank. By the door, Bogrod stood in front of them all. If the Wizengamot does not apologize to our king, his friends and us, we will close all the accounts, then we will go through all of them with a fine toothpick and go to war if we are not satisfied, and the doors slammed close. Everyone in the room was watching Harry, saying soundlessly, our king. Harry looked around at all the eyes that were staring at him. He had heard the words but he didn't really understand them. Harry, It was on that piece of parchment we got the last time we were here with Sirius, Bella told him softly in his ear. Harry just gazed at her. His eyes were searching hers, but his mind was thinking back to that day. What had he done with that piece of parchment? He remembered what he wore that day and also that he had placed it in the pocket of said cloak. I have to go to Potter Castle, he told Bella. Can you take everyone to the secret chamber? I don't want to do it anywhere else where someone can hear or see us. Just use the house elves to get into the chamber, forgetting that he had taught them to do the sentence in Parseltongue. Bella gave a sharp nod. I will also take Bogrod along with us. Because he was the one who said it, so he must know more about it than we do. Good, ask him if he can take that blood test with him as well. I have a feeling we are going to need it. It was then that he called for Maxie and left to go to Potter Castle. Albus was standing on the steps of Gringotts. The moment Bogrod slammed the doors, he was ambushed by a lot of angry wizards and witches. What in Merlin's name do you think you are doing? We can't have another rebellion on our hands. Go tell that fool of a minister of ours to apologize to those kids, a woman screamed in his ear from only a foot away. Albus gaped at her and was searching for words. As he found them, he wanted to say something, but he felt something hitting his head. His hand went up and felt something wet. He pulled his hand down and saw a red gunk on his fingers. He was just about to say something back when he saw another red thing coming towards him. Albus, we have to get out of here, Lucius screamed as he grabbed Albus by the arm. They are throwing tomatoes and eggs and I'm not sure if they are fresh. Albus was a little stunned as he was apparated away by Lucius. They reappeared in the entrance hall of the ministry where they had to run away again from the mob that had been there, waiting for them to show up. 30 minutes later, Harry appeared in the secret chamber and saw that everyone was waiting there for him. The thing that was going through his mind was the first thing that happened. The moment he appeared in the chamber, he was taken into a hug from his grandmother. Harry, tell me, why is Bogrod calling you his king? It was the one question he knew she would ask. But if he was honest, he didn't know what it meant. He had seen it on the parchment, but he had forgotten it the moment he placed it into his pocket. He did remember Sirius peeing on the robe of Lucius. Wait a minute, he thought. Sirius and Bella were there and they hadn't said a thing about it either. So with a wave of his hand and not really thinking about it, he conjured chairs for everybody to sit on. Most of them looked on in awe but didn't say a thing when they saw him doing it. It was clear that he wasn't thinking, and that was why he could do it. Harry walked in front of them when everyone took a seat. With slumped shoulders and a deep sigh, he looked up at everyone that was there. He saw his grandmother sitting next to Arabella, who was sitting next to Bella, but also Susan and Amelia, who was sitting closer to Sirius, Daphne with Isabella, and David, who had returned from another trip. Neville with Augusta, even Hermione was there with her parents. The last persons he saw were Tonks and Andromeda. He did wonder for a moment where Ginny was, but he knew that his grandmother would have sent her back to class to be with Luna and Astoria. He turned to his side where Zonita was standing next to Bogrod and his wife Harriet. Could you get Narcissa here too? He asked Zonita. I think she has to know this. I don't know why, but I think it is important. Zonita nodded, and a moment later she was back with Narcissa on her arm. Narcissa looked around and saw Bogrod standing. She scowled and walked straight to him, pointing her finger. Most were shocked, but Bella held a hand on Harry to hold him back as she saw Harriet take out a knife ready to defend her mate. Why didn't you behead that wordless piece of hippogriff dung of mine? She asked accusingly. Bogrod chuckled and Harriet holstered her knife. I'm sorry, Narcissa, I could not. I wanted to and I had the right according to law. However, if I did, you would have been left with nothing. But his will says. No, it said. He changed it a week after you two came in. Everything will go to Draco and you will become his possession. Narcissa looked at him with an open mouth. He disinherited me, she stammered. Bogrod's eyes turned sharp. Yes, he did, and made you into a South Avenue for the Malfoy heir, so you know what you have to do. Narcissa nodded and turned to Harry, who was pointing to a chair. With another wave of his hand, he asked Bella and Daphne to join him in front of the others. They stood on either side of him and waited. A while back, Bella, Sirius and I went to Gringotts. It was there that I had some business to do and Sirius had to show himself. Lady Hogwarts. And Harry pointed at Zonita. Asked me to go to Gringotts to do an inheritance test. I had to do that in order for me to see if I became Lord Hogwarts. I remember that you told me that you had to do that when I led you around your guest at the party, Amelia said from her chair. Harry smiled and showed them all his little Lord ring. Minerva got to her feet and showed her the real Lord ring. Most of them gasped but collected themselves very fast. With his left hand, he pulled the little piece of parchment out of his left pocket and handed it to Daphne so she could read it to everyone. King Harry James Potter of Hogwarts. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House Potter. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House Gryffindor. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House Peverell. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House Slytherin. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House Hufflepuff. Lord of the Ancient and Noble House Ravenclaw. Heir of the Ancient and Noble House McGonagall. Again there was someone who gasped for breath at the list, as both Daphne and Bella rolled with their eyes. Please, Tonks, enough of the dramatics, Bella reprimanded her. What? My little brother is King Hogwarts. I don't want a house anymore, I want the left wing. Vulture. Harry said. Yes, I love you too, and Tonks gave him a wink and an air key. Everyone laughed at their antics but were also wondering if it would mean that Bella and Daphne would become his queens or did he have to choose between them. Harry stood a little straighter and opened his mouth. At Gringotts, we all looked as stunned as you all are now. Bogrod could tell me that there was a legend about it, but he never knew what it had said. As Harry was talking, Zonita apparated away. She reappeared with a pensive and placed her finger in it. Minerva had gotten up and walked over to Zonita. That is the pensive, from Albus. Zonita scowled at Minerva. He can wish it was his, but this is still the school's pensive. It has been a gift from Ignatia Wildsmith. She got a loan from the headmaster at the time, a William Evans. With that loan, she invented the flow powder and gave this pensive as a thank you gift to the school. Minerva was a little taken back by the venom in the voice of Zonita, but she knew that there was a lot of anger in her that was mostly directed to Albus. That anger came mostly from the way he had handled the welfare of the students over the years. Zonita took a couple of deep breaths and apologized to Minerva, who had none of it. She understood all about the anger that people had inside and also why someone could snap sometimes without even knowing it. Zonita placed her finger back in the pensive. Harry, when you said there was a legend about the king, I suddenly remembered a seer who told me about the story and the legend. First I thought it was a nice story, but as I thought about it a little longer I know that it is a whole lot more. The story is about you and me. Harry, you are the king, and I'm your queen. Both Daphne and Bella stood and started to walk over to Zonita with an angry look on their faces. Zonita smiled but held up her hand. Both girls halted but kept their anger directed at Zonita. Don't worry, you two. Yes, I'm his queen, and yes, he is my king. But we are the magical form of a king and queen. Harry is still yours and only yours. I will never come between you three. This brought a little ease to Bella and Daphne. However, I will not tell you the story, I will show it. Zonita pulled her finger out of the pensive and an image appeared above it. The first thing Harry shouted was, "That's my mum," and he walked over to his grandmother to sit in front of her. She placed her arms around him and her chin on his shoulder, neither of them seeing the looks of sympathy from the others. Lady Hogwarts, do you have a moment to talk to me? Lily asked as she looked around the door in the classroom where the lady floated. Lily, Lady Hogwarts squealed. Sure, come on in, you know I always have time for you. So tell me, how are you? It's been so long, the lady asked right away. I'm very well, my lady, Lily said as she walked into the classroom. As you can see, I only have a couple of weeks to go, and she rubbed her swollen belly lovingly. Lily's belly was round and very big. Her pride and love were radiating from her face as she showed it to the lady. The lady came over and placed her magically hand an inch above her belly. They immediately saw Harry reacting by kicking towards her hand. He is going to be a handful, Lily smiled. Do you have a name for him? The lady asked softly. Yes, his name will be Harry. Harry James Potter, after his grandfather. Minerva hung a little closer to Harry and whispered in his ear. She already loved you even before you were there. Harry nodded and whipped away a small tear that was running down his cheek. Slowly he gazed over at Isabella and saw that she was almost crying as she mouthed. I love you too. Lady Hogwarts. The reason why I came here was because I was reading some of the children's stories I have when I found an old story about Hogwarts. It was during that story I got a vision. In that vision, I saw you, your life, how it started, and how it will go on for what is yet to come. With a dazed look, the lady looked at Lily. She didn't know what Lily meant or what story she was talking about. But somehow she knew that it was very important and could hardly wait for Lily to tell the story. Lily smiled at her and said, "I will not tell you the whole story but a quick version of it." The lady nodded and waited for Lily to start. The founding of the school. In a faraway field that was surrounded by a magical forest. The creatures from that forest were drinking from a little stream that was rippling through the countryside and ended in the big lake that lay in the middle of said forest. Next to the lake, there was a field that covered the ground to the edge of the forest on the other side. It was there that four friends were walking towards the lake. They could feel the magic in the ground. It was here they met the future king and the creatures from the lake and the forest that lived in that place. After 3 days, they had become friends with every one of them. They asked permission to build a school. They got permission if they would give them protection. The friends told them it would be a place for friendship and knowledge. The magic was used and the castle became full of magical residue. It fed the walls and the castle came to life. The magic kept feeding the castle, and 40 years later they created a magical entity from the magic that resided in the walls. They called the magic Lady Hogwarts and would only be seen by those she allowed to see her. She would be the guardian of the castle and the lands around it. Lily took a breath and looked up at the lady. This Lady Hogwarts was the story I read in the children's book. But it was after that story I got a vision. Albus stood in the middle of the entrance hall of the ministry. At first, he didn't know what was happening, and suddenly he felt another pull at his arm. "Come along, Albus. They are ready to kill us," Lucius screamed as he pulled Albus along for the second time. As they were running, they heard people screaming at them. "Why did you let that by.ch talk to those kids like that? Why did you let her call Susan a slut? Have you never heard of some respect?" It was 10 minutes later that they were gathered together in the office of Cornelius Fudge. Everyone was sitting around the pensive and were looking at Lily as she started to tell the vision she had received. As I closed the book and my eyes, I found myself in a field. I don't know where I was, but it seemed very familiar to me. As I looked around, I saw a lake and a forest around me. It suddenly came to me and I knew that I was at Hogwarts before it was built. Suddenly, a few meters away from me stood an elfin lady. She was old and seemed to have been around for a very long time. She guided me to the edge of the lake where I had to sit down, and she told me the legend from the spirits that have blessed the grounds, lake, and forest around it. And it went like this. 1,000 years after the first king dies and the magic of the castle comes to life, there will be a king that will give her a body. He will come with friends that are as powerful as Merlin. He will make her a body of one of his quest. He will create her by overflowing her with the blood of her children. She will be at his side in war and sorrow. Their children shall be fighting for the good of the land. The king will be blessed with a wife from ahead of his time but has been born before him. With his 7 wives he will fight him that has already done him so much pain. It is then that he will create a peace in a world of chaos, where everyone will be as one. It is there that he will go on where the last king had stopped. This was the legend, but at that time it was still a vision of what had yet to come. The memory stopped and everyone just gazed around in silence. "Albus, what do you think we have to do tonight?" Fudge asked. Albus didn't really look at Fudge as he started to mumble. "We have to say sorry or we are at war. The goblins will kill us because we don't have our money. They will kill us because they are under control by Harry." "What are you telling me, that they are working together with that little shit?" Umbridge hissed. "No," Albus said. "I'm not sure how, but I assure you they are not working together. They are under his control, but I don't know how. He has a hold on Bogrod that we can't break at this point. So the goblins are going to go to war if we do not apologize," Umbridge sneered. "They also said that they will close the vaults and go through them with a fine comb," Albus snapped at her. Umbridge and Fudge paled when they heard the words that Albus said. They both had a number of contributions that weren't really contributions. "Now, I know that there are some things you might want to hide away, but because the goblins are working for Harry you might not be able to hide it. So the best thing is to apologize and get them another day, Albus told them. The one thing he didn't tell them was that he was taking more than his own paycheck from Hogwarts. Lucius had stood at the side and watched it all go down. I think we have to handle this together after the meeting of the Wizengamot later tonight. Fudge nodded fast and Umbridge just scowled even more. Albus did nothing but smiled internally. He rather apologizes than have the goblins looking through the Hogwarts files. The memory stopped and everyone just gazed around in silence. Harry stood and walked over to Bogrod. Bogrod, my friend, when we were back at the bank I was shocked when I saw that I was the king of Hogwarts. Instantly I knew that there was more to it than that. So it is why I wanted another inheritance test done. But not only for me but also for Daphne, Neville, and Susan. Bogrod nodded but kept his gaze on Harry. What is wrong, my friend? I can see that something is really bothering you. Harry kept his eyes on the floor. The one thing I don't understand is why I have to have 7 wives when I know that I only want the 2 that I have. That answer gave him a relief and thankful look from both Daphne and Bella, but the question would stay unanswered for a very long time. Bogrod took out his ceremonial knife and smiled his sadistic smile. Pats, behave, Harriet told him. They are just children. But, no, buts, just do the test. You can threaten the adults tomorrow when they have groveled at your feet. Bogrod pouted something that still looked intimidating to the others and sat down for his first customer. You know this will be for a fee. Pats, I said to behave, they are family or I will ask our Lord to punish you. Bogrod turned his eyes to Harry and saw a devilish smile. Not fair, he said and pouted again before he laughed loudly and waited for the first to come to him. Daphne was the first to sit down and was followed by the others, one at a time. When everyone had their parchment they went back and started to read them out loud one after the other. Princess Daphne Greengrass of Hogwarts. Heirs of the ancient and noble House Greengrass. The old and noble House Ravenclaw. Hogwarts. Princess Susan Bones of Hogwarts. Heirs of the ancient and noble House Bones. The old and noble House Hufflepuff. Hogwarts. Prince Neville Longbottom of Hogwarts. Lord of the ancient and noble House Longbottom. Heirs of the old and noble House Slytherin. Hogwarts. King Prince Harry James Potter, Prosper of Hogwarts. King of Hogwarts. Lord of the ancient and noble House Potter. Lord of the ancient and noble House Gryffindor. Lord of the ancient and noble House Peverell. Lord of the old and noble House Slytherin. Lord of the ancient and noble House Hufflepuff. Lord of the ancient and noble House Ravenclaw. Heir of the ancient and noble House McGonagall. The ancient and noble House Black. Everyone who had dropped their blood in the Golden Cauldron could see that they were a child of Lady Hogwarts. And not only were they the children, they were also an heir to one of the founders. For Harry, there were even more changes. He wasn't only a prince, he was also the king. He didn't understand how he could be both, but he knew the one who did. Zonita had been the one who came to life as a magical entity when the first king died. So he stepped to the side and gave her the floor. I know that there will be many questions, but I want you to listen first. Maybe most of them will be answered and we could go on a lot faster. Hermione pouted at those words while the friends all laughed. Zonita gave a little smile and was glad that the friends could behave as kids even if they had to do the jobs of the grown-ups. First, the King of Hogwarts isn't really that special. It does not give you rights in England or any benefits whatsoever. No, the main reason is Hogwarts itself, the grounds, forest, and lake. Even some part of Hogsmeade, but that comes later. As king, you have the right to call Hogwarts your home as long as it remains a school for magic. The ground on which it was built was a gift from all the creatures around it. I don't know how or why, but I know that it was a gift. Because of this, the creatures in and around the school will treat you with respect as long as you treat them the same way. Most of the people around understood but were thinking hard about what Zonita was saying. The day the first king became King Hogwarts had a very special reason. He was an outsider and had to do some things most inhabitants couldn't do. His main thing was to respect every living creature in and around Hogwarts and create a harmony for every one of them to live in. That means he had to be a negotiator in Fallout and make sure everyone was happy. It was now that she turned her eyes to Harry. You are now the king. Most of the creatures already know of it and were keeping an eye on you. You are the one who has to create peace in and around Hogwarts. You have to show them respect and honesty. If you don't, they will not listen. You may be the king by title, but to them, you are a two-legged creature that has to earn the title itself. If you do it right, they will always stand behind you. It was now that her gaze went over to Daphne and Bella. You ladies have nothing to worry about. I'm a magical entity and nothing more. Sure, I'm seen as his queen, but I could never be his wife. I am made of magic and cannot have children of my own. You, on the other hand, have become my children because I'm created out of your blood. Daphne and Susan will be seen as my daughters, just like Harry and Neville are my sons. Harry is a little more because he gifted me with a body. This made him my king. Now, if there ever comes a time that my body dies, Harry will become a prince again. He will become the king again because he is my first child. If he is not alive, then one of you will take the place as king or queen. After that, it will pass on to your children. Now, because I'm the magical wife of Harry and you two are already his intended, he has 3 wives and only needs 4 more. But we don't want to share any more, both Daphne and Bella shouted. Zonita ignored them for now and went on. Now, I don't know how this all came about, but I know someone who can. He was there when it all went down, and he was there when the first king came and died. Sadly, he was never there to see me for real. Harry just stared at Zonita and was clearly lost in her story. He had become king and had to rule Hogwarts and its surroundings. But it was only a title for Hogwarts, not around it. It didn't mean a thing if you were outside of its surroundings. Suddenly, Zonita stretched her arms to the side and was followed by a big white flash. Everyone had disappeared and reappeared in. It was 3:00 when Mr. Davids took the floor of the Wizengamot. He was asked to answer the legal questions the members had about the situation they were in. It was also his job to go straight to Bogrod when the meeting was done. There he would tell them what they had decided, but knew that the ministry would fold and apologize with their tail between their legs. Mr. Davids, Albus started, thank you for answering some of our questions. Mr. Davids nodded and waited for the first remark that would come his way. The previous 2 hours had been nothing more than shouting and scolding at each other without any real solution. One idea was even more absurd than the other. Why can't we just go over to the goblins and tell them to listen to us, or we will throw them out of England? Not Senior shouted from his spot. Because Gringotts is goblin land, it operates under goblin law. By going there and by doing so, we ourselves will declare war on them. We gave them this right after the last rebellion. And let me remind you all. The last rebellion cost us the lives of almost 1,000 wizard and only 100 goblins. They don't throw stunners or negotiate, they just kill. There was a stunned silence after that bit of information. I understand if you don't know this because Binns never told you this, because to him they are foul creatures that shouldn't be alive. And he was right about that, Umbridge said with a sneer. Mr. Davids shook his head. Miss Umbridge, I know that you are a very discriminating person, but I will remind you that the goblins will only react badly if they heard about what you just said. Umbridge huffed but didn't say a thing. Another person stood. If we apologize, is it certain that there won't be any repercussions? That will all depend on how we will apologize. I can all tell you that Harry was telling the truth. That cannot be, Lucius shouted. Nobody can work with the goblins. He must have been lying to you about how he is controlling them. Mr. Davids just nodded. In some way Lucius was right. He knew that Harry was the Lord of Bogrod. Not only had Bogrod told them at the last session they had together, but they had also told him in person. So Bogrod was in fact controlled by Harry. But it was out of free will on Bogrod's part. I can assure you that the goblins are not controlled. They are doing this out of free will and will retaliate if you provoke them by not saying sorry. Albus stood and directed himself at Mr. Davids. The goblin told us that if we don't do anything they will go through all our files. Can they do that? The answer Mr. Davids gave them would decide the outcome of the evening. Yes, they can. They are on goblin land and are handling under goblin law. They could even behead you if you sneezed in the wrong way and we could do nothing about it. Back to Zonita. They all reappeared in a room without any doors or windows. There were some chairs and even a bench. On the left by the biggest wall was an enormous painting from Hogwarts itself. But it wasn't only Hogwarts that was on the painting. There was also a big part of the lake and the forest there. As everyone was just looking at the painting, they saw the front doors open and 5 people came walking down the path. 4 of them were walking fast as the 5th was slowed down because of his age. As the 4 stood near the frame, the 5th person was only halfway. Harry walked next to Zonita and was looking at the painting. With his mouth a little open, he whispered softly, "Why did you take us to this room, and where are we anyway?" Zonita looked down at her master and saw his asking eyes. She listened to the tone he used, but it wasn't one of anger or irritation. He wasn't even mad. She didn't really understand it because she had taken him without asking him first. Normally someone would be mad, angry, or even irritated, but not her master. Her Harry was understanding and sweet. He didn't shout but asked what was happening in a friendly way. Zonita smiled and pointed at the oldest person that was still making his way down the path to them. That man that is still walking there was the one who was there when the first king was announced. He can tell you what the real deal was between him and the creatures of the land and lake. Also, before you ask, that man is none other than Merlin himself. While Zonita was almost whispering to Harry, it was clearly audible throughout the whole room. The sharp intake of breath shocked them both a lot as they turned around instantly. Zonita blushed and looked down at the floor. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize that I took all of you with us." Minerva walked over to Harry and laid both of her hands on his shoulders. With a sideways look, she looked at Zonita, telling her silently that it was okay. Her eyes may not have told her that, but the small smile she gave her did. She then opened her mouth to ask the one question she wanted to know, but without a sound, she closed it again. Zonita saw the wheels turning in the head of Minerva. She knew that she was dying to ask the one question she wanted to know. But she also saw that it was something she might be embarrassed about. "Minnie, don't be shy. You know you can ask every question you want to ask." Minerva could not help herself, but she blushed a little as she looked at Merlin, who was still making his way down to the frame, but he was almost there. Zonita took pity on her good friend. "Minerva, don't be shy, it is only Merlin. He is not that special. My master is much better than him," she told Minerva with a lot of pride in her voice. Albus took the floor. "We will go and have a 3-hour break for dinner, and after that, we will apologize to the 7 houses for our insults. I'm still not happy about it, and I also don't know how Harry has done it or how he is controlling the goblins." Mr. Davids rolled with his eyes. Don't they ever listen, he thought to himself. But it does not matter at this point. We will apologize and look into it at a later date. Maybe if we have proof, we could do something about it when the time comes. So in 3 hours, we will all be back here to handle the last of our duties with the press. Most of the Wizarding members hurried to the dining room to get some dinner and have a fire whiskey or who knows how many. While Albus, followed by 3 others, rushed back to the minister office. Zonita got a small smile on her face as she saw how Minerva was weighing her options about the question she wanted to ask. "Minerva, please don't hurt yourself so much. Just ask your question." Minerva blushed again but kept her eyes on Merlin. "I don't know, Zonita, that is Merlin. I know that he is not really there, but still it is Merlin, the most powerful wizard there ever lived." Zonita laughed loudly. "You are partly right. It is Merlin, but he is no longer the strongest. He hasn't been for over 600 years. Harry has more raw power than any wizard that ever lived. He was the biggest wizard of his time and long thereafter, but his place was taken over by Nicholas Flamel, then by Albus, and then by you. You are still the biggest, but Harry is gaining fast and will take over from you in less than a year, and he is still growing. You know more about magic than Harry does, but he is still learning. He will know more than you, and that will make him the biggest there ever was. And he will be for a very long time. If we talk about raw power, then the list is short. You and Harry are 3 and 1. Merlin was NR 1 until 2 years ago." The eyes of Minerva came big after those words. It was the year she discovered that Harry was her grandson. It was also the year that he showed his true power when he defended his friends. Now Harry is the greatest wizard, but he himself doesn't know it yet. He will when the time is there, but until that time he has to grow into the person the king has to be. His heart is in the right place, and he has this inner compass that always points to fairness. Cough, cough. Harry had heard every word they had said. But as much as he wanted to know more, he had to cough loudly. The reason for this had been Merlin, who had reached the bottom of the frame and was looking from Minerva to Zonita and back. Harry himself coughed again and took a good look at Merlin. He knew it could not be, but the likeness of the caricature that Walt Disney had drawn of him was remarkable. He had a blue robe, a large pointy head, and a very long beard. His eyes were twinkling like the eyes of Albus. But his eyes were full of childlike pleasure, where the eyes of Albus were giving most of the people the feeling that he was looking into their souls. So he coughed again. Cough, cough. Both Minerva and Zonita looked up and straight into the smiling eyes of Merlin. Minerva looked down and blushed like she hadn't done in a long time. Merlin laughed loudly and looked at Harry while he did it. Bella stepped closer to Harry and whispered in his ear, "I really think that Grandma Minnie had a little crush on her hero Merlin when she was little." Harry snorted and could barely hold his laughter inside. He saw the red color on the cheeks of his grandmother. He gazed over at Zonita and saw the same color on her cheeks, but he didn't believe she had that color for the same reason. This time they were taken out of their musing by another cough. Only this time it wasn't Harry that coughed, but it was Merlin himself. And as one they all saw the mirth in his eyes. Well, Minerva McGonagall, I did hear a lot of stories about you, Merlin said with a smile. Minerva nodded at first and right away looked down to the floor. Merlin, the greatest wizard of his time, was talking to her Minerva McGonagall. Not to Harry, her grandson, or Zonita, but to her. Don't look so surprised, Minerva. I know everything that goes around here. I and the 4 founders are being kept up to date by the ghosts. They have told us a lot about you and your grandson Harry James Potter. He now looked at Harry and back to Minerva. Harry will become the biggest wizard that has ever lived. He is not there yet, but he will get there, especially with the help of Bella, Daphne, Ginny, and his other friends. He turned to his left. However, the one thing I wanted to know is, how are you doing, Zonita? Now it was Zonita who looked at him with big eyes. Yes, Zonita, I have also heard all about you. My friends here, the 4 founders, had done something wonderful when they made Hogwarts. We always heard about everything through the ghosts and the paintings. You also came regularly. However, from the moment you gained a body, you left us alone, and we are missing you a little. Zonita gazed shyly down to the floor. I'm sorry. I have so much fun since I got this body. There is so much I can do with it, and I can even go to other places, and I have been to Potter Manor, she told Merlin with a big smile on her face. Yes, Zonita, we know, but we still miss you now and then. It was sad that we had to hear all about the new house from the ghosts and not from the head of house herself. His eyes crossed with the eyes of Hermione. I also know everything about every one of you. The brightest witch of her time, one Hermione Granger. Bellatrix Smith is way better than Bellatrix Lestrange. Susan Bones, niece of the head of the DLME, and also Neville Longbottom and Daphne Greengrass. But don't think we haven't heard of the rest of you. And his eyes went about the room. Yes, we know all about the others of you. So I will tell you the story you all want to hear. Nobody said anything but almost ran to find themselves the best spot on the chair or floor just to hear the story. It was not every day you can hear Merlin telling it. Merlin walked to the middle of the frame and was surrounded by his 4 friends, the founders. He smiled at them and turned to the people in the room. Before I start with my story, let me introduce you to Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, Salazar Slytherin, and Godric Gryffindor. The 4 friends that surrounded Merlin waved as they heard their name. Now before you all ask how I can be in this painting, that's a very long story. It involves these 4, the Sorting Hat and someone named Walt Disney. Harry snorted and Merlin looked amused. You have seen that Flickr show of me, haven't you? He asked Harry. Harry had to think about what he meant by Flickr show before he realized the Merlin meant the movie and nodded yes. Well, that is not true. I'm really 8 feet tall. Both Helga and Rowena were shaking their heads. I had very broad shoulders and was as strong as an ox. Again Helga and Rowena were shaking no. I never looked like this. And the 4 founders around him were all nodding yes with a big smile. All the kids were laughing and Merlin turned around to see his friends still nodding. Judas's, he told them. So he turned back, gave another hurt look over his shoulder and turned back again. So where shall I start? In my years as wizard, I have been all over England and more than once. I have seen many people in many places. One of those places was the forest that is around us. It became one of my favored places to be. It was at mine third visit that I met these 4 people around me. These 4 had been together for a while and were 4 of the best wizards I have ever seen. They told me about their plans and the magic they could already do. In the weeks that followed, we set up camp and talked a lot about everything. It was during one of those nights that there was an enormous thunderstorm rushing over England. During that thunderstorm that happened after a long drought, a lightning bolt hit a dead tree. It split open and caught on fire. The fire started to grab around itself and more trees were catching fire. Animals and creatures were hurrying out of the forest to find themselves a safer place to be. We saw centaurs running to the water and grabbing it with their hands just to stop the fire. There was no doubt in our minds we had to do something about it. So we rushed to the water side and conjured a lot of baskets to carry the water in. Together with the centaurs, we formed a line and brought the water to the fire. Godric took his sword and started to cut down the trees that were on fire so we could extinguish them and it wouldn't spread any further. Later I heard he got that sword from a goblin he saved. As Merlin was telling his story, he looked around. He saw Hermione sitting next to Neville with her hand in the air. It was very clear that she wanted to ask a question that was the most obvious to ask. Merlin smiled a little as he saw the eagerness shining in her eyes. Miss Granger, yes, I know what you want to ask, Merlin said before Hermione could ask anything. You do have to know that it was a very long time ago and the water spell hadn't been invented yet. You also have to realize that in that time we mostly did our magic with our feelings and not with spells. We did have books but not many of them. I used a staff just like Godric and Helga. Rowena and Salazar did it with their hands. It was only after Rowena realized that you could wield the magic better with a stick that we all replaced our staffs in time. It would be very long after that before the first real wand was produced by a feller named Ollivander. Hermione nodded and lowered her hand as she went back to listen to Merlin. Merlin chuckled at her look and placed his finger on his chin. He was thinking deep and suddenly he said, "Where was I?" startling the friends in front of him. Pats. Pats sounded the slaps Merlin got from both Rowena and Helga. "Don't do that, you old fool," they shouted in unison, much to the delight of the friends in front of the painting. Merlin scowled at both of them but had a little smile on his lips. Oh yes, we had our hands full but working in unison with all the centaurs and animals. Unicorns couldn't stop the fire but they took some baskets and were walking from the fire to the lake to get the water so the centaurs could throw the water on the fire. After the fire, we saw a lot of creatures and animals who had been hurt. We did what we could and helped them with their wounds. Helga was gathering herbs to make healing drinks and ointments to heal them from the inside out. We as visitors of the forest were helping where we could. Slowly all the problems we found were dealt with and we even did something more like making a shelter deep in the forest for the centaurs. It was on the 3rd night after the storm that the elders from the creatures came to us. They talked about their forest, the lake and the surroundings. My friends talked about the plans they had and what they wanted to do. It was 2 days later that the leader of the centaurs came to us. He gave us permission to build the school. However, it did come with a price. As payment to build and run the school, we had to be there to help the creatures with whatever they want. It wasn't a big payment to do, so my friends took the deal and went with it. It was on that day that the first stone had been placed to build the school. The first couple of years it all went as it should. My friends made a small building and had started the school that had grown into the castle it now is. But as always, when things are starting to go the right way, there will always be a lot of friction between the people. With the creatures of the forest and the lake, it was no different. My friends told them that the people had a king that would listen to the stories of both parties and make a well thought out decision. For the creatures, it was the best solution and wanted one of the friends to do it. My friends, however, didn't want that responsibility and gave it to me. I ruled for another 20 years and took counsel once every year. The year I died, I placed a spell on my kingdom that would make the leader of the centaurs a temporary king of the Hogwarts kingdom. This position they would hold till the one that was born that would be found worthy by my blood. In the years towards my dead, I went back every year. In my final year, I heard that my friends had made a magical entity from the residue magic that was in the castle, and I knew it was time for me to go on. I knew that everything was going the way we had planned, and now as I look around, I can see that my magic had found a worthy heir. I can see goblins and house elves working together with wizards and witches. Merlin looked around and knew that they had many questions. Now I know that there is a lot you all want to know, but we will do that a little later. First, I have to tell you that I had to have an heir that was found by magic, this because I could not have any children of my own. My spell was easy. My heir had to be pure of heart and had to give Lady Hogwarts her own body. If he did, it would make him King of Hogwarts with Lady Hogwarts as his queen. The one thing I didn't expect was that it would take 1,000 years before that person would be found. It is also a shame that it took more than 1,000 years before we could see the beauty that is Zonita, Queen Hogwarts, together with her King Harry James Potter. Merlin gazed over at Susan, Daphne, and Neville. If I'm not mistaken, the founders of this school had linked their magic to that of Zonita, so if for whatever reason their family line would have died out, they would come back once Lady Hogwarts had a body. The founders, around Merlin, all nodded their heads. Well, this old wizard is dying to know who the heir of Helga is. Susan blushed a little and raised her hand. And Rowena. Now it was Daphne who raised her hand. Then you must be the heir of Salazar, Merlin said as he looked at Neville, who nodded shyly. Now this is the only room where I am and where we all can talk. So let's have a moment to get to know each other before we go on and answer all your questions. As most of the adults started to talk to the founders, Minerva and Zonita started to talk to Merlin. Those are a bunch of wonderful kids. Too bad they have to grow up so fast, Merlin said in a whisper. Yes, it is a real shame, but they can handle it. They have done some remarkable things, taking a South Avenue to protect it by making said South Avenue a daughter to protect it even further. Minerva answered him. I thought Harry did all that, Zonita asked. No, Harry is the one who does it. He is the boy who lived and can get away with it. The plan to do it is, and she'll always be, a combined effort. I don't know how they always do it, but those 6 kids will do things we wouldn't even dare to think about. Just like this blood feud. We were mad at them, the others more than me, because I didn't really understand a lot of it. But Daphne was right. They gave them every opportunity to get away with it with their heads held high. They didn't take it and instead started to curse at them. So I don't like it, but they were right to do it. Like I said, wonderful kids, Merlin said again. The friends were huddled together deciding which question they had to ask first. Only Daphne had walked to the far corner and sat down on the ground with her head in her hands, frustrated as hell. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.